Shirley, once a carefree playboy indulging in pleasures, found himself unexpectedly inheriting the legacy of Fu Qingzhu after a significant upheaval at home. Resolutely, he took on the weight of his family's burdens. Through astute discoveries at a flea market, he not only alleviated the gravest crisis at home but gradually ascended to become a formidable global tycoon. Chapter 1. The Legacy of Fu Qingzhu. In the island city, at the antique market on Changle Road, stood the Linlang antique shop with a heavy heart. Shirley affixed a notice of transfer at the entrance, smoothing it down with a gentle pat before letting out a sigh, preparing to return inside to tidy up. Just as he turned, a glass bead rolled to his feet and he picked it up casually, only to see a dozen burly men striding toward him from the far end of the market, their aggressive demeanor evident as they shoved aside stall holders in their path, even kicking away any stalls that obstructed their advance. The glass bead in his hand had originated from an unfortunate vendor. What audacity! As Shirley contemplated intervening, he suddenly sensed impending danger. These men were headed straight for Linlang. Attempting to retreat into the shop, he was abruptly restrained by two hefty men, one on each side. A bald man approached Shirley. He nodded in response. The bald man tore down the inadequately affixed transfer notice, shredding it and discarding the pieces with a sneer, gesturing to the other burly men, "Move." The group of muscular men filed into Linlang, systematically removing items, antiques of all sizes, counters, shelves, furniture, and even the mahogany towel rack from the restroom. Witnessing this scene, Shirley felt a surge of rage and despair. He struggled fiercely, but the grip of the two men rendered his efforts futile. His violent thrashing only resulted in being forced to the ground, his face soon marred by the rough surface, bloodied and bruised in no time. Yet, what pained him more was the helplessness of watching Linlang being emptied before his eyes. The bald man returned to Shirley, crouching down to pat his face. "Young Master Shirley, I apologize, but I am merely following orders. If you must place blame, direct it toward your ungrateful father. He brought this upon himself. Of course, you owe a total of 300,000, which will be deducted for the items here. Additionally, you owe us 2,280,000. You have 7 days to gather the funds. If we do not see the money by then, do not expect us to be courteous. We will come to collect. There is another solution, should you be amenable. Your sister, so lovely and of the perfect age, could offset part of your debt. Trust me, many affluent gentlemen would be quite interested." "Bah!" Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood, hitting the bald man squarely in the face. The bald man paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he slowly rose to his feet, raising his foot to kick. Shirley heard a resonant thud, and then everything faded into a blur. He could scarcely feel the subsequent blows, as if he were an insensible sack of rice being mercilessly battered by the tattooed bald man, his eyes vacantly staring at the now desolate Linlang. That he appeared utterly dazed. The bald man vented his anger, pointing at the bloodied Shirley and cursing, "You little rascal, I will deal with you in 7 days, and you will regret ever coming into this world with that." He turned and departed. However, neither the bald man, Shirley, nor the distant onlookers noticed that the glass bead Shirley had just picked up was emanating a faint azure light, silently absorbing the blood from his body, soon transforming into a hue of crimson. Gradually, the blood-red glass bead seemed to melt, seeping into the palm of Shirley's hand, traveling up his arm, and penetrating directly into the center of his brow. Simultaneously, the soft azure glow enveloped Shirley's entire being, both inside and out, akin to the gentle illumination of the moon. His facial abrasions, bodily bruises, internal injuries, and ruptured capillaries in his brain were all slowly but surely mending. The process, though gradual, was undeniably effective. In less than 10 minutes, Shirley regained consciousness. Yet, he sensed something unusual. That he felt as if his mind had been augmented with a plethora of new information. Could it be the memories of someone else? Fu Shan? The eminent master from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty? One of the leaders of the antiquing restoration? A philosopher of Laozi and Zhuangzi? A poet? A physician? A calligrapher? A painter? Moreover, proficient in textual criticism, epigraphy, martial arts, alchemy, and the philosophies of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism? Shirley was astonished that he had previously heard of Fu Shan, knowing him as a skilled calligrapher and painter, a patriot opposing the Qing dynasty, and a medical practitioner notably depicted in Liang Yuxing's novel series 7 Swords under the name Fu Qingzhu. Indeed, Fu Qingzhu is one of Fu Shan's appellations. However, He had no inkling that Fu Shan was also a martial arts expert and a practitioner who preserved his mastery and knowledge in such an extraordinary manner. Naturally, he could not have anticipated that the vast reservoir of knowledge, experience, and insights accumulated by Fu Shan would inadvertently become his own. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Contemplating Fu Shan's legendary life and the myriad skills he possessed, Lei couldn't help but ponder which of these skills would be most beneficial for him now. Martial arts, cultivation, medicine, or perhaps calligraphy and painting. After much deliberation, it seemed that textual criticism would be the most fitting. Textual criticism is akin to archaeology. Yet, in ancient times, archaeology was largely a pursuit of personal interest, often passed down through family, and was quite eclectic. However, the skill of authentication was indispensable. Without the ability to authenticate, one could not engage in textual criticism in ancient times, as all materials and artifacts required personal verification. To put it plainly, Fu Shan was a remarkable expert in authentication. Although Fu Shan belonged to the late Ming and early Qing era and was unfamiliar with matters post-Kangxi, the knowledge possessed by a master of his caliber would enable him to draw inferences from one instance to another, effortlessly becoming a top-tier authentication expert. At the very least, this expertise would suffice for making a profit through astute acquisitions. With this thought, Lei rushed into the bathroom to splash water on his face. Then, he was startled once again. His previously battered and bloodied face, upon contact with water, returned to its original state, devoid of any scars. If it were not for the fresh bloodstains swirling in the sink, he would have doubted whether his prior injuries were merely a figment of his imagination. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that not only had the wounds on his face vanished, but the injuries across his entire body had also inexplicably disappeared in such a brief span of time. Even the old scars from his childhood had faded away. It was miraculous. Reflecting on the experiences of Fu Shan during his later years of cultivation, Lei felt a surge of excitement, yearning to begin his own journey of enlightenment. Yet, thoughts of his mother and sister swiftly doused his fervor. His father had passed away, due to gambling in a mere 6 months. His father had squandered the family's entire fortune and accrued debts exceeding 2 million, ultimately taking his own life by jumping into the sea. On the same day the news reached her, his mother leapt from the rooftop, fortuitously saved from a fatal fall by the awning below, yet she endured over 20 hours of resuscitation just to cling to life. Now, she lingered in the ICU, her departure from this world imminent. His sister was in her final year of high school, merely 40 days away from the college entrance examination, blissfully unaware of the upheaval that had befallen their family. As for their relatives, they severed ties with alarming swiftness, nearly declaring a complete disassociation from his household. Thus, this family could not afford to be without him. At this juncture, no matter how fervently he desired to cultivate, he first needed to earn money, to provide for his mother's healing, and to settle his father's gambling debts. Otherwise, he dared not envision the fate that awaited the three of them. The ruthless and unfeeling operators of gambling dens would stop at nothing, the consequences of failing to repay the debts. As thoughts of the bald man's threats flooded his mind, Lei instinctively clenched his fists. Chapter 2. The Tongji Blue and White 5-Clawed Dragon Pattern Plum Vase. 3 million to at least 3 million. Lei was acutely aware that to alleviate their most pressing crisis, he required no less than 3,228,000 to settle his father's gambling debts. The remainder for his mother's surgical treatment and recovery. The doctors had stated that his mother's condition was precarious. Her body was nearly devoid of any intact area. Her survival was a mere stroke of divine mercy, necessitating multiple surgeries to mend her injuries. At least 5 to 8 major operations would be required, with medical expenses starting at 500,000. The first surgery was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Thus, he needed to amass 3 million within 7 days. Moreover, he had to secure at least 100,000 before tomorrow afternoon to cover the initial surgical costs. With this in mind, Lei suppressed all other distractions, tidied up briefly, locked the shop door, and plunged into the street market. If he was to seize an opportunity, it would be amidst the stalls, ignoring the peculiar gazes of the vendors. Lei focused intently on rummaging through the items. Fakes! Fakes! More fakes! After sifting through hundreds of counterfeits, Lei's frustration began to mount. However, when he switched to another stall, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There were treasures at this vendor's stand. Without even touching them, he could discern their value by their shape and patina. Indeed, only in this moment could he truly appreciate their worth. In the past, He would have never been able to distinguish these artifacts from the fakes he had just examined. But now, upon sight, he could grasp the essence, and upon handling them, the understanding would deepen. For this, he could only exclaim, "Fu Qingzhu is truly remarkable." Shirley took a deep breath and picked up a blue and white plum vase. The moment he grasped the vase, he suddenly felt a cool breath penetrating his palm and reaching his brow, only to gradually dissipate. What was happening? Shirley paused for a moment, focusing his attention on the appraisal. He examined the painting. He scrutinized the base. He assessed the style. He inspected the mouth of the vase. He peered into its inner cavity. It was unmistakably from the Tongji Imperial Kiln, a Tongji blue and white five-clawed dragon pattern vase. Its market value was around 200,000. Upon receiving the appraisal result, Shirley felt even more anxious, swallowing hard before asking, "Boss, how much for this vase?" "From the Tongji Imperial Kiln, 80,000. Can you sell it for 800? Deal." "Damn. I paid too much." Shirley cursed inwardly that he lacked experience. Had he known, he would have countered with 80. At a street stall, one could indeed only expect street prices unless the vendor was genuinely knowledgeable. Regretfully, Shirley hastily pulled out his money. Exchanging 800 for 20,000 certainly required urgency. What if someone else swooped in? These days, antique enthusiasts were far less principled than in years past. It was a straightforward exchange. Cash for goods. Shirley swiftly took the vase and left. When seizing a bargain, one must avoid greed. Although there were still a couple of appealing items at the stall, he had already secured the finest piece. Leaving immediately was the wisest choice. Continuing to browse would inevitably attract the attention of the vendor and other customers. What could turn into a fortunate find might swiftly transform into a misfortune. Conversely, departing now and returning after some time would likely yield the same treasures, allowing for further opportunities. With the vase in hand, Shirley circled around and entered an antique shop. The owner, Lu Jiangang, was an acquaintance, specializing in porcelain, offering fair prices and maintaining a good reputation. However, upon entering, Shirley noticed Lu Jiangang was introducing a blue and white jar to two young women, claiming it was a rare treasure from the Wanli period. At a glance, the jar was clearly a new imitation, yet, the two women were extraordinarily beautiful, especially the one holding the jar, clad in a white Chanel dress with matching diamond-encrusted heels, her softly curled hair cascading elegantly behind her. At first glance, she appeared simple, yet upon closer inspection, she exuded an ethereal grace. Her complexion was flawless. The exposed portions of her calves beneath the long dress resembled finely carved white jade, nearly devoid of pores. Her lovely brows and eyes radiated warmth, yet her gaze held a coolness reminiscent of autumn waters, inviting yet subtly forbidding. Shirley discreetly swallowed, then gathered his composure, turning to Lu Jiangang and inquiring, "Boss Lu, what's the price for this vase?" Lu Jiangang regarded Shirley as though he were a rare specimen, assessing him from head to toe. "Isn't this young master sure? How have you fallen to such a state?" TSK. Quite tragic. What does that mean? Is he intending to ridicule me first? Shirley felt a surge of anger but feigned calmness, replying, "I'm here to sell something. If you're interested, assess the item. If not, I'll take my leave. There's no need for such mockery. If it brings you some sense of satisfaction, then by all means, I'll remain and listen a while longer." Lu Jiangang bit into a nail that was neither soft nor hard, his pride wounded. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Even when your life hangs by a thread, you still pretend to be a big shot. Do you really think you are still the illustrious young master Sure? When you plead for help, you ought to display a sense of humility. Kneel and beg me, and perhaps I might generously grant you a few coins to buy steamed buns. Otherwise, get out." Shirley stared intently at the shopkeeper for a few seconds, then flicked the May vase in his hand with his index finger. "You will come to regret this." "Pa! Who are you trying to scare with that shabby trinket bought from a street stall? Did you think I was blind? Only a fool like you would consider it a treasure. Others wouldn't even bother to glance at it. This vase may not be a treasure, but it is certainly superior to the junk in your shop," Shirley retorted as he turned to leave. "Lu, we will have many dealings in the future. Do not regret this moment. Keep pretending. If you have the guts, make me regret it right now." "Those are your words," Shirley replied, gesturing towards a young woman on the sofa who was examining a blue and white jar. "Beautiful lady, stop wasting your time on that worthless piece. It's a counterfeit. A modern imitation made to look aged, likely submerged in muck for ages, and it's filthy." The young woman instinctively released her grip. "Are you sure?" Shirley nodded. The shape is incorrect. Ming Dynasty porcelain is characterized by its robust and bold design. This jar, however, has a soft waistline. While it may appeal to modern aesthetics, it clashes with the style of Ming porcelain. Next, consider the blue and white color. Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain utilized cobalt blue materials, presenting a deep azure hue with a hint of brightness, vibrant and flowing like swirling dye. The one before you, however, is produced with modern industrial techniques. The color is meticulously balanced, yet the final product appears excessively refined and uniform, lacking any artistic beauty. Lastly, the texture. Ming porcelain is typically coarse, whereas that piece is unusually delicate and solid that I can tell without even touching it that it was made mechanically. Achieving such fine polishing by hand is nearly impossible. If you wish to find more flaws, I could elaborate further on aspects such as the foot rim, inscriptions, interior glaze, and painting technique, but it is unnecessary. Before Shirley could finish, Lu Jiangang became agitated. He shoved Shirley, barking, "Get out! Don't spout nonsense in my shop!" Shirley smirked. "Have you begun to regret it, Boss Lu?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Regret is futile now. Not only will I expose your fraudulent dealings, but I will also steal your customers right before your eyes." At this point, he patted the vase in his arms. "Lady, if you appreciate blue and white porcelain, I have a fine piece for you as well. Although it may not be from the same era, being from the Tongji period, it is undoubtedly an official kiln product. The shape, craftsmanship, and condition are nearly perfect, making it a rare and exquisite item, ideal for gifting." Noticing the lattice interest, he added, "The market value of this vase ranges between 200,000 and 300,000, and it would fetch an even higher price at auction. However, I only ask for 200,000. This Tongji blue and white 5-clawed dragon vase could be yours." Chapter 3. Stealing customer. Shirley's intentions were unmistakably clear. He was eager to sell the Qinghua Meiping from the Tongji era at once. Profit was paramount. Monetary gain always took precedence over all else, with everything else being secondary, including the act of humiliating Lu Jiangang, which was merely a collateral benefit. At this moment, he was entirely preoccupied with matters of profit, leaving no room for contemplation beyond that. Thus, he eloquently expounded upon the Qinghua Meiping cradled in his arms. His eloquence was already commendable, but with the depth of knowledge and experience bestowed upon him by Fushan, he seemed to truly possess the gift of oratory, leaving even Lu Jiangang, who stood nearby, utterly captivated. Furthermore, he utilized his past experiences of mingling in various circles to his advantage. A mere glance revealed that the stunning woman beside him was undoubtedly affluent. The entirety of her attire from Chanel was nothing to scoff at, but the pièce de resistance was the Vacheron Constantin patrimony timepiece adorning her wrist, a pinnacle of luxury. That, in his previous life, he could only aspire to. He had only glimpsed it once, if memory served, with a market value hovering around 5 million, and even wealth could not guarantee its acquisition. Moreover, the female variant of such luxury might command an even higher price, considering that this glamorous lady evidently lacked knowledge of antiques. Her presence in such a setting likely indicated an intention to purchase gifts for others. Thus, he emphasized the gift potential of his Tongji Qinghua Meiping, steering clear of discussions surrounding collection or appreciation in value. What is this called? This is termed targeting the remedy to the ailment. This is referred to as tailoring one's approach to suit the audience. Once, he frequently employed such clever tactics to charm women, enjoying unmitigated success since high school. Now, however, he was applying these skills to commerce. How the fates twist! The enchanting lady did not disappoint his efforts. "I will take this vase, but I have one question. Is it genuine? Absolutely authentic? Do not speak lightly. Deceiving me will incur consequences. If it is a counterfeit, I will bear the consequences." "Very well. Cash or bank transfer?" "Cash?" Shirley insisted on cash. This money was intended for his mother's surgical preparations, leaving no room for error. While a bank transfer might be convenient, his account was currently under scrutiny by numerous creditors. Should a transfer occur, the funds would likely be intercepted before reaching him. Cash, on the other hand, was secure once delivered to the hospital. No one could seize even a penny from it. The woman, unfazed, turned to the bodyguard-like figure beside her and said, "Sister Exane, please bring the money." Without hesitation, the bodyguard opened her carry-on suitcase, counted out 20 bundles of bright red cash, and placed them into a drawstring bag, which she then handed to Shirley. A wave of relief washed over him, accompanied by overwhelming joy. maintaining a facade of composure. He briefly counted the money before finally handing over the Mei Ping, saying, "Pleasure doing business." He then added, "My lady, shall we exchange WeChat or phone numbers? I have exquisite items to offer, guaranteed to be of the highest quality, and I can deliver them to your doorstep." At that moment, Lu Jiangang, regaining his senses, hurriedly interjected, "Miss Zhou, do not be swayed by his flattery. This fellow knows nothing. I just witnessed him buy that vase from a street vendor. It's a scam. Do not fall for it." The enchanting woman barely cast a glance at Lu Jiangang, immediately retrieving her phone to add Shirley on WeChat. "I am Zhou Yuqing, remember what you said," she stated decisively. "Shirley," he replied with a nod, "if there are quality items, I shall present them to you first." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhou Yuqing turned and departed with her beautiful bodyguard. Once Zhou Yuqing had left, Shirley scrutinized Lu Jiangang with a derisive smirk. "I could say this is entirely your own doing. If only your tongue were not so foul, I would have been disinclined to meddle in your affairs. Now look, your substantial business worth hundreds of thousands has gone up in smoke, and I have stolen your beautiful client. Are you pleased? Surprised? Unexpected?" With a hearty laugh, he turned and sauntered away. Lu Jiangang, his face a deep shade of anger, trembled in silence, unable to devise any response, and could only glare fiercely at Shirley until his figure vanished. It was only then that he recalled something and hastily retrieved his phone to make a furtive call. Shirley, clutching 200,000 in cash, wasted no time and headed straight for the hospital, promptly handing over 180,000, reserving 20,000 as contingency funds. He then conversed briefly with the attending physician and the chief surgeon. After confirming the surgery schedule once more, he hurriedly left the hospital. His mother was in the ICU, unable even to sip water, entirely independent of his care. His sole mission was to earn, and earn again. Thus, after departing the hospital, he made his way directly to the antique market on 15th Street. In Island City, there are 6 major antique markets aside from the long-established Changle Road Market. The others are relatively new yet equally robust, boasting commendable facilities and environments. Besides street vendors, there are numerous stalls akin to those in vegetable markets, operating year-round without pause. Contrasting with the street vendors, these stalls are sheltered from the elements, often maintained by individuals ensuring order. They do charge rent, albeit at a modest rate. Most importantly, these stalls remain open year-round, provided there are no severe weather conditions like heavy rain or typhoons, as the stall fees are collected annually. Upon arrival, Shirley plunged into the market. Here, almost no one recognized him, allowing him to focus on his quest without the fear of interruption. However, being a new market, it lacked a plethora of exceptional items. Even if there were any, they were predominantly for show, with inflated prices that offered no opportunity for bargains. The remainder was mostly inferior replicas, a mere waste of time. Yet, Shirley had mentally prepared himself for such realities. Despite his apparent lack of formal education, he had been exposed to much in his youth, understanding that this was the norm in the antique market. When fortune smiled, one could stumble upon treasures. Conversely, an ill-fated stretch could extend for days or weeks without encountering anything worthwhile. Thus, although he felt a tinge of impatience, he maintained his composure, perusing each stall methodically. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that he halted in his tracks. There was something of merit, porcelain, and it was a substantial piece. Shirley examined the large jar closely, marveling at the wonders of the world. Just that morning, Lu Jiangang had been exposed for attempting to deceive with a counterfeit Ming Dynasty blue and white jar, and by the afternoon, he had encountered a genuine Ming Dynasty blue and white jar. Shirley gently tapped twice with his fingers before inquiring, "Boss, what is the situation with this jar? Is it manageable? It's a jar from the Wanli era. Be cautious, it is quite valuable." "Wanli? It doesn't appear so. The inscription at the bottom attests to its authenticity." "Why would I deceive you? Let me take a look." Shirley feigned the demeanor of a complete novice, grasping the jar with both hands and flipping it over. Indeed, it bore the inscription made during the Wanli era of the Ming Dynasty in elegant calligraphy. At that moment, he once again sensed a cool breath emanating from the jar, flowing through his palm and merging with his brow. This momentarily startled him. However, he quickly refocused on the inscription. The characters were undeniably genuine. So genuine that it was beyond doubt, an authenticity that was immediately apparent. After all, in Fu Shan's eyes, The art of calligraphy held little mystery. Seemingly similar characters concealed an abundance of information-grasping technique, writing habits. Calligraphic proficiency and stylistic lineage were all readily discernible. Thus, upon examining the inscription, Shirley recognized this as the quintessential Wanli porcelain. A further inspection of the clay body revealed no flaws. The form was also characteristically Wanli in style. The only drawback was its less than ideal state of preservation, which would inevitably affect its market value. Chapter 4. The Sea King. After taking a moment to scrutinize the jar in his hand, Shirley remarked, "This jar is not from the right era. It certainly isn't from the Wanli period. It resembles more of a trust fund piece from the Republican era, and the craftsmanship is quite lamentable." The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, retorted, "Young man, if you lack understanding, refrain from making hasty claims. This is indeed a Wanli artifact. I shall not engage in a debate over this matter. Let us discuss the price instead. 200,000, not a cent less." "This is quite uninteresting, my friend. Your demeanor suggests you are not genuinely interested in a transaction. Then you propose a price. 2,000. Far too little, that's unacceptable. 2002? 18,000. I am reducing it by 20,000, but I cannot go lower." Shirley shook his head, finding the disparity too great. "Forget it. I will look at other items." "Are you truly not considering it?" "No, I cannot afford such a treasure. You ought to keep it for your enjoyment. Perhaps you could add a bit more?" "I cannot increase my offer." "How about 2003? Be more generous, young man. The value of your item is fixed. It cannot exceed this amount," Shirley insisted. 2004 to foster goodwill. "Otherwise, we shall part ways, as the gap is too significant to continue this discussion without causing ill will. Add a little more." "I cannot add any further." Shirley's stance was resolute. Having merely tested the waters, he had discerned the vendor's lack of expertise, which only reinforced his determination to drive the price down. Should the vendor relent, it would only sow seeds of doubt in his mind. Thus, regardless of the vendor's pleas, he stood firm. 2004 is the final offer. This was a reasonable price for a typical Republican porcelain piece. After a stalemate lasting over 2 minutes, just as he appeared ready to depart, the vendor capitulated. "Fine, fine, let us be friends." Yet, Shirley seized the opportunity to push further, picking up a small snuff bottle. The vendor glanced at it. "That will require an additional 200. 100. Agreed." Shirley paid with an air of nonchalance and swiftly exited the scene, fearing the vendor might reconsider. How significant is this acquisition? The Wanli blue and white jar is worth at least 600,000. If not for its slightly less than ideal preservation, it would start at $1 million. As for the snuff bottle, he was not particularly knowledgeable, and neither was Fu Shan, for in Fu Shan's active era, snuff bottles were not yet mainstream and lacked the myriad of styles that emerged later. Nevertheless, the artistry of the snuff bottle was exceptionally refined. The body of the snuff bottle was made of glass, featuring an interior painting of a grand landscape in blue and green hues, with brushwork that was extraordinarily delicate and a composition that balanced density and sparseness. Its style closely resembled that of Dong Qichong, possessing about 50 to 60% of his skill. It is crucial to recognize that this intricate painting was executed within the confines of a snuff bottle no larger than a mahjong tile, a feat of considerable difficulty, far surpassing the challenges of painting on paper. Thus, for this reason alone, the snuff bottle held considerable value. Holding a jar and a snuff bottle, Shirley settled into a CAF, took a photograph, and sent it to Zhou Yuqing, inquiring if there was anything to her liking. Zhou Yuqing responded almost instantaneously, "Is it authentic?" "Absolutely." "What's the price?" "The jar is 600,000, a fixed price. It's not available at this rate for others." "And the snuff bottle?" "It appears quite appealing." "You have a keen eye. This unassuming snuff bottle is, in fact, worth more than the jar." "Is that an exaggeration?" "Not in the slightest. Despite its small size, it harbors great value. The landscape painting inside is extraordinarily exquisite, crafted by a true master. This modest piece begins at 500,000, not to mention it's from the Jia Dao era, with impeccable age, condition, and artistic merit, all attributes that enhance its worth. Hence, my valuation is 800,000. I wish to see the physical piece. I'll deliver it to your doorstep. Subsequently, Shirley received an address, the renowned Banshanhu Villa District. This area is among the most prestigious in the island city, with prices exceeding 100,000 per unit and limited availability, making it inaccessible to the average person. It certainly complimented Zhou Yuqing's watch, valued at over 5 million. Shirley, once a minor scion of wealth, had only heard tales of this place. He took a taxi to the villa entrance, where a guard verified his identity and escorted him via an electric vehicle to his destination. Observing the surroundings, Shirley could only feel envy. Though he had once resided in a villa, it bore no comparison to those in Banshanhu, be it the villas themselves or the surrounding environment. One could only say you get what you pay for. Nevertheless, he was determined that he would one day inhabit an even grander residence. As Shirley contemplated his future, he spotted Zhou Yuqing standing at the villa's entrance. Quickly shaking off his thoughts, he approached with a smile. "Miss Zhou, it's a pleasure to see you again." Zhou Yuqing nodded slightly. "Have you brought everything?" "Yes." "Please, come in." Upon entering, Shirley swapped his shoes and stepped into the living room, only to discover a considerable gathering of 7 or 8 individuals, predominantly elderly men and women. Only Zhou Yuqing, her bodyguard, and a woman resembling a housekeeper appeared relatively young. Uncertain of the occasion, he continued to smile and nod. Zhou Yuqing, however, did not neglect him. She personally served him a cup of tea. "Place your items on the table. Let us have some tea first," she said, then called out to a small elderly man seated on the sofa. "Grandfather, I've managed to procure a few more treasures. Come and see if they are to your liking." The old man rose and approached Shirley, sizing him up before nodding slightly. "No need to be nervous, young man. I mean no harm. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Zhou Zhinshan." Shirley was taken aback. Zhou Zhinshan? This was indeed the illustrious sea king of the island city. A true magnate, he had risen from humble beginnings as a fisherman, amassing a fortune through grit and determination, transitioning from fish trading to maritime transport, ultimately becoming a formidable figure. While ordinary people may not have heard of him, anyone engaged in business in the island city or connected to slightly more affluent circles would undoubtedly be familiar with this name. At least when Shirley first entered the circle, he was warned that in the island city, one could provoke anyone, but never the sea king, Zhou Zhinshan. The reasons for this caution were left unspoken, yet compliance was paramount. Thus, Shirley hastily introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Zhou. My name is Shirley. The bottle from this morning was quite remarkable. I heard you stumbled upon it at a market stall? Quite the stroke of luck. And these two, are they also finds?" "To some extent, yes, they were discovered over on 15th Street, Shirley replied. "Then it cannot merely be attributed to luck." Zhou Zhinshan chuckled, lifting the blue and white porcelain jar to scrutinize it before placing it down. He then picked up a snuff bottle, his eyes lighting up. "This is a fine piece. Young Shir, what is the price?" Chapter 5. Masterpieces were the wealthy truly this forthright? Shirley was taken aback by Zhou Zhinshan's candid inquiry regarding the price. Yet he promptly replied, "As I mentioned to Miss Zhou, it is 800,000. This pricing." Zhou Zhinshan contemplated for a moment. "It is slightly above the market rate, yet it is justified. Do you know why I say this? The artistic value of this snuff bottle is quite significant. The painting is the work of a master. Can you discern its provenance? I am uncertain of the specific artist, but the style and technique undeniably belong to the school of Dong Qichong, showcasing a high degree of aesthetic appeal. What a discerning eye." Zhou Zhinshan applauded enthusiastically. "I merely found it somewhat familiar, yet you have identified it as the style of Dong Qichong. Young Shir, you are remarkable." Shirley chuckled awkwardly, having been exposed to such works from a young age. "It is a matter of family heritage." Zhou Zhinshan did not press further, but began to scrutinize the snuff bottle closely, even retrieving a magnifying glass to engage in animated discussion with several elderly gentlemen and ladies on the sofa. However, Zhou Yuqing, seated diagonally opposite Shirley, questioned, "With such prowess, why does Lu Jiangang label you as an ignorant wastrel?" Shirley's heart skipped a beat. The truth was, Lu Jiangong's words rang true, and a cursory investigation would reveal his circumstances. Given Zhou Zhinshan's influence, uncovering such details would be a trivial matter, although being investigated would typically bear no consequence. His recent acquisition of the complete legacy of Fushan, coupled with his conspicuous performance, made it evident that scrutiny was inevitable. A flawless excuse was imperative. What to do? In a moment of desperation, Shirley feigned a slightly regretful expression and stated, "To be honest, if I had the choice, I would prefer to be a carefree wastrel, indulging in revelry rather than being a collector, an antique dealer, or an appraiser." Alas, fate has a way of compelling one into roles one least desires. Least desired? Concealing one's talents? Indeed, engaging in the trade of antiques for profit is rather mundane. In contrast, I find greater joy in contemplating the cultural elements within these antiquities. Take that snuff bottle, for instance. If not for dire financial need, I would never part with it, for the miniature painting within is simply exquisite. That is true. Antiques are indeed antiques, emphasizing the element of play. Discussing money tarnishes the experience. Zhou Jinshan interjected. Yet, as mortals we cannot escape the mundane, for we are inherently ordinary beings. Mr. Zhou makes a valid point. Come, take a seat here. Let us engage in a proper discussion. These esteemed elders are well regarded in the collection circles of the island city. It would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself and cultivate relationships. What is termed as exchange is, in essence, a series of inquiries posed by the elderly testing his knowledge. However, given the caliber of these individuals, how could they truly challenge him? He had absorbed the entirety of Fushan's legacy, excelling in various disciplines that far surpassed the capabilities of these seniors: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, fortune-telling, philosophy, law, martial arts, alchemy, and more. He was proficient in all. Even a mere glimpse of his expertise would leave this assembly of elders in awe. Nevertheless, his aim was to earn money, not to flaunt superiority, hence he remained reserved, until Zhou Jinshan retrieved a row of porcelain from the counter, asking Xiao Shi, "What do you think of these items? Is this a test?" Shirley meticulously examined each item, providing precise appraisals for every piece. It must be acknowledged that Zhou Jinshan is indeed affluent. The porcelain pieces are exquisite, predominantly originating from imperial kilns, totaling 6 items with an overall value exceeding 10 million. Yet, he could not afford to relish the moment, instead carefully crafting each phrase to avoid revealing any flaw. In the presence of a formidable figure like Zhou Jinshan, caution is never excessive. It was not long before Zhou Jinshan casually inquired whether Shirley had encountered any recent troubles, and if he required assistance. Shirley was not surprised. Given Zhou Jinshan's influence, uncovering his identity would be as effortless as child's play. Instinctively, he nearly acquiesced but quickly regained his composure and refrained from responding. With Zhou Jinshan's support, he could indeed evade the coercion and persecution from his gambling creditors, and he would have readily accepted such help just half a day ago. However, having embraced Fushan's complete legacy, certain crises were no longer crises. Furthermore, why would such a titan as Zhou Jinshan extend a hand to a mere scion like him? This reminded him of the attitude the axe gang leader held towards the star in Kung Fu. Such individuals, he mused, would inevitably serve a purpose someday. He was loath to become Zhou Jinshan's henchman or lackey. Yet, should he accept Zhou Jinshan's assistance, the weight of that favor would linger, compelling him to reciprocate whenever Zhou Jinshan required help. Thus, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, but I can manage on my own." Zhou Jinshan raised an eyebrow. "Are you aware of the magnitude of your troubles?" "Yes." "Then why do you refuse my assistance? If I intervene, those individuals will have no choice but to show some respect." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, but I am confident in my ability to confront and resolve this matter perfectly." Zhou Jinshan chuckled. Intrigued, "I am eager to witness how you plan to tackle this predicament." Shirley smiled and deftly shifted the topic. "So, Mr. Zhou, regarding the snuff bottle and the jar." His mind remained clear throughout, fully aware that his primary objective was to secure profits. Zhou Jinshan, unfazed, calculated the price as discussed with Qing Air, arriving at a total of 1 million, correct? "Yes." "Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer?" After a moment's contemplation, Shirley responded, 400,000 in cash and 1 million via check. "A check?" "Yes, a check." Zhou Jinshan's checks were undoubtedly reliable. No one in the entirety of Island City would dare disregard them. Most importantly, checks could be deferred, meaning his account would not reflect the added funds until cashed, thus avoiding scrutiny from his creditors. Zhou Jinshan readily agreed without hesitation, swiftly arranging the details. He even thoughtfully provided a metal briefcase capable of holding 1 million in cash. Upon receiving the funds, Lei did not linger but stood to take his leave. Zhou Jinshan made no effort to detain him, merely instructing his granddaughter, Qing Heir, see little off. Zhou Yuqing accompanied Lei to the outskirts of the community before returning to the villa. As soon as he entered, Zhou Jinshan inquired with a grave expression, "Has he exhibited any peculiar behavior?" Zhou Yuqing shook her head, noting that he was much like the rumors suggested. His demeanor infused with a certain nonchalance, yet his profound knowledge exceeded my expectations. His mindset and determination were far beyond that of an ordinary person, a stark contrast to the whispers surrounding him. I pondered whether this was a true fade or a transformation resulting from significant upheaval in his life. "Do you believe in his claim of hiding his talents?" "I do not, grandfather." "Do you?" Grandfather certainly did not, as he toyed with the snuff bottle in his hand and replied earnestly, "Therefore, Qing'er, I entrust you with a task. You must find a way to accomplish it." "Grandfather, could it be that?" Do not dwell on it just yet, and above all, do not let a word slip in front of Lei. Chapter 6. Relatives lacking conscience. Upon leaving Zhou Jinshan's residence, Lei hailed a taxi to return home. After a brief freshening up, he first called his sister, engaging in the same familiar inquiries, whether she was in need of financial assistance, if she faced any difficulties, and how her preparations were coming along. His tone remained unchanged, devoid of any hint of peculiarity. It was only after his sister had rambled on for a while that he ended the call. Once the call concluded, he pondered briefly before dialing his uncle's number. His uncle was the only relative he still wished to keep in touch with. Following the incident involving his father, the rest of his relatives had been eager to sever ties with his family. Only this uncle remained willing to offer support. Yet, regrettably, his uncle was of little merit, lacking education and skills, and possessing a rather rigid mindset. A few years prior, Lei's father had assisted him in starting a small restaurant, which yielded an annual profit of around 100,000, significantly improving their circumstances. However, his uncle's wife and son were less than commendable. One spent her days applying makeup and playing mahjong, while the other, akin to him, indulged only in food and leisure, leaving his uncle with little savings. Nevertheless, he was the first to lend Lei 50,000 yuan. While not a substantial sum, without it, Lei feared his mother might not even have a chance at salvation. When the call connected, his uncle's weary voice greeted him. "Too. How are things?" "The doctor says it's manageable. The first surgery is scheduled for tomorrow morning." "All right, I'll come over early tomorrow." "You can come alone. My aunt and Xiaohai need not accompany you. Also, there's no need to inform anyone else. It's of no use and will only complicate matters." "I understand." Lei was clear on the distinctions of affection and duty. His uncle's willingness to assist him was rooted in kinship. The reluctance of other relatives to extend help was merely a matter of personal boundaries. There was nothing more to discuss. Likewise, informing his uncle was an act of kinship, while omitting the others was simply a matter of propriety. If they desired to sever connections, so be it. Let it be an unequivocal end to their relations, sparing each other further distress. After hanging up, Lei finally had the opportunity to contemplate the day's revelations, particularly concerning the legacy of Fu Shan. Fu Shan was a historical figure renowned for his calligraphy, painting, and medical expertise. Yet he was a polymath, excelling in nearly every discipline, characterized by a profound sense of national integrity. He had endured severe imprisonment and torture for a year without yielding during the struggle against the Qing dynasty in favor of restoring the Ming dynasty, showcasing his indomitable spirit. Most ordinary individuals became acquainted with him through the novels of Liang Yuxing, where the legendary hero Fu Qingzhu was modeled after Fu Shan. Fu Shan had numerous pseudonyms, among which Fu Qingzhu was prominent. Historically, Fu Shan was indeed a chivalrous figure, imbued with a strong sense of righteousness and a martial arts master, authoring the Fu Quan Pu, which was later discovered and compiled by scholars in 1985 as Fu Shan's boxing method. Additionally, he was a practitioner of the Taoist teachings of Laozi and Zhuangzi. In comparison, his skills in textual criticism and authentication were merely a modest facet of his vast repertoire. Yet, this knowledge propelled Shirley into the realm of a master appraiser overnight. It was only in the wee hours of the night that he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. On the 8th at 8 o'clock in the morning, Shirley hurriedly arrived at the hospital, clutching a suitcase. Upon entering the payment hall, he spotted his uncle and quickly approached him. "Uncle, what brings you here? Let's head to the ICU. There's a lounge over there." However, his uncle produced a bank card and handed it to him. "There's 80,000 yuan here. Quickly deposit it into the account." "Wait, where did this money come from?" Shirley asked, his guard up. "You don't need to concern yourself with that," his uncle insisted. "That's not acceptable. You have your own life to lead, and I'm not in need of money at the moment. Stop talking nonsense and just take it," his uncle urged, casting a quick glance outside before pushing Shirley towards the payment window. "Hurry and pay everything. Quickly, the password is 6 zeros. Shirley turned to see his irate aunt, cousins, and other relatives glaring at him, and he suddenly understood. This money must have come from his uncle without consulting his son. As expected, his aunt stormed over to his uncle, slapping him across the face. "Are you out of your mind? Who told you to transfer the restaurant? You still have over a year's rent left, and you just handed over 80,000 yuan to someone else. If you had the capability, why not transfer your wife and children too? Where's the money? Hand it over." His aunts joined in. "Indeed, Zhongqiang, this is utterly dishonorable. This is a family business and you just relinquished it. How are we supposed to survive now? We're not saying you shouldn't help Zhongmei, but you could have taken a loan or borrowed money. By transferring the restaurant, you've cut off the family's livelihood. Do you think you're a good person? It's done now. It cannot be undone. But this money cannot continue to be thrown into this bottomless pit. That little favor from the Shurs isn't worth this much. Zhongqiang, listen, don't be reckless. You have a wife and children. You cannot act impulsively. Life doesn't work that way. Zhongqiang is Shirley's uncle's name, while Zhongmei is the name of Shirley's mother. Zhao Zhongqiang, Zhao Zhongyun, Zhao Zhongying, Zhao Zhongmei, and Zhao Zhongjuan are the names and order of Shirley's mother's 5 siblings. Yet, at this moment, the 5 siblings, who were supposed to share a close bond, were nearly at each other's throats over 80,000 yuan, having already considered Zhao Zhongmei, who was still in the ICU, as good as gone. After receiving a slap, Zhongqiang was besieged by his wife and siblings, his dark face flushed with rage, trembling but unable to utter a word. Shirley sighed, stepped forward, and tossed the card to his aunt, then turned to his uncle. "Uncle, just leave her. In the future, I'll help you find a younger, more beautiful and understanding woman. She's not worth it." "Hey, you little brat with the surname Shur, who are you insulting?" his aunt retorted. "Shirley, you've gone too far. What do you mean by that about your aunt? Advocating for divorce? If it comes to that, will you support him in his old age? First, take care of yourself before speaking of others. You can hardly sustain yourself and yet you're here boasting as if things were still the same. In the past, everyone still afforded you some respect, but now, ha ha ha." Shirley let out a cold laugh, stating that his well-being was of no concern to them and that they need not meddle in his affairs. "Meddle? If it weren't for us, your meddlesome relatives, you wouldn't even be able to set up a simple makeshift shelter. Indeed, without our assistance, you would be expelled from the hospital in no time. Just try not to seek our help then. We were initially contemplating contributing some money out of consideration for past ties, but since you are so ungrateful, forget it. And don't speak so heartlessly. If my brother were willing to kneel and implore us, we would still offer some support, lest it appear that we lack compassion." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Shirley halted. He turned to face this group of heartless relatives, said nothing, and simply opened his suitcase to reveal stacks of cash. A total of 1 million. Chapter 7. How far you should go this cannot be real. Is this a deception? Where did he acquire such a vast sum of money? Was it not said that he had been utterly stripped by his creditors? Alone? It is indeed implausible. Present, no one dares to lend him money. Upon witnessing the small half-box brimming with crimson cash, Shirley's relatives were utterly astonished, as if they had encountered something truly extraordinary. In stark contrast, a satisfied smile graced Shirley's face. "After all, was it not merely money? I possess a considerable fortune. This is merely 1 million. I have much more. My family will undoubtedly become wealthier than ever before. However, it is unfortunate that this has no bearing on you whatsoever. Relatives, I apologize, but I cannot accept this. Therefore, I implore you to distance yourself as far as possible and never appear before me again. Furthermore, while I have chosen to overlook the minor inconveniences you have caused my family in the past, I must insist that you return the Subaru owned by Sue Hybin from your household. Although it may be an older model that holds little monetary value, it is still rightfully ours. When you first borrowed it from my father, you assured him it would only be for a few days, yet it has now been 2 or 3 years. I will not charge you for depreciation. I merely request the return of the vehicle to settle matters amicably. Additionally, Aunt, please vacate the apartment that your daughter and I is occupying in Quanqing. As I need the funds for my mother's surgery, it is of no consequence that you choose not to lend me money, but you cannot continue to occupy my family's property, preventing me from raising the necessary funds. As for Shanghai, the small sums you borrowed from me have accumulated to around 100,000. Have they not? Although no promissory note was issued, the bank transfer records are unequivocal. When do you intend to repay? Furthermore, henceforth, you are absolutely forbidden from using my name to pursue romantic interests, indulge in extravagance, or associate with dubious acquaintances. Should I discover any such actions, I shall not hesitate to confront you. Lastly, I must reiterate, return what you owe me, and our familial ties shall conclude here. From this point onward, the fate of my mother and I is of no concern to you. It would be wise for you to refrain from shamelessly seeking my presence, for I am not my father. Unlike him, who possesses a tender heart and cannot bear to witness our relatives suffer, I find joy in your misfortunes. With unwavering determination, Shirley declared, his piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of his assorted relatives. He pointed towards the entrance and stated, "Now, leave this place. I never wish to see any of you again." Having uttered these words, he turned and approached the payment counter. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, he dramatically relinquished an entire sum of 1 million, paying it in full. The doctors, who charge for their services, could not help but swallow hard, entirely overwhelmed. "You, please wait a moment." At this time, the hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, discussing a myriad of topics. I have encountered wealthy individuals before, but I have never witnessed such ostentation. Displaying wealth in a hospital, paying a full 1 million in cash at once is quite a remarkable feat. However, the emotions of Shirley's relatives are the most intricate. They initially believed that the Shir family would fall into ruin and were contemplating distancing themselves to avoid any repercussions. Yet, in less than 24 hours, it appears that they have been unexpectedly rescued by a frivolous spendthrift, known solely for his indulgent lifestyle. It is rather audacious of them to insist on severing familial ties. If such a decision were to be made, it should be initiated by them, not the other way around. At that moment, Uncle Zhao Zhongqiang tugged at Shirley's sleeve, urging him to set aside some money for emergencies, suggesting that paying everything at once might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Shirley chuckled, responding that money was abundant for him. After all, wealth was earned, not saved, and spending it was merely a matter of replenishing it later, which was hardly a daunting task. However, Zhao Shaohai abruptly interrupted Zhao Zhongqiang, asserting that he should not be swayed by Shirley's persuasion, declaring that this money was undoubtedly private funds or borrowed from someone else. He expressed his disbelief in Shirley's ability to earn, reminding everyone of his questionable character. If he truly possessed such prowess, why had he humbly approached them for a loan the previous day? Aunt Zhao Zhongying, suddenly enlightened, chimed in, affirming that they were well aware of the extent of his abilities. There was no denying that the Shir family had a good-for-nothing in their midst. They mocked him, questioning whether he had any skills beyond indulgence in pleasures, jesting that earning money was trivial, humorously insinuating that perhaps he was resorting to unsavory means. Indeed, Shirley's reputation was far from pristine. He was known for his lack of ambition and a penchant for revelry. Yet, he was undeniably loyal and good-hearted, resembling his father in that regard. It was disheartening to witness such derision from relatives who should have stood by him. Shirley shook his head slightly, feeling a deep sorrow for having such a family. He pondered his mother's plight, a gentle and virtuous woman, yet surrounded by a chaotic brood of siblings, a husband who faltered in his integrity, and a son who was a frivolous wastrel, with the sole exception of a commendable daughter. From this moment onward, he vowed not to disappoint his mother again. Just as he prepared to retaliate, his expression shifted as he noticed an unexpected presence. Zhou Yuqing. Today, she sported a new look, denim shorts paired with a cropped t-shirt, white sneakers on her feet, and her hair styled in a high ponytail. Her long, slender legs glistened in the sunlight, demanding attention and making it almost difficult to gaze directly at her. Her face had shed its previous innocence, now accentuated by a subtle eyeliner that conveyed both vitality and an air of defiance, reminiscent of a striking character from an anime. Accompanying her was a bodyguard, also clad in a sharp denim outfit. Zhou Yuqing strode confidently towards Zhao Zhongyun, scrutinizing him before delivering a sharp slap that rendered him momentarily dazed. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, she swiftly followed up with another slap. The sound echoed as she continued to strike him multiple times, prompting the onlookers to finally react with confusion and outrage, demanding to know her identity and the reason for her aggression, while calling for security. "Come quickly. Someone is attacking. Oh, capture her." Amidst the chaos, Zhou Yuqing stepped back a couple of paces, pointing at Shirley's group of relatives and scolding in a sharp tone. "You wretched and ungrateful beings dare to make a scene here? Just look at the disgraceful deeds you've committed. I feel embarrassed for you. If I were in your shoes, I would have long since chosen to end my own life. I truly can't fathom how you dare to come here seeking trouble. Furthermore, how dare you look down upon Shirley? His capabilities are beyond the comprehension of you narrow-minded individuals. It is merely his kindness that has kept him from throwing you out. Otherwise, you would not have the audacity to linger here, whining endlessly. He may hesitate to lay a hand on you, but I have no such reservations. Now get the hell out of here. If I see you in this hospital again, I will not hesitate to confront you." Chapter 8. During the surgery, Zhou Yuqing's beauty, figure, and demeanor unequivocally exude the essence of a wholesome girl. Her voice is crisp and melodious. Even her reprimands carry an endearing charm. Yet, when she raises her hand to deliver a slap or places her hands on her hips to scold, she transforms into an unexpectedly fierce presence. Shirley, observing from the side, finds her rather delightful. This is the first time he has encountered such a girl. Of course, it is primarily Zhou Yuqing's striking beauty that captivates. A girl so lovely can make even scolding seem charming. Although Shirley's relatives are devoid of conscience, they are nonetheless perceptive enough to recognize Zhou Yuqing as someone not to be trifled with. After enduring her scathing remarks, they leave in a huff, retreating with their tails between their legs. Zhou Yuqing, embodying the triumph of a victorious general, skips over to Shirley with her hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head playfully as she inquires, "Am I impressive?" For a moment, Shirley is at a loss for words. The shift in demeanor is bewildering. Just yesterday, she was a gentle and refined lady, and today, she has morphed into a spirited and audacious girl. It feels as though he is speaking to a different person altogether. Yet, while her exterior may change, her eyes remain unchanged. The subtle coldness lurking in their depths persists. This woman, perhaps, is merely playing a role. Instinctively, Shirley heightens his vigilance while maintaining a cheerful facade, asking, "What brings you here?" "I'm here to play with you," Zhou Yuqing replies with a wink, "though not at this moment. I heard that your mother is undergoing surgery today, so I thought I'd come by to keep you company. Perhaps I could be of assistance." "Thank you," Shirley responds gratefully. No need for formalities. As they converse, the doctor at the payment window finishes counting the cash and hands over the receipt. A weight lifts from Shirley's heart. With the money now securely in the hospital's account, he feels a sense of relief. 1 million, along with the 200,000 from yesterday, is sufficient for his mother's surgery. This ensures that, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, she will receive adequate care. With sufficient funds, the hospital treats patients like family, often with even more dedication than true relatives. Holding the receipt, he returns to the waiting room beside the ICU with his uncle and Zhou Yuqing, awaiting the commencement of the surgery. At 10 o'clock, the chief surgeon summons Shirley into the office to discuss various matters and sign several documents. Following this, he meets with the attending physician and the anesthesiologist. Shirley, too, does not remain passive. He presents a generous red envelope, 5,000 for the chief surgeon, 2,000 each for the attending physician and anesthesiologist, and an additional 3,000 entrusted to the anesthesiologist for the nurses. The emphasis is clear. There is no shortage of funds. It is merely a quest for peace of mind. At 10:30, the surgery begins promptly. Shirley and the others can only anxiously await at the door. As the clock strikes 11:30, an unsettling silence lingers in the operating room. Suddenly, his phone rings. It is his sister calling. Panic rises within him, yet he forces himself to answer calmly. "Brother, where are you?" "I'm at work." "What's up? You're working? What kind of job did you find?" "I'm running errands for someone." "Can you handle it?" "I've heard it's quite arduous." "What hardship is there?" "Aside from the long absence from home, how does life differ from that of my brother in the past?" "It boils down to indulging in food and drink, and fostering connections, which are his fortes, so you need not worry." "Oh, and what of our parents?" "Their phones remain unreachable. I arranged for them to take a break, but Shirley lied. You know how our father is. No amount of persuasion works. I could only insist that he take our father out for some peace until he comes to his senses." "Where have they gone?" "Africa, to see the vast savannah. They will send photographs once they regain signal." "Oh, and what about me?" Shirley clenched his fist, recalling the bald man's threats. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his uncle Zhao Zhongqiang and then glanced at Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing eagerly raised her hand and pointed to herself. At this moment, Shirley found himself at a loss. He could only nod and say, "Well, I have a friend who is free. You can stay at her place for a day or two." "Is it a man or a woman?" "A woman." "Oh, a girlfriend?" "No, just a good friend. Be careful not to say anything inappropriate." "Hee. Don't worry. Let us go with that. Goodbye." "Oh, brother, do your best at work. I trust you will turn over a new leaf. Once you find me a reliable sister-in-law, I can finally rest easy as your sister. You mischievous girl, take care of yourself. In a month, you'll be taking your college entrance exams. Don't falter at the last moment." After hanging up, Shirley turned to Zhou Yuqing and said earnestly, "Miss Zhou, I appreciate your help." Zhou Yuqing smiled brightly, like a fox that has just caught a chick, her eyes narrowing with joy. "It's no trouble at all. I adore spending time with children. Just give me the address and phone number, and you need not worry about anything else." Shirley sensed something was amiss but could not dwell on it now. He sent her his sister's phone number and home address, watching as Zhou Yuqing bounced away, before returning to the waiting room to endure the anxious wait with his uncle. Around 2 in the afternoon, the attending physician emerged from the operating room without uttering a word, stating that blood was needed, and called Shirley forward. They drew 400 cc. By 3 o'clock, he returned to draw 300 cc from his uncle. Then, the interminable waiting resumed. The waiting room saw several family members come and go, and multiple patients were wheeled out from the operating room. Yet there was still no news of Yang Lei's mother. It was not until nightfall, around 8 o'clock, that the chief surgeon exited the operating room, nodded at Shirley, and departed without a word. Only then did Shirley feel a sense of relief. When the attending physician finally emerged after 9 o'clock, he informed Shirley, "The situation is stable, though the procedure carried some risks. We will assess the specifics once the anesthesia wears off." Shirley quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Yang. We appreciate your hard work." Dr. Yang Sin, a young physician in his 30s, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. Just stay awake tonight in case of any developments. We wouldn't want the nurses to be unable to find you." With that, he trudged away, visibly exhausted. The surgical procedure endured for a grueling 11 hours, and when accounting for preparatory time, it extended beyond 12 hours. During this period, the doctors and nurses stood resolutely, abstaining from nourishment, a true testament to their arduous dedication. Thus, Yang Lei felt an immense sense of gratitude. Half an hour after the attending physician departed, the nurses gradually emerged, offering further counsel. It was only at this juncture that Shirley became aware of his hunger. He ordered takeout and, alongside his uncle, devoured the meal with great urgency, sitting in silence on the bench of the waiting room. What could this nephew and uncle possibly converse about? Their spirits were too burdened. Moreover, Shirley's uncle was inherently reticent. As the night wore on, Shirley urged his uncle to rest while he kept vigil, planning to switch places at dawn. They persevered through more than a day, and after another round of examinations, the department head personally assured them that the situation was stable, bringing them a sense of relief. However, Shirley could not afford to rest. After imparting some instructions to his uncle, he called Zhou Yuqing. Miss Zhou, where is Miao Miao? Chapter 9. The scholar and the slacker. We found ourselves at the seaside resort. Do not let her indulge too much. The college entrance examination is approaching. You, the slacker, need not concern yourself with the matters of us scholars. How did the surgery go? Quite smoothly. That is reassuring. Is the money sufficient? Yes, indeed. Shall we meet this afternoon? You must have plans for the afternoon, right? I intend to visit the antique market. It may not be suitable for you to accompany me. I wish to join you. I want to learn about antique appraisal and the art of finding treasures. It is rather monotonous. You dare to question a scholar's ability to study? Which esteemed institution do you hail from? Peking University. Shirley found himself at a loss for words. She was indeed a true scholar. In comparison, he who merely stumbled through a vocational school was undeniably a thorough slacker, the worst kind. Yet, curiosity got the better of him. What is it that you do now? I am living off my parents. Well, that balances things out. A scholar from Peking University and a slacker from a technical school are both part of the Nippo Baby Club. After hanging up, it was not long before Zhou Yuqing sent a few pictures. His sister was frolicking in the water at the seaside, donning a life ring and clearly enjoying herself. Shirley felt a wave of relief and replied with a simple thank you, adding that he would see her in the afternoon. Wasn't it merely a desire to learn about antique appraisal? With his current abilities, he was more than capable of handling this task. To be precise, he could easily surpass 99% of those working in the industry, especially with his profound connection to the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, one of the 6 great masters from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, a title not to be taken lightly. Shirley's sister, 17 years old and named Shermia, attended the best high school on the island, Island City No. 2 High School, residing on campus and only returning home for a few days on weekends. As she was in her final year, she returned home only once every 2 weeks. This time was no exception. After a day and a half of dining and revelry with Zhou Yuqing, she was sent back to school. Shirley felt a sense of relief upon receiving a picture from Zhou Yuqing of his sister entering the campus. Once the college entrance examination concluded, everything would be settled. Even if she learned the truth, her sadness would only linger for a short while, and a summer vacation would suffice for her to recover, ensuring her subsequent college life remained unscathed. For now, it was best to continue concealing the truth. At 3:30 in the afternoon, they met at the antique market on 15th Street. Zhou Yuqing had transformed her appearance once more. Donning a pair of jeans paired with a loose t-shirt and casual sneakers, her long hair cascading simply down her back. Her face was fresh and devoid of any makeup, exuding an aura of refreshing charm that made her quite endearing. Shirley surveyed her briefly and remarked, "This outfit radiates freshness," before hastily inquiring, "My sister hasn't noticed anything amiss, has she?" "Not at all," Zhou Yuqing replied, playfully flicking her bangs and winking, "but she keeps calling me sister-in-law." "Excuse me?" I told her I was your girlfriend." "Miss Zhou, what are you trying to achieve?" "My reputation is rather poor. Such antics may implicate you." "I take great pleasure in this," Zhou Yuqing declared with pride, lifting her chin. "And please, do not refer to me as Miss Zhou. It is far too unappealing. You may call me Yuqing, Qinger, Qingqing, or even Little One." Shirley felt a sense of awkwardness. Had Zhou Yuqing been an ordinary girl, he would have long since adopted a variety of endearing terms, never allowing her the opportunity to speak first, especially given his reputation as a notorious playboy. However, Zhou Yuqing was no ordinary girl. She was the granddaughter of Zhou Zhinshan, and few in the entirety of Island City would dare to address her casually. Even now, with the esteemed Fu Qingzhu's legacy backing him, he found himself hesitant to speak freely. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar discomfort in Zhou Yuqing, an instinctive aversion. Yet, he was compelled to sell goods to her and needed her assistance in caring for his sister. Thus he mustered the courage to call her Yuqing. This address was not merely affectionate. Yet Zhou Yuqing responded with a sweet smile. "Hey, Lego, let us be off. Let us seek out some treasures." As she spoke, she even linked her arm through Shirley's. Shirley's heart raced. leaving him momentarily breathless. He was a seasoned womanizer, yet this simple gesture left him disconcerted. His body, however, was undeniably honest. It could only be said that Zhou Yuqing's allure was extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary woman. Regaining his composure, Shirley began to share some basic knowledge about antique collecting as they walked, and it became evident that Zhou Yuqing was genuinely eager to learn. She listened intently, asked detailed questions, and would not hesitate to inquire a second time if she did not grasp a concept fully. In contrast, Shirley began to feel a twinge of impatience. His mind was solely focused on discovering bargains for profit, and he had little desire to play the role of a teacher. He only indulged Zhou Yuqing out of courtesy. Thus, once they entered the market, his words dwindled. He preferred silence, observing items of interest directly, checking prices without engaging in unnecessary conversation. In the antique market, it is a truth universally acknowledged that verbosity can lead to folly. Casual banter might be permissible in idle moments, but in the pursuit of treasures, one must guard their tongue. Otherwise, dealing with astute vendors could become precarious. Vendors may lack expertise in collecting and appraisal, but are adept at reading people, often discerning a customer's acumen from mere snippets of dialogue. Thus, one could either engage in cryptic chatter to confound the vendors or adopt a demeanor of aloofness, with novices often drawn to feign sophistication. Indeed, the antique market is replete with customers who speak little and project an air of depth, thereby effectively camouflaging themselves amongst the multitude of amateurs. It just so happened that today was Sunday, the open-air market bustling with activity, providing the perfect cover for discreet exploration, a prime opportunity for uncovering hidden gems. However, after a thorough scan of the market, he found no appealing treasures. Rather, Zhou Yuqing seemed to benefit considerably from the crowd, drawing close to him at every opportunity. "Goodness," Shirley muttered, wiping his brow. "Shall we perhaps visit a shop instead? The antique stores are less crowded and usually air-conditioned. Quite cool." Zhou Yuqing blinked and replied, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Shirley resolved to speak less with Zhou Yuqing. If this continued, it was likely that they would find themselves in an intimate situation by nightfall. In such a case, would he acquiesce, or would he yield? After all, she was the granddaughter of the formidable Haiwang Zhou Zhinshan, a figure not to be trifled with. As he casually entered a nearby antique shop, a refreshing calm enveloped him, the clamor outside fading into the background. Yet Zhou Yuqing remained linked to his arm, which elicited mixed feelings within him. On one hand, he relished the attention. Zhou Yuqing's remarkable presence drew envious glances from passers-by, a source of genuine enjoyment for him. On the other hand, her clinginess proved somewhat irksome. While affectionate women often possess their charms, her insistence on closeness was bothersome at this moment, as he was solely focused on his ambitions to earn money, rather than engaging in romantic exchanges. At that moment, the portly shop owner greeted them warmly, inquiring, "What can I assist you with today?" Chapter 10. Rare Treasures. Shirley waved his hand dismissively and said, "Just browsing. You carry on with your business. All right. Feel free to call out if anything catches your eye. The prices are negotiable." Shirley nodded, choosing silence as he meticulously examined each item in the shop. Indeed, the store was replete with genuine artifacts. Although their quality might not be exceptional, they were undeniably authentic antiques. Shirley engaged with each piece, as if he had stepped into a museum, taking at least 10 seconds to appreciate every item. Zhou Yuqing blinked and whispered, "Brother Lei, these items seem rather ordinary. Is it necessary to scrutinize them so closely?" Shirley replied in a hushed tone, "As long as they are genuine, they merit examination. Even if I do not intend to purchase, I can still gain experience and knowledge. There is no other place quite like this, rich in learning specimens." This was a stark truth. Antique shops are filled with numerous and diverse objects, making them ideal for study. The beauty lies in the ability to handle and observe them closely. Unlike any museum or exhibition hall, which would never allow such intimate examination. Of course, for him, the purpose was somewhat different. Studying was merely one aim. The true objective was to absorb the essence contained within these antiques. Although he was yet to comprehend their utility, an instinct urged him that the more he encountered, the better. While the spiritual energy within these ordinary antiques was scant, it was still better than having none at all. Naturally, this secret would remain solely with him, never to be divulged to anyone, not even to his sister or mother. Hence, he could only use the guise of learning and research. Zhou Yuqing gazed up at Shirley with admiration. You truly learn wherever you go. It's no wonder you are so accomplished. I wish to learn from you. Shirley remained silent, captivated by a small cup displayed behind the counter. It was a remarkable find, one that Fu Qingzhu had never encountered. What did this imply? It was a piece from the early Qing period or later. Although Fu Qingzhu had not seen this particular style of cup, all exquisite items share common characteristics. A sense of age and artistry. In essence, they embody beauty. A detailed assessment would consider aspects such as patina, form, glaze quality, pigments, painting technique, and clay quality. Regardless of the era or craftsmanship, one could reliably evaluate porcelain through these facets. This cup was also adorned with blue and white motifs. It was fist-sized, with an outwardly folded rim and a subtly inward-curving waistline, featuring a ringed foot. The blue and white design depicted a cluster of chrysanthemums, complete with branches, leaves, and blossoms, all set against an intricately painted rocky backdrop. The artistry was exquisite, with delicate brushwork and an exceptionally fluid stroke. A splendid masterpiece. This was Shirley's immediate reaction. Not only did the chrysanthemums captivate, but even the rocks serving as a backdrop showcased remarkable skill. With just a few strokes, the artist conveyed the unique strength of the stone, and remarkably, it did not overshadow the flowers. Instead, it enhanced the elegance of the chrysanthemum cluster. The composition and conception were nothing short of brilliant. In terms of technique, it surpassed even that of Fu Qingzhu by several degrees. Upon witnessing the exquisite craftsmanship in an instant, Shirley discerned that it was undoubtedly a rare treasure, regardless of its era, holding significant value. Should the price be reasonable, he was determined to acquire it. He quietly inhaled deeply, approached the cup, and scrutinized it for a moment before reaching out to grasp it. At that moment, the plump shopkeeper, reclining on the sofa, cautioned him. Those items over there are quite valuable. Handle them with care. Shirley nodded, cautiously grasping the blue and white cup, and examined the mark. It read, "Made during the Yongzheng reign of the Great Qing Dynasty," inscribed in 6-character regular script, adorned with a blue and white double circle. Upon seeing the inscription, a term flashed through Shirley's mind. Yongzheng Flower God Cup. What a fortune! Even without the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, Shirley understood the item's worth, having heard his father speak of it since childhood. His father had once received a replica of a flower god cup from the Republic of China era, and he had cherished it for a long time, regaling Shirley with tales of the exquisite beauty of the Yongzheng 12-flower god cup. However, his father had never had the chance to touch an authentic piece before his passing, and now, at this very moment, it rested quietly between Shirley's fingertips. Then, a question arose in his mind. How much could this piece fetch? A smile crept across his face. Such a rare and exquisite treasure could command any price, especially at auction. $1 million would be no issue, $2 million would not be excessive, and $3 or even $5 million was not out of the question, depending on the auction house's strategy and the buyer's mood. Hence, he was resolute in securing this opportunity. If the shopkeeper demanded a high price, it merely indicated a lack of discernment. Had the shopkeeper recognized this as an authentic Yongzheng flower god cup, it would not be displayed so casually. Even if not sent to auction, it would certainly be carefully stored away in a safe and seldom brought out for viewing. The mere fact that it was openly exhibited on the counter suggested that the shopkeeper had misjudged its value, mistaking it for a replica. With that thought in mind, Shirley casually inquired, "Boss, what is the price for this replica flower god cup?" The shopkeeper, still seated on the sofa, replied cheerfully, "That flower god cup is a fine piece, a superb imitation from the Guangxu period, nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. Someone previously offered 300,000 for it, but I couldn't bring myself to sell." The shopkeeper's reaction confirmed Shirley's suspicions. It was evident that the shopkeeper lacked knowledge of true value. With this in mind, he casually countered, "Considering it is merely a replica, 300,000 seems a bit excessive. How about 18,000? My friend, that price simply won't do. Anything below 300,000 is non-negotiable. I'll add 20,000 and you can concede a bit." Honestly, 300,000 is indeed quite steep, Shirley remarked, frowning as he gently nudged Zhou Yuqing. Immediately, Zhou Yuqing leaned closer to Shirley, affectionately murmuring, "Brother Lei, if it's 300,000, then so be it. It's not often we encounter something my grandfather would treasure. It's not as if we cannot afford it. If we delay any longer, we might miss my grandfather's birthday celebration." Shirley secretly admired the woman, noting her remarkable intelligence and seamless cooperation, though her face bore a hint of embarrassment. However, he mused that the price seemed rather inflated. At that moment, the shopkeeper approached, asserting, "My dear friend, 300,000 is truly not exorbitant. Although it is a replica, just look at the craftsmanship and the glaze. It bears little distinction from the genuine article. It would certainly make a splendid gift for an elder's birthday. Presenting this cup would undoubtedly earn you their admiration, and they would never criticize your expenditure." At this juncture, Zhou Yuqing playfully adopted a charming demeanor, urging, "Liege, let us buy it. This one is perfect. All right, we shall purchase it. I am truly at your mercy. I seem to revel in being the fool. At this rate, I wonder how much I shall need to earn to keep pace with your extravagant spending." With a reluctant expression, Shirley took the cup to the coffee table, opened his handbag, and counted out 300,000 in cash for the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper appeared utterly bewildered. Is there still someone using cash in this day and age? Yet he seemed to appreciate it. Those in the know understand. In the earlier days of antique trading, cash was the norm. It has only been in the past couple of years that its use has declined. As he was in the process of verifying the bills, the shopkeeper suddenly fixated on Zhou Yuqing, scrutinizing her for several seconds before stammering, "Miss Zhou?" Chapter 11. 10 million, have you recognized me? Shirley raised an eyebrow, yet chose to remain silent, curious to observe how Zhou Yuqing would navigate this situation. Zhou Yuqing, too, exhibited no remarkable reaction, merely inquired, "Do you know me?" The plump shop owner promptly nodded. We met last year during the auction gala hosted by Old Master Zhou. I was present and even contributed a piece of jade from the Qianlong period." I see. Thank you. You're welcome." The shop owner continued cautiously, "SNT the Old Master's birthday. Being prepared for in advance? Is there a problem?" No, Zhou Yuqing reassured him. "I simply wish to introduce this young talent. This is Shirley, my newly acquired boyfriend. He met my grandfather yesterday, so there's no need for you to concern yourself or speak out of turn." Certainly. Old Zhou is definitely not one to gossip. Throughout this exchange, Shirley remained silent, observing Zhou Yuqing's performance. At this moment, Zhou Yuqing presented a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, detached and courteous, yet not overly impolite, exuding a subtle air of superiority, her presence undeniably commanding. It was uncertain whether this was her true nature or merely an act. Regardless, it underscored a singular truth. Zhou Yuqing was by no means a naive and innocent girl. She possessed at least two distinct personas, the carefree, inquisitive childlike figure she displayed before him, and the regal countenance she now embodied. Of course, he held no particular judgment. Their acquaintance was still fresh, characterized by mutual utility. As long as they were not adversaries, he saw no issue. Once Zhou Yuqing concluded her conversation, he amiably chatted with the owner for a few moments, exchanging contact information. The owner's name was Zhou Hanshan. After patiently engaging in pleasantries with Zhou Hanshan, they departed with the exquisite Huashan cup. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Yuqing eagerly inquired, "Brother Lei, does this cup possess any special significance? Did you not notice anything?" No, Zhou Yuqing shook her head. "To me, this cup appears no different from the others on the counter, perhaps just a tad more aesthetically pleasing." Well, that is understandable. Lacking an appreciation for art or expertise in antique appraisal, it was indeed easy to see how these antiques might blend into the array of craft items found throughout the streets. In fact, certain modern creations might even surpass them in beauty, as contemporary manufacturing techniques often yield far more refined products than those of ancient times. This principle holds true across porcelain, bronze, gold and silver items, lacquerware, and wooden artifacts alike. Modern collectors often pursue rarity, as valuable items tend to be exceedingly scarce, either crafted by renowned artists or produced at great expense and effort. Such treasures are irreplaceable, rare, and rich in artistic merit, thereby commanding high prices. This value is not confined to the present. It transcends time, holding significance in both the past and the future. Even in modern society, craftsmanship produced by the concerted efforts of a nation can still be invaluable treasures. Yet it is rare for anyone to undertake such endeavors today due to their extravagant nature, a privilege of the feudal era. Thus, these ancient artifacts, once deemed exceedingly precious, appear rather mundane to contemporary eyes, discernible only by those possessing a certain level of appraisal and aesthetic ability. Reflecting on this, Shirley smiled, recognizing that this exquisite piece required the dedication of a nation's finest craftsmen and artists from a bygone feudal age, alongside considerable fortune, to create. Is it really that exaggerated? Quite so. Take this porcelain for instance. There were no advanced techniques for crushing, grinding, or sieving, nor any precise temperature control in ancient times. Once placed in the kiln, its fate hinged entirely on chance. So, how much is this cup worth? A starting price of 10 million. What? Zhou Yuqing exclaimed, jumping up. 10 million? In RMB? Yes, at least 10 million. Why is it so expensive? Because it is one of the 12 flower god cups from the Yongjing era. The 12 flower god cups? Zhou Yuqing's astonishment grew. Is it genuine? Indeed. How could an authentic 12 flower god cup possibly be here? As long as it is intact, it could appear anywhere. But you only spent 300,000. That reflects Zhou Hanshan's own issue. He recognizes value, yet not entirely. His understanding is somewhat superficial, mistaking a genuine piece for a replica. In collector's terms, that's a missed opportunity. Missed opportunity? Yes, selling something valuable as if it were common is a missed opportunity. Conversely, we have found a gem. Zhou Yuqing carefully cradled the flower god cup, examining it closely. Is this truly the renowned flower god cup? How extraordinary. This find was remarkably easy. Easy? Not necessarily. Zhou Yuqing admired. You are simply remarkable. This cup has likely been in the shop for ages, seen by countless people, yet only you could recognize its true worth. Impressive. Shirley smiled. Are you not concerned I might be mistaken as well? Zhou Yuqing shook her head. I trust your judgment. You possess a peculiar aura, quite mysterious, evoking a sense of closeness and even trust. Zhou Yuqing remarked seriously. Moreover, while I may not understand antiques, I am adept at reading people. I can discern character quite accurately, and you, Lei Gu, are clearly no ordinary individual. Shirley grinned, feeling quite pleased. Being praised by such a lovely lady is undoubtedly gratifying, even if he knows her words carry some embellishment. However, it isn't entirely exaggerated. For he has sensed changes within himself, especially regarding his aura. Though subtle, since inheriting Fu Qingzhu's legacy, his vitality feels distinctly transformed. In the past, he was merely a tall, slender, ordinary handsome youth, lacking any remarkable presence, and his long-standing indulgence in pleasure rendered him somewhat unwholesome. Yet now, while his physique and features remain unchanged, his skin, gaze, posture, and even breathing convey a different essence altogether. It is a transformation that emanates from within. Thus, he finds credence in the words spoken by Zhou Yuqing, at least in part. Consequently, he interjects, you are not lacking either. You possess a certain charm that is rare among ordinary individuals, quite extraordinary, though I remain uncertain as to how it has been cultivated. Zhou Yuqing squints and smiles. It stems from early training akin to etiquette and posture, albeit on a more sophisticated level considering my family's affluence. I see. Zhou Yuqing nods. Lei Gu, what do you plan to do with this cup? It must be auctioned, of course. Only through auction can one maximize profit. Do you require my assistance? Let us not forget that my father was once a well-known collector in the island city, so I do possess some connections. However, is there a concern for safety? Indeed, Yuqing, please hold on to it for me. Do you trust me so implicitly? What if I harbor ill intentions and execute a swap? You would have no recourse. Chapter 12. Trust. Does Shirley trust Zhou Yuqing? The truth is, his trust is not as profound as one might think. However, in comparison, the precious flower god cup is undoubtedly safer in Zhou Yuqing's possession. In Manta City, no one would dare to steal from Zhou Yuqing's home. As for the possibility of a switch, it is rather implausible. The Zhou family's financial standing would never stoop to such a disgraceful act over an antiquity. If old Master Zhou truly cherished this cup, he could easily purchase it outright. A sum of 10 to 20 million is insignificant to the Zhou family, as their garage houses several luxury vehicles worth over 10 million, and even the vehicle used by their housekeeper for grocery shopping exceeds 1 million. Conversely, keeping it in his own hands poses an extraordinary risk, as it could be seized by so-called creditors at any moment. These individuals would not appraise it at market value. Instead, they would exploit any means to undervalue it, or even outright misappropriate it. Thus, he chuckled, "Your family, the Zhous, is not that kind." "Ah, thank you for your acknowledgement, Lei Gu. Well then, I shall keep it safe for you, but I must charge a storage fee," she replied. "I certainly cannot let you toil for nothing. I will ensure you are satisfied." Shirley patted his chest. "Let us go. Let us hunt for more treasures. The next find will cover your storage fee." "How generous! What if the next treasure is also the flower god cup? Will you give that to me as well?" he asked. "A man of honor keeps his word. Do not doubt, even if it were merely a Ming Dynasty blue and white jar, I would hand it over to you." The Ming blue and white is indeed precious, especially for larger vessels like jars, which are notoriously difficult to produce. Their market value can be exorbitant, often reaching tens of millions or even over 100 million, far exceeding that of a fist-sized cup. Zhou Yuqing tilted her head in curiosity. "Really? More genuine than gold?" he affirmed. "Let us go treasure hunting." Zhou Yuqing cheered and dashed toward the next shop. There, they encountered delightful items, though none were particularly rare. After all, most antique shops employ knowledgeable owners with discerning eyes, making it unlikely to stumble upon treasures like Zhou Hanshan did. Ultimately, they spent 12,000 to acquire a pair of bronze flower vases, modeled after the Han Dynasty style, with a rustic appearance and a patina that spoke of age. However, they were mere replicas lacking the antiquity of the Han era. The proprietor claimed they were late Qing artifacts, initially priced at 50,000. Shirley haggled for about 10 minutes, finally reducing the price to 12,000. Upon exiting, Zhou Yuqing found herself somewhat dissatisfied. "Is this really a treasure?" "Of course," he insisted. "Its monetary value is secondary. The primary aspect is its antiquity. This is undoubtedly a piece from the Ming Dynasty." "Ming Dynasty?" she echoed, intrigued. "Yes, from the late Ming period. Look at the casting marks. See how the edges are not as pronounced, and there are intermittent breaks along the seams. This indicates meticulous repairs during casting, a technique unique to artisans from the Jiangbei region." "How do you know so much?" she inquired. "Otherwise, how could I claim to find treasures?" Shirley feigned profundity, though in truth, his knowledge stemmed from the teachings of Fu Qingzhu. This subject has been meticulously studied by Fu Qingzhu, who dedicated his research to exploring the distinctions in bronze casting techniques across various historical periods. He even authored a book titled Bronze Research Chronicles. Although the entire text comprises merely over 50,000 words, it comprehensively encompasses the diverse stages of bronze casting techniques from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the early Qing period, rendering it quite thorough. Regrettably, it has been lost to time. Most of Fu Qingzhu's works have perished, as he was an ardent supporter of the restoration of Ming rule, and during the early to mid-Qing period, a severe crackdown on dissent led to the suppression of his writings, making it unsurprising that his works did not endure. Zhou Yuqing was unaware of these historical nuances. Her eyes gleamed with admiration, realizing she had not misjudged him. Indeed, he was exceptional even in the realm of appraisals, standing apart from other experts. "Is it truly so different?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. "My grandfather often conversed with those experts, who also required reference materials and would utter vague statements. Yet, in your assessments, you never consult such resources, and your arguments are remarkably clear and precise. Even an outsider like myself can grasp them effortlessly. I too find myself in a predicament. My voice holds little weight. If I do not elucidate in detail, few will believe me. Experts, on the other hand, need not elaborate on their evidence. They can merely present their conclusions, which are accepted at face value. Keep at it, Leiku. You shall become an expert whose words carry immense authority. No, you shall surpass mere experts and become a master of your craft." "Thank you for your kind words." Shirley smiled. "But do you still want this flower goblet? If not, I shall keep it for myself." "Of course I want it. Zhou Yuqing exclaimed, cradling the pair of flower goblets in her arms. But what purpose do they serve? They can be displayed in the living room or at the entrance as decorative pieces. Is that not more refined than placing two modern ceramic vases? I understand now. I shall display them upon my return. Come, let us dine at my home. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Zhou Yuqing replied cheerfully. Besides, you've uncovered such a significant treasure. You must flaunt it before my grandfather. He adores hearing stories of fortunate finds. Even if you do not visit, he will come seeking you. Well, Lei Gu, please consider the elderly man's limited mobility. Zhou Yuqing pleaded, then added, I promise. It will just be dinner and a chat with my grandfather. After we eat and talk, I shall personally drive you home. Lei was initially resistant to this notion. After all, he was a notorious playboy, having encountered countless women and their tactics, rendering him impervious to such charms. However, when one requires assistance, it becomes difficult to maintain a hardened stance. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them, as the saying goes. Furthermore, he was concerned about Zhou Yuqing returning home alone with his treasured goblet. Thus, he consented, very well, I shall keep my grandfather company. Speaking of which, I didn't have the chance to truly engage with him yesterday. What is there to see? Zhou Yuqing countered. My grandfather is a legendary figure in Island City, known as the Sea King Zhou Zhinshan. His mere sneeze sends ripples through the city, far more remarkable than any celebrity. Such tales are mere exaggerations. My grandfather is not as formidable as people claim. Whether in wealth or status, he is hardly notable in Island City. It is simply that others regard him as experienced and afford him a measure of respect. In reality, he is just an elderly man who struggles to ascend the stairs. Does your grandfather know what you say about him? Hee. As the two strolled and conversed, they unwittingly grew closer. It was at this moment that they discovered they were not only of the same age but also shared a birthday in the 12th lunar month. However, Zhou Yuqing was born on the 22nd day, while Lei was 7 days older, born on the 15th. The car glided into the garage. Lei, clutching the Huashan cup and carrying the Huagu, followed Zhou Yuqing directly into the living room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The living room was bustling with a crowd of men and women, numbering around 40 to 50, all dressed quite formally, exuding the aura of a high-end gala. His discomfort heightened when he noticed the numerous layers of grand cakes displayed in the center of the room. Could it possibly be the old gentleman's birthday celebration? He had never encountered such a grand affair and felt a pang of anxiety. Was it too late to leave? Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhou Yuqing linked her arm with his and called out, Grandfather, I'm back, and here's Lei Gu. Come and see what we've brought for you. Chapter 13. Advanced skills. The words of Zhou Yuqing instantly captured the attention of the entire gathering. Men, women, and children alike turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing Lei alongside Zhou Yuqing, their expressions shifted dramatically, and hushed whispers began to circulate. However, Zhou Yuqing appeared oblivious to the reactions. As she confidently walked into the living room, greeting those around her and occasionally offering introductions to Lei, completely disregarding the myriad of gazes and expressions directed at them. They paused by the sofa in the living room. This is my grandfather, whom you have met. Next to him is my father. The one serving tea is my mother, and the lady in the white dress is my aunt. Upon finishing her introductions, she boldly proclaimed, This is my boyfriend, Lei. The room fell silent, as if under a spell. Even Lei, standing to the side, could sense the astonishment brewing within the crowd. It was not surprising. The granddaughter of Zhou Zhinshan had quietly chosen a boyfriend of unknown origin, which was indeed shocking. Naturally, he too was taken aback. How had he suddenly become Zhou Yuqing's boyfriend? They had not discussed this matter during their journey. Yet, he found himself unable to refute the claim. In such a setting, how could he argue? To leap forth declaring that he was not Zhou Yuqing's boyfriend, that she was lying? Perhaps he could, but it would undoubtedly offend the entire Zhou family. Zhou Zhinshan's attitude was exceedingly clear. He had met Lei, was aware of his background, yet harbored no objections, instead observing the two with an approving smile. Thus, while Lei felt a sense of helplessness, his vigilance heightened another notch. The adage "no gift without ulterior motive" echoed in his mind. Just yesterday, Their meeting had been perfectly ordinary. Yet today, Zhou Yuqing seemed transformed, drawing near to him as if with intent. Who would believe there were no ulterior motives at play? But he harbored no fear. As long as neither Zhou Zhinshan nor Zhou Yuqing resorted to violence, he felt secure. Mind games? Who was to say who would ultimately prevail? Moreover, with the inheritance from Fu Qingzhu, given time to mature, he would not fear even a direct confrontation with Zhou Zhinshan. Thus, he quietly observed Zhou Yuqing's performance, patiently awaiting the reactions of others. The first to recover was Zhou Yuqing's aunt, an elegant woman who approached them with a surprised gait. "Really?" she inquired. Zhou Yuqing nodded in affirmation, and Shirley smiled and nodded as well. Zhou Yuqing's aunt scrutinized Shirley intently, remarking, "A rather handsome young man. My Yuqing's taste is indeed exceptional. Please sit down. Would you like something to drink? Tea or juice?" Next were Zhou Yuqing's parents. Zhou Yuqing's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of her family, particularly her father, whose dark complexion and simple expression resembled that of a humble farmer, lacking the imposing aura of Zhou Zhinshan. Yet he possessed a unique elegance akin to Zhou Yuqing's. His attire was quite ordinary, almost incongruous with the opulence of the villa, and his actions bore a hint of restraint. Zhou Yuqing's mother adorned herself in opulent jewelry, yet her demeanor was rather commonplace, resembling that of a newly affluent village woman. However, this couple harbored no animosity towards Shirley. Quite the opposite, they exhibited warmth, especially Zhou Yuqing's mother, who clasped Shirley's hand and engaged in cordial small talk for quite some time. It was only when she inquired about Shirley's family that Zhou Yuqing interrupted, saying, "Mom, everyone is busy. Let's discuss this later. Shirley and I will go over there for a bit." With that, she guided Shirley towards a group still in a state of astonishment, introducing him to each individual present. Throughout the encounter, Shirley maintained a composed and polite demeanor, addressing everyone as uncle, aunt, elder brother, and sister-in-law, until he encountered a familiar face. An old acquaintance, a wealthy heir named Sun Haiqiang, who was 2 years his senior and notorious for his frivolous lifestyle. In the past, he had nearly come to blows over a young model, ultimately triumphing after lavishly spending over 300,000. Thus, they were adversaries within the same social circle. However, Sun had since transformed from the hedonistic playboy of yore. Greeting Shirley with a smile, "Brother Sun, it's been a while." Sun, whose family operated a modest real estate business, hastily confirmed their acquaintance. "Yes, we used to hang out together." Shirley chuckled, "No need to be so modest. Our mutual disdain is well known in our circle." Sun promptly denied it, insisting, "I was young and reckless back then, just trying to save face. It had nothing to do with you." "Really?" "Absolutely." They both laughed. "Well, we should gather again sometime for a drink. If we can laugh off our past grievances, that would be quite a tale." "Definitely, I'll be there." At that moment, Sun Haiqiang exhibited none of the arrogance typical of a nightclub patron. He appeared as docile as a lamb, even smiling at Shirley, the very embodiment of his past resentment. Shirley inwardly scoffed at the notion of resolving enmities with a mere smile. Such naive beliefs were not suited for adults. The truth was that Sun was merely unaware of Shirley's current stature and dared not act recklessly in the presence of Zhou Zhinshan's family. Wasn't it all just a performance? Who among them was not playing a role? It was likely that apart from Zhou Yuqing's parents, every attendee was donning a metaphorical mask, including Zhou Zhinshan himself. Was this an exaggeration? Not in the slightest. Such is the nature of the affluent. The cost of their whims is exceedingly high, where even a trivial misunderstanding could jeopardize substantial business or a vital partnership. Thus, everyone envied the wealthy heir, young Master Wang, not for his riches alone, but for the capital that granted him the luxury of caprice. Among the multitude of wealthy heirs and heiresses in the country, how many possessed the audacity to live and work with the same abandon as young Master Wang? Previously, Shirley too had exuded a hint of young Master Wang's flair, embracing his own whims. Yet, he had also mastered the art of social pretense early on. Mere caprice was insufficient for navigating such circles. Thus, he displayed no semblance of timidity. After he had acquainted himself with everyone, he was once again drawn to Zhou Zhinshan by Zhou Yuqing. In the presence of Zhou Zhinshan, who wore a smile yet harbored a glimmer of frost in his eyes, his demeanor became notably more respectful. "Grandfather Zhou." Zhou Zhinshan raised his hand, interrupting Shirley's words, and affectionately ruffled Zhou Yuqing's hair. "I am growing old. From now on, the matters of the future shall gradually be entrusted to Yuqing. Therefore, you need not discuss your relationship with her with me. Whatever she decides, that is to be accepted without dissent." Having conveyed this, he promptly shifted the topic. "Yuqing mentioned that you uncovered a remarkable opportunity, and in a mysterious manner insisted on revealing it to me in person, promising a grand surprise. Pray, present it to me so that I may behold it. Should it fail to meet the threshold of astonishment, I shall be rather displeased." Chapter 14. The hypocrite. Could the surprise for Zhou Zhinshan truly be significant? The item in question was not intended for him. Even the grandest surprise would merely serve to broaden his horizons. After all, the 12 Flower God's Cup is an exceedingly rare artifact. Although the price tag of 10 to 20 million might seem trivial to Zhou Zhinshan, the Flower God's Cup is an exquisite treasure that cannot simply be purchased with wealth. It is not only Zhou Zhinshan who would find it elusive. Even the wealthiest individuals might struggle to obtain one. Thus far, these cups have either found a home in museums or are held by private collectors, the latter of whom are typically not in want of funds. Therefore, allowing Zhou Zhinshan a glimpse of such a rarity could indeed be considered a delightful surprise. However, Shirley first presented a pair of flower vases, which I had assisted Yuqing in selecting. These bronze vases from the Ming dynasty, while of moderate value, possess an impeccable appearance and exude the charm of the Han dynasty. As he spoke, Sun Haiqiang and others gathered around to witness the spectacle. Zhou Zhinshan examined the vases for a moment without offering a critique, instead turning to the onlookers with a smile, inviting them to share their thoughts. "Oh, they are certainly extraordinary, imbued with an ancient fragrance. They must be fine pieces, especially since Yuqing chose them. Indeed, the form is quite rustic. This must be the legendary red-spotted green rust, a remarkable find." The crowd began to shower compliments, with some possessing a modicum of knowledge about antiques, recognizing the term red-spotted green rust, while others merely offered baseless flattery that missed the mark entirely. It was not until a tall young man of similar age to Shirley stepped forward that the discourse shifted. "Grandfather Zhou, this pair of vases is indeed commendable, yet I believe their attribution to the Ming dynasty warrants further discussion." This individual was named Yi Xiaofei, a native of Quanqing, whose family was engaged in international trade and had business dealings with Zhou Zhinshan. With assets exceeding 10 billion, he was also a second-generation wealthy heir, possessing a certain charm and having recently graduated from university to join the family business. Zhou Zhinshan responded with a kind smile. "Oh, young Yi, please share your perspective. I'm not an expert in bronze artifacts, so I can only offer a simplistic observation," Yi Xiaofei continued, casting an apologetic smile towards Shirley. "However, I find some issues with the red-spotted green rust. The patina and spots appear somewhat superficial, as if applied later, suggesting they are modern replicas rather than genuine Ming dynasty pieces." Shirley chuckled at Yi Xiaofei's blatant provocation. It was evident that the vases were indeed from the Ming dynasty, with red-spotted green rust being a quintessential characteristic. Yet, this individual insisted on creating contention, asserting that the patina was artificially applied. How could one gauge the authenticity of such a patina? Ultimately, it hinged upon individual perception and experience. It is akin to a painting. While the consensus may deem it beautiful, there will inevitably be someone who claims it lacks depth. Does such depth exist? Certainly, a fine piece can evoke a subjective experience, but it remains intangible, varying from person to person. Thus, even when fully aware that this individual was merely stirring the pot, there was little recourse, for he could innocently assert that his opinion was merely a matter of personal perception. One cannot expect the subjective feelings of all individuals to align, can they? The same applies to the appraisal of antiques. Such circular rhetoric can be articulated in myriad ways. Under ordinary circumstances, Shirley would certainly remain indifferent. However, in this particular context, it is evident that Yi Xiaofei is targeting him. Regardless of whether this pair of floral vases genuinely dates back to the Ming dynasty, one must extend a modicum of courtesy to Zhou Zhinshan, uttering a few kind words. What benefit is there in creating such a tense atmosphere? Oh, there is one, to undermine Shirley, this rival in affection. Indeed, he is a rival, Ostensibly, the confrontation is directed at Lei, yet the underlying motive pertains to Zhou Yuqing, the sole granddaughter of Zhou Zhinshan. Lei has witnessed his fair share of jealousy and rivalry, and the moment Yi Xiaofei speaks, he detects an overwhelming scent of envy permeating the room. Nevertheless, Lei is willing to concede in any matter, except when it pertains to women. What is his, even if it is merely in name. Thus, before Zhou Zhinshan could utter a word, he interjects. Manager Yi, it is evident that your understanding of bronze artifacts is lacking. This is a quintessential example of red spots and green rust, a specimen-grade bronze piece. Yet you have the audacity to dismiss it as a recent imitation. I am at a loss whether to label you as foolish or malicious, or perhaps a combination of both. Yi Xiaofei maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, Brother Shi, if you hold a differing opinion, feel free to refute it openly. There is no need for personal attacks. Ah, how hypocritical he appears. Polite and cultured, addressing the matter at hand with a calm demeanor, he presents himself as the epitome of sophistication, standing in stark contrast to Lei. Seems Yi Xiaofei has outperformed him, gaining the upper hand. Yet Lei merely scoffed. You say all this, but I senti it merely jealousy of my relationship with Yuqing? If you wish to be envious, do so without the pretense. At this, Yi Xiaofei's expression faltered, his visage stiffening. You. Lei smirked again, observing, the essence of hypocrisy has been ingrained within you. Though your heart is undoubtedly seething, your words remain genteel. One could easily mistake you for a man wronged, but there is no need for such dramatics. A man of honor should not feign emotions nor suppress his true feelings. It is exhausting. Yi Xiaofei's countenance grew increasingly unflattering. Meanwhile, Lei pressed on, unyielding, as he drew Zhou Yuqing closer. Moreover, in matters between men and women, the essence lies in affection. Do not presume you could embarrass me. Even if you were to cause a significant blunder in the realm of antiques, it would not elevate your standing in Yuqing's eyes. With that, he leaned down and planted a kiss on Zhou Yuqing's cheek, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the room. At that moment, all present were left astonished, including Zhou Yuqing and her grandfather. The dynamics between Zhou Yuqing and Lei were well understood by the pair, and they were prepared for any eventuality. Yet, they had not anticipated Lei's audacity and directness. On merely the first day, he had made such a bold declaration before so many witnesses, asserting his dominance with unyielding confidence. Moreover, to openly express affection towards Zhou Yuqing in the presence of Zhou Zhinshan is an act even more audacious than touching a tiger's rear. In any other circumstance, even if one were to be engaged, such a display would be utterly unthinkable before Zhou Zhinshan, especially given its somewhat frivolous nature. Consequently, the entire room was left in a state of astonishment. As for Yi Xiaofei, his expression darkened further, as if he had been forced to swallow a swarm of flies. The same incredulous look was reflected on the faces of Yi Xiaofei's mother, several other young elites, and the elders present. The reason for inviting so many young individuals to this gathering was solely to attract Zhou Yuqing's attention. She is the sole granddaughter of Zhou Zhinshan, possessing impeccable beauty, physique, and grace, along with an exceptional intellect and educational background. Who would not covet such a prize? Families of even modest standing aspire to marry Zhou Yuqing into their lineage, and Yi Xiaofei is no exception, nor is Sun Haiqiang. Chapter 15. Self-inflicted humiliation. Zhou Zhinshan hosted this modest gathering ostensibly to commemorate the 20th anniversary of his Zhinshan group. The attendees comprised significant partners of the group. However, beneath the surface lay a subtle intention of selecting a suitable son-in-law. At least, that was the whisper circulating among the guests. Otherwise, these individuals would not have brought along their promising young talents. Little did they anticipate the sudden emergence of Lei, who appeared as Zhou Yuqing's boyfriend. Initially, the guests perceived him as a mere prop, a shield against Zhou Zhinshan's arrangements, and thus regarded him with indifference. After all, he was merely a disposable placeholder. Yet now, Lei exhibited an unexpected assertiveness, openly confronting Yi Xiaofei and, in front of Zhou Zhinshan, brazenly kissing Zhou Yuqing. Could such audacity be attributed to a mere prop? No, this was akin to wearing finely woven armor. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, Their gazes towards Shirley transformed. He was no longer viewed as a mere obstacle, but as a formidable rival. Witnessing Zhou Yuqing's subsequent actions, many felt their eyes redden, particularly Yi Xiaofei. Zhou Yuqing, after receiving a passionate kiss, first appeared startled, only for a rosy hue to bloom on her fair complexion, reminiscent of the dawn sky. Her autumn-like eyes softened into pools of tenderness, capable of ensnaring any man. Unconsciously, her arms wrapped around Shirley's waist, seeking solace against him, exhibiting a level of intimacy even greater than before. It was undeniable. He was no mere prop. Actions and expressions could be feigned. Yet such genuine shyness emanating from a young girl was irreplicable. At that moment, Sun Haicheng leaned towards Yi Xiaofei and whispered a few words. Yi Xiaofei's eyes gradually lit up, clearly regaining his confidence. "So, you are the frivolous playboy, Shirley. Oh, I heard your family recently encountered a predicament, with your mother currently in emergency care. How is it that you find the time to be here?" Shirley's expression darkened, his gaze turning increasingly fierce as he fixed his stare on Yi Xiaofei, enunciating each word. "You need not concern yourself," Yi Xiaofei replied with a smile. "Indeed, I have no interest in your family affairs, but your lack of genuine ability warrants discussion. I have heard of your infamous reputation in Quanqing. They say you have never been diligent in your studies and even bribed your way into a vocational school. How is it that, in just a few days, you have transformed into an expert in antique appraisal? Such rapid advancement is remarkable. Why not enlighten us all? You are merely courting humiliation," he continued. "If you possess true skill, I would humbly concede and apologize. Otherwise, you must apologize to Grandpa Zhou and Yuqing and confess how you deceived her." Shirley inhaled deeply, retorting, "Your capabilities are limited. You take mere hearsay as gospel. Why not consider whether the one feeding you this information has set a trap?" Yi Xiaofei instinctively glanced back at Sun Haicheng, then smiled. "No need for sowing discord. I have long been aware of your reputation. Then it seems there must be an issue with your hearing?" Shirley chuckled, once again embracing Zhou Yuqing. He continued, "Do you truly believe you possess more insight in Island City than old Master Zhou? Is there anything you know that he is unaware of?" Yi Xiaofei's expression shifted dramatically as he finally grasped the crux of the matter. The issue lay in Zhou Zhinshan's demeanor. As the host of the gathering, Zhou Zhinshan remained entirely silent throughout this absurd little conflict, merely observing with a smile. What could this imply? Noticing the situation, Shirley pressed further. "As I mentioned earlier, my understanding of antiques does not diminish the fact that Yuqing is my girlfriend. Your entire scheme is futile, so I fail to comprehend why you persist in this quarrel. Do you genuinely believe that embarrassing me will enable you to win her over? Surely even kindergarten children are not this naive." Before Yi Xiaofei could respond, Shirley continued, "However, as our guest, I shall not be overly aggressive. I offer you an opportunity. Let us engage in a friendly competition. All matters related to antiques are fair game. You can pose the questions, and we shall both answer. Do you dare?" Yi Xiaofei, who had previously appeared ashen, now regained his color. "Indeed, I brought this upon myself. Go ahead, pose your questions." A smug smile crept across Yi Xiaofei's face as he thought, "This is self-inflicted humiliation. Let's start with an easy one. Are you familiar with Dong Qichong? His paintings hold immense collectible value, with numerous surviving works, making him a significant figure in the industry. I shall not be overly demanding. Simply recount some personal details about him. We can write our answers down, and whoever provides the most comprehensive account wins. Are you up for the challenge?" Laughter erupted from Yi Xiaofei's side, for this struck at Shirley's Achilles heel. Although Yi Xiaofei was not specifically a history major, he had a grandfather who was a history professor, and he had been exposed to such knowledge from a young age. With a high IQ and a degree from a prestigious 985 university, his confidence in posing this question indicated his assurance. Conversely, Shirley was a vocational school student, lacking the breadth of knowledge, and knowing merely the name Dong Qichong was already a feat. He might not even be aware of the era in which Dong Qichong lived. Thus, it seemed an inevitable victory for Yi Xiaofei. To put it plainly, this was a contest of intellectual supremacy. It was only natural that a 985 graduate would have a knowledge advantage over a vocational school student. Shirley acknowledged this truth, admitting that he had not learned much during his years in school. Yet, he had been fortunate to receive the teachings of Fu Qingzhu. And, as fate would have it, Yi Xiaofei had chosen Dong Qichong as his subject. What era did Fushan belong to? The late Ming and early Qing dynasties. And Dong Qichong? Also from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Dong Qichong was over 50 years older than Fushan, who had already gained fame by the time Fushan was born. As a child, Fushan had even met Dong Qichong at his family estate and received guidance in painting and calligraphy, albeit for only a brief period, but it constituted a bond between mentor and disciple. Therefore, Shirley confidently asserted that no one in the world understood Dong Qichong better than he did. Of course, Yi Xiaofei only needed to present some basic personal information. Nevertheless, the expression on his face remained one of profound difficulty, as if he were utterly ignorant of Dong Qichong. The banknotes were prepared. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two began their silent composition. Yi Xiaofei wrote with remarkable speed. However, it soon became apparent to the onlookers that Shirley was not lagging behind. Moreover, as time elapsed, Yi Xiaofei began to slow, while Shirley continued to write fervently, maintaining a brisk pace. Although his handwriting was mediocre, it was still legible enough to discern the content. The individuals on Yi Xiaofei's side began to panic, including Yi Xiaofei himself. A few minutes later, Yi Xiaofei found himself at a complete standstill, unable to produce even a single character. Yet Shirley remained undeterred, filling an entire A4 sheet with his writing. Yi Xiaofei hastily called for a halt, exclaiming, "That's enough. If you can write, then write. If not, please refrain from scribbling aimlessly and wasting everyone's time. Now, let us see what you have produced." Chapter 16. He was anxious, truly anxious. Yi Xiaofei was in a state of agitation. Shirley secretly scoffed, thinking it was rather audacious of him to flaunt such limited capabilities. A mere glance had revealed that Yi Xiaofei had written only a few hundred words at most, likely a mere regurgitation of the basic information pertaining to Dong Qichong from the history textbook, perhaps with a brief mention of a few representative works and achievements, though their accuracy was questionable. Of course, for an ordinary person to have penned such content without prior research was commendable. However, Yi Xiaofei had chosen the wrong opponent. With this thought, Shirley turned over a substantial sheet of his own notes onto the table, smiling, "I believe it would be wiser for you to concede now. Otherwise, you may find yourself losing both face and dignity." Yi Xiaofei was taken aback momentarily, then burst into laughter. "Haha, you nearly had me scared there. Are you attempting to employ a stratagem akin to the empty city plan? You are no Zhuge Liang, nor am I Sima Yi. Shirley, reveal your answers." "Shirley, you haven't just scribbled a bunch of nonsense, have you? There's no need for that. Admitting ignorance is not disgraceful. Even if you manage to intimidate me with a torrent of nonsensical writing, it won't alter the fact that you are devoid of knowledge." Shirley sighed, realizing that one's self-inflicted burdens could lead to dire consequences. With that, he handed over the A4 paper. "Go ahead. Take a look." Yi Xiaofei accepted it, casting a glance that quickly transformed his expression. As he read further, his countenance grew increasingly grim. This cannot be. How could it be this detailed? It surpasses the standard answers. It's impossible. You must be cheating. You are definitely cheating." As he exclaimed, he opened a web page for comparison, and the more he compared, the worse his expression became. For Shirley's account of Dong Qichong's life was more intricate than the superficial information available online, and his phrasing was far more colloquial compared to the official content found in encyclopedias. Shirley smiled. "Manager Yi, to know what you know and to not know what you do not know is true knowledge. I return your earlier barrage of words to you unaltered. There is no need to feign understanding when you do not. Of course, you are not entirely ignorant. Your ability to recall a few hundred words indicates a decent memory. But having a good memory does not equate to possessing extensive understanding. Those are two separate matters, understand?" Yi Xiaofei's face flushed a deep crimson. At that moment, Yi Xiaofei's mother hurriedly stepped forward, asserting, "These are merely trivial points of knowledge, lacking significance. If we are to compare, let us do so based on true skill. Let us maintain the focus on Dong Qichong. You both shall replicate his painting style and complete a piece within half an hour. The one who produces the better work shall be declared the winner." with the old gentleman serving as judge. No objections? All eyes converged on Zhou Zhanshan, who, smiling, nodded in agreement. Very well. Yi Xiaofei regained his composure and stood tall, proudly declaring, "It's not too late for you to concede now. Do not embarrass yourself later. I have studied painting since childhood and have never set it aside. I have received numerous awards of various magnitudes. And if I recall correctly, you cannot even wield a brush. Can you?" Shirley also smiled, pondering the necessity of comparing artistic skills. A solid foundation in art significantly enhances one's ability to discern authenticity, for regardless of the era or nature of antiques, they invariably embody a myriad of artistic elements. With artistic proficiency, one can readily ascertain the craftsmanship and artistic merit of an antique at a mere glance. The deeper the foundation, the more effortless the appraisal becomes. Thus, we shall compare our respective artistic abilities. Are you not daunted by this challenge? However, this time, I shall not show any mercy. Yi Xiaofei's words were indeed insightful. Many masters of appraisal possess profound backgrounds in art or calligraphy. To put it plainly, individuals who have undergone training in these disciplines exhibit a strong aptitude for appreciating the visual arts, which greatly aids them in evaluating handcrafted items from various dynasties throughout history. Particularly, those who have received traditional artistic education and training tend to excel rapidly in antique appraisal. Consequently, Yi Xiaofei's remarks garnered waves of approval, even prompting Zhou Zhanshan to nod in agreement. This recognition filled Yi Xiaofei with pride. The outcome of the competition appeared quite evident. Having studied painting from a young age under the tutelage of esteemed masters, his skill was indeed commendable, a fact well known within this small circle. His persona was that of a polymath. In stark contrast stood Shirley, widely recognized for his lack of scholarly accomplishments. Even if Shirley had concealed some learning and practiced in secret, he would undoubtedly be no match for Yi Xiaofei. After all, the art of painting is contingent upon innate talent, the quality of one's mentors, and the dedication to practice. Shirley's talent paled in comparison to Yi Xiaofei's. His teachers were not as esteemed, and his diligence was lacking. What could he possibly leverage to surpass Yi Xiaofei? Even Zhou Yuqing expressed a hint of concern, whispering, "Shall we forego this round?" Shirley gently grasped Zhou Yuqing's small hand, smiling as he retorted, "Do you doubt my capabilities?" Yi Xiaofei is indeed a skilled painter, having studied under the renowned Professor Lin Yifu at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. His proficiency is quite high. This only heightens the stakes. I have practiced painting for so long without ever facing a true master. Today, I shall wield my brush against Manager Yi. Ah, Shirley, disregarding Zhou Yuqing's astonishment, strode confidently to the long table brought forth by the servants. The two tables, separated by a meter, were adorned with exquisite ink, paper, and writing tools. Notably, the inkstone was an antique over a century old, a Su inkstone with a market value no less than 100,000 yuan. Clearly, Zhou Zhanshan's collection was not one of ordinary wealth. Previously, he had heard of Zhou Zhanshan's renown, yet he had no inkling of his passion for collecting. Initially, he had perceived Zhou Zhanshan as an uneducated man, but through their interaction, he discovered that this local figure, hailing from a fishing background, possessed considerable knowledge and cultural depth, surpassing even that of his deceased father. This left him questioning the veracity of the rumors. Could a person of humble origins possess such cultural prowess? Yet such matters were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Zhou Zhanshan now wielded wealth and influence, standing as one of the most formidable local powerhouses in Island City, the very owner of this villa. Taking a deep breath, Shirley lifted the ink stick, preparing to grind the ink, only to be struck by astonishment once again. Even the ink cake is an antique, preserved in its original wrapping, crafted in the autumn of the 24th year of the Qianlong reign, originating from Songjiang County. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. In other households, such a high-quality ink cake would be carefully treasured and safeguarded. Yet, here in Zhou Zhanshan's possession, it is merely a consumable. Although aged ink and old paper are inherently consumable, this extravagance seems excessive. A mere slight grinding of it can result in the loss of several $1,000s. In contrast, Shirley, this young nouveau riche, has truly had his eyes open today. By comparison, his behavior of flaunting wealth in a bar is nothing short of pedestrian. the epitome of a provincial simpleton. Chapter 17. A world apart, Shirley composed himself and prepared to grind the ink. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing approached him. "Brother Lei, let me help. Can you?" he inquired. "Of course. I've been grinding ink for my grandfather since I was little. I was 5 or 6 when I mastered it. Do you prefer it thicker or lighter?" "A bit thicker," he replied. "All right, I'll have it ready in no time." With that, Zhou Yuqing began her task, gently adding a splash of water to the inkstone before starting to grind. Her movements were delicate yet consistently forceful, and soon enough, the ink flowed forth. Indeed, she was quite skilled. Naturally, the quality of the inkstone and the ink stick played a significant role. The combination of a fine inkstone quality ink and an adept ink grinder rendered the cost of this ink immeasurable, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. For instance, Yi Xiaofei, who used the same ink stick and inkstone, could only grind ink alone. The contrast was stark, and the envy in his gaze towards Shirley and Zhou Yuqing was palpable. Initially, Shirley remained unfazed, but upon noticing Yi Xiaofei's jealous glances, his spirits soared. If not for the appropriateness of the moment, he would have been tempted to embrace Zhou Yuqing and plant a fervent kiss on her lips, just to provoke the cunning Manager Yi. Indeed, Manager Yi, as he preferred to be called, was a son of privilege who could easily be addressed as young Master Yi wherever he went. However, in his attempt to appear humble before Shirley, he introduced himself by his title of manager, perhaps aiming to project an image of modesty. There was nothing inherently wrong with that, but his intent to provoke Shirley, while maintaining a facade of politeness, was rather insidious. Shirley, keenly aware of this, decided to play along by continually referring to Yi Xiaofei by his title, emphasizing Manager Yi. If he fancied himself modest, then let him remain that way. This was also an opportunity for Shirley to give Yi Xiaofei a lesson. Thus, when Zhou Yuqing finished grinding the ink and adjusted it slightly with water, Shirley took up the brush. With the legacy of Fu Qingzhu guiding him, painting was a trivial pursuit for him. Although Fu Qingzhu was renowned for his calligraphy and medicine, his artistic prowess was commendable as well. While he may not have reached the level of a grandmaster, he certainly belonged to the ranks of masters. It was merely that his contemporaries overshadowed him due to their fame, coupled with Fu Qingzhu's lesser-known status and the scarcity of his works. Had Fu Qingzhu not been an active supporter of the anti-Qing restoration, his identity as one of the 6 great masters of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties would have ensured him a more prominent place in history. Empowered by Fu Qingzhu's legacy, Shirley's brush danced with divine inspiration, the ink flowing seamlessly from his pen, both thick and light, gradually blending on the paper. In less than 10 minutes, a complete ink wash landscape emerged before the assembled audience. Shirley exhaled deeply, setting down the brush, and finally took a moment to admire his creation. After surveying the work, he nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Zhou Yuqing, he found her with her mouth slightly agape, entranced by his painting. A glance around revealed that most others shared a similar expression, including the judge, Zhou Zhinshan. Zhou Zhinshan gazed intently at Shirley's painting for several minutes before letting out a sigh. There was no need for comparison. Xiaoye and Shirley were on entirely different planes. The disparity was insurmountable, a chasm that would never be bridged in this lifetime. Their comprehension and perception of art were as disparate as heaven and earth. Yi Xiaofei, who had just completed half of his own painting, abruptly looked up, still oblivious to the situation unfolding around him. Yi Xiaofei's mother grew anxious, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Others present shared her astonishment, for the majority lacked the ability to appreciate fine art, particularly traditional Chinese painting, which places the utmost importance on artistic conception. The external form and technique are secondary. Therefore, without a degree of expertise, one cannot truly comprehend traditional Chinese painting. Among the throngs present, only a few could grasp its essence, leaving them stunned by Zhou Zhinshan's remarks. Was the gap truly that vast? Was it indeed so different that one could never catch up? Was this description meant for a young man in his 20s? Zhou Zhinshan, however, paid no mind to the murmurs, moving closer to Shirley, scrutinizing the painting from the front with growing fascination, his gaze nearly merging with the artwork itself. "What a magnificent piece!" he exclaimed. "It reminds me of Dong Qichang's green forest and long pine. The use of ink is exquisite, The balance of dryness and wetness, intensity and subtlety is impeccable. And the composition, there is a sense of distance and proximity, with the distant scenery ethereal and the foreground striking, each enhancing the other. The sense of layers is extraordinary, creating an illusion of standing amidst clouds, surveying the landscape. As for technique, it is simply masterful, effortlessly employing various strokes, particularly the rain dot technique, which is employed brilliantly. Among the many contemporary artists, none would dare claim superiority. To describe you as a genius is no exaggeration. Shile, you have concealed your talents rather deeply. If you were to pursue this profession, you would have long since achieved fame and success, and we wouldn't be here now. Shirley smiled, responding, I'm just lazy. Laziness? Zhou Jinshan sighed. In essence, it reflects a lack of ambition. You wish only to savor life, unwilling to squander your precious time on such endeavors. But now, Zhou Jinshan patted Shirley's shoulder. It is not too late. You are still quite young. It is never too late to strive. Shirley nodded, so, does this mean I have won this round? Zhou Jinshan turned to Yi Xiaofei, asking, Xiaoya, what do you think? At that moment, Yi Xiaofei appeared as if he had lost his soul, staring at Shirley's painting, murmuring to himself, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. He cannot possess such skill. This is the level of a master. With his eyes wide and filled with rage, he glared at Shirley. With this level of proficiency, where have you been all this time? You must have done this on purpose to make me look foolish. I won't let this go. Shirley raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Even at this juncture, he still sought to invert the truth. Who was it that instigated the conflict first? Was it necessary for me to state it? Everyone here is astute. How could your petty schemes deceive anyone? Previously, everyone was reluctant to engage in disputes, but to continue being unreasonable at this moment is to show utter disrespect for those present. I find myself in a predicament, and I sense that others are aware of it as well. If my presence here is truly unwelcome, then perhaps it would be best if one of us were to leave, your choice. At this moment, Zhou Jinshan spoke calmly, urging against any folly. The mere sound of his voice drained the color from Yi Xiaofei's face, compelling him to obediently silence himself. Yi Xiaofei's mother, sensing the tension, hurriedly drew her son close, offering gentle reassurances. The others swiftly distanced themselves from the mother and son duo, illustrating the formidable influence of the esteemed Zhou Jinshan, the Sea King. Subsequently, Zhou Jinshan, with a warm smile, patted Shirley on the shoulder, inquiring about the fate of the painting. What does this entail? Is the old gentleman interested? Shirley's mind raced. Perhaps it would be best to gift it to Yuqing. Regrettably, he lacked a seal, which would have added a formal touch to express his gratitude for Yuqing's meticulous efforts. Zhou Jinshan, ever more enthusiastic, offered, I possess several exquisite pieces of bloodstone. Later, you can take a couple to have someone carve them for you. Chapter 18. A startling revelation. What? A supreme bloodstone? Bloodstones are indeed precious, but a supreme bloodstone is a rarity seldom encountered by the average person. Not to mention an entire piece. Even cut standard seals can command prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, and it is even possible that one might not be able to acquire it despite having the means. The availability of supreme bloodstones is exceedingly limited. Thus, when Zhou Jinshan spoke of a supreme bloodstone, it was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Consequently, the entire assembly was taken aback. Shirley was equally astonished. How embarrassing to receive something so valuable. Zhou Jinshan laughed heartily. No. Compared to your painting, this is hardly expensive. Moreover, this is your first work created in a public setting, which imbues it with significant meaning. Once you gain fame, you could easily sell it for a fortune. So, do not be modest. Well, if you insist, perhaps I could create a piece for you on my birthday, Shirley replied. Thank you, Grandpa Shan, came the grateful response. Ah, now that's more like it. Zhou Jinshan smiled benevolently, stroking his chin. Yet, the affectionate interaction between the grandfather and his son-in-law left everyone stunned. Was he truly taken by this frivolous scion devoid of scholarly merit? Had the jewel of the Zhou family been so easily entrusted? Were there no other considerations? This reality was a bitter blow to the young talents, like Yi Xiaofei, who had arrived with high hopes. Had it not been for the fear of offending Zhou Jinshan, they would have stormed out, for this felt akin to a public humiliation. But with Zhou Zhenshan present, they could only watch as the jovial banter unfolded between the two. Lei, however, was increasingly convinced that the old fox, Zhou Zhenshan, harbored ulterior motives. Yet, he remained undeterred. As long as no hard tactics were employed, he had nothing to fear. He had never been intimidated in a battle of wits. At that moment, Yi Xiaofei, still unwilling to concede, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Grandpa Zhou, I acknowledge that I am indeed inferior to Lei in the realm of painting. However, I do not believe he is a suitable candidate, particularly concerning his character. Lei is widely known throughout the island as a playboy, entangled in chaotic romantic affairs, making him a most unsuitable match. I urge you, Grandpa Zhou, to reconsider. The assembly gasped again. What was Yi Xiaofei attempting? Was he challenging Zhou Zhenshan's authority? What right did he have to interject in matters that Zhou Zhenshan had already decided upon? Additionally, the blatant insinuation that if he, Yi Xiaofei, could not have Lei, then neither should Lei, was all too apparent, only serving to further diminish Yi Xiaofei's standing in the eyes of others. Why resort to such tactics? However, rather than displaying anger, Zhou Zhenshan merely responded with a curious, "Oh?" and turned to Lei. "Sure. Do you have anything to say?" Lei smiled. Zhou Zhenshan was indeed a cunning old fox, attempting to use Yi Xiaofei's comments to unearth his background or perhaps to solicit his explanation. His reputation starkly contrasts with the demeanor he presently exhibits. Contemplating this, he smiled and remarked, "Manager Yi is indeed correct. My romantic life has been rather eventful. In my youth I was enamored with AI. However, Manager Ye's assertion that I am an unsuitable match feels a bit intrusive. The determination of compatibility is not solely up to you or anyone else. It rests with the individuals involved. As long as Yuqing is willing, I shall be her ideal partner." With these words, he turned his gaze affectionately towards Zhou Yuqing and asked, "Do you like me?" Zhou Yuqing, taken aback, blushed and slowly lowered her head, whispering, "I do." Lei smiled and nodded at Yi Xiaofei. "Did you hear that?" He then embraced Zhou Yuqing tenderly. Witnessing this, Yi Xiaofei gritted his teeth, his complexion oscillating between pale and flushed. After a few moments of hesitation, he turned and left. Yi Xiaofei's mother attempted to intervene but failed, quickly apologizing to Zhou Zhenshan. "Mr. Zhou, I am truly sorry for this child." Zhou Zhenshan waved his hand. It's understandable. They are young. No harm done." Yi Xiaofei's mother sighed in relief and shot a glare at Lei before hastily following her son. At that moment, someone else chimed in, "Mr. Zhou, earlier Lei mentioned a surprise for you. I wonder if we might have the opportunity to indulge our eyes." This was merely a playful jest rather than an incitement. Zhou Yuqing, upon hearing this, happily clung to Zhou Zhenshan's arm. "Grandpa, it truly is a surprise, a magnificent one." Intrigued, Zhou Zhenshan inquired, "Is it even grander than Lei?" "Indeed, it's quite comparable. It will certainly broaden your horizons. What are we waiting for?" Lei quietly exhaled in relief, retrieving the chrysanthemum flower god cup from the 12 flower god cups and gently placing it on the tea table. "Grandpa Shan, do have a look." "The flower god cup," Zhou Zhenshan exclaimed, before realizing, "Is this the authentic piece?" "Authentic." Zhou Yuqing eagerly nodded. Lei confirmed it is genuine. "Let me see. Let me see," Zhou Zhenshan exclaimed, pushing his granddaughter aside as he carefully cradled the delicate flower god cup, examining it meticulously from every angle. "It looks just like it, almost identical to the few flower god cups I have encountered before. This is genuine. It is undoubtedly genuine. I told you Lei's acquisition would be extraordinary. Not only is his luck impeccable, but his discernment is even sharper. The antique shop owner held it for so long without realizing it was authentic, selling it as a replica, all the while thinking he profited. So, you truly stumbled upon a great treasure? Guess how much it was purchased for, Grandpa? How much? 300,000. Indeed, that is a remarkable find. This flower god cup, when presented at auction, will start at 10 million, with the final price surely not falling below 20 million. I estimate it should range between 25 million and 35 million. Zhou Zhenshan's words astonished everyone present. For those gathered, 2 or 3 million in cash was not an overwhelming figure. However, To buy for 300,000 and sell for 2 or 3 million represents an exceptional return on investment. Even in the realm of unconventional ventures, such high returns are rarely seen. Moreover, everyone is engaged in legitimate business. Thus, they were all taken aback by Zhou Zhinshan's words, soon gathering around, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Indeed, affluent individuals often enjoy documenting events, although typically, trivial matters do not warrant their attention. However, this incident is worthy of discussion in any circle. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zhinshan turned to Shirley and inquired, "Stone, how do you intend to handle this cup?" Shirley glanced at Zhou Yuqing and replied, "I was considering putting it up for auction, but if you, Grandfather Shan, are interested, I could simply pass it on to you." "Are you certain?" "The price I offer will certainly not be the highest," Zhou Zhinshan remarked. "That is acceptable. I am not greedy. Even the lowest price is fine by me. I have no grand ambitions. I would be content to resolve my immediate concerns." "Very well. You are quite magnanimous." Zhou Zhinshan nodded. "Here's the deal. I will propose a figure, and if it satisfies you, we shall conclude the transaction. If not, you may proceed with the auction. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 19. The Flower God Cup. Shirley nodded. Zhou Zhinshan pondered for a moment, proposing a sum of 20 million. 20 million? Shirley felt momentarily dazed. Despite being born into affluence, his family's total savings barely reached that figure, and when accounting for real estate, vehicles, and stocks, their assets would not exceed 50 million. His own disposable income was even less, relying heavily on his parents. At most, his bank balance never surpassed 2 million, and most of the time, it hovered around a mere 100 to 80,000, often pleading with his father for more funds when he ran low. Yet now, he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity to sell for 20 million. Furthermore, this was not the highest price. With patience, the value could rise by 3 to 5 million, at the very least. However, after some contemplation, Shirley nodded in agreement. "All right, this cup belongs to you." The Flower God Cup had graced his possession for over 2 hours, during which he had absorbed all its spiritual essence, yielding tremendous rewards. How bountiful were these rewards? To put it succinctly, they were several dozen times more than all the spiritual energy he had previously gathered. The azure energy cluster at his forehead had expanded significantly, yet it felt as though it had not grown at all, an enigmatic sensation. This pertained to the realm of cultivation, but at present, he lacked the inclination to ponder such matters, opting instead to focus on resolving his immediate crisis before delving deeper into the inheritance of Fu Qingzhu. The breadth of Fu Qingzhu's legacy was vast. He had merely scratched the surface, with the remaining knowledge and skills resembling an immense treasure awaiting his gradual exploration. For now, his singular desire was to amass wealth, considerable wealth. In this society, possessing money equated to possessing everything, capable of alleviating nearly all troubles. Once he was free from worries, he could contemplate other aspirations, such as cultivation. Zhou Zhinshan, unaware of Shirley's thoughts, laughed heartily upon hearing Shirley's enthusiastic agreement to the deal, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly commendable. You are indeed a man worthy of my granddaughter Yuqing's affection. I shall keep this cup and transfer the funds to you immediately." "Thank you, Grandfather Shan. Why be so formal? In truth, I am the one who has profited immensely from this. Moreover, this Flower God Cup will conveniently assist me in solving a minor dilemma. I ought to be the one expressing gratitude." Zhou Yuqing interjected playfully. "All right, you two. Enough with the formalities. It feels so distant. Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed. Grandfather was mistaken. Come. Let us thoroughly examine this cup together. The genuine 12 Flower God Cups are treasures that cannot merely be bought with wealth. Once word spreads, this place will surely be bustling." The 12 Flower God Cups held an undeniable prestige within the collecting community. While their market price was not exorbitant, their rarity and artistic value rendered this diminutive cup a coveted gem among collectors. Furthermore, there were 12 such cups, each possessing significant value not only in isolation but also in relation to the others, akin to a magnificent set. Although no one can assemble a complete set of 12 authentic Flower God Cups, even acquiring 2 or 3 can significantly amplify their value, both in terms of collectability and monetary worth. Thus, the news of Zhou Zhinshan obtaining one of these cups is bound to stir excitement within the collecting community. Of course, For Zhou Jinshan, this is a trivial matter. He is more than capable of managing the situation and safeguarding the cup. However, for Shirley, the circumstances are less certain. This uncertainty is a primary reason why Shirley chose to sell the cup to Zhou Jinshan. The item is exceedingly precious, and keeping it in his possession for an extended period poses a high risk of complications. Moreover, the price offered by Zhou Jinshan is quite reasonable, 20 million yuan, which might be slightly lower than the auction price, but one must remember that auctions involve procedural delays, ranging from 2 to 3 months or even over half a year, not to mention the auction house's commission, catalog fees, and storage costs. After all the hassle, the amount he would ultimately receive would be just above 20 million, not significantly more. Therefore, earning a little less while saving time and avoiding unnecessary troubles is quite advantageous. Consequently, the Flower God Cup became the focal point of the event. What was supposed to be a celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Jinshan Group transformed into a Flower God Cup gathering, with nearly all subsequent activities revolving around this exquisite cup. Some even began live-streaming the event for their friends. Zhou Jinshan's phone buzzed with calls, one after another. Individuals had begun to arrive discreetly, eager to admire the genuine Flower God Cup. Ironically, the wine gathering itself was overshadowed. Only Shirley, Zhou Yuqing, and her parents remained relatively unperturbed, enjoying their dinner in peace. With a full stomach and 20 million in cash received, Shirley exhaled a long sigh of relief. This influx of cash alleviated his most pressing crisis. His mother would receive better treatment, and the remaining funds would address housing and other expenses, restoring their family's standard of living to its former state. Regrettably, his father was no longer present. Yet, Shirley had long since grown indifferent to his father's death. When his father was consumed by gambling, losing all their savings, villa, car, and every asset, Shirley had already felt emotionally drained. By the time his father passed away and his mother took a leap from despair, leaving him cornered by creditors, a flicker of resentment towards his father lingered. However, after all that turmoil, whenever he thought of his father now, he felt a calmness, as if those events belonged to a distant past. In summary, he aimed to become the pillar of his family, guiding his sister and mother into a new phase of life. Of course, the current state of his mother remains uncertain, and everything is still unknown. Earning this 20 million marks merely the beginning of a hopeful turn. With this in mind, Shirley courteously bid farewell to Zhou Yuqing's parents, waved at Zhou Jinshan, who was at the center of the crowd, and drove away in Zhou Yuqing's Audi TT, heading straight for the hospital. However, midway they were intercepted by several SUVs. Those bald-headed individuals had come. Shirley fixed his gaze on the bald man approaching him after he exited the car, his grip tightening on the steering wheel, his foot hovering over the accelerator, tempted multiple times to press down hard. With the acceleration of a TT, he could swiftly send the bald man to the afterlife. However, thoughts of his sister facing the impending college entrance examination and his mother's uncertain fate quelled his impulse. He turned off the ignition, engaged the handbrake, and as the bald man reached his side, he rolled down the window, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated, "Isn't it a bit premature? I wish to settle the debt early. Is there an issue?" "None at all," replied the bald man, as he settled into the passenger seat. "I care not about the origins of your money. I only desire the funds. Repay me and we shall be even. Otherwise, I can haunt you for a lifetime, regardless of any lofty connections you may acquire. I have nothing to lose, you understand." Shirley nodded silently. The bald man rapped on the center console and tossed an account number towards him. "Proceed with the transfer." Shirley opened his phone and silently transferred 280,000. Yet, the bald man furrowed his brow and remarked, This doesn't seem right." Chapter 20. Brazen robbery. Shirley maintained an impassive demeanor, merely turning his gaze to pierce into the bald man's eyes. "What is amiss?" "Interest," the bald man retorted with equal ferocity, locking his gaze onto Shirley's. "Where is the loan without interest? How much?" "Our interest rates are rather steep, and the nature of the transaction is quite unique. Therefore, the total interest amounts to 1,867,330 yuan. Let us round it down to 1,867,000. In an instant, Shirley's fury surged, threatening to consume him. His body tensed, nearly crumpling his phone in his grip. He fixated on the bald man, yet his visage betrayed no emotion. After a few seconds, he lowered his head and transferred 1,867,000 yuan. The bald man, now satisfied, chuckled. Good. I appreciate your straightforwardness. However, there are still a few matters left unsettled. What is it? Your father has caused our organization considerable losses. He shattered a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar, tore apart a couplet by Ji Xiaolan, and even set fire to a Wang Wali square table. Altogether, these damages amount to 8,880,930 yuan. Let us say 8,880,000 for simplicity's sake. A tempest of rage swelled within Shirley, nearly compelling him to lash out. Yet he subdued his wrath. His objective was clear, to amass wealth for his mother's surgery. Until that goal was achieved, he could not allow any distractions to derail his plans. Moreover, his current capabilities were far from sufficient to confront the threat posed by the bald man and his gang. Thus, he transferred 8,880,000 yuan, fully aware that this was nothing short of blatant robbery. As the bald man received the funds, he erupted in gleeful laughter, patting Shirley on the shoulder. Ah, good brother, you're quite forthright. If it weren't for your father offending our boss, I would have considered forging a friendship with you. However, there remains an outstanding balance. What is it? You see, my brothers and I have made numerous trips for your sake and even personally assisted in your relocation. Shouldn't we settle the expenses for transportation, labor, and refreshments? How much? For someone of your affluent background, it's hardly a significant sum, just 5 million. After all, I, am somewhat of a figure in Island City, so a higher appearance fee is only reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Shirley continued to maintain his unyielding composure as he executed the transfer. Once completed, he inquired, "Is there anything else?" "No, this matter is settled," the bald man replied with a hearty laugh. "However, I have a personal favor to ask of you." The bald man leaned closer to Shirley, rubbing his fingers together with a sinister grin. I'm a bit short on funds lately. Could you lend me a little? Just 1 million will suffice." Once more, Shirley cast a profound glance at the bald man and transferred 1 million. This time, the 20 million he had earned from Zhou Jinshan had barely warmed his hands, leaving him with a mere 460,000. Fortunately, this amount, combined with the 120,000 already in the hospital, was sufficient to cover all his mother's surgeries and treatments. As for the robbery he had endured, he would address that matter gradually in the future. Yet, he still underestimated the insatiable greed of the bald man and his associates. Upon receiving 1 million, the bald man feigned a furrowed brow and said, "Brother, under normal circumstances, I should not persist in bothering you. However, my car broke down a few days ago, and I find myself in dire need of a reliable vehicle. Would you be so kind as to lend me your TT for a couple of days?" Shirley maintained an impassive expression, daring him to take it away. Huang Tu chuckled. "Just joking. How could I possibly drive the car of the esteemed Miss Zhou? Yet, it is indeed inconvenient without a vehicle. How about you lend me 46,000? With that, I could barely purchase a mid-range TT. After using it for a while, I would return it to you directly. It would be as if I were assisting you in acquiring a car, handling the paperwork and even breaking it in for you, saving you time. How considerate, right? All right. So readily? Indeed." The bald man pretended to be concerned. "Say, little sure, you aren't harboring thoughts of revenge against us, are you?" But he quickly shifted to boisterous laughter. "No matter. Feel free to plot. After all, you will never have hope in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Don't think that just because you've latched onto that old codger Zhou Jinshan, you're safe. He won't protect you for long. You should take the hint and leave Island City, never to return. Otherwise..." At this juncture, he patted Shirley on the back of the head, turned, and exited the vehicle, waving his hand as he led his entourage away. Shirley glared at the swiftly vanishing convoy, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He remained stationary for over half an hour before regaining his composure. Starting his car, he drove towards the hospital. In the waiting room by the ICU, his uncle was seated, enjoying a meal of steamed buns and a large pot of vegetables. Upon seeing him, his uncle quickly stood up. "Sure too. Have you eaten?" "I have, uncle. You should head home to rest tonight and come back tomorrow morning." "Oh, don't return to your place. Come to my house. Here are the keys." Shirley handed his uncle the keys to the apartment he was currently renting and whispered, "Uncle, what I said that day was sincere. It's best if you leave her soon. I'll help you find a suitable woman to settle down with. Otherwise, no matter how great your inheritance is, it will be squandered. As for Xiao Hai, let him be. You can't manage him anyway. Seize the chance to have a second child while you still can. Anything would be better than the current situation." Shirley spoke from the heart. His uncle was too naive, while his aunt was excessively materialistic, lacking conscience and only having eyes for money. Aside from her decent appearance in her youth, she possessed virtually no other virtues. Previously, he had been indifferent to his uncle's familial affairs, but now he felt compelled to intervene, and he intended to see it through. After all, his uncle was his blood relative. As for his aunt, what was she? If she were to act as a proper aunt, that might have been acceptable. Yet, since she had failed in that regard, how could she expect Shirley to support her? Naturally, he did not expect his uncle to heed his advice, but he felt it necessary to speak up, time and again, with the hope that eventually, the message would resonate. What was his aim? To distance himself utterly from that group of heartless relatives, to achieve a complete severance, ensuring that he would never have any dealings with them again. Such was his resolve. Indeed, his uncle shook his head. "Sure too, you should not involve yourself in this matter. I am well aware of the situation, and besides, no matter what Xiao Hai says, he is still my son." Shirley remained noncommittal, suggesting, "Let us not dwell on this. You should rest. After all, you are the only relative willing to assist me during this trying time. We must ensure that nothing goes awry." He resolved not to return home for the time being, believing that all would be well. "Here," Shirley said, retrieving 10,000 yuan in cash and placing it in his uncle's hand. "Take this for now." No, I have enough funds," his uncle protested. "Moreover, you are the one who is in urgent need of money. I may not have much, but I can spare this small amount. Take it. A man should not be without some money on him." His uncle fell silent. Over the years of marriage, he had scarcely managed finances, as most of his earnings had been taken by his aunt. The 80,000 yuan from the recent transfer of a shop represented the largest sum of wealth he had ever controlled since his marriage. Thus, it is evident that honest men truly endure great hardships. Chapter 21. The iron lump. After leaving the hospital to rest, Shirley nestled on a bench, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. He utilized some minor techniques passed down by Fu Qingzhu, akin to a form of meditation that fostered a semblance of tranquility and enhanced the quality of his slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, he briefly conversed with the director and the attending physician, confirming that his mother's condition was improving, which relieved him greatly. He exchanged a few words with his uncle, who arrived early to take over at the hospital, before driving directly to the antique market on Changle Road. With his father's gambling debts temporarily settled, that chapter was closed, and it was time to address the family's antique shop. He had little interest in managing the store. Although it generated a decent income, it paled in comparison to the speed at which he could profit from his own discoveries. Staying tied to the shop felt confining for him at this stage of his life. Thus, he resolved to shut down the store completely. Fortunately, the shop's inventory had already been cleared out by a group of bald men, simplifying his task. He would merely return the premises to the landlord. A portion of the rent could still be reclaimed, approximately 100,000 yuan, despite only 3 months remaining. He refused to squander this opportunity. Upon his arrival, most antique shops had yet to open, but the street vendors were quite industrious, making the market bustling with activity. After parking his car, he delved into the throng of stalls, eagerly searching for bargains. He would not overlook any item with a price difference exceeding 10,000 yuan. Little by little, small fortunes would accumulate. He could not rely on every find to be worth millions. If he couldn't carry something, he would make a trip to stow it in his car, which had sufficient trunk space for smaller items. During his second trip, he received a call from Zhou Yuqing, who sweetly inquired, "Where are you?" "Legu. Chonglu Road," he replied. "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." "Come on then." In truth, he was reluctant for Zhou Yuqing to come, fully aware of her and her grandfather's ulterior motives. Yet, he found himself needing her support. Thus he could only endure the situation. It was akin to courting danger. The risks were evident. However, he now possessed the potential to become a hero against such threats. In time, the formidable tiger in his eyes might transform into a docile kitten. 20 minutes later, Shirley encountered Zhou Yuqing, who had adopted a new appearance for the day. She wore three-quarter pants paired with sneakers and a loose, long, diagonally hemmed printed t-shirt, complemented by a pink baseball cap. Her playful ponytail swayed behind her, radiating an athletic vibe. Indeed, she was a woman of many transformations. As he observed Zhou Yuqing bounding toward him, Shirley sighed inwardly, though his face beamed with a warm smile as he opened his arms wide. However, he was met with an unexpected halt. The spirited woman skidded to a stop before him, playfully blinking her eyes and teasing, "There are so many people here. I'm not going to hug you." Disappointing Shirley pouted, feigning discontent, yet he reached out to tousle her hair affectionately, playfully patting her head. "Hee, just teasing you. Next time, you'll have to carry me while we run. Do you want a princess carry? Even a dead pig will do." "I don't mind," she chuckled heartily, clearly amused by the joke, reminiscent of a popular animated image of a pig embrace that had circulated on Douyin, along with a series of imitations. Amidst laughter and jovial banter, the awkward atmosphere that Zhou Yuqing had conjured dissipated in an instant. On the contrary, the ambience became more harmonious, resembling that of a sweet couple in love. This was the unique skill of a playboy. There was never a dull moment in conversations with women, possessing a myriad of ways to elicit laughter or even tears. No matter how exceptional or distinguished the woman, even if she were Zhou Jinshan's granddaughter, she was not exempt from this. Regardless of her accomplishments, she remained a woman, and Shirley had his methods to engage with her. However, women could indeed be troublesome at times. With Zhou Yuqing's arrival, Shirley's efficiency in seizing opportunities diminished significantly. Yet there was still a reward. Zhou Yuqing soon discovered a small exquisite item, a Maitreya Buddha statue, gilded in bronze. Unfortunately, the gilding had nearly all worn away, rendering it a shadowy figure that resembled iron, leading many to doubt its copper origin. Nonetheless, its form was strikingly beautiful, with flowing lines and a visage that radiated joy and benevolence. This design alone qualified it as a remarkable piece of art, an artwork, not merely a craft. Crafts are typically reproducible by most artisans, characterized by fixed designs that can be easily replicated once the craftsman has honed their skills. In contrast, artworks are unique in their design. Even classical forms exhibit subtle variations, with attention to detail that surpasses ordinary craftsmanship. Moreover, this Maitreya Buddha's design exemplified the late Ming dynasty style. There was an abundance of such knowledge in Fu Qingzhu's teachings. Thus, upon encountering this unassuming dark statue, Shirley inquired about its price. "Boss, what is the price for this iron Maitreya?" 8,000, the vendor replied. "Please give me a sincere price. I genuinely wish to purchase it." "You truly want it?" "Indeed, sincerely, no games here." "Then let's settle for 6,000. Cannot go lower." "That sounds unreasonable. How much will you offer?" 180. "Come on, that's far too low." 200. "The lowest I can go is 2,000. The gap is rather significant. Perhaps we should abandon this." Zhou Yuqing interjected, "Brother Lei, let it go. It's far too unattractive. Don't waste your money." Shirley nodded in agreement. "I concur." The vendor, growing anxious, pleaded, "Hey, young man, offer a reasonable price. You can add a bit more." 300? 350? At most 400. With that money, I could buy my father-in-law some fine cigarettes. 400 it is. You really intimidated me. 400, deal. As they departed from the stall, Zhou Yuqing hurriedly asked, "Brother Lei, what is the significance of this Maitreya Buddha?" "The gilded bronze of the Ming dynasty." "Gilded bronze? Why does it appear so dark?" "The gilding has likely worn off. Nevertheless, it should still be bronze, which is not typically black, is it? When in pristine condition, bronze exhibits a golden hue, while tarnished bronze turns green. However, you are mistaken. The color of the patina on bronze is influenced by its composition and the environment in which it is preserved. In humid conditions, bronze indeed develops a green patina, especially if buried underground. Yet, this particular piece has never been buried. On the contrary, it has been meticulously maintained, frequently polished, and has resided in a relatively dry environment. Consequently, a smooth, dense black oxide layer has formed over time. The longer it is cared for, and the more it is polished, the thicker and more refined this oxide layer becomes, providing even better protection for the underlying material. Really? Would I deceive you? Shirley chuckled. This Maitreya Buddha statue is at least 500 years old and has consistently been in a state of veneration. Therefore, even though the gilding has entirely worn away, its condition is remarkably better, and its value is consequently higher. So, how much could it be worth? Chapter 22. Fortune favors the bold. How much is it worth? In truth, Shirley was somewhat uncertain, as his prior knowledge of antiques was rather scant. He had merely inherited the legacy of Fu Qingzhu. Regardless of Fu Qingzhu's legendary status, he was a figure from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, utterly oblivious to the market conditions 5 centuries later. Thus, Shirley could only estimate the value of the gilded Maitreya based on its artistic merit. Of course, valuation requires a certain finesse. One must first consider the condition, then the age, followed by the rarity, the market acceptance, and finally, the value for collection and appreciation. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Zhou Yuqing. The condition of this Maitreya appears quite poor, with the gilding entirely flaked away. However, the presence of such a dense and substantial layer of oxidation can be regarded as a form of condition, akin to the red spots and green patina on bronze artifacts. For antiques, this is not a flaw, thus the condition is not entirely unfavorable. As for the age, it is likely from the Wanli period. Its rarity is not exceedingly high, yet it is not commonly found, especially considering the exquisite design of this seated Maitreya. It should garner considerable interest in the market. Therefore, I estimate it could fetch around 2 to 3 million, but only if it finds a knowledgeable buyer, as ordinary collectors might lose interest upon seeing the loss of the gilding. Zhou Yuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really worth that much? Well, in comparison to similar artifacts, it can only be considered of moderate value. Moderate value? Indeed. As long as the condition of Ming Dynasty copper gilded Buddha statues is not excessively poor, they generally command a respectable price. What if the gilding were intact? Could potentially triple in value. Wow! Zhou Yuqing exclaimed. No wonder everyone is eager to find a bargain. The profits are simply too alluring. Shirley smiled. I am merely fortunate. It is common for one to go months without any gains. 3 years without a sale, and then one sale can sustain you for 3 years. If I can find such significant bargains each year, life will surely flourish. However, the reality is that many collectors might never stumble upon such a treasure in their lifetime. Zhou Yuqing laughed even more joyfully. Doesn't that prove that you, Brother Lei, are truly extraordinary? In just a few days, you've uncovered so many treasures. It seems almost divinely orchestrated. Divinely orchestrated? Shirley pondered the existence of deities in this world. However, practitioners certainly exist, even if they may not be as formidable as one might envision. Indeed, he had divine assistants, Fu Qingzhu, a figure of great stature. Judged through the lens of an ordinary person, Fu Qingzhu would indeed appear as a celestial being. Nevertheless, discussing this with Zhou Yuqing was out of the question. He chuckled. I must thank you. Thank me? On both occasions of great fortune, you were by my side, so you must accompany me on my antique excursions from now on. Absolutely. I could not wish for anything more. Zhou Yuqing clapped her hands in delight. You can teach me about antique appraisal, but no fooling around. Agreed, no fooling around, Shirley responded, continuing to walk while using the Maitreya as a specimen to impart relevant knowledge to Zhou Yuqing. As the conversation turned to the topic of aesthetics, Zhou Yuqing suddenly blinked. This statue of Maitreya Buddha bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in folk culture, with a broad smile, a bare chest, and a protruding belly. Yet, why do some representations of Maitreya differ, appearing rather slender, adorned with an abundance of ornaments? Shirley raised an eyebrow, noting her careful observation. You're quite attentive. You even noticed that, he remarked. I am earnest in my observations, she replied. Indeed, Shirley nodded, explaining, when discussing the representations of bodhisattvas and Buddhas, one must consider the various schools of Buddhism within our country. Without delving into intricate classifications, we can broadly categorize them into Tibetan and Han Buddhas. The deities depicted in Tibetan culture have remained distinctly influenced by Tibetan traditions over the years, often appearing somewhat intimidating to the untrained eye. As for Han Buddhas, They are more influenced by Central Plains culture and have been present in that region for a longer period. From the Western Han to the Ming and Qing dynasties, over a millennium and numerous dynasties, the depictions of bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and arhats have evolved, largely reflecting the preferences of the ruling class. This Maitreya Buddha is a prime example. Upon first entering the Central Plains, it lacked a definitive image. Only during the Tang dynasty, influenced by folklore, did Maitreya's representation begin to merge with other Buddhist elements, gradually culminating in the image we see today, particularly the increasingly prominent belly. Oh, so there is indeed an evolutionary process, Zhou Yuqing mused. Yes, this is one of the great pleasures of antique collecting, immersing oneself in the cultural and historical transformations throughout the ages. If you're interested, you might consider collecting Maitreya statues from the Han to the Qing dynasties. The contrast would be quite pronounced. Zhou Yuqing blinked. That sounds intriguing. I will discuss it with my grandfather, as I am rather impoverished and must seek his approval for any expenditure. Shirley seized the moment. In the future, you needn't dip into his pockets anymore. Huh? Are you going to support me? Indeed, Shirley affirmed with a nod. With you by my side, I will have endless opportunities to seize. I could afford to support several more like you. Huh? You wish to have more? Cough, cough. No. I shall only support you. Humph. I don't believe your fanciful words. A playboy like you spews nonsense. Not even punctuation can be trusted. Since meeting you, I have already turned over a new leaf. As they continued their playful banter, they resembled a pair of young lovers deeply enamored with one another. Yet, Shirley's mind remained keenly alert. Every word exchanged felt rehearsed in his mind, and while he could not discern if Zhou Yuqing's affections were sincere, he was certain she harbored ulterior motives. After all, why would the esteemed young lady of the Zhou family take an interest in a debonair rogue like him? Was it merely because he had a knack for unearthing treasures? That was laughable. The few coins he earned from his finds were but a drop in the bucket for the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Yuqing was genuinely enamored with him, such feelings surely required time to develop. Yet here they were, not even 3 days into their acquaintance, and she was already expressing such sentiments. To claim there were no ulterior motives would be hard to believe. The more she professed her affection, the more doubts he harbored. Indeed, he is not particularly fond of romantic pursuits. From high school until now, he has encountered countless women and has long ceased to yearn for the precious gift of love. Thus, regardless of Zhou Yuqing's intentions, he stands impervious, which emboldens him to indulge in this charade alongside her. Amidst their lively banter, they returned to the vehicle. As Zhou Yuqing settled into the passenger seat, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Have you seen someone else?" Shirley raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her perceptive nature. Last night, when the bald man entered the car, he had indeed adjusted the seat, albeit reclining it backward, a detail that might escape an ordinary individual, yet Zhou Yuqing. Nevertheless, he nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I encountered an old acquaintance on the way back last night." Zhou Yuqing's frown deepened. "Your expression seems rather unusual. Did this old acquaintance bring you unhappiness?" Chapter 23. A deeper story. Shirley initially had no intention of discussing the events of the previous night with Zhou Yuqing. However, after some contemplation, he decided to share. "In fact, this matter may pertain to you as well." Zhou Yuqing's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "What do you mean?" Shirley recounted the events of the previous night in brief, subsequently cautioning, "Many are indeed aware of last night's transaction. Yet the ability to obtain all the information so promptly and accurately suggests that someone must have leaked the details. We must be cautious regarding whether this individual is a servant of your family or a guest at the banquet." Zhou Yuqing furrowed her elegant brows slightly, reflecting for a moment before directly calling Zhou Zhinshan to succinctly relay the situation. After hanging up, she informed Shirley, "My grandfather wishes for you to visit our home at noon today. He has some matters to discuss with you." Shirley's heart fluttered unexpectedly, as he harbored a vague premonition of what Zhou Zhinshan might wish to convey. As one of the most influential figures in Island City, Zhou Zhinshan was extraordinarily well informed. If he sought to investigate, there was virtually nothing he could not uncover. Nevertheless, Shirley feigned nonchalance, jesting, "Does the old man miss me? It seems he wishes to see me every day." Zhou Yuqing rolled her eyes playfully. "Stop being narcissistic. There's serious business at hand." He Fostering a bond with my granddaughter's husband is indeed serious business. Brother Lay, I've come to realize you are quite the rogue. Only just now? I've long been notorious in Island City. Who previously had any interest in your dandy ways? Good things take time. What is yours will ultimately be yours, and what is mine will as well. At 11:30 in the morning, Shirley and Zhou Yuqing returned to the Zhou family villa. With the assistance of the servants, they transferred all the treasures acquired that morning to the warehouse. Zhou Jinshan observed with keen interest, "Is this your harvest from the morning?" "Well, to be precise, it was less than 3 hours. Truly impressive. Your eye for quality is commendable, though it seems they are all small treasures?" Grandfather Shan. You may have misjudged this time. There is indeed one significant treasure. Oh? Zhou Jinshan scrutinized the items for a moment before his gaze settled on a Maitreya Buddha statue. This one? Shirley raised his thumb in approval. Grandfather Shan, your discerning eye is remarkable. You have indeed identified it. This piece stands out in quality. While the others are no less impressive, yet this one, dark and unassuming, must possess extraordinary attributes. Sometimes, like yourself, overly concealing one's strengths is not advantageous. What does the old man mean by that? Overly concealing one's strengths? Shirley considered explaining that prior to this, he had not concealed any strengths. Rather, he had been entirely unskilled. Were it not for receiving the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, he might have already fled the country with his sister to escape calamity. However, now that the persona of modesty had been established, it needed to be maintained. Thus, he could only smile wryly and say, Grandfather Shan, please refrain from mocking me. Then, without allowing Zhou Jinshan the opportunity to continue, he swiftly shifted the conversation. Grandfather Shan, is there serious business you wish to discuss? What specific matters? Zhou Jinshan beckoned. Come with me to the study. Zhou Jinshan's study spans over 60 square meters, adorned with an eye-catching grand desk made of Wangwali wood, measuring over 1 meter in width and more than 2 meters in length, its market value exceeding 5 million. This is not to mention the chairs and bookshelves crafted from the same exquisite material, along with the porcelain displayed in the corner, the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, and the array of writing implements. Altogether, the entire setup is valued at no less than 30 million. In light of this, Shirley could not help but reflect on the undeniable advantages of wealth. Once seated, Zhou Jinshan wasted no time and stated plainly, this matter concerns your father. Shirley's heart jolted. His suspicions were confirmed. Zhou Jinshan continued, from what I've gathered, your father has been deceived, and it's not merely a matter of financial loss. Excuse me? Shirley gasped in astonishment. To ruin someone completely without a monetary motive? Was there some deep-seated hatred or perhaps even a grander scheme at play? In this day and age, what could possibly be more valuable than money? Shirley pondered countless possibilities but failed to grasp this particular angle. Yet, his father was merely an ordinary antiquities dealer, perhaps slightly renowned. To call him a collector was an exaggeration. What could such a person possess that would warrant such attention? Zhou Jinshan sighed, I cannot say for certain why. All I know is that someone wishes to acquire something from your father. Your father's leap into the sea was unexpected for them, leading to the current predicament. He paused momentarily and then asked, Has Li Xinhui inquired about this matter with you?
Li Xinhui.
The bald man? Shirley finally associated the name with the face. He committed the name to memory and shook his head. No, Li Xinhui has been solely focused on money. Then you should be cautious. That individual will not rest until he achieves his goal. Who is this person? He Haiban. Shirley furrowed his brow. He had heard of that name, equally as notorious as Zhou Jinshan's, but He Haiban's reputation for ruthlessness overshadowed it. Ostensibly a businessman involved in real estate, hospitality, entertainment, and transportation, he also engaged in many illicit trades, with gambling and the underworld surely among them. However, he maintained a low profile. Most people had only heard of him without ever laying eyes on him, and no photographs had surfaced. Yet, everyone in the island city knew that while crossing Zhou Jinshan might lead to some hardship, provoking He Haiban could result in far worse consequences, potentially leaving one without even a body to recover. Ordinary individuals seldom had the opportunity to cross paths with He Haiban, which left Shirley even more perplexed. What could his father possibly possess that would pique He Haiban's interest? Even if there were something, He Haibin could easily acquire it through legitimate means or outright demand it, as 99% of people would capitulate. His father would likely be no exception. Thus, Shirley could not fathom He Haibin's motives for orchestrating such a convoluted scheme against his father. Following this line of thought, his father's leap into the sea seemed far more intricate than originally perceived. Yet, with no knowledge of He Haibin, he could only rely on Zhou Jinshan's insights. Master Shan, do you possess any further information? Zhou Jinshan shook his head, expressing, currently, there is no additional information available, as I have not previously focused on this matter. However, I can certainly keep an eye out for you. Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Should I extend a greeting to He Haibin? Although we have never seen eye to eye, it would be courteous to acknowledge him. Shirley nearly nodded in agreement. Upon reflection, he shook his head instead. Grandpa Shan, please assist me in gathering some information related to He Haibin. I will handle this matter myself. Are you certain? Yes. Zhou Jinshan smiled. It is no surprise that my Yuqing has chosen a man of such responsibility. Very well, I will compile the information on He Haibin and send it to you shortly. Nevertheless, I must remind you not to underestimate anyone. He Haibin has navigated the intricacies of Island City for over 20 years, and he is certainly not to be trifled with. Exercise utmost caution when dealing with him. Shirley nodded earnestly. I understand. Zhou Jinshan then shifted the conversation. What are your plans for that collection of antiques? Chapter 24. How to handle transactions and relationships. The answer is straightforward. Liquidate swiftly. The 20 million he had recently acquired was extorted from him entirely, leaving him with merely around 100,000 in cash. While a six-figure sum may seem substantial for an ordinary family, for him it was scant, akin to a mobile phone with merely 4% battery remaining. It could function for a while longer, yet the risk of it shutting down at any moment left him feeling profoundly insecure. Nonetheless, the method of sale posed a dilemma. Should he seek a buyer to purchase everything in one go? Or perhaps deliver each item individually to antique shops or collectors? Alternatively, he might opt for a complete auction. Each of these three approaches has its merits and drawbacks. The first option, if he could find a buyer, would provide immediate resolution and instant cash. However, the price would likely be less favorable, falling below market value, essentially a wholesale price. The second option could yield a satisfactory price, negotiating for each item to achieve market value, yet it would be laborious and time-consuming. The third option, consigning everything to auction, would alleviate the burden of labor, as he could simply entrust the auction house and await payment. The downside, however, is the protracted process, with funds taking at least 3 months to materialize, even at the swiftest pace. Naturally, he hoped that Zhou Jinshan could acquire everything. When faced with Zhou Jinshan, Shirley did not resort to any manipulative tactics nor feigned indifference. He candidly expressed his true desires. I would certainly prefer for you to take all, Grandfather Shan. It would simplify matters. Zhou Jinshan chuckled heartily, replying that cannot be. Aside from the Maitreya Buddha, the rest are rather ordinary and do not fall within my collection's purview. However, for Yuqing's sake, it is not entirely out of the question, you understand. Shirley comprehended the nuances. Business is business and relationships are relationships. From a transactional standpoint, Zhou Jinshan would not purchase everything. Should he choose to do so, it would merely be an act of goodwill, a favor that Shirley would have to remember. Debts of gratitude are often the most challenging to repay. Yet, being able to owe Zhou Jinshan such a favor is an opportunity many would envy, and Shirley was no exception. However, with a shift in thought, he smiled and said, Grandfather Shan, perhaps it is best I contact the auction house. I will see if I can leverage my father's connections. Zhou Jinshan nodded in agreement. That is indeed a wise approach. Your father is a well-known collector in the island city, and the network he has built over the years is a considerable asset that should not be squandered. Furthermore, you will need to continue navigating this circle. Thank you for your understanding, Grandfather Shan. Zhou Jinshan replied with a laugh. Who could refuse you? Being Yuqing's boyfriend? If I do not accommodate you, Yuqing would surely have the audacity to pluck my beard. Is Yuqing truly that mischievous? Mischievous indeed. There was a time in her childhood when she would sneakily pluck my beard while I napped. As the grandfather and grandson reminisced, they veered off topic into tales of Zhou Yuqing's childhood. It was not until Zhou Yuqing knocked on the door that they returned to the present. Grandfather, Lei Gu, are you finished chatting? It's time for lunch. The midday meal was lavish, featuring an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Each dish exquisitely prepared, akin to the culinary standards of a five-star hotel. The joy of the affluent is often found in such simple pleasures. One must not assume that affluent families indulge in the same humble fare as the average person. Their notion of comfort food is of a markedly higher standard, diverging significantly from the common understanding of home-cooked meals. Only a select few wealthy individuals maintain the dietary habits of the average populace, while the majority tend to gravitate towards increasingly refined culinary experiences, both in terms of ingredients and cooking methods. For instance, in the preparation of stir-fried chicken, the average person might use ordinary farm-raised chicken priced at just a few dollars per pound, whereas the affluent would opt for organic varieties costing several times more. This stark contrast illustrates the divide. Shirley, a former minor scion of wealth, experienced the disparities of life within the household of Zhou Jinshan. After a satisfying meal, Shirley engaged in casual conversation with Zhou Jinshan before politely taking his leave. Zhou Yuqing accompanied him to the garage, saying, "Brother Lei, I have something to attend to today. I shall reach out to you tomorrow. It's Saturday. Let us explore the morning market together." As she watched Shirley drive away in his TT, Zhou Yuqing hastily returned to the villa. "Grandfather, how did the conversation go?" she inquired. Zhou Jinshan, calmly toying with a black lacquered Mithraea statue, asked, "What do you think of him? In what regard?" Zhou Yuqing's demeanor was particularly aloof, her expression devoid of emotion, as if nothing in the world held significance for her, nor could anything sway her feelings. His character? It aligns closely with the rumors. He is a smooth-talking rogue, with every word a fabrication. Yet, he possesses a certain sense of responsibility and is relatively reserved, adept at concealing his animosities, highly skilled in the art of performance. Thus, he is a formidable character? Zhou Jinshan probed. Indeed, given the chance, someone like Li Xinhui would meet a grim fate. Quite intriguing, Zhou Jinshan mused before continuing. What else? This individual is exceedingly opinionated and remarkably adept at adapting to circumstances, exhibiting intelligence and poise in various settings. He is unflappable and, when necessary, quite proactive, employing clever tactics. Zhou Yuqing elaborated. His response to the provocations from Sun Haiqiang and Yi Xiaofei yesterday was nothing short of exemplary, particularly his handling of Yi Xiaofei, which was nothing short of classic. Despite Yi Xiaofei's commendable performance, Shirley surpassed him. Zhou Jinshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Xiaofei, with his subtlety, aimed to undermine Shirley's dignity in the most genteel manner, yet Shirley deftly exposed Yi Xiaofei's intentions, publicly revealing his subtle schemes, which incited Yi Xiaofei's ire, thereby seamlessly steering the ensuing confrontation while maintaining an appearance of passive resistance. It was indeed a masterstroke. Zhou Yuqing inhaled deeply, contemplating. However, I find myself perplexed by the source of his confidence. How could he be so certain that Yi Xiaofei would engage him in an artistic contest? I am equally baffled by the depth of his artistic skill. Zhou Jinshan pondered for a moment. Either he is a brilliant strategist, having meticulously calculated Yi Xiaofei's every move, or he possesses a self-assurance that allows him to welcome any challenge thrown by Yi Xiaofei. Grandfather, are you suggesting that Shirley is a polymath? Indeed, otherwise, his confidence remains inexplicable. However, this stands in stark contrast to the information we have uncovered. From those documents, it is unequivocally evident that Shirley is nothing more than an uneducated dandy, rather than someone concealing his talents. How could one possibly hide such abilities from the tender age of 5 or 6? It is implausible to think he could have concealed them so effectively, especially in the realm of painting, where even the most gifted individuals require guidance and instruction from a mentor. Yet, from the records we have examined, it appears he has never received any artistic tutelage throughout his life, rendering his extraordinary artistic prowess all the more inexplicable. Zhou Jinshan nodded, recognizing that he must have undergone changes unknown to us. Thus, your task has become even more crucial. Ensnare him and uncover his secrets. I have a strong premonition that our hopes may very well hinge upon him. Chapter 25. The morning market. After leaving Zhou Jinshan's home, Shirley returned to the hospital to take over his uncle's shift. The hospital cannot function without a reliable family member present at all times. He had considered hiring a caregiver, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Instead of employing a caregiver, he believed it wiser to cultivate good relationships with the director, doctors, and nurses. With established rapport, they would provide the best care for his mother. Of course, financial considerations were paramount. This is no idle sentiment. In the ICU, nurses are on duty around the clock, performing examinations and administering medications, so if they were to devote a little extra attention to a particular patient, it would not interfere with their regular duties. If additional incentives were offered, they would certainly not object. Conversely, the reputation of caregivers is quite poor. While more experienced caregivers may perform better, his mother's condition did not warrant such a level of care at this time. He could always seek a higher-tier caregiver once she transitioned to a general ward. The uncertainty of whether his mother would even have that opportunity weighed heavily on his mind. Shirley was deeply troubled. His mother's condition was exceedingly complicated. There were hardly any functioning parts left in her body, making her a mere assemblage of parts pieced together. Every minute spent in the ICU was financially draining, which explained his need to deposit over 1,000,000 yuan in one go. The necessity of such a substantial deposit in a public hospital in China speaks volumes about the complexity of her situation. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. At 4:30 the following morning, as dawn began to break, he drove directly to Chonglu Road. By the time he arrived, Zhou Yuqing was already there. Observing her rubbing her hands together in the early morning mist, he hurried over and instinctively took her hand to warm it. "What brings you here so early?" "It's dangerous," he remarked. Zhou Yuqing beamed at him, her eagerness to join him in the treasure hunt palpable. "How delightful!" she exclaimed, her enthusiasm even greater than before.
Shirley enveloped Zhou Yuqing in a warm embrace.
"Let us go and find some great deals. The early morning market is where you'll discover the finest treasures." "Is it truly better than usual?" she inquired. "Absolutely. Why, you ask?" "Simply because the weekend attracts the largest crowds, and most vendors set up shop only on these 2 days." "Oh, but it's quite dark here." Shirley waved his flashlight. "Is there any taboo?" "Not anymore," he replied. "There used to be, as early morning markets were once referred to as ghost markets, where many vendors operated under the cover of darkness. Hence, wielding a powerful flashlight was frowned upon. Not only were people hiding, but many goods were also concealed from view. However, times have changed. Such individuals are now rare, and even if a few linger, they are mixed among the majority of law-abiding citizens, so there is no fear of being seen. Now, you can use whatever light you prefer. Indeed, the times have changed. In the past, possessing a rechargeable flashlight was considered quite sophisticated. But now, a myriad of flashlights abound, not to mention an array of blue lights, endoscopes, X-ray lights, imaging lights, and countless other devices. As long as they serve the purpose of treasure appraisal, there exists no tool that players shy away from utilizing. Who are you to impose restrictions, prohibiting high-powered flashlights? What of mobile phone flashlights? Their lumen output is hardly negligible. Thus, in recent years, no one has taken issue with the types of lights one employs. Even a super outdoor lamp capable of illuminating an entire street is acceptable, with some even expressing gratitude for the energy savings it brings. As they entered the marketplace, Shirley grasped Zhou Yuqing's small hand, leading her directly to several of the most renowned stalls. Being a second-generation collector, he had certainly mingled in this antique street, and while he may not have learned much, his network of information was undoubtedly extensive, particularly in knowing which vendors possessed quality items. Zhou Yuqing, curious, inquired, "Aren't all vendors the same?" "Not at all," Shirley replied in a hushed tone. "Some vendors sell items wholesale from small commodity markets, lacking any intention of marketing them as antiques. They simply capitalize on the foot traffic here to sell crafts for a meager profit. Others, however, have channels to procure low-quality replicas. Their stalls are filled with such wares easily discernible. Yet, there are also genuine second-hand dealers who spend weekdays sourcing goods and emerge on weekends to set up shop, offering the most authentic pieces. Ah, if they possess genuine items, why not sell directly to antique shops?" Zhou Yuqing asked. "Where is the profit in that?" Shirley chuckled. "Most of these vendors have a keen eye, but their expertise may be lacking. In truth, if tasked with authenticating or appraising items themselves, they would struggle. Furthermore, the market often harbors naive buyers. While they might only earn a few hundred by selling to antique shops, they stand a chance of selling for 1,000 or even 10,000 at their stalls. Do you understand now? Zhou Yuqing burst into laughter. Were you ever a Na'vi buyer yourself? Impossible. I never even dared to touch anything. Though my father, he has certainly been duped multiple times, spending over 60,000 on a Qianlong vase at a stall, only to be embarrassed when it turned out to be a high-quality replica. That incident became a laughingstock within our circle. Really? Your uncle could be deceived as well? Indeed. And that vase was relatively easy to authenticate. Yet, he was oblivious and failed to discern the truth. As Shirley recounted this, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He crouched down, took hold of a vase from the stall, inspected its base, and was taken aback to discover 6 characters inscribed in seal script, De Qing Qianlong Nianji. Good heavens! What a stroke of fate! While discussing the Qianlong Famille rose vase, they had stumbled upon the actual item, which appeared to be genuine. After merely 3 or 4 seconds of examination, Shirley inquired, "What era is this vase from?" "From the Qianlong period," the vendor replied. "Is it an original from the Qianlong dynasty or a later imitation?" "Certainly an original," the vendor affirmed. "And the price?" 88,000. 88? Are you jesting? Not joking, 200.
Impossible.
The lowest I can offer is 8,000. 500, Shirley countered, producing 5 crisp bills to offer. "Let us make a deal." The vendor did not accept. "Add a bit more." Shirley was resolute. "It cannot be any higher." Observing the vendor's hesitation, he decisively withdrew. The vendor, in a state of urgency, conceded, all right, let's make a deal. If it weren't for this early hour, I would be quite reluctant." Shirley exhaled in relief, disregarding the vendor's ramblings. Transactions at the street stall were remarkably straightforward. There was seldom a need to dispute the quality or price of items, particularly when one accurately gauged the vendor's lack of knowledge. The more one spoke, the more likely they were to reveal inconsistencies. Simply negotiating based on the market value of the stall was sufficient, unless the vendor possessed a discerning eye, in which case one would need to debate aspects such as the item's appearance, craftsmanship, age, and market conditions. With the bottle in hand, Shirley grasped Zhou Yuqing's arm and turned to leave, heading straight back to the car. Only then did Zhou Yuqing find the opportunity to inquire, "Did you make a good find?" Shirley nodded enthusiastically. "A remarkable one." Zhou Yuqing's excitement mirrored his own. "How remarkable." Chapter 26. How large is the water chestnut bottle? After a moment's contemplation, Shirley mused that it must be at least 300. Zhou Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. 300? It must be a magnificent piece. Indeed, Shirley affirmed with unwavering confidence. It is undoubtedly a grand masterpiece. Is it a celestial bottle? No. The neck of a celestial bottle is straight and slender, whereas this one bears graceful curves. Additionally, the body of a celestial bottle is predominantly round, while this one is more oval. The mouth rim is also distinct. This bottle has a pronounced outward flare. What kind of bottle is it then? A May bottle? A water chestnut bottle. A water chestnut bottle? Have you ever tasted water chestnuts? No. Well, it's understandable that people from the north are not well acquainted with water chestnuts. These delicacies thrive in the warm, moist southern regions. Even in today's era of advanced logistics, northerners rarely indulge in them due to their unique flavor, which can be off-putting for those unaccustomed to it. Moreover, there are plenty of alternatives available. Thus, it is quite normal not to recognize them, and many from the north might not even be familiar with the term water chestnut. Shirley himself was also unaware. However, Fu Qingzhu was familiar with them. Fu Qingzhu, a figure from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, was a well-traveled and knowledgeable individual. Fu Qingzhu's recognition equated to Shirley's understanding. After providing Zhou Yuqing with a brief introduction, Shirley redirected the conversation back to the bottle itself, noting that its flaws were quite apparent. Really? What flaws? The craftsmanship is lacking. Observe the intricate patterns, excessively complex, and the color combinations lack aesthetic appeal, appearing rather gaudy, making it difficult to appreciate. I can sense that, but how can it still be considered a grand masterpiece? Because the shape is excellent, the craftsmanship is exceptional, and the patina is well developed with no chips or defects, a standard complete piece which is quite rare. The shape? Yes. Shirley placed the bottle on the central console, Look at the lines of this bottle, from the flared mouth down to the foot. The contour is exquisite. No matter how garish the color combinations may be, they cannot overshadow the elegance and dignity of the form. Ah, now I understand, Zhou Yuqing remarked, the shape is indeed beautiful, akin to the curves of a woman. Shirley coughed, suppressing the urge to flirt with Zhou Yuqing. The most valuable aspect remains the craftsmanship of this bottle. Craftsmanship? Here, feel it. Shirley gently took Zhou Yuqing's small hand and placed it on the belly of the bottle. Do you feel anything? Ah, there are subtle indentations. Now, take a closer look with a magnifying glass. Zhou Yuqing examined it intently, astonished. Are these tiny patterns carved? Yes. What kind of craftsmanship is this? Is it called carving? More accurately, it is referred to as the rolled powder color technique. Before firing, after laying down a brocade base, fine tools akin to embroidery needles are used to intricately carve the corresponding patterns into the body. Following this, powdered color paintings are applied on top. This technique creates a stunning visual effect, where the delicate yet unobtrusive base color generates a profound sense of depth and dynamism, particularly when admired under light, offering a uniquely captivating visual experience. As Shirley illuminated the interior of the car, he spoke while rotating the bottle. Under the light's glow, the originally gaudy bottle took on a subtle sheen, appearing somewhat ethereal, as if enveloped in an enchanting ambience. Indeed, a remarkable sight. This was merely the standard car light. Were it placed beneath professional atmospheric lighting, complemented by a rotating display, the effect would undoubtedly be extraordinary. At that point, the value could easily double, surpassing 3 million. After all, the technique of Guadao powder color is quite rare in the country. This craft is inherently uncommon and demands a certain level of technical skill. Its peak was during the Qianlong era. Although there were imitations afterward, the craftsmanship faltered, resulting in mediocre outcomes. Consequently, few have pursued such labor-intensive porcelain that yields little in return since the Qianlong period. Thus, this Qianlong dynasty Guadao powder color vase falls into the category of being valuable yet unobtainable. Its market price may be around 2 to 3 million, affordable for many, yet nearly impossible to acquire. By the time Shirley finished his explanation, Zhou Yuqing had already become enamored with the vase. Shirgu, could you gift it to me? She asked. Sure, Shirley replied without hesitation, adding, a token of affection. Zhou Yuqing blushed but retorted, dream on. Who's establishing a bond with you? Besides, if we were to do so, this vase lacks a certain significance. The audacity of her desires was notable. Shirley chuckled as he playfully ruffled her hair. Put the vase away. Let us continue our treasure hunt. Are we going again? She questioned. Why not? With such a bounty, shouldn't we retreat? If I were alone, I would have returned, but since you are here, we can't just leave right after arriving, he winked. I mainly wish to spend more time with you. How annoying. They both returned to the antique market to continue their exploration. As time passed, the crowd swelled, and the temperature rose several degrees. Zhou Yuqing discarded her outer jacket, tying it around her waist, with each hand carrying a bag filled with Shirley's finds, albeit minor treasures. Shirley, however, bore nothing, treating her as a bag carrier. If others were to witness this scene, they would likely be incensed. Here was a goddess, typically exalted, willingly playing the role of a porter for Shirley. He chuckled to himself. This exemplifies the distinction between a playboy and a sincere person. When it comes to women, regardless of their beauty, one must not idolize them. Rather, maintain a balanced mindset and engage in romance from an equal standpoint, thus creating opportunities. Otherwise, the more one elevates them, the more they may come to look down upon you, especially if they are accustomed to admiration. If you regard them as divine in your heart, what chance do you have to win them over? If you do succeed, wouldn't that be a form of sacrilege? Coughing lightly, Shirley held such a mindset. The more beautiful, wealthier, and loftier the woman, the more one should treat her with a sense of normalcy. In fact, one must mentally assert dominance over the situation. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity at all. Of course, Shirley's situation with Zhou Yuqing was rather unique. She had ulterior motives. He was well aware that Zhou Yuqing harbored ulterior motives. Thus, during their interactions, he adopted a more relaxed demeanor. He engaged in flirtation with unabashed zeal and was unyielding in his utilization of her, free from the entanglements of emotional complexity. He felt no hesitation in requesting Zhou Yuqing to carry his bag, nor did he mind if she were to massage his feet. In fact, he was curious to see the extent of sacrifices she might make to achieve her objectives. Unfortunately, with his mother's life hanging by a thread, he found himself devoid of the inclination to indulge in such trivial affairs. Had it been his former self, he would have already taken action in the presence of someone as stunning as Zhou Yuqing. Around 7:30, upon noticing the fine beads of sweat adorning Zhou Yuqing's brow, Shirley remarked, "You must be hungry. Let us go have breakfast, my treat." No sooner had he spoken than someone called out from a distance, "Miss Zhou, what brings you here?" Chapter 27. A host of suitors. Shirley and Zhou Yuqing turned simultaneously. A tall and slender young man approached with an air of excitement, briskly jogging to Zhou Yuqing's side, inquiring with enthusiasm, "Miss Zhou, what a surprise to see you here." He then shifted his gaze to Shirley, scrutinizing the arms they had entwined. "And this is?" Zhou Yuqing responded with a sweet smile, "This is my boyfriend, Shirley." Turning to Shirley, she added, "Lei Gu, this is Li Yihui, the second son of Tianhe Group." Shirley extended his hand with a smile. "Hello?" Unexpectedly, Li Yihui tilted his head and asked, "Shirley, are you the son of Shi Zhishuan, the one who just jumped into the sea? The notorious playboy with a plethora of girlfriends in the island city?" Zhou Yuqing's expression darkened instantly, her anger flaring. However, Shirley calmly interjected, restraining her, "Yes, that's me. Is there a problem? How dare you pursue Miss Zhou? It would be wise for you to leave the island city before something unfortunate befalls you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At this, Shirley's curiosity piqued. "Oh, your notion of courtesy involves violence, does it? Then come at me." Li Yihui's expression soured, dark as a stormy sky. "What right does a fatherless wretch like you have to speak before me? In the past, out of respect for your father, I might have regarded you with some esteem, but now you're nothing more than a maggot. I could crush you effortlessly." Shirley chuckled, "Come now, give it a try." He stepped forward, asserting, "We are both adults. Let us not resort to empty threats. I'll be right here, watching you attempt to crush me. If you fail, I shall hold your surname in contempt." Li Yihui's countenance grew even darker, his gaze fierce, yet he ultimately refrained from responding. Instead, he turned to Zhou Yuqing, "Miss Zhou, is this rogue employing some underhanded tactics? Would you like me to assist in removing him?" Zhou Yuqing stepped closer, linking her arm with Shirley's. No, it is I who am pursuing Lei Gu. Miss Zhou, you may not be aware, but he is a thorough scoundrel." "What? Do you believe my grandfather's judgment inferior to yours?" "Ah, grandfather Zhou has met him? Of course. And what does that concern you?" I simply do not wish for you to be deceived, as this sure is quite adept at tricking women. Thank you for your concern, but my affairs are not yours to meddle in." Zhou Yuqing leaned closer to Shirley. "Lei Gu, shall we depart? There's no need to pay attention to these absurd individuals." "Absolutely," Shirley replied with delight. "This girl truly enhances my stature." Regardless of Zhou Yuqing's motives for drawing near, her actions warranted admiration. She had publicly honored him as her boyfriend, unaffected by external provocations, remaining indifferent to the clamor around them. Such a woman is indeed a rarity in this day and age. Even if merely a performance, it was executed with remarkable sincerity. Engaging in fleeting affairs is also a matter of skill. Some merely go through the motions, while others truly immerse themselves in their roles. Similar to actors, some can only manage to widen their eyes, furrow their brows, and pout their lips, whereas others can embody any character, evoking a profound sense of empathy from the audience. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yuqing is a commendable performer. However, he takes advantage of this, cheerfully linking arms with Zhou Yuqing as they navigate past Li Yihui. Once they are beyond him, he casts a fierce glance back at Li Yihui and silently mouths a vulgarity. He is not one to shy away from such blatant provocation. In public, he refrains from causing a scene, but in private, he would not hesitate to confront that insufferable brat. He might temporarily avoid dealing with someone like Li Xinhufu or He Haibin, yet Li Yihui is hardly a formidable adversary. Tianhe Group? Indeed, It may seem impressive to the average person, boasting a valuation of over 10 billion. Yet to him, they are merely affluent commoners. Though he has never encountered Li Yihui before, he is familiar with his brother and knows the family's true nature. Moreover, with Zhou Yuqing as his shield, anyone in Island City would think twice before attempting to harm him. Admittedly, he embellishes his own significance. He is simply a target of Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Jinshan, and a rather significant one at that, for it is not every day that Zhou Yuqing, their only daughter, takes the initiative. Thus, until Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Yuqing achieve their goals, he remains under their protection. No tiger allows anyone to threaten its prey. Of course, he does not deliberately provoke Li Yihui. The thrill of it is simply too intoxicating. At the breakfast CAF, Lei sits across from Zhou Yuqing. Is that Li Yihui your admirer? He inquires. Yes, but I pay him no mind. He is quite bothersome and what? He is not a good person. You should be cautious. I Lei am no pushover. He is genuinely dangerous and rather malicious. He might resort to extremes. Lei's smile dims slightly. Would he dare to harm Miao Miao? Not likely, especially since she is in boarding school. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. If he refrains from causing trouble at school, he wouldn't dare at the hospital either. Thus, his malice can only be directed at me. Do you think I would be afraid? However, while a direct attack can be dodged, an underhanded strike is harder to defend against. Perhaps we should have Xian Jia accompany you? No need for that. Rather, you should continue having her follow you. After all, I cannot be by your side every day. No, she would interfere with our dates. Ha ha ha. Let her keep her distance. When we are together, she can be far away, and at other times she can stay close to you, which would ease my mind. Are you worried about me? Yes. You are my treasure, and I fear losing you. And what about you? Zhou Yuqing's expression grows slightly serious. What if someone truly sets their sights on you? What then? Lei grasped Zhou Yuqing's delicate hand across the table, asserting, I still possess a modicum of self-defense capability. Have you ever practiced? Of course. I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. While it may be of little use against seasoned fighters, it suffices to fend off ordinary practitioners. Moreover, I am quite swift. Should real danger arise, I could easily take flight, and no one would be able to catch me. Yet, this was but a fanciful exaggeration. He had indeed dabbled in Taekwondo, but had barely scratched the surface of its teachings. His primary motivation had been to draw near to the female instructor at the dojang. As for running, he had never trained in sprints or distance. Although his physical fitness was commendable, his speed was not particularly remarkable. Nonetheless, he undeniably possessed a degree of self-defense capability. After all, he had inherited the legacy of the esteemed Grandmaster Fu Qingzhu. Even if he currently bore the physique of an ordinary individual, his experiences and insights were of a Grandmaster's caliber, rendering self-defense a trivial concern. Zhou Yuqing blinked, intrigued. Is that so impressive? Perhaps I should practice with Sister Xian? Chapter 28. The Fist Manual Practice? Lei shook his head. I certainly cannot engage in genuine practice. If I were to truly demonstrate my skills, my secret would be revealed. It's not a matter of fearing exposure, but rather a concern of unveiling my true capabilities. Other aspects are manageable, but practical experience demands extensive real-world training, which cannot be conjured out of thin air. An expert can discern one's proficiency with a mere gesture. That Sister Xian is undoubtedly a master. Should we engage, my true abilities would be laid bare. Thus, I must decline. Zhou Yuqing blinked. Sister Xian is just an ordinary person. No, she is absolutely not an ordinary person. Although I have yet to encounter a true expert. Her demeanor and gaze clearly suggest she is formidable, and I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. Have you really practiced? Of course. When I have a moment, I shall demonstrate. As for my practical skills, I cannot say, but my postures are undoubtedly impressive. I don't find Taekwondo particularly stylish. If we're discussing elegance, Tai Chi is far superior. Tai Chi is indeed quite graceful, but alas, I have not studied it. Do you wish to learn? What? This young lady has practiced. Is that true? You have practiced Tai Chi? Indeed. I have trained under Master Wang Shichong of Mount Lao since I was 6, and have continued ever since. My skills are profound and immeasurable. Can it be applied in practice? A competition would reveal that, But wait until I am done with my current obligations. Shirley did feel a twinge of curiosity. Although the inheritance of Master Fu Qingzhu includes numerous martial arts techniques, it notably lacks Tai Chi. However, he had heard of Chun Wangting, the founder of Tai Chi, whose name was not renowned in his time, which is why Master Fu Qingzhu never sought him out. Furthermore, their ages were quite similar, with Chun Wangting born in 1600 and passing in 1680, while Fu Qingzhu was born in 1607 and died in 1684. At the time, Chun Wangting was relatively unknown, and it was only in his later years that Fu Qingzhu became aware of this significant figure in the martial world. Thus, Shirley genuinely wished to learn the illustrious Tai Chi, to discern how this revered art differed from Master Fu's martial techniques. Fu Qingzhu's practice was primarily focused on fist and sword techniques, emphasizing real combat without any specific school of thought. He assimilated various styles throughout his life and ultimately compiled a manual titled the Fist Manual. This work integrated both health preservation and combat skills, serving to strengthen one's foundation and even applicable to spiritual cultivation. Additionally, it contained records of swordplay, spear techniques, and lightness skills, though regrettably, none of these have been preserved. Only the Fist Manual was safeguarded by Meng Taijin, a disciple of the Mianshan Longmen sect, and was discovered in the 1980s by the Traditional Martial Arts Compilation Group of the National Sports Administration in Ningxi, Shaanxi Province. It was published in 1988 under the title Fushan Fist Techniques and successfully registered as an intangible cultural heritage of Shaanxi Province in 2009. In the eyes of Shirley, the martial arts documented in Fu Quan Pu share certain similarities with Tai Chi, particularly in their graceful and expansive movements, which emphasize practice. However, when applied in actual combat, they exhibit an unparalleled ferocity. Regrettably, this transmission is solely the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, resulting in a somewhat insubstantial martial art with only a single routine, starkly contrasting with the vast and comprehensive heritage of contemporary Tai Chi. Nevertheless, the effectiveness is undoubtedly commendable. Unfortunately, Shirley currently lacks the time to practice. If he could draw from the present Tai Chi system, his progress would likely be expedited. Admittedly, Shirley harbors a touch of ambition. Yet, few young men can resist the allure of becoming a martial arts master, and he is no exception. After enjoying breakfast, he continued to explore the bustling flea market. However, the increasing throngs of people severely hampered his scavenging efforts. By 10 o'clock, he hurriedly urged Zhou Yuqing to leave. In the crowded market, especially during the sweltering summer, the odors were overwhelming. Not even Zhou Yuqing could endure it, and Shirley found it equally intolerable. Fortunately, today's haul was quite rewarding, as he acquired a Qianlong period painted porcelain bottle. Zhou Yuqing, undeterred by the heat, still clung to Shirley's arm, inquiring about their next activity. Shirley pondered for a moment before contacting the auction house. Now, she asked. Yes, with this bottle and my previous finds, I should be able to engage their services. Aren't you supposed to be the one delivering goods? She teased. Ordinary individuals must go to them. Someone like me, however, can reverse the process. It's a pity that the Huashan Cup was given to your grandfather. Otherwise, I could spread the word, and representatives from major auction houses would come knocking at my door overnight. I always thought major auction houses were unfriendly to ordinary collectors. Not at all, he replied. That notion stems from the fact that auction houses often regard the items of everyday collectors as inferior, and it would be too direct to convey that sentiment. Thus, they gently decline. Do you understand? It's akin to when someone seeks my expertise in appraisal. Both the seller and buyer are my friends. I can't honestly say an item is worthless, nor can I fabricate a compliment. I can only excuse myself by saying, I'm sorry, I lack the expertise to appraise this. My discerning eye isn't sufficient, which is merely a pretext, you see? Is that truly the case? She asked, intrigued. Absolutely. If not, to whom do you think the auction houses direct their solicitation advertisements? I used to believe they were quite unfriendly towards ordinary collectors. On the contrary, they welcome ordinary collectors, as they often lack the bargaining power, resources, and connections that seasoned collectors possess. To sell their items at a premium, they have no choice but to consign them, allowing auction houses to earn more in commissions and fees. Even if the auction house itself is indifferent to those few percentage points of commission, the managers and salespeople beneath them certainly care. Who would turn away from money? Understood. Therefore, if an auction house refuses to accept your collection, it likely indicates that your items are forgeries. If your collection merely doesn't meet the standards for auction, they would be forthright about it. Zhou Yuqing nodded, understanding. So, can all of your items meet the auction standards? Approximately, though they certainly wouldn't qualify for the prestigious spring and autumn auction. Besides the spring and autumn auction, are there smaller auctions available? Indeed, not only are there numerous events, but there is also at least one auction held each month, and at times, multiple auctions occur simultaneously across the globe. So what are we waiting for? Shirley cleared his throat and said, well, the person I contacted is my ex-girlfriend. Cool. I hope you don't mind. Zhou Yuqing smiled subtly. I don't mind. It's quite normal to have an ex. Isn't it? Everyone has a past. Such a statement is hardly credible. However, Shirley was quite intentional in his approach. If Zhou Yuqing truly held feelings for him, it would be strange for her not to feel a twinge of jealousy. Yet, her reaction only indicated that she did not regard him as a boyfriend at all. In matters of the heart, Zhou Yuqing is a complete novice. Anyone with even a modicum of romantic experience would recognize that feeling jealous in such a situation is a natural response. Thus, lacking sufficient life experience, she struggles even to act convincingly and remains oblivious to the underlying issues, all while feeling quite pleased with herself. Sending Zhou Yuqing into the fray is akin to sending a meat bun to chase a dog. Utterly futile. Chapter 29. The ex and the current Shirley is not a dog. However, Zhou Yuqing is undeniably a steaming, fragrant meat bun, the kind that makes everyone salivate. To put it plainly, Zhou Yuqing is a goddess in the eyes of nearly every man, a celestial being to be revered. Unfortunately, this holds little sway over Shirley. He is not swayed by such notions. He does not subscribe to the idea of goddesses. To him, she is merely a woman, possessing nothing more than a beautiful exterior. Of course, Zhou Yuqing is not devoid of merit. Her family background and personality are commendable as well. Yet, that is the extent of it. Under normal circumstances, he would not fawn over her. Moreover, the current situation is that Zhou Yuqing is the one pursuing him. Even if she harbors ulterior motives, it does not alter the fact that she is chasing after him. Thus, in front of his current girlfriend Zhou Yuqing, Shirley boldly dials his ex-girlfriend. The call connects swiftly, and a crisp voice emerges. Sure? What do you want? I miss you. Ha! I don't believe a word you say, so spit it out. Let's meet for a chat. Say it quickly or I'll hang up. Here's your chance. Treat me to a lavish meal. Shirley. All right. Let us get to the point. I found a new girlfriend. She is curious and wants to meet you. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, he provides the time and place. Jianxi Road, Blue Ocean CAF. As soon as Shirley finishes speaking, his ex-girlfriend abruptly hangs up. Zhou Yuqing, taken aback, asks, what just happened? Shirley blinks innocently. What do you mean, what happened? Is your relationship with your ex this harmonious? This is our unique way of communicating. Exciting, I senti it? Zhou Yuqing nods silently. Throughout her life, she has never encountered such an unconventional means of interaction with an ex, far exceeding her expectations. Furthermore, the excuse of wanting to meet the ex under the pretense of being the new girlfriend was audacious enough to make her question her own perspective on life. Zhou Yuqing prides herself on having encountered all sorts of people. Good and bad, wealthy and poor, officials and businessmen, laborers and hustlers. She has heard of or encountered them all. Yet, someone like Shirley is entirely unprecedented for her. With a mind full of retorts, she finds herself at a loss for the right words. 20 minutes later, a red Kian pulls up outside the CAF. A tall woman, over 1.7 meters, steps out. Spotting Shirley and Zhou Yuqing by the window, she tosses her long hair, points at Shirley, and gracefully strides in. Without hesitation, she sits beside Shirley, first appraising him, then turning her gaze to Zhou Yuqing. After a moment, she extends her hand, introducing herself. Nice to meet you, Su Jing, Shirley's ex-girlfriend, market manager for the peninsula region at Jada Auction. Zhou Yuqing forces a smile, shaking Su Jing's hand. Zhou Yuqing, an unemployed drifter, Shirley's current girlfriend. Su Jing nods, then turns to Shirley. You have good taste. Your current has a wonderful aura. To attract a beauty of this caliber, you truly live up to being the man I once admired. Shirley cleared his throat and said, "Let's discuss the matter at hand." "Oh? Is it a rare occasion for the esteemed Shirley to engage in serious discourse? I had thought that your sole pursuit in life was to flirt with young ladies. I have several exquisite items ready for auction. You could facilitate the arrangements." "You say to arrange it, but I feel quite embarrassed. Besides, I am merely an ex. If I do not cause you trouble, you should be grateful." "Expecting my assistance?" "Ha! Dream on. 2 magnificent pieces and over 10 smaller ones. TSK. Only a few days since our separation, and you have already completed the appraisals? One is a Qianlong-era pastel-colored bottle, and the other is a gilt bronze Mithraea from the Wanli period. Are you certain about that? Their estimated value exceeds 2 to 3 million, and they are indeed rare treasures. Those in the know appreciate the Qianlong pastel, and the Mithraea is quite remarkable as well, despite the loss of the gilded layer. Its condition is excellent, with a deep black hue and a thick patina, and it is a Han Buddha, as you understand. The stylistic differences between Han and Tibetan Buddhas are significant. Each possesses its own beauty, but there are far too many Tibetan Buddhas. Since the Yuan dynasty, Tibetan Buddhas have become mainstream with the changing dynasties, and by the Qing dynasty they proliferated extensively. Most of the surviving divine statues are Tibetan. If you glance at the auction market, you'll find that 80% of the statues up for bidding are Tibetan. Thus, in comparison, a gilt bronze Han Buddha from the Wanli period is rather uncommon. Su Jing refrained from making any flippant remarks this time. "Where are the items? Let's first examine the photographs. If they pique your interest, we can arrange for an appraiser to come and collect them. Send them to me." Shirley forwarded all his recent findings to Su Jing, except for the floral goblet. Su Jing browsed through the images, nodding in approval. "Well done, Shirley. You've gained some skills. Let us not even discuss authenticity. At least you've learned to handle serious matters. Had I known it would come to this, would I have acted differently? Do you harbor regrets?" "Regrets? I am very much regretting it now. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue. I have faith in your potential. I just wonder if you can also alter your inherent nature. The nature of a person is hard to change. Indeed, if you truly changed, I would consider reconciling and starting a family with you," Su Jing remarked, lifting her coffee cup and taking a sip, still so considerate, "knowing I prefer my coffee without sugar. So, tell me, how long have you two known each other? How did you get together? Who pursued whom? What stage are you at? When do you plan to break up?" Meanwhile, Zhou Yuling was utterly bewildered. What kind of absurd questions were these? Who chats so openly in front of others? Did they truly regard her, the current partner, as invisible? What manner of conversation was this? It was far too wild. Shirley sighed inwardly, recalling how Su Jing had once been as innocent as Zhou Yuling was now. Yet, within 3 months of their relationship, he had led her astray, and she had lost all semblance of seriousness. A grave error indeed. Despite feeling guilt in his heart, he replied, "As your former partner, you should refrain from meddling too much. Even after a breakup, you have no chance. A good horse does not return to graze where it once fed. Do you understand?" Su Jing scoffed. "Is that a provocation? A tactic of feigned indifference? These tricks were effective for my former self, but now, ha ha ha." Shirley sighed. "At a time when you trusted me the most, I was full of empty promises. Now, I have turned over a new leaf. Yet you no longer believe in me. Is this not a tragedy? A sorrowful barrier has already formed between us. Alas." Su Jing's gaze momentarily flickered, and her expression softened. However, she quickly regained her composure, arching an eyebrow as she retorted, "Do you think it is appropriate to flirt with an ex in front of your current partner? Thus, I assert that it is not flirting but rather speaking the truth that you would not believe, correct? Spare me the runaround. These tricks only worked on my former self." Su Jing paused here, adopting a serious tone as she inquired, "Please tell me about the origins of these antiques. Let us be earnest. This is an essential part of the folk collection process, and do not try to deceive me with nonsense." Chapter 30. The frost blade yet untried during the civil gathering at the auction house. One of the most crucial tasks is to ascertain the provenance of the goods. The more precious the item, the more diligent the inquiry must be. The realm of antiques and cultural relics is fraught with complexities. Even an unassuming trinket could potentially emerge from a significant looting site, serve as a tool for money laundering or bribery, or be a stolen artifact. Before any incident occurs, only the parties involved are privy to the true origins of such items. After all, aside from a select few well-documented masterpieces, most antiques lack a clear lineage. However, once entangled with unscrupulous dealers, corrupt officials, or petty thieves, complications arise. Although auction houses possess various methods to mitigate liability, any association with such matters invariably tarnishes their reputation. Thus, larger auction houses place greater emphasis on provenance when collecting antiques. A legitimate lineage is ideal, but in its absence, the item's background must be clearly articulated and justifiable in written documentation. Should the auction house harbor suspicions regarding an item's provenance, they will politely suggest that the seller seek another venue. Su Jing's seriousness conveys this very sentiment, cautioning Shirley that if there are any issues with the item, it would be prudent to refrain from showcasing it, opting instead for a discreet resolution. Should it come to light, the embarrassment could be considerable, as the appraisers at the auction house bear the duty and responsibility to report any discrepancies. Of course, this is merely theoretical conduct. The practicalities often diverge significantly. In reality, the majority of antiques lack a definitive lineage. The owner's account of acquisition is typically accepted as truth, provided it does not veer too far into implausibility. Most will claim it to be a familial heirloom, while a portion will assert it was purchased from a flea market. Ultimately, no one can definitively verify the authenticity. Consequently, Shirley calmly responded, I understand. Rest assured, all items were procured from flea markets. Found a bargain? Since when did you acquire such a talent? Real individuals do not reveal their true selves. Those who reveal do not embody reality. Jing, your understanding of me remains superficial. Su Jing raised an eyebrow. Oh? Shall we enhance our communication in the future? Shirley maintained his composure. Certainly, as long as you continue your tenure at the auction house, our opportunities for dialogue will only increase. Does your girlfriend have any objections? Ask her yourself. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing smiled sweetly. One finds bargains while the other auctions. It sounds splendid to me, I have no objections. Shirley grinned with satisfaction. See? This is the magnanimity of my current partner, in stark contrast to your possessiveness. Oh? Su Jing scrutinized Zhou Yuqing closely before smiling as well. She either genuinely knows nothing or is merely pretending. Trust me, sure. There is no woman in this world who is devoid of jealousy. My Yuqing is far from an ordinary woman. She is still a woman. We shall see. Will Zhou Yuqing be jealous? Undoubtedly. Shirley possesses a deeper understanding of women than they do of themselves. He wholeheartedly agrees with Su Jing's assertion that there are indeed no women devoid of jealousy in this world. Consequently, Zhou Yuqing's reaction was entirely anticipated. After all, it was merely an act. Should Zhou Yuqing genuinely feel envious, he would be astonished. The peculiar trio of Shirley, Su Jing, and Zhou Yuqing lingered in the CAF for over half an hour, agreeing upon a time to inspect the merchandise before parting ways. Su Jing returned to the office, while Shirley continued to accompany Zhou Yuqing through the antique market, as neither had any pressing matters to attend to. It was not until around 5 o'clock that Shirley escorted Zhou Yuqing back, enjoying a lavish dinner at her family's grand villa before heading to the hospital. However, once again, he found himself intercepted in the same area by Li Xinhui. Li Xinhui again? Shirley furrowed his brow, but quickly dismissed the notion. Li Xinhui was akin to a wolf, only appearing when there was meat to be had. Presently, Shirley was devoid of wealth. Although he had stumbled upon 2 significant opportunities, they had yet to be realized. Even if Li Xinhui was aware of this, he would likely wait until the auction concluded and the funds were secured before approaching. Thus, apart from Li Xinhui, who could it be? Taking a deep breath, Shirley retrieved a baseball bat from behind the seat, focusing his gaze on the 2 vans before him. As he observed a dozen burly men disembarking from the vehicles, he felt a slight sense of relief. Although they wielded clubs, it was evident they were not seasoned fighters, their combat prowess significantly inferior to that of Li Xinhui's men. While Shirley's own strength had not markedly increased, his discerning eye had reached a masterful level. He could gauge the general capability of these men merely by their demeanor and expressions. After all, Fu Qingzhu was not only a martial arts master, but also a pivotal figure in the restoration of the Ming dynasty, having survived countless life and death encounters, thus amassing a wealth of practical experience. The individuals under Li Xinhui, while not experts, bore fierce expressions, indicating they had weathered their share of bloodshed. In contrast, the 7 or 8 before Shirley appeared to be mere showpieces, relying solely on their weapons to intimidate, capable of frightening only the average person. Realizing this, Shirley exited the vehicle, twirling the baseball bat and addressing the lead thug. "Didn't Li Yihue inform you that I am the grandson-in-law of Zhou Zhinshan?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the thug's steps faltered, clearly demonstrating Zhou Zhinshan's formidable reputation. Seizing the opportunity, Shirley charged forward, swinging his baseball bat with all his might. Thump, crack. The lead thug took a blow to the head and crumpled to the ground. The bat in Shirley's grip splintered in response. Yet, undeterred, he clenched the broken bat and pressed on like a valiant swordsman, the jagged end of the bat transforming into a makeshift short sword. Although it lacked the sharpness of a true blade, its lethality remained uncompromised. This was a street brawl, not a battlefield. Without standard protective gear, the destructive potential of a wooden spike was as potent as that of a real sword. While it could only stab and thrust, it was more than sufficient to deal with a group of thugs lacking substantial combat experience. Shirley has always possessed commendable physical prowess. After all, one cannot embody the essence of a dandy without a robust physique. Now, having acquired the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, he seems to have transformed into the legendary great swordsman, capable of dispatching ruffians with a mere strike wherever he goes. In less than 5 seconds, 7 or 8 thugs were rendered incapacitated. In conflicts among ordinary individuals, experience plays a decisive role. Furthermore, Shirley has adeptly executed a surprise attack, a principle also derived from Fu Qingzhu's teachings. According to Fu Qingzhu's combat wisdom, taking the initiative is paramount. In situations where strength is comparable, the attacker often gains a significant advantage, potentially leading to the swift downfall of the opponent. Moreover, years of practical experience have imparted to Shirley that in real combat, one must utilize every conceivable tactic, whether it involves scattering lime, throwing concealed weapons, hiding a blade in the sole of a shoe, or employing a sword within a sword. The ultimate truth is that victory is the only imperative. Thus, Shirley, a novice who had never encountered actual combat, under the influence of Fu Qingzhu's legacy, has manifested as a god of war, effortlessly vanquishing the thugs dispatched by Li Yihue. Chapter 31. Enchantment. As Shirley gazed upon his remarkable achievements, a slight sense of nervousness began to creep in. His palms trembled ever so gently. Until this moment, he had only experienced such triumphs in his dreams. Yet now, without even having begun his development, he had secured a resounding victory solely based on his experience. However, the danger was undeniably palpable. Despite the advantage of Fu Qingzhu's rich combat experience, his physical capabilities remained at an ordinary level, rendering his practical skills rather limited. A minor misstep could lead to his downfall, and should that occur, the consequences would be exceedingly dire. These little ruffians may not possess exceptional combat skills, but they were indeed ruthless and merciless. If one lacked the requisite ruthlessness, how could they qualify as enforcers? Enforcers must either be capable fighters or possess a fierce tenacity. One must dominate in at least one aspect. Contemplating this, Shirley took a deep breath and approached the burly leader, squatting down to pat the man's distorted jaw. "Today I spare your life. Go back and inform Li Yihue that if this occurs again, I shall undoubtedly demand his life." With that, he stood up and walked away without looking back, exuding an air of chilling resolve. It was only upon returning to the hospital that he could fully relax. After this bout, his stamina was nearly depleted. Another confrontation, and he might not withstand it. The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, at the intersection of Chonglu Road, Shirley spotted Zhou Yuqing beneath the streetlight from a distance. This woman had once again transformed her appearance, donning cream-colored, wide-leg trousers paired with a fitted t-shirt and a short-sleeve jacket. Her long hair, casually styled in soft waves, cascaded down her back, and she wore a pair of mid-heeled leather shoes. The overall impression was one of maturity, resembling a formidable businesswoman, exuding an aura of both shrewdness and undeniable allure. Very enticing, Shirley found himself quite enamored. Indeed, Shirley had a variety of preferences, primarily concerning looks, figure, and demeanor. Remarkably, Zhou Yuqing consistently managed to embody the style he adored. Upon reaching Zhou Yuqing, he donned a serious expression and scrutinized her from head to toe before speaking. Among the many women I know, you are the one who truly knows how to present yourself. This ensemble is simply too alluring. One word. Enchanting. Zhou Yuqing, beaming with delight, playfully swayed. Do you think it's beautiful? Not just beautiful, but enchanting. An allure that awakens a man's very soul. Such words carried a hint of impropriety, even bordering on lewdness. Any man uttering such sentiments in the presence of a woman would likely earn a slap or two along with scornful glances. Yet, when paired with Shirley's exceptionally sincere expression and earnest tone, it conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Even Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but smile, her eyes narrowing with delight. Brother Lei, is that truly the case? Indeed, Shirley affirmed with a nod, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, at this moment, I yearn to embrace you and give you a fervent kiss. With a hearty laugh, he effortlessly intertwined his arm with Zhou Yuqing's and trotted into the market. What was Zhou Yuqing's reaction? Shirley did not take it too seriously. After all, it was just a trivial matter. Whether it was a secret delight, shyness, or even irritation, such emotions were entirely normal, and in most cases, they could even advance the relationship between the two, bringing him only benefits and no drawbacks. Moreover, Zhou Yuqing was a woman of dubious intentions, making it even less necessary to care. To put it plainly, Shirley's mindset was on an entirely different level compared to Zhou Yuqing and her suitors. He was several floors above them. In this context, he could naturally approach all events surrounding Zhou Yuqing with a more tranquil disposition. In essence, he did not regard it as significant. No matter how beautiful, wealthy, or influential Zhou Yuqing was, to him, she was merely a woman, not much different from his ex-girlfriend, Su Jing. This is rather nice. Fake. That cup looks intriguing, though. It's antiqued. What about this jade? This is a jade song. The craftsmanship is commendable, and it is entirely handcrafted. But alas, it is also antiqued. Shirley and Zhou Yuqing engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, resembling a genuine master and disciple. However, Shirley's explanations were quite simplistic, barely scratching the surface. In any case, Zhou Yuqing did not comprehend much, and the surface-level knowledge would suffice for her learning for quite a while. Besides, Zhou Yuqing's true intention was not to learn, or so Shirley believed. Thus, he regarded her as a companion who could carry his bag while providing some amusement. Unfortunately, today's discoveries were rather meager. They roamed about under the sun, yielding little until 6:30, when they stumbled upon a true treasure at a stall run by an elderly gentleman. Shirley's eyes widened, his astonishment surpassing even that of when he discovered the flower god cup. Could such an item truly exist at a street vendor's stall, displayed so casually for public viewing and handling? It was inconceivable. Yet, at that moment, this extraordinary artifact was held delicately by a refined middle-aged man. Shirley could only feign nonchalance, crouching down to casually inspect other items at the stall, while keeping a vigilant eye on the middle-aged gentleman and the treasure he held, fearing any accidental damage. More than that, he dreaded that this rare object might catch the middle-aged man's fancy. However, what one fears often comes to pass. The gentleman appeared to be knowledgeable and grew increasingly enamored, eventually inquiring about the price. At the pricing stage, Shirley was particularly attentive. The vendor quoted a hefty sum of 2 million. Certainly, compared to the treasure itself, this price was quite modest, almost trivial. However, in the context of a street stall, such a quote was typically disregarded, and no one would take it seriously. The middle-aged man directly countered with an offer of 2,000. After several rounds of haggling, the vendor lowered his asking price to 80,000. The middle-aged man, however, did not significantly raise his offer, at most increasing it by 5,000. The two found themselves in a stalemate. Shirley, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of delight, hoping that this transaction would fall through, allowing him to seize the opportunity. After 3 or 4 minutes, the middle-aged man appeared agitated. "Old man, your price is excessively high. Such prices are unheard of at street stalls. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" The elderly gentleman, however, remained composed. Whether you choose to buy or not is entirely up to you. If you were not a fool, you would understand that this item is undoubtedly worth far more than this price. In another venue, you would need to add several zeros to acquire it. The middle-aged man scoffed, well, good luck selling it at that price. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Shirley was overjoyed but patiently waited for the man to leave before putting down what he was holding. He then picked up the precious item and inquired, "Boss, what is the provenance of this object that makes it worth so much?" The owner, however, evaded the question, saying, "You've listened long enough. Let me make it clear. Think of selling it for less than 80,000 as a mere fantasy. Money is negotiable, but what exactly makes this item so valuable? This is a treasure from the Ming Dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Wanli, a royal ceremonial vase, and it's in multicolored glaze. Wouldn't you agree that it is worth this price?" Chapter 32. The multicolored appreciation vase of the Ming Dynasty's Wanli era. The multicolored appreciation vase from the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty. If it is indeed genuine, what would its worth be? This was the first time Shirley found himself in such proximity to an authentic artifact, and it was equally his first encounter with such a treasure, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with its market value. However, Fu Qingzhu had previously encountered such an item. His family possessed a pair during his childhood. Thus, after considering both their perspectives, Shirley surmised that if this vase were to be auctioned, could fetch over 100 million. This was by no means an exaggeration. Such an object, given its rarity, artistic merit, and exceptional craftsmanship, possesses immense collectible value and can easily rival the finest Yuan blue and white porcelain. Yet, the enigmatic words of the elderly vendor raised questions. Did he truly recognize this vase as an authentic piece? This was perplexing. Knowing that this vase is a rare multicolored appreciation vase from the Wanli period, why not take it to auction? If that were not feasible, it could be sold to other collectors or antique shops. There are numerous avenues for monetization, yet he chose the one fraught with the highest risk and lowest return. There must be something amiss. Shirley's instincts heightened, though he remarked, "A genuine piece is undoubtedly valuable, but what of the imitation?" "This is genuine." "Genuine?" "Indeed, genuine. If it is authentic, you could easily take it to an auction house. Why display it on a street stall?" "I have my reasons for doing so. Whether you wish to buy it or not, the price remains as stated." The vendor's stance was exceptionally resolute, causing Shirley to doubt his own judgment. Could he have misjudged? He picked up the vase once more for a thorough examination. The inscription bore the 6-character regular script of the Wanli period, with penmanship and pigment characteristic of that era. The body was somewhat coarse, yet the form was remarkably elegant, exemplifying the pinnacle of handcrafted artistry. However, what truly captivated him was the design. The motif depicted a boy presenting longevity, a classic theme, yet the execution surpassed that of ordinary official kills by several tiers, indicative of the finest artisanship. The lines flowed with exceptional grace, reminiscent of Zhao Mingfu's style. The colors of the pigments were strikingly vivid. Despite the passage of years, the visual effect remained unblemished, akin to newly crafted porcelain. Yet, the patina was rich and lustrous, suggesting a history of at least 500 years. After a thorough examination from all angles, Shirley confirmed that this was indeed a genuine piece from the Wanli period, and among the top-tier examples. Not only in this time but even during the Wanli era, it would be regarded as an exceedingly rare treasure. Such a near-perfect, top-quality, multicolored appreciation vase, produced during any dynasty of feudal society, would be deemed a supreme rarity. The creation of such a flawless artifact requires not only the finest materials, artisans, and painters but also an element of luck. A slight miscalculation might result in a defective product. Therefore, whether at 80,000 or 800,000, acquiring it would yield significant profit. With this in mind, Shirley resolved to act swiftly. Prolonging the negotiation could lead to unforeseen complications. Nodding, he stated, 80,000 it is. Even if it were an imitation, it wouldn't be a significant loss. However, before he could finish, another voice interjected, I bid 100,000. Shirley turned around, only to be confronted by the middle-aged man who had just departed. Regretful, perhaps? He scoffed, brother, this hardly adheres to the rules. Does it? I care not for rules. All I know is that you haven't sealed the deal yet. The bottle remains with the vendor, and he may sell it to whomever he pleases, the middle-aged man retorted, disdainfully glancing at the vendor. Old man, do speak up. The elderly vendor chuckled. As a mere street vendor, scraping by for a modest profit, I naturally abide by the principle of highest bidder wins. Young man, if you are unwilling to part with your funds, you might consider increasing your offer. After all, adding a few tens of thousands is trivial compared to the intrinsic value of this bottle. Shirley raised an eyebrow, surveying the old man and the middle-aged man interchangeably for a moment. He understood. These two were in cahoots. This was a setup, using the bottle as bait to lure in a wealthy mark. The middle-aged man would initially raise the price, then feign disinterest, only to return and escalate the bidding anew, thereby creating an illusion of high demand for the bottle, coaxing the mark to spend more money. Such schemes are common, yet rarely seen at street stalls, as items sold there typically have a limited value, and those with a modicum of experience would not squander excessive sums. However, this duo exhibited remarkable audacity, employing such a valuable bottle as bait. Such a precious lure would likely attract affluent individuals, while those of modest means would be scared off. What? Someone would borrow money to buy it? Even better. Swindlers thrive on marks who resort to borrowing. Once ensnared in the game, the mark is left with only one path: to emerge victorious or risk losing everything. In such scenarios, they become mere puppets in the hands of the deceivers, drained of every last ounce of value. Yet, Shirley remained unperturbed. His sole curiosity lay in whether this duo was aware that their bait was a priceless treasure valued at over 100 million. If they were aware, their risk was considerable. Using a treasure of such magnitude as bait posed a significant peril. How many individuals would they need to deceive to cover such a gap in case of failure? If they were unaware. Shirley stifled a sardonic laugh, donning an expression of profound difficulty. This is hardly in accordance with the rules. The old man replied, young brother, what era are we in? Who still cares about such matters? In business today, regardless of the industry, we adhere to the laws of our nation, not antiquated rules from a century ago. Do you understand? This assertion, while seemingly accurate, bore its own weight. Even if the old man and the middle-aged man disregarded industry norms, there was little recourse for those wronged. In truth, even a century ago, ordinary players encountering such unscrupulous individuals could only voice their grievances, perhaps attempting to tarnish the other's reputation, but little more. Only those with connections could call upon influential figures to exert pressure and recover some losses. And now, even if such figures existed within the industry, they would seldom intervene for trivial matters like this. Even Zhou Zhinshan is no exception. After all, such a prominent figure would not stoop to engage in a verbal dispute with a street vendor over trivial matters. Regardless of the outcome, it would tarnish his reputation. Thus, Shirley found himself at an impasse. He could either withdraw or continue to raise the stakes. Reluctant to concede so easily, especially for a magnificent multicolored appreciation vase from the Wanli era, valued at over 100 million, he resolved not to let it slip away. Taking a deep breath, he declared, very well, if that is your stance, let us allow strength to dictate the terms. I shall raise the bid by 10,000. The middle-aged man, without a moment's hesitation, responded with an increase of 40,000, 150,000, another 10,000. Shirley countered, 200,000, and another 10,000. Shirley continued to incrementally raise his bid. He was eager to discover just how vast the appetites and audacity of these two contenders truly were. Below 50 million, he would not hesitate to engage. Chapter 33. Turning the tide. Accompanied by Shirley, the price swiftly escalated beyond 1 million. This spectacle attracted a considerable crowd of onlookers, a sight seldom witnessed in the bustling street market. In fact, it was an unprecedented grand event. Spending over $1 million on a street stall was already absurd, let alone two buyers engaged in a bidding war. Such scenes typically transpired only at auctions, hence the increasing number of spectators. However, the growing crowd rendered the elderly vendor and the middle-aged buyer increasingly uneasy. As Shirley elevated the price to 1,500,000, the old man cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, this is rather inconvenient. Perhaps we should move to another location?" Shirley raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What is inconvenient? We are all here to make a living. This is your domain. The crowd is too large. The more, the merrier. Let everyone bear witness to this transaction, lest someone has second thoughts later. That won't happen. No one would back out. Your assurances carry little weight, considering you have already reconsidered once. The old man found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the middle-aged man hurriedly chimed in. It would be wise to discuss this in a quieter setting. With such a valuable item, any mishap could prove detrimental. Shirley scrutinized the middle-aged man before smiling. How about this? You withdraw and let me have the item. That is out of the question. Out of the question. I have set my sights on this exquisite vase. It is indeed a rare find. Then how about this? I will step back and relinquish the vase to you. How does that sound? Really? Indeed, Shirley nodded earnestly. This left the middle-aged man momentarily speechless. Observing this, the elderly vendor quickly interjected. I am the one who decides who to sell to. You two simply place your bids. Whether you withdraw or not will not sway my decision. After all, treasures belong to the worthy. I shall sell to whomever I choose. Upon hearing this, Shirley became even more convinced that the two were colluding to deceive him. Thus, he relaxed his stance, understanding that business is ultimately about profit. If that is the case, why not simply select one of us to sell to without this drawn-out bidding from 80,000 to over 150,000? The elderly vendor, wearing a forced smile, replied, After all, this is a rare and extraordinary treasure. Acquiring it for over 1 million is certainly no loss. He paused, as if making a difficult decision. How about this? Let us determine the outcome through a simple bid. Each of you write down a number. Whoever offers the higher price shall claim the vase. This method of sealed bidding is commonly employed in jade auctions. The vendor's proposal indicated he sensed Shirley's inclination to withdraw, prompting him to hasten the conclusion of this contest. At that moment, Shirley had thoroughly grasped the vendor's mindset, allowing him to deftly lead these two deceivers in his rhythm. The turning of the tide was but a mere flick of the wrist. With a single maneuver, Shirley swiftly turned the tables in his favor. He expertly grasped the intricacies of human nature. Swindlers often exploit the greed inherent in humanity to deceive. However, swindlers are human too, often harboring even greater avarice. If one knows how to maneuver effectively, one can easily manipulate the swindlers themselves. Such was the case with Shirley's actions, which served as a quintessential example. Despite being aware that the two individuals were setting a trap for him, he willingly stepped into it, matching their rhythm with relentless bidding, elevating the price to a considerable height before feigning a slight intention to withdraw. Naturally, the swindlers, unwilling to let go of the substantial profits within their grasp, experienced a shift in mindset, devising ways to keep Shirley ensnared and achieve their ultimate harvest. At this juncture, the control of the situation seamlessly transitioned to Shirley, who, upon hearing the old man's proposal, smiled and nodded, inscribing a figure on a piece of paper before handing it to the elderly gentleman. The middle-aged man, serious in demeanor, also noted a figure. The old man, after a moment of hesitation, discreetly unveiled the note, only to have his expression sour instantly. Shirley stifled a chuckle, for he had written a remarkably low price of only 80,000. After a moment of uncertainty, the old man queried, Brother, did you write this incorrectly? No, that's the price. With two buyers, you surely won't have trouble selling, right? Shirley turned to the middle-aged man. What's your asking price? Over 100? The middle-aged man, sensing the issue, stammered, That's none of your concern. Then turned to the old man. Are you selling or not? If not, I'm leaving. As he spoke, he pretended to walk away. Yet, the old man did not attempt to retain him. Instead, he addressed Shirley, Let him decide. I refuse to indulge their bad habits. This bottle is yours. You may proceed with the transfer. Surprised, Shirley thought that at such a meager price, he would be witnessing the two swindlers' exasperation at their futile efforts. To his astonishment, it turned out differently. What was this? The two swindlers were truly oblivious to the value. Nonetheless, acquiring it was satisfactory. He had prepared himself psychologically for the possibility of losing this significant opportunity, as he had no desire to be a fool. Unexpectedly, he ended up securing this priceless treasure at the lowest price imaginable. What a windfall! Shirley promptly transferred the funds, clutching the bottle as he and Zhou Yuqing navigated through the crowd, exiting the antique market. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Yuqing was astounded. Brother Lei, have you struck gold again? Indeed, A tremendous find. To what extent? Over 100 million. No way, really? What do you think? What is the origin of this bottle? A Ming Dynasty Wanli period polychrome appreciation vase. Is it genuine? 100% authentic. Those two were utterly. Wait, didn't the old man claim it was genuine? Shirley pondered. They must have been deceiving us. After all, everyone at the market claims their items are authentic. He offered no further explanation, particularly regarding the matter of the elderly gentleman and the middle-aged man being part of a deceptive scheme. Zhou Yuqing, unsuspecting, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "So, how do you plan to handle it? Will you have your ex-girlfriend assist you in auctioning it off?" "No, I intend to keep it for a while," he replied. "Keep it for enjoyment?" "Indeed," Shirley nodded. "Such a rare treasure deserves to be appreciated for some time. If I miss this opportunity, I may never encounter another piece of this caliber in my lifetime." "I see. May I also enjoy it for a while?" Shirley's demeanor shifted to one of caution. This Ming Dynasty vase was no ordinary item. Her desire to enjoy it extended beyond mere admiration. It encompassed aspects of the inheritance and practice associated with Fu Qingzhu. Her notion of enjoyment implied a thorough examination upon taking it home. The fact that Zhou Yuqing wished to appreciate it too heightened his vigilance. Chapter 34. The suspect in an instant, Shirley heightened his alertness to the utmost degree, yet his demeanor remained casual. "Of course, no problem. You can admire it for as long as you wish." Zhou Yuqing, taken aback, inquired. "Really? For as long as I want?" "Indeed, as long as you wish. A lifetime? Even 2 lifetimes would suffice. I have nothing to lose after all." You belong to me too." Annoyed, Zhou Yuqing playfully punched Shirley twice. "Where to now?" "Home. Are we heading home right now? With such a treasure in hand? Who could possibly think of anything else?" "True, let us go." Without hesitation, Shirley drove directly home. Upon arrival, without a word, he began taking numerous high-definition photographs with Zhou Yuqing, capturing every detail and numbering each image. With this collection, they could reconstruct a complete picture of the grand bottle. It was akin to creating a dossier. Only after that did they gather to meticulously examine the bottle, with Shirley primarily explaining while Zhou Yuqing listened intently, engrossed until dusk. Later, Shirley took Zhou Yuqing downstairs for dinner. They dined at a roadside stall, enjoying spicy stir-fried clams, sizzling squid, and fried rice, complemented by draft beer. Although the ambience was modest, the flavors were undoubtedly robust, and the ingredients remarkably fresh. For Zhou Yuqing, a privileged young woman, it was a rather rare experience. After satisfying their appetites, Zhou Yuqing prepared to leave, but not before reminding Shirley, "Lei Gu, once you've finished your admiration, be sure to lend it to me for a few days." "No problem." Shirley watched as Zhou Yuqing's car vanished from sight, then hurried back home. This evening, he intended to delve deeply into the study of the bottle. However, upon entering, he was struck with disbelief. Where was the bottle? That sizable bottle? The one hidden within the cabinet? It had been right there moments ago. Where could it have gone? A chill ran down Shirley's spine, but he quickly regained his composure. The doors and windows were sealed tight, showing no signs of forced entry. The lock was intact, and even the gap left in the cabinet door was precisely the width he had intentionally left. Only a thief of exceptional skill could exhibit such professionalism. Could it be Zhou Zhinshan? Shirley's suspicions first fell upon Zhou Zhinshan, as only a handful of people knew about his recent acquisition. The ability to locate such a proficient thief and pinpoint his residence in such a brief time span could only be orchestrated by someone of Zhou Zhinshan's caliber, particularly since the individual had seized the moment when he and Zhou Yuqing had stepped out for dinner. It was hard not to connect Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Zhinshan, the grandfather-granddaughter duo. Zhou Yuqing could have been the inside informant, discreetly alerting Zhou Zhinshan, who would command the operation from the rear. It seemed entirely plausible. Yet one aspect remained perplexing. Given Zhou Zhinshan's wealth, if he truly coveted that bottle, he could have easily purchased it directly. A price of 100 million was exorbitant for most, but for Zhou Zhinshan it was inconsequential. The previous instance of him unhesitatingly spending 20 million on the cup of the flower god served as a testament. Surely, he wouldn't hesitate to spend 100 million after already investing 20 million, would he? Moreover, it was evident that Zhou Zhinshan had ulterior motives. and his ambitions were considerable, so substantial that he deemed it worthwhile to risk his cherished granddaughter for such a trivial object. Thus, he swiftly dismissed the suspicions surrounding Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Yuqing, the grandfather and granddaughter duo. With these two ruled out, the list of potential suspects dwindled. The bald-headed Li Xinhui, who had been watching him closely, emerged as a possible contender, as did the original owners of the bottle, the two con artists. Additionally, there was a familiar face among the onlookers. Beyond these, no other possibilities existed. Among them, the two con artists bore the heaviest suspicion. Their series of peculiar actions, using an invaluable treasure as bait and setting a trap at a street stall, was inherently absurd. However, if a skilled thief were to clean up afterward, it would all make sense. Setting up a stall could yield substantial profits, especially with the prospect of reclaiming the bottle afterward, incurring no loss and pocketing a hefty sum. Unfortunately, their scheme had been thwarted by him, resulting in a mere profit of 80,000. Having contemplated this, he no longer hesitated and called his uncle to inform him that he would not be coming over that evening. Subsequently, he dialed a number. "Mouse, I need information on two individuals." "Is that you, Brother Lei? What a surprise to hear from you. Have you resolved matters at home? Shall I connect you?" "Yes, but you know the drill. I'll send you 20,000 up front, and another 30,000 upon completion. When do you need results?" "The sooner, the better. Ideally before midnight tonight. That LL require doubling the fee." Without hesitation, Shi Lei promptly transferred 50,000. Brother Lei is generous. "All right, let us get down to business. Who are you looking for? Name, gender, age, identity, occupation, and so forth. Provide as many details as possible." Shi Lei succinctly relayed the essential information about the two con artists. This was sufficient. Setting up a stall in the antique market was invaluable information. Stall rentals required fees, and setting up and dismantling stalls necessitated the use of three-wheeled vehicles or cars. Moreover, the market was teeming with surveillance cameras, yielding a wealth of information. With such data at hand, it was a straightforward task for someone like Mouse, who dealt in information trading, to locate individuals. As anticipated, within 2 hours, Shi Lei received a comprehensive dossier. The primary activities, social circles, and residential addresses were meticulously detailed, even encompassing what the two con artists had dined on that evening. In response, Shi Lei could only utter one word: impressive. Previously, when he had still been a dandy, he had little regard for such individuals, as they held no utility for him. A dandy had no reason to investigate others idly, after all. Yet, unexpectedly, a casually jotted number had proven fortuitous in this moment. Each creature has its own path, and ancient wisdom does not deceive. After a brief review, Shi Lei transferred another 50,000 to Mouse. The joy of the cunning rat. "Brother Lei, your straightforwardness is refreshing. Henceforth, do not hesitate to voice your needs. By the way, this marks my first business transaction with you, and I must share an additional insight. The two individuals you are investigating are not to be underestimated. They are seasoned veterans of the underworld, possessing considerable experience. Moreover, their group comprises not merely 2 members but at least 4. Time constraints have prevented a more thorough inquiry." Shi Lei acknowledged with a hum of understanding. "Thank you, we shall converse further later." After ending the call, he meticulously examined the information regarding the 2 swindlers. The emaciated old man is named Lu Jinbao, while the well-composed middle-aged gentleman is Lu Hexin. Remarkably, they hail from the same village, confirming their affiliation with a larger gang. Upon reviewing all the materials, Shi Lei retrieved a baseball bat concealed beneath his bed and strapped a dagger to his thigh. He then took with him an unopened ceremonial Longquan sword he had purchased the previous day. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, systematically eliminating each suspect. The stolen items, he vowed, would be reclaimed by his own efforts. While he may still be an ordinary individual, his extensive practical experience and street smarts, akin to those of Fu Qingzhu, render him well-equipped to handle the 2 elderly men and the middle-aged man with relative ease. Chapter 35. The martial con artist Shi Lei drove directly to the address provided by the rat. It was a large courtyard located in an urban village. He had been there before, as a petite model he once knew had resided there for a time. His recollection of the urban village was that it was quite chaotic. Half of the permanent residents were migrants of various backgrounds, and the living conditions were rather substandard. A simple house could be rented for just over 100 yuan a month, while those with bathrooms barely exceeded 200. As long as the landlord resided there, it was manageable. Some courtyards were rented in their entirety, accommodating a dozen or even 20 individuals, leading to an obvious disarray. However, there existed a limit to this chaos. Despite the complex mix of people, nothing too outrageous occurred, as they were all ordinary folk. But once Lu Jinbao and Lu Hexin moved in, the situation transformed entirely. They were con artists, specifically martial con artists. While some deceivers rely solely on their wits, achieving their ends through cunning or accepting defeat when unsuccessful, martial con artists take a different route. If they cannot deceive, they resort to theft. If theft fails, they resort to robbery. Such individuals, lacking any moral compass, are despised even among thieves. What? No robbery? Theft and robbery are two sides of the same coin. The distinction is merely a matter of proximity. Often, theft escalates into robbery or even murder once discovered. This is no exaggeration. Consequently, Shirley had no intention of exploring alternative methods. He armed himself and directly confronted the issue. In matters of the world, one must act accordingly. Although Shirley was not a man of the underworld, Fu Qingzhu certainly was a prominent figure within it. During his lifetime, particularly under the Qing dynasty, anyone in the underworld would commend Fu Qingzhu's name. Now, having inherited Fu Qingzhu's legacy, Shirley could be considered at least partially part of that world. Thus, there was nothing amiss in his actions. Upon reaching the village entrance, he parked his vehicle and adjusted its direction before shouldering his sword and grabbing a baseball bat. Making his way to the courtyard rented by Lu Jinbao, he knocked on the door. After a moment, a voice inquired, "Who is there?" It was a voice with a rough timbre. Neither Lu Jinbao nor Lu Hexin. There were others present. However, this was anticipated by Shirley, who calmly replied, "From the village committee. What is the matter? I've heard that you are harboring some unsavory characters. I've come to take a look. No one here. Open the door and talk." After another 10 seconds, footsteps approached, and the door swung open. But at the moment the door opened, a short gun shot out from the gap, akin to a venomous snake. Shirley remained motionless, for he had not approached the door at all. Such trivial tricks were far too juvenile for him now. Fu Qingzhu had not fallen for such ruses since the age of 10. Therefore, Shirley calmly observed the metallic gun barrel flash past him before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The door was violently thrust inward. The person behind it was knocked down. Clearly, the assailant had never anticipated that Shirley would not only evade the trap, but also choose to retaliate with such swiftness and variety. With a decisive strike, Shirley swung the baseball bat, charging forward to bring it down upon the staggering figure retreating into the room. The bat, crafted from aluminum alloy, though not as hard as tungsten steel, was sufficiently formidable for the task at hand. A resounding impact reverberated through the air as he struck 3 consecutive blows. The first blow was barely deflected by the slender figure wielding a firearm, yet the second blow caused the assailant to crumple to the ground. The third blow was instinctively delivered as a finishing strike, a lesson ingrained in him from the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, who had learned through countless life and death encounters the paramount importance of ensuring that a fallen opponent was truly incapacitated. At that moment, another burly man burst forth from the dwelling, brandishing a long staff, ready to unleash a powerful swing. The staff was easy to wield, requiring only brute strength, and its considerable length granted a wide range of attack, making it a formidable weapon. For an ordinary person, the very sound of the staff slicing through the air could instill terror. Although Shirley's physical prowess was akin to that of an average individual, his training under Fu Qingzhu had exposed him to numerous skilled fighters, allowing him to maintain composure as he strategically retreated a step, evading the range of the incoming strike. He even had the opportunity to perceive the rush of air as the staff narrowly missed him, akin to the sensation of a sharp blade. However, while the staff was indeed powerful, it possessed its own limitations in combat. Its excessive length rendered it somewhat unwieldy, and even the most skilled practitioner would find themselves at a disadvantage if an adversary closed the distance. To neutralize the threat posed by the staff, one must close in, entering the opponent's range to render their weapon or techniques ineffective. The staff's lethality was most potent within 1 meter to 1.5 meters, but once the target moved within 1 meter, it became little more than a cumbersome object. With Fu Qingzhu's teachings guiding him, Shi Lei calculated every detail before the staff was even swung. The opponent's skill level, striking range, and subsequent maneuvers. As he deftly avoided the powerful strike, he surged forward, simultaneously drawing his long sword and executing a flawlessly precise lunge, reminiscent of an Olympic athlete's form. Regardless of whether the sword was a competitive blade or a traditional longsword, thrusting remained its primary technique, with distance being of utmost importance. The lunge allowed for maximum extension of attack range, a technique universal across cultures and eras, regardless of the name it bore. Under the influence of Fu Qingzhu, Shi Lei executed this maneuver with exquisite proficiency. Although his speed may not have been the swiftest, in the midst of calculated intent, it proved more than adequate. Even without a sharpened edge, this meticulously crafted longsword could still deliver a fatal blow against an unarmored target. With a soft gasp, he could even sense the piercing sensation of the sword tip penetrating flesh through the hilt. It was a curious experience, yet he felt no fear. In Fu Qingzhu's memory, this was merely a trivial affair. He gently withdrew his elbow, the sword tip retracting from the body as blood gushed forth. The burly man wielding the staff staggered back several steps, clutching his chest, his expression obscured by the dimness of the night. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. That strike had pierced straight to the heart. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly extinguished. Shi Lei wiped the blood from the sword tip but did not enter. Instead, he spoke in a low voice, hand over the bottle. Silence enveloped the room. Shi Lei furrowed his brow and advanced with the sword drawn. Just then, the door creaked open, and the frail old man Lu Jinbao emerged, trembling as he cradled the bottle. The bottle is here, here it is. We, my brothers and I, have failed to recognize the mountain. Whether to fight or to kill, we accept our fate, he uttered, then prostrated himself on the ground, remaining still, with only the magnificent, multicolored Ming Dynasty vase resting before him. Chapter 36. The expert quite discerning. Shi Lei gazed at Lu Jinbao, who lay prostrate on the ground, as well as the resplendent, multicolored vase placed before him. Instinctively, he yearned to seize the vase. His objective was precisely that vessel. Securing it would signify the completion of his task. This invaluable treasure lay within arm's reach, merely a bend of the waist away. However, just as he prepared to advance, he instinctively sidestepped. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt whizzed past his chest. With a dull thud, it embedded itself into the wall a short distance behind him. You old scoundrel! Shi Lei seethed with rage, thrusting his sword forward. The not-so-sharp longsword plunged directly into Lu Jinbao's chest. Realizing his ambush had failed, Lu Jinbao intended to flee, but as he rose, Shi Lei's sword was already upon him. Only after Lu Jinbao collapsed to the ground did Shi Lei quietly exhale, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That had been perilously close. It was not merely dangerous for an ordinary person like him. Even the peak master, Fu Qingzhu, would have found no escape had he been struck. The ancient crossbow was formidable enough, but modern crossbows were even more fearsome, possessing immense power. If one were to coat the bolt with hydrochloric acid or a similar substance, mere contact could prove fatal, rendering a precise strike on a vital area unnecessary. Yet Fu Qingzhu had witnessed far too many similar scenarios, and at the critical moment, he had anticipated Lu Jinbao's treachery through his subtle movements. Otherwise, evading the bolt after its release would have been too late. The initial shooting speed of contemporary crossbows is extraordinarily high, nearly half the speed of sound. At a distance of less than 2 meters, Shi Lei would have had no chance of dodging it. Evading bullets and arrows is not impossible, but it entirely relies on anticipation. One must make the move before the trigger is pulled or the arrow released. Moreover, skill in marksmanship and archery is essential. If faced with an expert marksman or a rapid-fire submachine gun, no amount of anticipation would suffice. Thus, Shi Lei was genuinely filled with trepidation, drenched in cold sweat, his limbs feeling somewhat weak. However, Lu Hexin was still within the house. He dared not delay, utilizing the techniques ingrained in him by Fu Qingzhu to swiftly dart into the room, changing direction rapidly. It was empty. He searched thoroughly, only to discover that Lu Hexin had escaped through the back window. Shirley finally felt a sense of relief as he seized the multicolored vase and departed hastily. From the moment he entered to his exit, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed. Yet, in that brief span, he had experienced 3 life and death struggles, mere moments away from his own demise. Fortunately, he possessed the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, whose years of experience and practical knowledge had saved him. Indeed, it was this very legacy that emboldened him to seek the treasure alone. Without Fu Qingzhu's teachings, he would never have dared to take such a risk. Upon returning home, Shirley, wary of the night's potential for unforeseen complications, abandoned any further research and immediately began to absorb the energy from the vase. It took him a full 6 hours to completely draw in the spiritual energy contained within. He was perplexed as to why this particular vase held such an abundance of energy. In terms of rarity, it was merely a notch above the previous flower god cup. Yet the concentration of spiritual energy was worlds apart. Unfortunately, the amount of energy he could absorb in a given period was fixed, prompting him to tell Zhou Yuqing that he intended to bring it home for a thorough appreciation. Had it not been for this unexpected incident, he would have earnestly dedicated himself to research for a considerable time. He would refrain from selling until he uncovered something of significance. However, for now, he must first acquire the spiritual essence. Growth is paramount, as such a vast quantity of spiritual energy coursed through his body. Shirley attentively sensed the changes occurring within him. The most apparent alteration was the enhancement of his perceptive abilities, particularly that enigmatic sixth sense. Or perhaps it could be termed intuition. Regardless, it was truly remarkable. Subsequently, his visual, auditory, and olfactory senses were also fortified. Although the improvements were modest, they were indeed tangible. Beyond this, there was a strengthening at the physical level. This transformation was not overtly noticeable, for the enhancement of physical prowess is not an overnight affair, requiring a subtle and gradual process, along with his diligent training. Unfortunately, he currently found himself devoid of time for exercise. Otherwise, his physical condition would undoubtedly surpass its present state, especially considering the considerable spiritual essence he had absorbed in recent days. Nevertheless, there would be time to make up for it later. As dawn broke, Shirley set his alarm clock to seize a moment of rest. He lay down and fell asleep instantly. In his dreams, Zhou Jinshan was abruptly awakened by his granddaughter's urgent call. "Grandpa, there has been an incident." "What incident?" "Shirley has killed someone." "What?" Zhou Jinshan sat up hastily. "Which person? Those from Li Xinhua?" "No, a few swindlers." "Swindlers?" "Yes, the very ones we encountered this afternoon at the antique market. They took advantage of the moment when Shirley and I were dining to steal the vase." Shirley learned specific details from Wang Hao and went to confront them this evening. "How many of them?" "Just Shirley." "Alone?" "Yes. Armed with a sword and a baseball bat. 3 of the 4 swindlers are dead. 1 fell to the bat while 2 succumbed to the sword. The last managed to escape through the back window. And Shirley? Not a scratch on him. This is illogical." "Indeed it is," Zhou Yuqing murmured. Sister Xian visited the scene and noted that 2 of the assailants appeared to be skilled fighters. Yet Shirley handled them with remarkable ease, delivering lethal blows with almost every strike. Such precision is the hallmark of a true master. Furthermore, a modified crossbow was discovered on Lu Jinbao, which had already been fired, with the bolt found embedded in the wall. It seems there was an ambush intended for Shirley, but it failed. A crossbow? An ambush? Yes. The crossbow was concealed beneath his arm. This is irrational. Utterly irrational. Yet, the facts remain, and moreover what? The entire encounter did not last long. According to the surveillance from next door, Shirley was in and out in a mere 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Zhou Jinshan fell into a deep silence. A master, but he bears no signs of having undergone any training, and his actions do not resemble those of a skilled individual. He appears to be an ordinary person. Thus, there must have been some transformation within him that we are unaware of. Even if he is not the person we seek, he is undoubtedly connected to the matter at hand. Qing you must delve deeper into this. Zhou Yuqing lowered her head. "I understand, Grandpa. However, remember to remain emotionally detached. The burdens you carry are substantial, and do not allow emotions to dictate your future." "Yes, Grandfather. If you are unwilling, then perhaps consider another candidate. Grandfather has nurtured numerous capable individuals over the years. No, Zhou Yuqing quickly refuted. Grandfather, this matter is of great significance. It is best not to involve outsiders. Then you must maintain your composure. Indeed. Zhou Yuqing nodded earnestly, then quietly inquired. Should we find someone to investigate his background? Zhou Jinshan remained silent for a considerable time. Do not create unnecessary complications. Probing recklessly will only provoke his disdain or even suspicion. Let us proceed according to plan. If it becomes truly necessary, it would be far better to engage him directly when the time is ripe. Chapter 37. Cantor Shirley was roused by the alarm clock, precisely at 9 o'clock. He had only slept for 3 hours, yet felt no trace of fatigue. After splashing water on his face, he was instantly invigorated, as if he had enjoyed a full 10 hours of restful slumber. However, the reality was starkly different. With his eyes closed, he could vividly recall the events of the previous night, even the minute details of his encounters while dispatching Lu Jinbao and his accomplices, including aspects he had not even registered at the time. It was as if every nuance was laid bare before him. Yet he felt no fear, nor was his mind unsettled, for he bore the legacy of Fu Qingzhu. Within Fu Qingzhu's memories resided the understanding that this was a typical manifestation of post-traumatic stress, akin to what one might experience after war. It was a rite of passage for every novice in the martial world. Endure it, and one emerges as a seasoned veteran. Falter, and one becomes a nervous wreck, ensnared by the vividness of these intense memories. Fu Qingzhu himself had grappled with this after his first kill, enduring a prolonged period of turmoil. All of this had inadvertently benefited Shirley, enabling him to confront the aftermath with relative ease. Thus, when he next encountered Zhou Yuqing, his demeanor, gestures, and expressions mirrored those of the previous day, exhibiting minimal change. Strikingly, he discerned a subtle shift in the way Zhou Yuqing regarded him. Did she somehow know about last night's events? A fleeting thought crossed Shirley's mind, and with a smile, he wrapped his arms around Zhou Yuqing's smooth waist and playfully inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Zhou Yuqing instinctively shook her head, then nodded slightly. Why was that? She initially sought an excuse, but hesitated for a brief moment, recalling her grandfather's words, and softly replied, "It's still because of you." "Me? You don't suppose the news from the Zhou family would be so slow that we would be oblivious, do you?" A chuckle escaped her lips. "When I first received the news, I was nearly terrified. Brother Lei, what am I to say? A few petty tricksters, was it worth the immense risk you took? Had you merely informed me, my grandfather would have resolved it effortlessly. Now we have 4 more lives lost." Shirley was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zhou Yuqing would feign ignorance and continue her undercover role beside him. Yet, her candidness was entirely contrary to his expectations. She had laid her cards on the table. How intriguing. Recognizing her straightforwardness, he too dropped his pretense, responding in a hushed tone, "You are correct. Merely a handful of tricksters, not worth mobilizing such forces. Yet the loss of life is troubling. While the authorities may disregard these matters, it still casts a shadow. I did not foresee that these petty tricksters were desperate enough to act without any intent to communicate or negotiate, striking without even showing their faces. I couldn't simply remain passive, could I?" Zhou Yuqing nodded. "I am not blaming you. I merely wish for you to exercise caution." She paused, hesitating momentarily before quietly asking, "Brother Lei, how did you eliminate Huang Jiqiang and Lu San?" "Huang Jiqiang? Lu San?" Indeed, Lu San, a slender figure, possesses remarkable locksmith skills and is a seasoned thief with decades of experience. He is also adept in monkey boxing. Huang Jiqiang, on the other hand, practices the 8 Extremes fist and is no weakling, serving as the enforcer within the gang. However, Xianjie remarked that you effortlessly dispatched them. It was then that Shirley grasped this more detailed information. Yet, it mattered little, for they were already deceased. There was nothing left to discuss. Thus he chuckled, stating that it merely seemed effortless. In reality, he had nearly faltered. Both Lu San and Huang Jiqiang possessed strength far exceeding his own, but they had underestimated him. Underestimating? That assessment held some truth. Had Lu San and Huang Jiqiang exercised greater caution and probed Shirley's true capabilities, they might not have met their swift demise. However, both were overly eager, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Nonetheless, Shirley refrained from elaborating further. Certain truths are best left unspoken. Verbosity often leads to misfortune. Zhou Jinshan was not so easily deceived as Zhou Yuqing. Fortunately, Zhou Yuqing was also reasonable, or perhaps perceptive enough not to press for details. Furthermore, Shirley's mother was scheduled for a second surgery, making it unsuitable to discuss other matters. At 10:30, Shirley signed documents once more. The surgery commenced at 11 o'clock. This procedure did not last long, concluding by 3 in the afternoon. All went smoothly. Shirley let out a long sigh of relief and instinctively embraced Zhou Yuqing, planting a kiss upon her lips. It was only after the act that he realized what he had done. Yet it was done, what could he do now? Moreover, after such a length of time, it was only fitting to engage in actions befitting a couple. Thus, after the kiss, he nonchalantly approached the chief surgeon to inquire about the situation. Zhou Yuqing stood rooted for a considerable time, her cheeks gradually flushing, reminiscent of a belated sunset, enticing and warm. Upon returning from the chief's office to the ICU lounge, Shirley briefly conveyed the information he had acquired to his uncle, urging him to rest, before pulling Zhou Yuqing to sit on a long bench, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Zhou Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, questioning the necessity of such words. He himself was uncertain but felt compelled to speak. Afterward, Shirley shifted the topic, providing her no time to respond. It was not until after 8 in the evening that Zhou Yuqing left with Xinjie. Shirley kept vigil alone. The following day, the third day, the fourth day, the subsequent days, Shirley resolved his financial concerns, leaving only one short-term objective: to ensure his mother's swift recovery. Although he could offer little assistance outside the ICU, he devoted as much time as possible to the hospital, rarely returning home. The colorful vase from the Wanli era had long been entrusted to Zhou Yuqing for safekeeping. With Zhou Yuqing's prior honesty, his trust in her deepened. At times, he instinctively regarded her as his genuine girlfriend, speaking more naturally and growing increasingly affectionate in his gestures. Of course, until the ultimate mystery was unraveled, he would not allow himself to become ensnared. He is far from being a novice like Zhou Yuqing. Rather, he is a true connoisseur of the intricate world of relationships. A skilled individual may encounter setbacks, yet he would never be bested by a fledgling such as Zhou Yuqing, especially when he is well aware of her ulterior motives. On June 1st, Children's Day, Shirley's mother underwent yet another surgery, marking the fourth operation within this period. Around 5 in the afternoon, the chief surgeon emerged from the operating room and nodded at Shirley, assuring him that the surgery had been successful. However, his mother remained under anesthesia, and it would be prudent to wait another night. Should she awaken and regain consciousness by the following morning, there would be no cause for concern. Shirley exhaled deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Yet, mere words of thanks sufficed. After spending considerable time together, an unspoken understanding had developed. At the threshold of the operating room, a simple thank you was adequate. Any additional appreciation was best conveyed in private. Indeed, during these days, the chief surgeon, attending physicians, and nurses had exerted considerable effort, with surgeries lasting anywhere from 5 to 10 hours, a true testament to their dedication. However, the outcome would ultimately be determined by the events of this night. Chapter 38. Delivering good news in times of distress in the late hours of the night. Within the rest area outside the ICU, the relatives of other patients had succumbed to slumber, including Shirley's uncle. Only Shirley remained seated, his thoughts heavy. Zhou Yuqing had not returned home, but the toll of sleeplessness had taken its course, and she had just dozed off, resting her head on his thigh. Shirley intended to catch a brief nap, yet the weight of his worries kept him wide awake. As he glanced down at Zhou Yuqing's delicate features and rosy lips, his mind became increasingly tumultuous. In recent days, an overwhelming series of events had unfolded around him, most of which he could hardly have fathomed, even in his wildest dreams. Yet, he found no time to process it all, especially with his mother in such a precarious state. Waves of anxiety and emotion crashed over him, leaving him in a state of agitation. The cacophony of snoring from other family members in the rest area, coupled with the unpleasant odors, worsened his discomfort. Were it not for the calming influence bestowed upon him by Fu Qingzhu's legacy, he might have long since lost his composure. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the ICU door creaked open, and a young nurse peeked in. Spotting Shirley still awake, she beckoned him over. Initially startled, he was soon filled with joy and hastily set Zhou Yuqing's head down to approach her. "Cici, how is she?" Nurse Lu Cici replied softly. "She has awakened. Though her body is somewhat weak, her consciousness has returned well." "Really?" Shirley exclaimed, his heart racing as he grasped Lu Cici's hand. "May I go in to see her?" Lu Cici hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "Not at the moment, but I can arrange a video call for you to speak with her." Thank you. Shirley responded exuberantly. He had previously seen his mother several times via video, but her condition had been dire, rendering communication impossible. Now, the prospect of exchanging words filled him with elation. 2 minutes later, he received a video invitation from Lu Cici and eagerly clicked to open it, revealing his mother in her hospital bed. She appeared more fragile than before, yet her eyes were open, sparkling with life, resembling a semblance of her former self. At that moment, words felt superfluous. He softly called out, "Mom," noticing her lips twitching, as if she wished to speak but found herself unable. He quickly reassured her, "Mom, don't be too excited. Both Meow Meow and I are doing well. Just a few days ago, I took Meow Meow to the seawater baths for a little fun. I haven't mentioned anything about home to her, just that you went abroad for a vacation. By the way, she has her college entrance examinations in a few days. I chatted with her yesterday afternoon, and she seems in great spirits. I'm sure she'll do well and get into a good university, so you needn't worry about that. Everything else has settled down. We are just waiting for you to recover and be discharged. Oh, and I found a new girlfriend. She is lovely, comes from a respectable family, and is a genuinely kind person. I'll show you her picture. Look, isn't she beautiful? My uncle is here too, rotating shifts with me at the hospital. He has lost quite a bit of weight and is exhausted, but otherwise, he is doing well." With a cheerful demeanor and a broad smile, Shirley conveyed good news to his mother, sharing everything she might be interested in, primarily focusing on positive developments. However, he did not shy away from mentioning a few past concerns, albeit briefly, emphasizing that all issues had been resolved. It was only when Lu Cici reminded him that time was of the essence that his mother, with a trembling voice, urged him to keep a close watch on Meow Meow. After hanging up, he couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. The surgery had indeed been a resounding success. Although he was not a doctor, Fu Qingzhu certainly was, and his medical expertise was remarkable. Though rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, Fu Qingzhu's vast experience allowed him to discern his mother's improved condition with ease. Such a realization filled Shirley with elation and a profound appreciation for modern medicine, which had managed to save a life that once seemed lost. In ancient times, no matter how skilled a physician, including Fu Qingzhu, could have done little to alter such fate. Previously indifferent to these nuances, Shirley felt a deeper connection after acquiring Fu Qingzhu's legacy. Amidst this whirlwind of emotions, Zhou Yuqing stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Legu, what is the matter? My mom is awake." "Really?" "Yes, we just had a video call and she can talk now." "That's wonderful." Zhou Yuqing blushed as he had mentioned her to his mother, describing her as not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also from a well-off family. Her cheeks flushed crimson, she stammered, I. But Shirley seized the moment, enveloping Zhou Yuqing in his arms and kissing her deeply. A kiss that lingered for over 20 seconds. Once they parted, Zhou Yuqing, her face aflame, playfully pounded Shirley's chest, her porcelain-like complexion as if it could bleed from embarrassment. Shirley, however, could only chuckle silently in delight. From that moment on, neither of them felt the need to sleep, engaging in playful banter in the lounge. As the morning progressed, the attending physician and the department head arrived, delivering optimistic assessments regarding his mother's condition. If all went smoothly, she could be transferred to a general ward in about 10 days and discharged within a month at the latest. "Thank you, Director Wang. No need for formalities. I've arranged a room for you in the 3rd-floor inpatient department next door. It's a suite, and the price is quite reasonable, over 400 a day. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely, it's perfect. Who could possibly refuse? Given the high demand for hospital rooms, anyone familiar with the healthcare system knows how scarce they can be." Regular wards are notoriously hard to come by, and VIP rooms even more so, as their limited availability contrasts sharply with the high demand. Those with a bit of means often prefer VIP accommodations to avoid sharing space with others, yet the supply remains woefully insufficient. Naturally, VIP rooms come in various tiers, including both single and suite options. The standard single room comprises a solitary space with 2 beds and an adjoining bathroom, equipped with a television, air conditioning, and a kettle, among other amenities. In contrast, the suite features a living room furnished with a sofa and coffee table, offering a more comprehensive living arrangement, ready for immediate occupancy. It surpasses the comfort of many hotel rooms, with dedicated nursing staff available, creating an exceptionally pleasant environment. In this light, a daily accommodation fee exceeding $400 is hardly exorbitant. Securing such a suite in advance is a testament to Director Wang's considerable effort, especially since Shirley had previously only hoped for a single room. Having expressed his gratitude to Director Wang, he engaged in conversation with the attending physician, Yang Sr. After the surgery, the director would not frequently be present, as the daily treatment responsibilities would fall to the attending doctor. Yang San offered a few succinct reminders before earnestly stating, "From this point forward, it is up to your family. The daily meals, medication, examinations, and communication rely heavily on human interaction. You must dedicate more time and energy within the hospital. Do you understand?" Shirley nodded in acknowledgement. He had anticipated this and resolved to remain at the hospital continuously until his mother was discharged. However, the joy of the successful surgery was fleeting, as his expression darkened the moment he returned to the lounge. Chapter 39. Get out. What did Shirley witness? His relatives. Nearly all of them had arrived, each and every one, including those who had never come before. How amusing, indeed. They still had the audacity to present themselves before him. He had anticipated that they would wait until his mother was discharged from the hospital, given her gentle nature and her propensity to value face, allowing a throng to gather around her, making it difficult for her to send anyone away. Their premature arrival was akin to slapping him in the face. With this thought, his expression darkened further as he strode into the lounge, resolutely denying them the chance to speak. Pointing towards the door, he commanded, "Leave, all of you. Do not force my hand. I have warned you before. Should I see you again, I will strike without hesitation. Do not harbor any illusions. I am capable of it." At that moment, his uncle emerged, a forced smile plastered on his face. "Shirley, what are you saying? We are family. If there are misunderstandings, can we not resolve them amicably? There is no need for such hostility. Get out." Shirley interrupted. His aunt furrowed her brow and stepped forward. "Shirley, regardless of your perspective, we are blood relatives of your mother. We are here to visit our own sister. What right do you have to expel us? What right?" Shirley shot a glance at Zhou Yuqing. Eagerly, Zhou Yuqing called out to Xianjie. Instantly, Xianjie, who had been lingering at a distance, charged forward and delivered a kick to Shirley's uncle's knee. With a thud, Shirley's uncle collapsed to the ground. Xianjie coldly inquired, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out?" This marked a definitive severance of ties, as no semblance of courtesy was extended. They resorted to physical confrontation. Reason: Shirley found no grounds for discourse with these individuals. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue. Action was the only recourse, as it was the most prudent response. Conversely, if he were to negotiate matters of loans or familial bonds here, it would merely play into their manipulative schemes. Their collective presence on this day was a blatant attempt to coerce Shirley into submission. The moment he exhibited even a hint of compassion or allowed them to linger, they would return daily, continuing until his mother was discharged, gradually trivializing all that had transpired. Thus, Shirley offered them no opportunity, utterly extinguishing their aspirations. As for their intentions, it was evident. They sought to profit from his family once more, eager to drain them dry. A band of ungrateful leeches. They could not be allowed to take advantage of this opportunity. Xianjie, youthful and slender, appeared like an ordinary girl, yet her strength was formidable. Without exerting much effort, she subdued Shirley's uncle and 2 aunts, rendering them compliant. Those who resisted were forcibly dragged out, literally pulled by a leg from the ICU lounge all the way to the hospital entrance, unceremoniously discarded like refuse on the roadside. Soon enough, the lounge fell silent. Shirley bowed slightly to the other family members, acknowledging the presence of a few shameless relatives and providing them with a spectacle to behold. In the lounge, where the family members of patients gathered, most had already become familiar with one another. Thus, the majority of those witnessing the farce leaned towards supporting Shirley rather than the group of malevolent relatives. Subsequently, Shirley took a seat beside his uncle and patted him on the shoulder. "Uncle, why provoke them unnecessarily? You are siblings and you may continue to associate with them, but my family will certainly sever ties with them. Not only will we cease communications, but we shall regard them as adversaries. Henceforth, do not introduce them into my presence. While I may refrain from physical altercations in the hospital, given a different setting, just watch how I handle them." His uncle weakly replied, "After all, they are." Shirley interrupted decisively, "There is no after all, uncle. I approach matters in this manner. The way they treated me, I shall repay them tenfold, if not 100-fold. So, uncle, hasten to divorce, and I shall ensure you enjoy a life of ease." His uncle was taken aback, chuckling nervously. Shirley secretly reveled in the thought that his uncle was stirred by the proposition. That was all that mattered. Having endured hardship throughout his life, even with his father's support, he remained burdened, earning a meager income that he never had the opportunity to spend on himself. For 365 days a year, he spent 360 days in a restaurant, yet even the payment codes were not his own, with most of the earnings flowing directly into his aunt's account. One must wonder what was the purpose of all this. However, from this point forward, his uncle would no longer have to endure such suffering. With the restaurant now transferred, he could embrace freedom post-divorce. His uncle had lent him 50,000 yuan, intending to lend him an additional 80,000, totaling 130,000. Thus, Shirley was obligated to repay him tenfold, 100-fold, or even more. Naturally, this would be a protracted journey, as transforming his uncle, a man of simple disposition, to adopt a new way of life would require persistent effort. Around 3 in the afternoon, Shirley's mother awakened once more. This time, she was more alert than the previous night and could even utter a few simple phrases. She had even managed to drink a bit of milk powder that evening, marking the first time since her hospitalization that she consumed anything orally. After reviewing the examination results, Dr. Yang expressed his delight. The surgery was highly successful. If all goes well, in 3 days she can begin to eat soft foods like tofu pudding and egg soup, and within a week, she may be able to drink porridge. Shirley felt a profound sense of relief. With consciousness restored and the ability to consume food, in the realm of modern medicine, this was tantamount to recovery. It was merely a matter of time. Overjoyed, Shirley, along with Zhou Yuqing, treated Director Wang, Dr. Yang, the anesthetist, and several familiar nurses to a meal outside. The bill amounted to over 2,000 yuan, accompanied by a red envelope of 20,000 yuan, which was given with genuine gratitude. To speak candidly, considering his mother's condition, had there been even a slight misstep, she would not have been saved. The medical professionals had truly retrieved her from the brink of death, and this is no exaggeration. Therefore, such a token of appreciation was hardly excessive. Of course, one must still be discreet about such gestures, for if exposed online, it could spell trouble for the doctors and nurses, ranging from reprimands to jeopardizing their careers. As for those who discreetly distribute red envelopes while recording and subsequently report the act, he would certainly refrain from such behavior. It is utterly lacking in conscience, even more so than his unscrupulous relatives. After satisfying their hunger, the nurses departed, leaving Yang Lei to converse with Director Wang regarding his mother's condition before finally dispersing. He escorted Zhou Yuqing home and urged his uncle to take some rest. Only then did Shirley find a moment to sit down and recuperate, having scarcely closed his eyes since the previous night. Even the most vigorous youth would inevitably feel fatigue. However, scarcely had he settled when a critically ill patient was admitted to the ICU, accompanied by a throng of family members. Once a semblance of calm was restored, another patient was wheeled out from the ICU, having succumbed despite efforts to save him, prompting yet another flurry of activity among relatives and funeral home staff. Shirley felt a pang of empathy, contemplating a brief respite in the early hours, yet at around 3 in the morning, another critical case arrived. This time, a middle-aged man who had also attempted suicide, but his condition was significantly better than that of his mother. What initially seemed like a commonplace occurrence soon escalated into turmoil. The family was without funds. Chapter 40. Charity. The hospital was teeming with critically ill patients, and even more so with their families who could not afford the medical bills. Observing a middle-aged woman, her face etched with sorrow, who seemed on the verge of kneeling before the doctors, Shirley sighed deeply. It reminded him of his own past. When his mother was first admitted to the hospital, he found himself in a similar desperate state. As he went door to door, begging relatives for financial assistance, he had even prostrated himself before them. But what was the use? In the end, he had to rely on himself. Had it not been for the inheritance from Fu Qingzhu, his mother would have ended up like that patient earlier, taken away by the funeral home staff. With this thought in mind, he stood up and addressed the doctor. "Proceed with the surgery. I will cover the expenses." The doctor regarded Shirley with a deep gaze, nodded, and turned to prepare for the operation. Shirley's mother's condition was unique, as was his own circumstance, leading him to become somewhat of a notable figure at the second hospital, particularly in the ICU and operating room, where the medical staff were generally aware of his presence. Hence, the doctor did not inquire about Shirley's financial capability but directly arranged for the surgery. The middle-aged woman, taken aback, knelt before Shirley. He quickly assisted her to her feet, urging her to settle the payment promptly to avoid delaying the procedure. Thank you so much," she expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. This money is not a gift. It must be repaid." "I will definitely repay you," she assured him. "That's good. Please make the payment first, and then provide me with an IOU." In truth, Shirley did not expect her to repay him. His intention was purely charitable. Yet, by phrasing it this way, he hoped it would ease her burden somewhat. He did not pay more than necessary, just 100,000 yuan. While it might not be sufficient, it would certainly alleviate most of their immediate concerns. At last, he could take a moment to rest, finally sleeping soundly until dawn. He prepared formula for his mother and shared a brief video call with her. In the morning, he busied himself running errands, fetching medications, laboratory reports, and examination results. Some prescriptions required him to venture outside the hospital to procure them. Nevertheless, this flurry of activity was far preferable to the previous state of helplessness. Zhou Yuqing arrived early for work to keep him company. Although she was unable to offer much assistance, her mere presence drew attention, her beauty and grace standing out remarkably. In the afternoon, the middle-aged woman who had borrowed the 100,000 yuan found a moment to approach Shirley, diligently drafting an IOU. Engaging in casual conversation, he learned more about her situation. The couple hailed from Heilongjiang province and had relocated to the island city over 20 years ago to run a breakfast shop. They had a son and a daughter. Their daughter was a sophomore at Beijing Normal University, while their son was still in middle school. Just that morning, her husband had been involved in a serious accident, colliding with a tree while riding a tricycle to buy groceries. Had it not been for a sanitation worker's timely intervention, he might have perished. Both of them bore the surname Liang Ruyu and Liang Jibin. After a brief exchange, Shirley refrained from delving deeper into their story, wishing to maintain a comfortable atmosphere in the lounge and avoid making their plight widely known. Thus, he subsequently paid little attention to Liang Ruyu, at most inquiring about Liang Jibin's surgical situation during their encounters. He temporarily entrusted the responsibility of caring for their mother to his uncle, as he needed to accompany his sister in preparation for the impending college entrance examinations. The tests were scheduled for the 7th and 8th, but the school had already closed for the holiday on the 4th. Shirley needed to help his sister transport her luggage home, scout the examination venue, and prepare her examination supplies. On the afternoon of the 4th, Shirley drove Zhou Yuqing's TT to pick up his sister. The eye-catching vehicle drew the attention of numerous parents and students as it came to a halt at the school gate. Upon exiting the car, he garnered even more admiration. It was simply because he was handsome. The combination of a striking young man with a luxurious car guaranteed a high rate of head-turning. His sister, however, expressed a hint of disdain, saying, "Brother, this is too ostentatious. Return the car to my sister-in-law and switch to something more ordinary. You know our family's current situation." Shirley chuckled. "This is already the least valuable car under your sister-in-law's name." "Really? If you don't believe me, just ask her." I'll settle the score with you when we get home. Shi Miao pouted. Are you seriously in a relationship this time? Absolutely. That's good. If you dare to be frivolous again, I shall disdain you. How can you speak like that? You're supposed to act like a sister, and you don't seem to behave like an elder brother. What do you mean? You've been frivolous more than once. Shirley found himself at a loss for words. In the past, he had indeed been quite the flirt, making no attempts to conceal it, which explained his sister's disdain for him. Of course, her complaints were merely verbal. She loved to nag, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Throughout the journey, Shirley and his sister engaged in playful banter, attempting to distract her from her concerns. However, upon returning home, she still inquired about their parents, asking, when will mom and dad be back? Who knows? They'll return whenever they've had enough fun. Regardless, their absence won't impact your college entrance examination. That is true, but I still hope they can witness the moment I receive my acceptance letter. That's definitely a given. There are still 2 months left. They should be done having fun by then, though I wonder if Dad can change. Shirley sighed internally. He had indeed changed, and quite thoroughly. He would never gamble again. Outwardly, he said, whether he changes or not, I will never allow him to touch that again. If he dares, I will dismantle his operation. Wherever he goes, I will follow and disrupt him. Do you have the capability? Why didn't you do this earlier? Before, it wasn't my turn to take charge. My words didn't hold weight. Now you're in charge? Yes, with them out of the house, it's naturally my responsibility. I have successfully usurped power. From now on, I shall call the shots in this household. Cut the boasting. You'll see my authority in due time. Shirley shifted the topic. Enough about me. What about you? Are you confident? Beijing or Tsinghua? Absolutely. Really? When have I ever boasted? Do you think I'm like you? If you manage to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, I shall present you with a villa near the school as a gift for your academic achievements. Come on. Stop boasting. I speak the truth. Do you have any idea how exorbitant the housing prices are in the vicinity of Tsinghua and Peking University? How exorbitant? Even a standard apartment costs around 1 million, and a villa must be at least 1.5 to 2 million. Calculating a villa at 200 square meters, that amounts to 40 to 50 million. You could sell yourself and still be unable to afford it. At this point, Shimia suddenly grew alert. You're not thinking of using my sister-in-law's money, are you? Let me make it clear that is absolutely unacceptable. The men of the old Shi family may possess various flaws, but they must never rely on others for sustenance. It's fine for you to borrow her car for a few days, but if you dare to spend her money, I will no longer recognize you as my brother. Tisk, truly worthy of being a member of the old Shi family. Such resolute words. Chapter 41. A joyful atmosphere. Shirley, of course, would never resort to living off others. Although he had the means to do so, he primarily refrained from relying on Zhou Yuqing, as her intentions were far from pure. To accept her support would place him in a precarious position. One becomes beholden to those they depend on. However, this matter was not suitable for discussion with his sister, so he chose to deflect. Upon returning to their temporary residence, his sister expressed a hint of melancholy. Brother, I miss home a bit. I long for the spacious house we used to live in. Shirley sighed deeply. The villa they once inhabited had long been sold by their father, and now it was uncertain who resided there. Even with wealth, reclaiming it was not guaranteed, and even if they could, it would never feel like the same home again. A family is never quite the same when one member is missing. He embraced his sister and reassured her, focus on your exams. Once they're over, we will buy a new, larger house. Do you really have the means? She inquired. Indeed, not only do I have enough, but I possess ample resources. Purchasing a large villa would be a trivial matter. Brother, I find it hard to believe you've become so accomplished so quickly. If you had shown this resolve earlier, our father wouldn't have been so upset. Wasn't it just that I hadn't had the opportunity to shine before? I never anticipated I would excel so much after taking charge. You boast too much and neglect the tidying up of your space. Do you perceive me as a person who organizes well? Shirley had inherited the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, acquiring numerous skills, yet household chores were not among them. His culinary skills were still lacking in comparison to Fu Qingzhu's mastery. Throughout his life, he had relied on servants, a wife, and children for domestic duties. At least he could manage to boil instant noodles and fry an egg, though he paled in comparison to his sister. She was adept at household tasks, having begun to organize chores before she turned 10. Whenever she returned home on weekends, she would first tidy the space, a stark contrast to his own lack of initiative. In their modest rental space, under the soft glow of the lights, Shirley and his sister sat across from each other, sharing a meal and conversing, reminiscent of their usual holiday gatherings, albeit with the absence of their parents. The following day, Shirley accompanied his sister for a leisurely stroll around the city, and they each purchased 2 sets of summer attire. On the third day, he took her to familiarize herself with the examination venue and the surrounding transport routes. On the 4th day, he escorted her to the examination hall, embracing her at the entrance and encouraging her to perform well, envisioning a grand villa near Qingbei. Then began the agonizing wait of over 2 hours. The afternoon unfolded similarly. For 2 consecutive days, Shirley experienced this atmosphere for the first time. During his own college entrance examination, he hadn't contemplated it so deeply. He had treated it with nonchalance, never aiming for stellar results. Had it not been for his father's insistence, he would have been disinclined to attend the examination at all. Now, however, he found himself so anxious that his palms perspired, yet he dared not inquire haphazardly about his sister's performance. He feigned a casual demeanor, refraining from asking anything, while outside the examination hall, like other parents, he strained to catch every morsel of information regarding the examination circulating among parent groups. On the afternoon of the 8th day, after the exams concluded, Shirley hesitated for a long time before summoning the courage to speak to his sister. "Meow meow, I need to tell you something. Brother, why are you suddenly so serious? What's the matter? It's about our parents." "Huh? They are getting a divorce?" Shir Meow's expression changed instantly. This was the most brutal scenario her young mind could conceive. Yet reality was infinitely more cruel. Shirley found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally whispered, "Dad is gone, and Mom is in the hospital." What? Shirley grasped his sister's trembling hand, suppressing his sorrow, and recounted everything that had transpired at home over the past few days, detailing every event except for his own extraordinary encounter. His sister had always been a little caretaker at home, more sensible and astute than he, and thus deserving of this knowledge. Shir Meow was already in tears, collapsing into Shirley's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. After weeping for nearly half an hour, she wiped her tears and declared, "I want to go to the hospital." Shirley nodded silently and drove his sister to the hospital. Upon arriving at the ICU waiting room and seeing their uncle, they both broke into silent tears, and then Shir Meow, through her sobs, asked, "Brother, can we see Mom?" "Yes," Shirley replied, gritting his teeth. "Can family members visit in the ICU?" Theoretically, they were not allowed, as the ICU is a critical care unit where doctors and nurses must change clothes and even disinfect before entering. The patient's conditions are often complex, and the presence of outsiders could lead to unforeseen circumstances. However, in practice it was a different story. Shirley initially hesitated to make an exception, reluctant to put Director Wang, Dr. Yang, and the nurses in a difficult position. Yet, upon seeing his sister's tear-streaked face, he steeled himself and called Director Wang. Director Wang was quite accommodating. Soon, a familiar nurse peeked her head out, beckoning the siblings. After changing into appropriate footwear and undergoing a brief disinfection, they passed through the second door into the ICU ward. The scene inside could only be described as unsettling for an average person, which was likely one reason family members were not permitted entry. Following the nurse, Shirley found their mother's bedside and was unable to contain his tears upon seeing her gaunt, pale face. Yet he forced a smile, holding his sister's hand while greeting their mother. However, their mother was too weak, struggling to speak, and could barely call out their names. Moments later, the nurse asked them to step outside. In truth, their visit lasted less than 2 minutes. The primary concern was their mother's condition, which was unsuitable for prolonged visits. Although the surgery had gone well, her recovery would be lengthy. For now, it could only be said that her life was no longer in jeopardy, and there was hope for healing. Once outside, Shir Meow's emotions stabilized considerably. Then began the long night of vigil. The siblings huddled together on a long bench, spending the night side by side. The following day, Shi Miao took over the daily errands, leaving Shi Lei and their uncle to the side. Shi Lei did not contest this, as his sister genuinely needed tasks to distract her mind. This continued until the 20th. On the morning of the 20th, Shi Lei, Shi Miao, Zhou Yuqing, Sister Xian, and Shi Lei's uncle retrieved his mother's hospital bed along with various personal items from the ICU and wheeled them into a regular ward, where they completed the necessary formalities to settle her in. At this moment, his mother's condition had significantly improved. She could engage in conversation and sit up to eat and drink, although she still spent much of her time resting. This was a far cry from the uncertainty of life and death she had faced in the ICU. To commemorate this improvement, Zhou Yuqing purchased a lavish bouquet of flowers and, as his girlfriend, presented them to his mother. She affectionately held her hand and engaged her in light-hearted conversation, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. However, Shi Lei astutely sensed that this petite woman was seizing the opportunity to glean information about him, as she inquired about various aspects of his childhood. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed, unafraid of her scrutiny. Even if his mother divulged every detail about him, what of it? Let her try to uncover the secret of his inheritance from Fu Qingzhu. Shi Lei inwardly scoffed. Yet, in front of his mother, he ensured Zhou Yuqing received her due praise, elevating her to the status of a celestial fairy, unparalleled in both heaven and earth. For a moment, the ward was filled with an atmosphere of joyous celebration, until Zhou Zhinshan arrived. Chapter 42. Engagement? The spacious suite arranged by Director Wang was far more comfortable than the modest apartment rented by the Shi family. The decor was quite refined, and the nurses were exceptionally attractive, adding to the pleasant atmosphere. The air in the corridor was clean and refreshing, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Once the room door was closed, it became remarkably tranquil, surpassing the comfort of an ordinary hospital ward manifold, making it more conducive for a patient's recuperation. In contrast, regular wards, whether they housed 2, 4, or 6 beds, merely offered a place to sleep. The beds positioned along the corridor were even less desirable. Merely being able to secure a spot there was considered fortunate. Upon moving in, Shi Lei promptly treated the nurses at the station to fruits, beverages, and snacks. He even took the opportunity to engage in innocent conversation with them while Zhou Yuqing was away. His intent was purely to encourage them to pay more attention to his mother. In truth, his mother's condition had stabilized significantly. What remained was a gradual recovery, and she could even be discharged to recuperate at home. However, Shi Lei was not short on finances, and given the superior amenities provided here, it would be foolish to leave prematurely. If it weren't for his mother's situation, Shi Lei might have grown fond of this lifestyle, enjoying the leisure of teasing the nurses at the station. That was until Zhou Zhinshan paid a visit. He arrived with a bouquet of flowers and knocked on the door. Shi Lei was taken aback when he opened it. "What brings you here?" Zhou Zhinshan smiled. "Am I not welcome? You make it sound as if there are places in Mandang I cannot go. Please come in." Zhou Zhinshan nodded, stepping inside while inquiring, "Where's Qing'er?" "She went shopping with my sister and will be back shortly." "Should I call them?" "No need. I just wanted to have a word with you. Please make yourself comfortable." Shi Lei closed the door to the bedroom and poured tea for Zhou Zhinshan in the sitting area. "Grandpa Shan, feel free to speak your mind." Zhou Zhinshan shook his head. "It's not about me. It's about you." "Me? Do you remember those fraudsters?" Shi Lei, feeling a slight tension, asked. "You know about this matter too?" "How could I not? Such a significant issue would be impossible for me to overlook. It's not just me. Many individuals of standing in Mandang are aware of it. Numerous people are inquiring about your background. If it weren't for your close ties with Qing'er, they would have been far less restrained. You've had a relatively peaceful few days because of her." "Thank you, Grandpa Shan." Shi Lei expressed his gratitude sincerely, recognizing that Zhou Zhinshan had no reason to deceive him. Given Zhou Zhinshan's statement, it indicated that he was not only aware of the situation but had also assisted in mitigating its aftermath. While Zhou Zhinshan's intervention was not strictly necessary, it implicitly communicated to other factions in Mandang that Shi Lei was under his protection. This favor was one that Shi Lei could not overlook. Zhou Zhinshan waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a trifle. I am here primarily to remind you that, According to the information I've gathered, the Lu gang comprises more than 4 members. At least one remains at large, though this individual is rather enigmatic. I could only ascertain that such a person exists, but I am unaware of their gender, age, or name. Therefore, exercise caution. Shirley furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament at hand. If Zhou Jinshan's assertion held any truth, it implied the existence of an invisible adversary lurking, poised for vengeance. The phrase, "a visible threat can be evaded, but a hidden dagger is perilous," aptly encapsulated this scenario. Not only was his sister at risk, but he himself was utterly defenseless against the myriad of covert schemes that could befall him. A mere stranger could easily approach him and strike when he least expected it. His current offensive capabilities, bolstered by Fu Qingzhu's teachings, could indeed yield exceptional results, yet his defensive prowess remained largely unchanged. Thus, the situation was far from trivial. Observing Shirley's demeanor, Zhou Jinshan sought to reassure him, of course, do not fret excessively. Such gangs typically unite for profit, and that remaining member may not harbor ill intentions towards you. Even if a blood relation exists, they might refrain from seeking revenge, let alone mere accomplices. Wouldn't you agree? Shirley nodded, yet the unease within him showed no signs of abating. With Fu Qingzhu's extensive experience in the martial world, having witnessed countless bloody vendettas, he understood that once entangled in such matters, one could not afford to be complacent. The adversary might remain passive, but he could not afford to lower his guard. For if he allowed himself to be lulled into a false sense of security and encountered an exception, could spell disaster. However, before Zhou Jinshan, he was reluctant to reveal the depth of his concerns. Hence he expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Grandfather Shan, for your considerate warning." Not solely for that, Zhou Jinshan continued, "There's another matter." "Speak on." The Li Xinhui gang is also aware of this situation, but their response remains unknown for now. I shall be cautious. Perhaps, upon your discharge, you could temporarily reside at my place? Shirley shook his head. "No need. Thank you, Grandfather Shan. I have my plans." "What plans?" "Once my mother is discharged, my sister's school should be settled as well. At that point, I will take them directly to the school's vicinity." "Relocating? Indeed, there's little left to hold on to here." "True, a change of scenery may be beneficial, allowing for both respite and a means to evade scrutiny. Yet, remember that Island City will always be your home. You ought to retain a fond memory of it." Shirley nodded, acknowledging that not only should he cherish the memories, but he must also cleanse any potential hazards that might linger. However, such thoughts need not be articulated. Subsequently, Shirley and Zhou Jinshan engaged in light-hearted conversation. Zhou Jinshan's words brimmed with admiration, extolling Shirley as a singularly remarkable individual. Finally, he leaned in and whispered, "How goes your progress with Qinger?" "Ahem, quite smoothly." "Really? Indeed. Might you consider getting engaged before leaving Island City?" "Engagement?" Shirley was taken aback. Was this elderly gentleman truly serious? Engagement was no trifling matter. Although it bore little legal significance, in the eyes of society, it was akin to marriage, especially for the granddaughter of a prominent figure like Zhou Jinshan. What difference was there from matrimony? To truly become engaged is to declare to the world that Zhou Yuqing is now a member of the Laoshe family, leaving no room for others to harbor hopes. Should the couple become engaged but not proceed to marriage, Zhou Yuqing would, in the eyes of many, be regarded as having been married before. Nowadays, ordinary individuals increasingly disregard such traditional customs, viewing engagement merely as a formality. Conversely, families of higher status seem to place greater importance on these matters. Thus, Shirley found himself momentarily taken aback by Zhou Jinshan's unexpected assertion. He began to ponder the old man's motives. What could he possibly desire? Previously, asking Zhou Yuqing to play the role of his girlfriend was comprehensible, as the cost was minimal. However, an engagement carries a weighty price. Could it be solely due to that breathtaking display of prowess he exhibited that night, or were there other factors at play that he was unaware of? After a moment of contemplation, Shirley shook his head and replied, "Grandfather Shan, you are perhaps a bit too eager. Both Qinger and I are still young. There is no rush." Zhou Jinshan, however, countered, "That is precisely why I wish for you two to become engaged. To solidify this matter and prevent you, my prized son-in-law, from being lured away by another young lady. With that, he fixed Shirley with a determined gaze and demanded, "So, what do you say? Is it acceptable?" Chapter 43 Crisis. Shirley found himself at a loss for words. Engaging to Zhou Yuqing seemed like a proposition filled with advantages, a venture promising tremendous gains. Yet, deep within, he felt a palpable resistance. The notion of committing to a single woman for a lifetime had never crossed his mind. To put it plainly, he was unwilling to forsake an entire forest for a solitary tree. His past thoughts echoed in the present, particularly now, with such a significant secret weighing upon him. While it was manageable to conceal during the phase of mere courtship, the prospect of marriage loomed as an insurmountable barrier to secrecy. No matter how meticulously he might hide it, the truth would inevitably surface. Moreover, Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Zhinshan had ulterior motives at play. Thus, the idea of an engagement became even more untenable. Once engaged, marriage would surely follow, fulfilling the desires of Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Zhinshan. Resolutely, he shook his head. "Grandpa Shan, I regret to inform you that I currently have no intentions of marrying or becoming engaged." Currently? Yes, for at least 3 years. There was the matter of mourning as well. Mourning, an ancient practice adhering to filial piety, mandated that individuals of official standing return to their ancestral homes to observe a period of mourning lasting 27 months following their parents' demise, during which they refrained from work, social engagements, and marriage. While such a custom had faded in modern society, Shirley invoked it to justify his stance. He did not impose this antiquated practice upon others, but he adhered to it himself, an assertion of his sorrow that no one could contest. Who could deny him this right? Likewise, no one could speak ill of it, for it embodied sincerity and filial respect. Thus, he nodded with composure. "Indeed, that is my sentiment." As anticipated, Zhou Zhinshan fell silent, patting Shirley on the shoulder. "Very well, I have no objections. If you can convince Qing'er, that is sufficient." Zhou Yuqing? Convince her? That would be a straightforward task. As long as the grandfather and granddaughter duo did not intend to confront him directly, he possessed myriad ways to placate Zhou Yuqing. He was quite adept at dealing with women. After bidding farewell to Zhou Zhinshan, Shirley's expression gradually darkened. The news brought by Zhou Zhinshan was hardly uplifting, posed direct threats to his and his family's safety. Firstly, there were the survivors from the scam ring, whose identities remained shrouded in mystery, like arrows in the dark. Secondly, there was the gang led by Li Xinhua, a formidable adversary not only in numbers but also backed by a local tyrant comparable to Zhou Zhinshan. Lastly, Zhou Zhinshan's evident urgency, although not immediately dangerous, suggested a grander scheme, especially as he was willing to offer his granddaughter in marriage. Such desperation indicated that Zhou Zhinshan's ambitions were escalating, and with Shirley's refusal, there was no telling whether the grandfather and granddaughter would alter their approach and employ different tactics. Faced with these threefold threats, how could he possibly find any joy? Any influence exerted upon him could lead him to an irrevocable abyss. Thus, he swiftly grew anxious. He must seize the moment to enhance his practical combat skills. There is no time to waste. Taking a deep breath, Shirley retrieved his phone and dialed Su Jing. Once connected, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Jing, I have another substantial business opportunity for you." "How substantial? Is it larger than the previous ones?" "Indeed, significantly so." "Really? You know I never deceive regarding dimensions." "Enough chatter. Let's discuss the matter at hand." This is the matter at hand," he replied. "What category?" "Porcelain. A colorful vase from the Wanli era. And its condition? Impeccable." "Goodness. Wait for me." "Where are you?" "I'll come to find you." No, I shall come to you, bringing along an appraiser and a bodyguard." "Why the haste? How can I not be in a hurry? Do you have any idea of the value of a perfect-grade Wanli colorful vase? The final price will likely exceed 100 million. "Are you jesting?" Shirley pondered for a moment and conceded. If the deal were to succeed, Su Jing's commission and bonus as a manager would commence at 6 figures, and even if it fell short of 7, it would still be in the 6-figure range. What worker could resist such temptation? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shirley and Zhou Yuqing returned to the Zhou family mansion, having just declined Zhou Zhinshan's proposal for engagement. Arriving at his home again made Shirley feel slightly embarrassed. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhinshan remained as affable as ever. However, Upon learning that Shirley intended to auction the wanly colorful vase immediately, his expression subtly shifted. You plan to sell it now? Yes, I urgently require funds. I could lend you money. Let me admire it for a while longer. This is not merely a financial issue. I seek to establish a connection with the auction house. If the opportunity arises, I wish to scout for bargains there. Are there bargains to be found at the auction house? Certainly. Not only can one find bargains, but they are often substantial ones. This statement held true. Items at auction houses typically command high prices. Yet bargains do exist, as certain exquisite pieces may be undervalued or overlooked due to aesthetic preferences or market trends. For instance, some exceptional calligraphy and paintings may not currently attract market attention, resulting in relatively low prices. Even if they are auctioned with a premium, the prices remain modest. These represent true bargains which, if acquired, could appreciate over time. If one possesses the means, they could even influence the market trends to elevate the value of such works. Furthermore, the number of buyers at auction houses is relatively limited, with most fixated on the most exquisite items, thereby allowing some to be neglected. As long as the starting bid is not excessively high, securing such items could be considered a bargain. Moreover, all items submitted for auction are of high quality, with intrinsic values clearly defined, often starting at several tens of thousands, with hundreds of thousands or even millions not being uncommon. Acquiring them allows for a profitable margin, given the substantial base. Thus, one can find bargains not only at flea markets and antique shops but also at auction houses. However, the cost of seizing opportunities at an auction is rather high, as the starting bid alone can deter over 80% of antique enthusiasts. Thus, he intends to use this exquisite wanly five-colored vase as a stepping stone, engaging in a transaction with no initial investment. In essence, he plans to use this vase as collateral to procure fine items at the auction. This encapsulates his intent. After all, he currently lacks funds. Yet, money is not the foremost concern. His urgency to enter the auction house stems from the abundance of valuable items within, which possess a higher concentration of spiritual essence, thereby enabling a relatively swift and effective enhancement of his capabilities. In simpler terms, he seeks to amass the greatest amount of spiritual essence in the shortest possible time, for apart from the major museums, the auction houses house the most plentiful and concentrated treasures. Chapter 44. Partners. The auction house is replete with treasures, and the grand auction houses are even more abundant in exquisite items. To put it succinctly, aside from the national and provincial museums, the auction houses hold the most remarkable artifacts. Although some private museums and collectors possess valuable items, they pale in comparison in both quantity and quality. This is no exaggeration. As for the premier auction houses like China Guardian, the sheer volume and caliber of items on offer, whether already auctioned or in stock, are truly astonishing. In fact, in terms of quantity, they may even surpass certain provincial museums. The number of items that have already been auctioned off is astronomical. The artifacts in the possession of provincial museums, national museums, and private collectors are certainly not worth coveting. Such aspirations would be in vain. However, the items within the auction houses are different. They are clearly priced, and once they are up for bidding, anyone with the means can acquire them. This is precisely why Shirley is so eager to consign that exquisite wanly five-color vase for auction. It serves as a stepping stone, an emblem not only of wealth but also of status, signaling to the auction house that he is a genuine insider who abides by the industry's unwritten rules. What are these rules? Naturally, they pertain to the intricacies of the auction house's operations. To infiltrate the circle of the auction house, having wealth is one aspect. Possessing valuable goods is another. If one is wealthy, the auction house treats them like royalty, ensuring they are informed of prime offerings and lavishing various perks upon them. Conversely, if one has valuable items, the auction house regards them as esteemed clients, providing concessions on sourcing, products, and commission rates. However, if one possesses both wealth and valuable items, and is well versed in the rules of the game, then they become a partner of the auction house, collaboratively profiting together. For instance, a single item may be auctioned multiple times, each time fetching an increasingly higher price. Why is this so? This is the strategy at play. As long as a sale occurs, the auction house profits. Meanwhile, The owner of the item consistently sets new records for auction prices, creating a perception of high demand until a hapless buyer ultimately acquires it at a premium. With each successful auction, what may have originally been an unremarkable artifact gains a legitimate provenance, adding to its allure within the industry. Consider two pieces of porcelain, one lacking historical significance and the other boasting several successful auction histories. Most buyers would opt for the latter even at a slightly higher price, as it represents a legacy of tradition. In essence, it is a cycle of auctioning to sustain further auctions, a lucrative partnership with the auction house, a strategy unknown and unattainable for the average individual. Were it not for Shirley's connection to Su Jing, his former girlfriend employed at the auction house, he would remain oblivious to this knowledge. Yet now that he is aware, he must act swiftly. For what he desires transcends mere monetary gain. It is the spiritual essence embedded within those antiques. He seeks only the privilege of allowing these artifacts to linger in his possession for a while. Having acquired a collectible from the auction house and absorbed its essence, the intention to resell it is evident. Even a modest loss would be deemed worthwhile. The auction house would certainly welcome such a collaborator, eagerly anticipating more of his ventures, as their profit derives from commission fees. A successful transaction guarantees earnings, with a commission of approximately 10% being no trivial matter. For instance, on a sale of 100 million, the auction house stands to gain 10 million. As Shirley and Zhou Yuqing entered, Su Jing arrived with an appraiser and bodyguards. Eagerly, she inquired, "Where is the item?" Shirley presented the exquisite multicolored vase. "Take a look. It is undoubtedly a remarkable piece. Whether it is indeed exceptional can only be determined upon inspection," Su Jing replied. "No need for further discussion. It is undoubtedly a fine item. Were it not for my insistence, it would have been claimed by old Master Zhou immediately." At this point, Su Jing noticed Zhou Jinshan, who appeared reluctant, and quickly adjusted her demeanor to greet him respectfully. In a hushed tone, she asked Shirley, "Why not sell it to Mr. Zhou? Is the price unsuitable?" "Not at all," came his reply. "For a collectible of this caliber, selling directly to an individual is far more advantageous. The auction house levies commissions along with storage fees, catalog fees, and various other expenses. The higher the transaction price, the greater these costs. In contrast, private transactions are exempt from such fees, and cash dealings can even circumvent personal income tax. Thus, when the price is right and a suitable channel exists, most sellers prefer private sales." Su Jing's inquiry stemmed from this rationale. Shirley, grinning, responded, "I am hardly foolish. I simply wish to enhance your performance metrics. To be honest, I plan on engaging more with your company. Is that so? Do you possess the capability? You know better than anyone whether I have such capability. Are you serious?" "Most certainly. If possible, I would like to participate in the upcoming auction. Though my finances are currently limited, I can offer this as collateral, which should suffice, correct? This matter is beyond my authority. I can only relay your request. Thank you. I hope you do not falter in this endeavor." At that moment, the auctioneer had examined the vase and nodded toward Su Jing. "Manager Su, everything checks out. It is authentic and among the finest pieces I have handled in the past 2 years, without exception." "Excellent. Please proceed with the documentation, but with care," Su Jing instructed, turning to Shirley with a smile. "I also appreciate your efforts. You have secured 2 significant deals for me this month. Let us continue to strive for my promotion before the year concludes." "That depends on your cooperation." "How so?" "Commission. With my authority, I can offer you a maximum of 1 point. Only 1 point? Be content. You are not a renowned collector and this is our first collaboration. Were we not previously engaged in a transaction? Having merely signed the contract, the items have yet to be auctioned, rendering the outcome uncertain. The tangible benefits remain elusive. Even our leaders hesitate to extend such substantial concessions." With a hint of frustration, Shirley expressed his dissatisfaction but refrained from pursuing it further. Although one could engage another auction house to negotiate a better deal, it seems unnecessary, as he seeks a long-term collaborator rather than a mere transactional encounter. Presently, he finds himself in a position of disadvantage. Thus, concessions must be made. The process of photographing, archiving, sealing, and signing the contract transpired seamlessly in under half an hour, showcasing remarkable efficiency. After the contract was signed, Su Jing exhaled in relief. Apart from this bottle, do you possess any other items? Yes, came the reply. Are you sending them to auction? Let us wait a moment. They are all ordinary small collectibles. I prefer to gather a sufficient batch before reaching out to you, to avoid any unnecessary hassle. Su Jing rolled her eyes, muttering, though young, your arrogance knows no bounds. Shirley retorted, I see that the truth? Chapter 45. Sustaining through auctions, is it a fact? Indeed, it is. The last collaboration between Shirley and Su Jing involved a collection of exquisite small items alongside a few grand pieces. Thus, Su Jing was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a brief pause, she declared, save them all for me. Whatever you have, I shall take. Do not conspire with other auction houses. Shirley smiled, responding, I understand, your appetite has always been quite substantial. The two engaged in playful banter, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, making one wonder if they were indeed a couple. However, on paper, Zhou Yuqing was Shirley's official girlfriend, while Su Jing remained merely an ex. Yet, Zhou Yuqing stood by, unperturbed, leaving one to ponder whether she was oblivious, enduring, or simply devoid of any emotion. This was, however, quite normal. Zhou Yuqing was merely a nominal girlfriend, a fa, and her mediocre acting would warrant no reaction. Once Su Jing departed, Zhou Jinshan cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, stated, Shirley, you are currently Yuqing's boyfriend. You must be mindful of your words and actions. Should you dare to let her down, I shall not forgive you. Shirley promptly smiled and replied, Grandpa Shan, I shall be cautious and make the necessary changes. Zhou Jinshan scoffed. It seems you increasingly disregard my authority, old man. The items I coveted you refused to sell, opting instead to send them to the auction house, and now you dare to flirt with other women in front of me and Yuqing. This is simply outrageous. Cough. Grandpa Shan, you know my nature. I am quite amiable, albeit a bit fickle, a mere instinctual response, truly no ill intent. Really? Without a doubt? Absolutely. Should I catch you again, you'll see how I deal with you. Zhou Jinshan then shifted the topic. How do you plan to collaborate with the auction house? By sustaining through auctions. Can you manage that? Indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jinshan proposed, I shall provide you with a sum to serve as startup capital. Nothing extravagant, merely 5 million. You can repay me once your finances are more stable. That is quite generous. Will you accept? Yes. Declining would be foolish. Shirley readily acquiesced, yet his nerves tightened further. He had just acted rather excessively, bordering on reckless, yet Zhou Jinshan remained unfazed. Not only did he not lose his temper, but he was also willing to invest 5 million in startup capital. What did this signify? It indicated that Zhou Jinshan and his grandson sought to extract even more valuable assets from him. How could he not feel anxious? Nevertheless, anxiety aside, the probing must persist. He was eager to discern the limits of Zhou Jinshan's patience. Until he fathomed the threshold of this grandfather-grandson duo, he would remain on edge. Of course, he needed to be cautious with the frequency. Testing the waters every few days would suffice. Shirley signed the contract, and with 5 million in startup funds received, he skipped dinner and left the Zhou family mansion, returning to the hospital, where he still drove Zhou Yuqing's car. He was indeed a quintessential scoundrel living off others. However, upon ascending the stairs, his anger surged. His heartless relatives had returned, now confronting his sister at the hospital door. His sister's eyes were red and brimming with tears, yet she resolutely barred the door, refusing entry to anyone. A group of relatives, though they did not force their way in, employed various tactics. Some played the role of the stern critic while others adopted a more sympathetic approach. It appeared they were on the verge of succeeding. In a fit of frustration, Shirley set down the fruit he was holding at the nurse's station and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Thud! His foot struck Zhao Xiaohai squarely in the back. Unaware and distracted, Zhao Xiaohai, who had been playing with his phone on the periphery, tumbled headfirst into the throng of relatives. In an instant, chaos ensued. Shirley followed suit, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, and within mere moments, sent the so-called relatives scattering in panic. He then positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, pointing at the stairs and bellowing, "Get out!" No one dared respond, and all departed in a disheartened manner. Shi Miao finally exhaled in relief, collapsing into Shirley's embrace and weeping profusely. He gently patted her back, murmuring words of comfort. "If they return, just call me or your sister-in-law." Does Mom know? Well, she might. But it's all right, I'll talk to her. Upon entering, Shirley indeed found their mother, tears streaming down her face. A typical housewife, she had little assertiveness, and having just returned from the brink of death a few days prior, she was understandably distressed by the tragic discord among her children. However, instead of offering insincere comfort, Shirley spoke candidly. "Mom, here's the situation. Try not to be too upset. We should have severed ties long ago. They are nothing but a horde of vampires spoiled by you and Dad. Despite our kindness, aside from Uncle, has anyone truly acknowledged our goodness? You wouldn't believe how they humiliated me when I went to ask for help the day you fell ill. I felt an overwhelming urge to end their existence. They are not human. They are mere beasts devoid of compassion. But,
No but, Mom.
You should consider yourself fortunate to have seen their true colors early on. Think about it. Thanks to me finding a profitable path in this dire situation, where would we have acquired the funds for your surgeries? And what about Meow Meow's university tuition? To put it bluntly, we were nearly forced into a corner by them, yet they still cling to our belongings without any repayment. Is this what humanity looks like? Mom, trust me, it's the right choice. Aside from Uncle, we must cut ties with all of them. Once Meow Meow receives her acceptance letter, we'll move away. Wherever she goes to school, that's where we'll settle." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Shirley's mother finally nodded slowly. He exchanged a glance with his sister, who promptly rushed to the bedside, charmingly seeking attention. There was no denying that Shi Miao was their parents' favorite, her sweet words always bringing a lively atmosphere. It was thanks to this little ray of sunshine that Shirley could manage their mother. After all, to her, despite their inhumanity, those people were still considered siblings. Cutting ties was not an easy task. However, his recent words prompted his mother to ponder more pressing and pragmatic concerns. "Shirtu, how is our shop faring? Who is overseeing it? We should close it down." "What?" she exclaimed. "The rent is nearing its due date, and no one is tending to it. Besides, the goods within have been taken away to settle debts. What are we waiting for? Debts? Those left by my father. How much do we still owe? Nothing at all." "What? I settled everything before Meow Meow's college entrance examination." "You cleared all of it?" "Indeed, not a single penny is owed. In fact, I find myself indebted to them." Of course, Shirley refrained from voicing this sentiment. He intended to reclaim this debt before departing from Island City. Every last cent, with interest. It would be soon. Chapter 46. Exes and present partners in his heart. Shirley harbored his own plans, yet outwardly, he displayed no signs of it. On the contrary, he only spoke of good fortune, boasting about his impressive feats, how he had amassed several million within just over a month. Indeed, it was several million. He refrained from mentioning tens of millions, for that would be too astonishing. A few million was something his mother could accept. However, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would undoubtedly frighten her. Thus, he spun a web of half-truths to cheer his mother, believing that a lighter heart would facilitate a swifter recovery. Initially, he contemplated utilizing some medical skills inherited from Fu Qingzhu to help his mother regain her health, but after some reflection, he decided against it. The hospital was not an appropriate setting for such endeavors. In the event of any complications, how would the responsibility be delineated? After all, he had no prior experience in the medical field. Even Fu Qingzhu had never treated patients with such symptoms. Hence, he suppressed his impulsive desires and patiently accompanied his mother as she underwent various recovery and rehabilitation methods within the modern medical system. This left him with little inclination to go on dates with Zhou Yuqing. Of course, Zhou Yuqing visited daily, more diligently than she did for work. Undeterred by wind or rain, she treated his mother and sister with utmost care, earning praise from nurses, doctors, and even the family members of patients in adjacent rooms, who all commended Shirley for having chosen such a wonderful girlfriend. Then came the 20th. Su Jing also arrived, carrying a fruit basket. Upon entering, she first greeted Zhou Yuqing with a nod, then approached the bedside with a sweet smile, half kneeling to grasp Shirley's mother's hand. Auntie, my name is Su Jing, and I am Shirley's ex-girlfriend. I truly apologize for visiting you so late. Shirley's mother blinked, glancing at Zhou Yuqing. Noticing that Zhou Yuqing, his current partner, exhibited no reaction, she quietly replied, "It's all right, it's all right. The one who should feel embarrassed is me for not raising Shirley properly." Shirley felt speechless. His mother's words painted him as a thoroughly wicked person. Was it such a crime to enjoy a bit of fun? Must she sigh so dramatically? Nevertheless, he was taken aback by Su Jing's visit. Did she not fear Zhou Yuqing, his present partner? Zhou Yuqing's grandfather was no ordinary man. Any typical woman, upon learning of Zhou Yuqing's background, would likely distance herself, ensuring she had no further ties with him. Su Jing's seemingly provocative behavior toward Zhou Yuqing was akin to courting disaster. He could not discern whether she was oblivious to the peril or believed that Zhou Yuqing would not hold her past against her. Lost in thought, he led Su Jing to the reception room, deciding it was best to be direct. "Let us get to the point. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Jing replied with a sweet smile, "I have arranged most of your goods, and I discussed your ideas with the general manager, who had no objections. So, when is your next auction?" "There's a small auction in 2 days in Spring City. Will you be attending? In 2 days?" "Yes, the auction lasts only 1 day, with a preview of merely 3 days. Today is the first day. If we leave now, we can still make it for this afternoon's session." "Are there many good items?" "Though not in abundance, there are indeed some noteworthy pieces, for we are Jada, and even in a modest auction, we shall present several exquisite items that can command the atmosphere." "What kind, you ask?" "A special session dedicated to deities and Buddhas. Your Maitreya statue is indeed one of those standout treasures." Shirley inhaled deeply. "I'll tidy up and set off." "How will you get there?" "By car." "Wishing you a smooth journey." "Thank you." Without hesitation, Shirley bid farewell to Su Jing, briefly updating his mother on the situation and giving his sister a few reminders. Finally, he approached Zhou Yuqing. "Yuqing, I appreciate your help these days." Zhou Yuqing responded with a sweet smile. "No need to be polite. Just drive safely and remember, no frivolous entanglements while you're out." "Rest assured I will." Shirley exchanged a few words with Dr. Yang, sharing his circumstances before departing the hospital in Zhou Yuqing's TT. It was only 9:30, and there was no need to rush. He could arrive in Quanqing before 1 o'clock, ensuring that he wouldn't miss the afternoon preview. For other collectors, the preview may not hold great significance. A little time to peruse items of interest suffices. However, for him it was different. He sought not merely the auction items but the spiritual essence imbued within them. Thus, he needed to examine each piece meticulously, making notes of their numbers, starting bids, market values, and spiritual content, allowing him to make the most lucrative choices at the auction. In essence, he had to weigh both the tangible economic returns and the ethereal spiritual gains, mindful that even in loss, it should not be substantial. Hence, his time was of the essence. However, mere minutes after leaving the hospital, he received a call from Su Jing. "What's the matter, Manager Su? Where are you?" "On the road." "What's your exact location?" "Need a ride?" "Are you also heading to Quanqing?" "Of course, I have over 20 items up for auction. How could I not go?" Shirley was not swayed by Su Jing's feigned urgency. This woman was clearly intent on clinging to him, and why? It was undoubtedly because he possessed a continuous stream of valuable items. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would not be ensnared by an ex-girlfriend. He hadn't been before, and he certainly wouldn't be now. Thus, he replied decisively, "Tell me your location, and I'll come to fetch you." 10 minutes later, Shirley picked up Su Jing, assessing her black suit. "Where's your car?" "Too lazy to drive." A rather compelling excuse. Shirley had little desire for further conversation. He pressed the accelerator and headed directly onto the highway toward Quanqing. The two of them spoke little during the journey until they exited the highway. Su Jing stepped out of the car, adjusting her skirt which had ridden up slightly. "Do you live here?" "Yes." "In a suite?" "Indeed." "Save me a bed." Shirley would certainly not refuse. After all, they were familiar with one another, requiring no superfluous dialogue. The moment they entered the room and closed the door, their eyes met, and after a brief pause, they embraced in a fervent kiss. Indeed, the old adage holds true. New garments cannot compare to the familiar comfort of old companions. After more than half an hour, Su Jing mischievously pinched Shirley, her eyes sparkling. What miraculous elixir have you consumed? After a year apart, you appear completely transformed, almost like a different person. However, Shirley, disinterested in further conversation, scooped up Su Jing and dashed into the bathroom. We must hurry and freshen up. We cannot afford to delay the afternoon preview. Time is of the essence. Su Jing tilted her head. Are you discussing the preview at this moment? Yes, the preview is indeed crucial. It is merely a small auction. Aside from a handful of exceptional items, the rest are quite ordinary, hardly warranting meticulous observation. A brief glance will suffice. Why the fuss? You do not understand. Huh? I do not understand? Sure, I am one of the primary initiators of this auction. How could I not comprehend? Stop dawdling. If you refuse to join me, I shall go alone. Shirley resembled a callous, indifferent man, brimming with impatience. When he noticed Su Jing's persistent entanglement, he dismissively waved his hand as if to shoo her away. Chapter 47. A brief separation surpasses a new marriage with a splash. Su Jing glared at Shirley, who seemed genuinely disinterested in playing games in the bathroom. She huffed, "You scoundrel. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, but you're even worse than before. How disappointing. In the past, despite your flaws, you could at least sweet-talk me. Now you can't even be bothered to charm me. Ha! If you dare to touch me again, I will no longer bear your surname." Shirley raised an eyebrow and poked her with his finger. "You will bear my name. Get lost." At 2:30, Shirley and Su Jing entered the auction house's preview venue side by side. Although the venue was not large, the atmosphere was vibrant, reminiscent of a small museum, with a considerable number of visitors. Su Jing assumed the role of a professional guide, diligently explaining the intricacies to Shirley as they walked. Shirley, on the other hand, engrossed himself in a promotional catalog, comparing the images and descriptions with the actual artifacts on display. He was eager to learn. After all, Fu Qingzhu was a figure from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, and there was a significant knowledge gap to bridge. Although he had been subtly compensating for it before, the pursuit of knowledge is an endless journey. One must learn wherever one goes. Unbeknownst to others, Su Jing perceived him as merely studying the aesthetics and market values of the items rather than acquiring relevant knowledge. He aimed to strive quietly, intending to astonish everyone with his efforts. From 2:30 until the gallery closed at 6, Shirley neither ate nor drank nor even visited the restroom, completely absorbed in examining the various artifacts in the exhibition hall. Su Jing was not upset. On the contrary, she suggested, "Shall I arrange a private viewing for you later?" Shirley chuckled, "I prefer not to take shortcuts." Su Jing raised an eyebrow and playfully tapped him. Though this auction is relatively small, there are over 300 items, and the gallery is only open from 9:30 to 11:30 in the morning and 2:30 to 6 in the afternoon. That gives us only 5.5 hours today. And with the remaining 2 days totaling 11 hours, at your current pace you won't be able to see everything. If I can't see it all, then so be it. It won't matter, Shirley yawned. Let's go eat. It's on me. This evening, let's enjoy our time in Daiqiacheng. Though they spoke of dining once inside the private room, hidden from prying eyes, the two found themselves entangled once more. It was inevitable. As ex-lovers, they shared a natural attraction. Their familiarity was palpable, and after more than a year apart, there was a hint of strangeness. The feeling was akin to that of a newlywed couple, devoid of the need for adjustment, enveloped in the comfort of familiarity. Even the scents they wore were ones they cherished in each other. Most importantly, Shirley was an irresistible playboy, and Su Jing was still single. They had no reservations about being together, allowing their passions to flow freely and savoring each other's presence. The meal stretched on until dusk fell. By the time they left the restaurant, it was already past 10. Strolling back to the hotel, they exchanged not a word, simply collapsing into each other's arms. It was not until after midnight that they finally lay down, utterly exhausted. Su Jing gently caressed Shirley's increasingly solid chest and remarked softly, "Your transformation is remarkable. When I first saw you a few days ago, I almost didn't recognize you." "Really?" "Yes." "What has changed?" "Perhaps your aura. Though you were handsome before, you had a bit of a rogue vibe. Now, however, your gaze has shifted. is much more captivating. Your physique has also improved significantly, and your skin resembles the finest mutton fat jade. I even thought you were wearing makeup. How did you achieve this? Are you curious? Which woman wouldn't he be? Let us not even mention anything else. Just for that nearly flawless skin, many women would be willing to give everything. Is that true? Try asking any woman. And you would too? Of course. Then why not offer everything you have to me? I guarantee that in a year, you too will possess a physique as perfect as mine. How so? That's not for you to worry about. With that, Shirley flipped Su Jing over, pinning her beneath him. Su Jing's eyes widened in shock. Aren't you tired? No, this can't happen again. I'll be gentle. No. Oh. Su Jing, tall and slender, boasted an exceptional figure, making her one of the most outstanding among Shirley's many girlfriends, even surpassing Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing had a great aura and an admirable physique. Yet when compared to Su Jing, she fell slightly short. The allure was simply irresistible. Furthermore, Shirley had been deprived for nearly a year, having not been with a woman for quite some time. Thus, consequently, the following morning, when Shirley arrived at the exhibition hall, Su Jing had not yet risen. She remained in bed during lunch and still did not stir by afternoon. It was Shirley who brought dinner to her room. On the 23rd, Shirley entered the auction venue alone. The space was not large but was bustling with activity. By the time he arrived, the hall, which could accommodate 280 people, was nearly full, and he struggled to find a seat. After wandering towards the back, he finally spotted a few scattered vacancies. Upon closer inspection, he circled around to the other side and sat beside a young beauty. This woman was not particularly tall, likely around 1.60 meters, yet her features were exquisite, and her aura was commendable. She wore a knee-length light beige dress paired with a wide decorative belt that accentuated her waist beautifully. Overall, she exuded an air of elegance. Shirley seated himself without reservation, inhaling lightly before murmuring, "Delicious." Before she could respond, he extended his hand, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shirley, from the island city." Noticing her slightly furrowed brow, he added with a light laugh, "No need to be nervous. I'm quite approachable. I just seek someone to converse with. Otherwise, it becomes rather dull. Feel free to give me a fictitious name to amuse me for a while." The woman chuckled, briefly shaking his hand, "Wei Xiao Xiao." Shirley smiled, his charm undiminished over the years. In just a few sentences, he had breached the woman's psychological defenses. Unsurprisingly, her name was genuine. Indeed, he spoke the truth. He genuinely sought someone to engage in conversation, without necessarily desiring anything more. When faced with the option of sitting beside a beautiful woman or an unappealing old man for over 2 hours, the choice was evidently clear. Thus, during the interlude before the formal commencement of the auction, his witticisms flowed effortlessly, causing the previously reserved Wei Xiao Xiao to stifle her laughter behind her hands until the auction finally began. The auctioneer, an unremarkable elderly gentleman, offered little of interest. However, the item on display was exceptional, a gilded manjushri from the late Qing dynasty. This was, of course, a Tibetan depiction of manjushri, adorned with a floral crown, an elevated topknot, broad shoulders, a slender waist, and draped in exquisite jewels. In his left hand, he held a lotus stem, while his right hand brandished the sword of wisdom, capable of severing all illusions, traits that are quintessentially characteristic of Tibetan Buddhist iconography. However, for Shirley, these details were not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated him was the substantial spiritual essence contained within this gilded bodhisattva, making it one of his coveted targets. Chapter 48. An inevitable acquisition. Generally speaking, to enhance the enthusiasm of bidders, auctions typically commence with a few noteworthy items to elevate the atmosphere. However, in this modest and low-tier auction, there are few truly extraordinary pieces to showcase. The copper-gilt bodhisattva from the late Qing dynasty, with its gilding largely intact and craftsmanship commendable, is considered a top-tier item for such an auction, albeit with a market value of around 1 million. While 1 million is not an insignificant sum, the attendees are far from being tycoons. They are not in the same league as the buyers at grander auctions. Yet, Shirley's appetites are rather discerning. Initially, he had little interest in bidding, as it was clear that the auction house would never allow the first item to go unsold. Even if it meant bidding himself, they would strive to create a lively atmosphere. Thus, his bidding would merely equate to gifting the auction house money. Nevertheless, there is a spiritual essence within this piece that he urgently desires, and its quantity is substantial. He had previously established a simple standard, categorizing the antique items he had handled according to their spiritual essence content, ranking them from S to F. The recently auctioned Wanli 5-color appreciation vase was the highest in essence among all his antiques, classified as A grade. In contrast, the gilded Maitreya Buddha was classified as C grade, and the floral deity cup sold to Zhou Zhinshan was also a mere C grade. The remainder predominantly fell into the F or E categories, with D grade being a rarity. At this moment, the copper-gilt Manjushri Bodhisattva statue he had set his sights on is also classified as C grade. While its market value may not be exceedingly high, the spiritual essence it embodies is considerable, comparable to the floral deity cup valued at 20 million. Thus, it is unequivocally meant for him. As soon as the auctioneer completed the introduction, he raised his paddle without uttering a word. The auctioneer's eyes brightened, calling out loudly, 550,000. Paddle number 250 raised once. The starting bid was 500,000, and by raising his paddle without speaking, he implicitly acknowledged an increase of 50,000, in accordance with established practices. Presently, auction houses adhere to the 258 principle, wherein between 500,000 and 1 million, each paddle raise automatically adds 50,000. Of course, one could also call out their bid directly. However, at an auction, especially a significant one, few people tend to shout their bids aloud, as it appears rather undignified in front of a crowd. Thus, most bidders prefer to follow the 258 rule for convenience. Nevertheless, online and telephone bids allow for personal discretion. Shirley was the first to bid, raising his paddle once, bringing the total to 550,000. Soon after, other paddles were raised. After 7 or 8 rounds, with telephone bids included, the price ascended to 950,000. Shirley stood his ground, raising his paddle again. The auctioneer beamed, 1 million, a neat 1 million. Is there anyone else? 1,200,000. 1,500,000. 1,500,000. Paddle number 250. Sir? His paddle number was 250, personally arranged by Su Jing, undoubtedly intentional. Yet, it mattered little. His thick skin rendered him indifferent to such subtleties. Thus, he continued to raise his paddle. After 1,200,000, only he and an elderly gentleman remained in the bidding. Yet, he raised his paddle without hesitation. According to the 258 rule, 4 bids between 100,000 and 5 million, the default increments are 200,000, 300,000, and 300,000, which translates to 120, 150, and 180. Thus, within just 2 rounds, the elderly gentleman had elevated the price to 150,000. Shirley arched an eyebrow. Was the old man a shill arranged by the auction house, the owner of the Avalokiteshvara statue, or merely someone taken with the statue? All possibilities loomed. Consequently, he found himself momentarily hesitant. The auctioneer, meanwhile, fanned the flames. 150,000, 150,000. Number 036 bids 150,000. Mr. 250, will you raise your bid? Will you raise your bid? Of course, he intended to raise it. As Shirley prepared to raise his paddle, he was restrained by Wei Xiaoxiao beside him. Don't increase it. The markup is too excessive.
Pardon?
Wei Xiaoxiao whispered an explanation. This statue has a market value of merely 100,000. Anything beyond that isn't worthwhile. Although it is in decent condition, its age leaves much to be desired, and there isn't much room for appreciation, unless you are a devout Buddhist. Indeed, that makes sense. Shirley nodded and raised his paddle once more. The auctioneer was overjoyed. 180,000, a 50% markup. Beyond collection, it has lost its economic value and will not yield profit. Yet, Shirley's resolve remained steadfast. Victory was essential. Should the elderly gentleman raise the bid, he would follow suit without a second thought. However, when faced with the prospect of a 200,000 double markup, the old man suddenly ceased bidding, opting not to continue. The auctioneer, exhilarated, struck his gavel with fervor. Thank you, Mr. 250. Congratulations on acquiring this late Qing bronze gilt statue of Avalokiteshvara. Shirley exhaled, lowering his paddle. At that moment, Wei Xiaoxiao huffed in annoyance. Is your money burning a hole in your pocket? Shirley smiled. It's worth that price. Worth? Wei Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes slightly. I do believe you were a shill, but not that it's worth that price. Don't even think about selling it for the original price. Managing to minimize your loss would be impressive. Shirley merely smiled, refraining from further explanation. What was there to explain? Just as his thoughts trailed off, a note was passed to him. Young man, could you let me have that statue? I'll add an extra 100,000. He looked up to see the elderly gentleman winking back at him. Huh? What was the old man implying? The note suggested he wasn't too short on funds, but rather reluctant to undercut the auction house. Intriguing. The high price he paid for the Avalokiteshvara statue stemmed from the spiritual energy it possessed. What was the elderly gentleman after? Was money truly burning a hole in his pocket? Shirley did not believe the other party was misguided. Those who dared to bid at this level of auction were rarely uninformed. Even if there were novices, they would certainly seek guidance from connoisseurs, ensuring that bids were never made recklessly. The elderly gentleman undoubtedly had his eyes set on a particular characteristic of the Avalokiteshvara statue. However, as certain possibilities crossed his mind, Shirley felt a flicker of unease. However, when the second item was put up for bidding, he raised his paddle without hesitation. This was a guanine statue intricately carved from rosewood, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Yet, it was not an ancient piece, dating back to the late Qing dynasty to the Republican era, with a commendable condition and an estimated value of approximately 500,000. The starting bid was set at 200,000 with a D-grade aura. This time, there were not many competitors. His single paddle raise intimidated several buyers, and ultimately, he acquired it effortlessly for 380,000, yielding a modest profit. In the auction house, it is often the case that if one can intimidate all competitors, theoretically, one could secure all items at the opening bid. However, that remains a mere theory. In reality, auction houses strictly prohibit such occurrences. Chapter 49. Slipping through one's fingers in a typical auction. It is customary for the auction house to employ shills to drive up bids or even to intervene in the bidding process. It is inconceivable that anyone would be allowed to acquire a significant number of items at the starting bid price. Although a sale at the starting price would not result in a loss for the auction house, it would severely tarnish its reputation. Collectors are inclined to consign their items to auction houses precisely because they can command high prices. If everything were to sell at the starting bid, who would dare to entrust their possessions to the auction house in the future? Naturally, the occasional sale at the starting price is not unusual, and there are also instances of items failing to sell altogether. At least a sale at the starting price indicates some profit, which is far superior to the losses incurred from unsold items. Unsold lots are the bane of auction houses, something they dread above all else. To encourage enthusiastic bidding, auction houses employ a plethora of tactics. Beyond the auctioneer's lively engagement, they often deploy various subtle strategies, such as positioning several attractive and well-endowed attendants nearby. These attendants do little more than stand beside potential bidders, occasionally offering trivial assistance. This technique, though somewhat antiquated, proves remarkably effective, particularly in an environment dominated by men, who often respond favorably to such a lure. Of course, Shirley is an exception. He does not require external encouragement. He readily places bids himself. The valuable items that catch his eye are invariably secured by him, usually at a considerable premium. At 11:30, the Maitreya Buddha he consigned made its entrance. The seemingly unremarkable dark figure of the Maitreya Buddha belied a robust description in the auction catalog, where the appraiser had bestowed high praise upon it. With a starting bid set at a staggering 1,800,000, it became the highest starting price item thus far. Naturally, one must elevate the value of one's own possessions. Shirley eagerly raised his paddle first, boldly calling out a bid of 2 million. In an instant, all eyes were upon him as the attendees, wealthy individuals accustomed to the auction scene, were not easily daunted by such a sum. However, Shirley had already spent over 6 million that morning, making him the highest spender to date. Furthermore, his aggressive bidding style, characterized by significant premiums, naturally drew attention. Beside him, Wei Xiaoxiao lowered her head, feigning ignorance of Shirley. Yet, Shirley, with a self-satisfied glance, surveyed the room as if challenging others to engage. For a brief moment, he succeeded in commanding silence, with no one daring to raise their bid for over 10 seconds. The auctioneer began to exhibit signs of impatience. This Maitreya Buddha had an estimated market value exceeding 2 million, yet selling it for precisely that amount was unsatisfactory, as the auctioneer's own psychological threshold was set at 2,400,000. Thus, he persistently inquired, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" However, the atmosphere remained awkwardly stifled, with no further offers forthcoming. Shirley felt a twinge of anxiety. Would he truly let it slip through his fingers? Should he fail to sell it, he would incur a commission loss of at least 200,000. Such wastefulness, even for one of means, was unacceptable, especially since he was not flush with cash. In his desperation, he turned to Wei Xiaoxiao beside him. He nudged her elbow and whispered, "Place a bid." "I won't," she replied. "Just do me a favor." "What should I do if it falls into my hands?" "I will pay." "Are you certain?" "Indeed." "Then you owe me a significant favor." "Certainly, I shall treat you to a grand feast later." With that, Wei Xiaoxiao raised her placard. The auctioneer winked. 2,200,000. Number 169. The lady adds 200,000. "Is there any further bidding?" Wei Xiaoxiao's offer shattered the impasse, and soon someone followed with a bid of 2,500,000, followed swiftly by another at 2,800,000. Wei Xiaoxiao softly inquired, "Is this yours?" "Yes." "Where did it come from?" "Fortunate find." "Really?" "Indeed. I am not deceiving you." "How much did you acquire it for?" "I believe it was a few hundred." "How could you forget such a thing?" "What's the issue?" "It was just a fortunate find, albeit a rather substantial one, a topic of conversation for a lifetime, and you've simply forgotten it?" Shirley chuckled softly. "I have had too many fortunate finds. This one is merely average, so I didn't pay it much mind." "Is that a problem?" Wei Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "You're boasting. You seem to be quite knowledgeable in the field. Shall we exchange insights tomorrow?" A rather kitsch way to strike up a conversation. "You're afraid." "Not at all. You are indeed afraid. Afraid that I am a braggart, and also afraid that I might truly be an expert at finding bargains. For either scenario would be a shock to you, thus you instinctively choose to evade." Aye. Shirley smiled and swiftly changed the subject. "Are you a local of Spring City?" "Yes." "Does your family deal in antiques?" "Yes." "Fellow practitioners, then." "My family runs an antique shop on Changle Road, a time-honored establishment called Lin Lang Pavilion." "I wonder if you've heard of it." Wei Xiaoxiao blinked, suddenly covering her mouth in surprise and delight. "You're Aunt Zhao's son? Your childhood nickname is Shirtu?" Shirley was equally astonished. Could it truly be a familiar face? What an incredible coincidence! However, it is not entirely unbelievable, considering the antique circle is relatively small, and the antique market on Changle Road is one of the most prominent in Shandong province. Shirley's father owns an antique shop there, which likely means he knows many in the business. Even if not directly acquainted, there would be some recollection. Thus, Shirley grasped Wei Xiaoxiao's delicate hand. "You know my mother?" "Yes, yes. I even had the dumplings she made when I was young, filled with mackerel. They were delicious, and I still remember that taste vividly." What a fateful encounter from 1,000 miles away. My mother's mackerel dumplings are indeed exceptional, and she prepares many for relatives and friends each year. Yet, why do I not recall you? When I visited, you were not home. I was either 12 or 13 at the time, during the summer vacation. Auntie mentioned that you often went out to play for days at a time. Quite the mischievous one. That's precisely right. That was me. I have always been playful. Whenever I had a little money, I would go out, and I often sought the company of young girls, disappearing for days on end. Sometimes I would stay in a hotel, sometimes at a young girl's home. Back then, I was quite charming with a sweet tongue, and everywhere I went, I was well liked. Shirley engaged in conversation with Wei Xiaoxiao. It was not until Wei Xiaoxiao inquired about her uncle and aunt that Shirley let out a sigh. Your uncle has encountered misfortune and has passed away. Your aunt has also suffered an accident and is currently in the hospital. However, her condition has stabilized. Ah, Wei Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. It's all right, it's all in the past now. How is Miao Miao? Miao Miao is doing quite well. Is she taking the college entrance examination this year or next? This year. She has just completed the exam, and the results will be released in a day or two. How did she perform? Quite well. She is capable of attending Tsinghua or Peking University. Congratulations. The two reminisced for over 10 minutes until it was 12:30, at which point another significant matter arose. Chapter 50. The copper statue of the true martial emperor. The auction, albeit brief, lasted only a day, yet the number of items on offer was considerable. What to do? It commenced relentlessly at 9 in the morning, concluding only when all items had been showcased, often extending into the late hours of the night without breaks for lunch or afternoon respite. Thus, buyers were compelled to either brace themselves for a prolonged battle or manage their time judiciously. Shirley, however, was undaunted. He had meticulously prepared for this event, keeping a keen eye on when the objects he coveted would be presented. The 12:30 time slot proved to be rather unfavorable, as many buyers vacated the premises for lunch, leaving a sparse crowd of about 30, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. The auctioneer, now a younger woman, presided over the proceedings. Most of the items scheduled for this particular time were rather mundane. Among them was the statue that had captured Shirley's attention, a rather unremarkable piece with a starting bid of merely 5,000 yuan. This late Ming Dynasty copper statue of the true martial emperor was average in craftsmanship, lacking any distinctive features. Its sole merit lay in its relatively intact condition. The surface was dark and devoid of any noticeable damage, with a thick, lustrous patina indicative of frequent handling. The market valuation hovered around 30 to 50,000 yuan. Under normal circumstances, Shirley would not have given it a second glance. However, this seemingly inconspicuous statue concealed a wealth of spiritual energy, which, according to Shirley's standards, warranted a classification of C-level. Consequently, the moment it was presented, he raised his paddle without hesitation. Adhering to the 258 principle, he incrementally increased his bid by 500 yuan each time, quickly surpassing 10,000. As the bidding escalated past 10,000, a few bidders withdrew, yet Shirley furrowed his brow. The remaining participants exhibited resolute determination, including the elderly man, numbered 036, with whom he had previously engaged in fierce competition. This was not a promising sign. The intensity of the competition suggested that he might have to expend more than anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from raising his paddle further and instead scrutinized the other bidders, 3 men, 1 woman, and the elderly gentleman. None appeared inclined to concede, and soon the bid soared to 100,000, then 120,000, 150,000, 180,000, and 200,000, ultimately reaching 220,000. When the figure hit 300,000, 2 men relinquished their bids, leaving 3 contenders. Shirley rubbed his temples in frustration. The exorbitant premium meant that purchasing the statue would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. Yet, the abundant spiritual energy contained within it made relinquishing it a lamentable prospect. What to do? Moreover, he was troubled by the presence of so many individuals fixated on this ordinary statue of the true martial emperor. Could it be that they too were practitioners capable of sensing the spiritual energy within? That seemed implausible. If every practitioner possessed such abilities, then artifacts imbued with spiritual energy in antique shops would have long been depleted. Furthermore, based on Fu Qingzhu's memories, there had been no such cases in the cultivation community. Nonetheless, the situation was undeniably peculiar. Such repeated occurrences could not merely be attributed to coincidence. Forget it. Offer a high price. If it can be secured, then secure it. If not, relinquish the pursuit. After the elderly gentleman raised the bid to 320,000, Shirley decisively raised his paddle, exclaiming 500,000. Instantly, all eyes in the room were upon him. The 3 competitors were left utterly astonished, clearly intimidated. It was already excessive for the item to reach 300,000, yet he boldly escalated it to 500,000. Was he at odds with his own finances? The young auctioneer was also taken aback, quickly announcing 500,000. 500,000. Mr. Number 250 bids 500,000. Will anyone counter? The elderly gentleman in the front row and the lady by the window. Will anyone counter? 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. Clap thank you, Mr. Number 250, and congratulations on acquiring your desired object. Shirley exhaled a sigh of relief and gently patted Wei Xiaoxiao's small hand, saying, "Let's go. It's time for dinner." As soon as they stepped outside, Wei Xiaoxiao stood in front of Shirley, wide-eyed, and asked, "Have you lost your mind? 500,000 for that broken item. How can I possibly justify your actions? Even with wealth, one should not squander so recklessly. If you find money burdensome, you could give it to me. I wouldn't mind. Money can't buy what I cherish," Shirley replied with a grin. "What you deem as junk, I see as a treasure. Tell me, what makes it so precious? Enlighten me." "You wouldn't comprehend," he retorted. "Just wait until it's in your hands. That item will never appreciate to 500,000 in the next 2 centuries. I won't sell. I'll keep it for myself. I'll collect it." Wei Xiaoxiao bit her rosy lip. "When can we pick it up? Take me along. I want to see what is so special about it." Shirley patted his chest. "Sure, but let us eat first. Where is a good place to dine? A sumptuous feast? Well, I have ample time. My next target won't be revealed until after 3. All right." Before Wei Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Su Jing suddenly appeared, her tall figure sizing up Wei Xiaoxiao. "Shirley, you're quite the charmer. In just a moment, you've already captivated another young beauty. Are you planning to abandon me for a romantic interlude?" Wei Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly. How can you talk like that? We are friends." "Friends?" Su Jing looked down at Wei Xiaoxiao. "I haven't heard Shirley mention he has friends in Spring City." You? Shirley quickly intervened, grasping Wei Xiaoxiao's hand, and smiled at Su Jing. "Our families have been acquainted for generations, but our communication faltered years ago. I never expected to encounter you at the auction, and fortuitously we ended up seated together." Su Jing raised an eyebrow. "Really? Should I ask my mother to verify?" "No need for that. I trust you," Su Jing replied playfully, moving closer to Wei Xiaoxiao to give her a gentle embrace. "Don't be upset, sister. I can't help but feel a tinge of jealousy seeing you so beautiful and poised. You have no idea, your brother sure is quite the catch. But he's rather fickle. His ex-flames could form an enhanced battalion." "Ah, not an exaggeration at all. If you don't believe me, let him tell you himself." With a cough, Shirley remarked, Let's go. It's time for a meal. We still need to continue the auction afterward, and time is rather pressing." The lunch was both sumptuous and exquisite. The 3 of them spent over 2,000 yuan, without even indulging in any wine. During the meal, Su Jing and Wei Xiaoxiao quickly became acquainted, engaging in a myriad of conversations. They discussed Shirley and exchanged thoughts on antiques, uncovering many shared interests. However, it was evident that Wei Xiaoxiao, despite being only a year younger than Su Jing, was no match for the seasoned Su Jing, who effortlessly unearthed her secrets, including tales of her first kiss, even before the meal was finished. This disparity highlighted the uniqueness of individuals. The 25-year-old Wei Xiaoxiao retained an innocent charm akin to that of a young girl, while Su Jing had already ascended to the status of a professional elite. Yet, in Shirley's eyes, both possessed their own merits. If given the choice, he would desire them both. Chapter 51. Membership satisfied and replete after a fulfilling meal, Shirley and the 2 ladies, Su and Wei, returned to the hotel. Su Jing, being a staff member of the company, needed to avoid any appearance of impropriety and thus could not attend the auction alongside Shirley. Consequently, Shirley and Wei Xiaoxiao were able to sit together quite appropriately. However, he had little time for idle chatter, as he promptly began to raise his bidding paddle. He successfully acquired 3 remarkable antiques, each imbued with considerable spiritual essence, while spending less than 500,000, with 2 of the items being particularly fortuitous finds. By the time the clock struck 9 in the evening, he had secured a total of 28 pieces, with an aggregate price exceeding 6,400,000. After accounting for the 10% buyer's premium, his total expenditure surpassed 7 million. Indeed, the auction house operated in a rather unscrupulous manner, charging commissions on both ends. Each antique sold incurred a commission of approximately 10% from both the buyer and the seller, with the exact percentage varying according to the specific commission agreements in place. For instance, Shirley had negotiated a commission rate of 9% when consigning items for auction, thanks to Su Jing's assistance in securing a better deal. However, in Quan City, Su Jing had no bargaining power and thus had to adhere to the local standards, resulting in a buyer's premium of 10%. Therefore, while the auction house may appear unremarkable, it actually reaps substantial profits. Otherwise, how could those small to medium-sized auction houses survive? Of course, the revenue streams for auction houses extend beyond commissions. Membership fees also contribute significantly. Take a prestigious auction house like Jada, which charges an annual membership fee of $500,000, generating a considerable income from membership dues each year. Shirley, too, had obtained a membership. Why, you may ask? Quite simply, it proved advantageous. It exempted him from failed auction fees and various minor upfront costs, which was particularly beneficial for someone like him, determined to collaborate frequently with the auction house. Given the number of items he intended to consign, he would inevitably face some failed auctions, and the fees for those could far exceed $500,000. Moreover, membership offered additional conveniences, such as access to the warehouse for inspecting goods, deferred settlement, home delivery, and collection services, all of which were exceedingly practical. However, the annual membership fee of $500,000 is indeed burdensome for the average person. While it may be manageable to renew a membership occasionally, committing to it annually for a decade would amount to $5 million. If one aspired to collaborate with other major auction houses as well, acquiring multiple memberships could result in annual membership expenses reaching several million. Nevertheless, it remains a worthy investment. As soon as Shirley and Wei Xiaoxiao exited the auction venue, a staff member approached him. "Mr. Shi, would you like to collect your items now?" "Tomorrow," he replied. "What time tomorrow? Would you require our home delivery service for members?" "Yes, around 3 in the afternoon." "Very well, Mr. Shi. I will arrange for a driver and a truck, and I need you to provide your delivery address." "The delivery address?" Shirley pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding on his rental property. It was currently unoccupied, making it an ideal location for him to extract the spiritual essence. After absorbing the essence within, he would promptly package it for Su Jing, then proceed to the auction to finalize matters. As for how much of his investment he could recoup, that would depend on luck. If fortune favored him, he might incur minimal losses. If not, the losses could be more substantial. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of losing money, as it was exceedingly rare to achieve both profit and a significant accumulation of spiritual essence within the confines of an auction house. The auction house is not a charity. It is challenging to profit from it. After a brief handover with the staff, Shirley accompanied Wei Xiaoxiao to the parking lot. "Let's go eat." "I'm famished," he said. However, Wei Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and replied, "It's too late. I need to head home. My mother is waiting for me." "Really? At your age, you're still under such strict supervision? Is it too late, just past 9? Shirley felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had learned to stay out all night in his teenage years. Nevertheless, he did not press the matter and simply smiled. "Please send my regards to your uncle and aunt when you get home. I'll visit you soon and call beforehand." "Okay." Wei Xiaoxiao nodded happily. "I take your word. I never lie." "Humph. I don't believe that," she teased, wrinkling her nose and casting him a playful glare before turning to run away. Shirley watched her depart before preparing to enter his car. Just as he turned, he spotted Su Jing leaning against a pillar, her gaze filled with deep affection. Should he chase after her for a farewell kiss? Clearly, Su Jing had been waiting for him. Shirley chose not to engage in that banter. Instead, he approached Su Jing and lifted her into the car, playfully stating, "Right now, I don't want anything but to devour you, to show you that a man who has been hungry for half a day is not to be trifled with." As the words left his lips, he pounced, pinning Su Jing beneath him. The car was quite comfortable, yet the space was limited. Both Shirley and Su Jing were tall, making it difficult to stretch out. But therein lay the thrill. To align their bodies, they resorted to yoga-like maneuvers, with Su Jing nearly folding in half. In the heat of the moment, Su Jing gasped with laughter. "You do realize, doing this in your girlfriend's car, she wouldn't mind, right? Anyone would mind. How terrifying. Will she hit me? That's the Zhou family we're talking about. I believe she could sink you into the Yellow Sea to feed the fish." "Whoa." Su Jing's body tensed instantly. "Don't scare me." Shirley laughed heartily. "I'm just joking. If she truly minded, she wouldn't allow me to associate with you, her predecessor. Understand?" Su Jing gradually relaxed. "Got it. It means she doesn't love you. Wow, this woman truly understands. He and Zhou Yuqing shared no genuine feelings. It was not even a matter of love or affection, merely a hint of appreciation. From the outset, he had sensed the ulterior motives of Zhou Zhinshan and Zhou Yuqing, always keeping his guard up against the pair. Moreover, the recent turmoil in his life had left him little inclination for romance. Thus, despite appearing together daily, there was not a shred of emotional connection between him and Zhou Yuqing. Only in the past few days had things improved slightly. His mother's surgery was a success, and his sister's exams went smoothly. With Su Jing, his exceptional ex-girlfriend, re-emerging in his life, he found traces of his former playboy self returning. This trip to Spring City and the rekindling of old flames with Su Jing was merely a cathartic release of pent-up emotions. Love? At the tender age of 17 or 18, he had already lost faith in love. It was 10:30. Shirley and Su Jing strolled hand in hand through the bustling street of snacks, resembling a couple deeply enamored with one another. Little did anyone suspect that this seemingly perfect pair were, in fact, each other's former flames. One could only remark that both individuals possessed an extraordinary clarity in life. Shirley, without a doubt, was a quintessential rogue. Su Jing, on the other hand, was far from ordinary. She was fiercely ambitious and regarded matters outside her career with a sense of detachment. Nevertheless, she eschewed dubious paths, placing great importance on her own feelings. Her pursuit of success was not merely for financial gain, but rather a quest for personal fulfillment, relishing the satisfaction that came from her professional achievements. Thus, both of them maintained a relaxed demeanor, savoring the fleeting moments they spent together. However, between them now, in addition to their shared mindset, there existed a new bond forged through their professional ambitions, leading them to engage in discussions on how to exploit opportunities at the auction house while enjoying their meal. Chapter 52. A new perspective on profiting. Shirley was reluctant to engage in continuous losses. Although, compared to the abundant spiritual energy he had harvested, incurring a bit of financial loss seemed quite reasonable, he still needed to sustain a living and support his family. It was not sustainable to perpetually operate at a loss. Thus, he conferred with Su Jing about the possibility of extracting some profit from the auction house, even if it was just a modest sum, as long as it allowed him to break even. Su Jing shook her head. Under normal circumstances, the only way to decrease expenses is by negotiating the commission. If you can manage to lower the commission to 5% or even 2 or 3%, that would nearly cover your losses. That sounds challenging, Shirley replied. It is indeed difficult, yet not entirely impossible, Su Jing clarified. Oh, how so? By becoming a major client of the auction house. If you can provide them with consistent and substantial revenue, there is little that cannot be negotiated. Quantity. Merely focusing on quantity is insufficient. Quality must also be emphasized. Ideally, you should consign a few items of the caliber of the Wanli-era multicolored vases each year, which would grant you the credentials to negotiate with the top executives. Shirley was at a loss for words. Wanli multicolored vases? A few? Every year? What a fanciful notion. If I could procure a few antiques of that caliber annually and was willing to consign them, any auction house, domestic or international, would roll out the red carpet for me. Moreover, if I had that much money, would I still be concerned about a mere loss of 1 or 2 million? Why would I even bother discussing commissions? However, while this idea seemed somewhat impractical, the direction was correct. By consigning premium items, it was essentially akin to providing financial support to the auction house. As long as the quantity and resultant profits were substantial, he would be in a position to negotiate, without necessarily needing to present an abundance of top-tier antiques. To gain, one must first give. In simpler terms, it is a matter of shared benefits. Only by allowing the auction house to prosper could he hope to extract some profit in return. Otherwise, he would risk being bitten by this purely capitalistic entity. Having realized this, Shirley embraced Su Jing's shoulders. While I may not have extraordinary items, I have plenty of ordinary quality pieces. Just wait for me to accumulate a few more before approaching your boss. When the time comes, I will need your assistance to make the introductions. Su Jing's eyes sparkled. Shirley, you have truly changed. Really? In what way? Your confidence has grown. What once sounded like mere boasting now resonates with authenticity. Even I find myself instinctively believing it. It is just the truth. Indeed, rationally, I recognize it as the truth, for you have demonstrated your capabilities. Yet instinctively, it feels rather absurd. No matter how adept you are still but one person. Relying solely on seizing opportunities will wear you down, and you cannot possibly amass that many quality antiques. Shirley took a deep breath, gazing intently into Su Jing's eyes, and earnestly stated, "Therefore, Miss Su Jing, you must reassess your former boyfriend. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. After 3 days, one should regard the other with fresh eyes. It has been years since we last met. Do not judge me through the lens of the past." Su Jing paused momentarily, then let out a derisive laugh. "There are indeed some changes in other aspects, but your essence as a scoundrel remains unchanged. In my heart, you will always be that loathsome man who cannot resist the allure of women." She continued, "Scoundrels are remarkable. Scoundrels are delightful. Scoundrels. Ah, enough of that. Hey, have you had enough to eat? Let us head back to the hotel." As soon as Su Jing heard the mention of returning to the hotel, a hint of panic washed over her. She quickly shook off Shirley's hand and hurried a few steps ahead. "There are street vendors up ahead. Let us take a look." Shirley secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, "You think you can escape my grasp in this lifetime?" Lost in his thoughts, he swiftly caught up with Su Jing and soon found himself before 2 rows of vendors, one of which was selling antiques. Of course, it was evident without close inspection that 99% of the items at this stall were fakes. Genuine antiques would rarely appear in such a setting, as serious buyers would never shop in such places. The buyers here were mostly novices, eager to spend 300 to 800 yuan on something novel, and if they were deceived, it wouldn't hurt too much. Yet, Shirley approached the stall intrigued, for it was his first time visiting such a marketplace. Previously, he had never even perused a legitimate street stall, let alone one like this. To his astonishment, he discovered authentic items, remarkable ones at that. He picked up a teapot and carefully sensed its spiritual energy content. Goodness, it could reach a C grade. Were there truly such treasures at a roadside stall? Had they always existed, or was he just incredibly lucky? Taking a deep breath, he flicked the dark teapot in his hand and asked the vendor, "How much for this teapot?" 800, the vendor replied. "How about a lower price? I can give you a discount of 40, making it 760. I paid 720 when I acquired it." Shirley appeared unfazed. 200. Absolutely not, that's far too low. Add 100 and we can be friends. You won't find another like this. It's at least 700. I'll add 50 more. 500, and you can take it. The vendor extended his palm. Shirley remained silent, casually rummaging through the items on the stall, until he unearthed a copper bell adorned with bagua patterns. 500 is fine. Let us include this, or I'll pass. The vendor hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Shirley was elated. He had struck gold. Not just once, but twice. The teapot was exquisite, and so was the bell. Acquiring both for 500 was a stroke of luck beyond measure. Consequently, he disregarded the other genuine items on display, as they lacked significant value and were not worth his time. With payment exchanged and goods in hand, he grasped Su Jing and left without delay, heading straight to the parking lot to drive back to the hotel. Su Jing, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Did you strike gold?" "Yes." "Big or small?" "Big." "Both are big?" "One big, one small, I suppose." Su Jing swallowed hard. "Is it that your luck is exceptionally good, or is your insight remarkably keen? How is it that you manage to stumble upon treasures wherever you go? Surely you haven't misjudged, have you?" Shirley chuckled. "We'll examine it more thoroughly back at the hotel. Even if I have misjudged, it matters little. After all, it's merely 500 yuan, so there's no cause for regret." Upon their return to the hotel, they eagerly retreated into their room, engrossed in the study of a teapot and a bell. Though Su Jing was not an expert, she had encountered her fair share of fine items and possessed considerable experience. Upon examining the dark, lustrous teapot, she was taken aback. A purple clay teapot, and an old one at that. The patina is remarkably intact. It seems it hasn't been used in quite some time, feeling a bit rough and lacking in smoothness. It bears a design I'm unfamiliar with. Do you recognize it? Shirley glanced at it, noting only the base mark, which featured a 4-character seal in seal script. After a moment of careful scrutiny, he raised an eyebrow. Is it a Jingshan Huyin? No sooner had he spoken than Su Jing sprang to her feet. Are you certain it is a Jingshan Huyin? Chapter 53. The hidden pot of Jingshan. Lei nodded. While he might misidentify other items, he would never err in recognizing calligraphy. Fu Qingzhu's calligraphy is unparalleled, excelling in both inscriptions and textual research, with an understanding of seal script that stands at the pinnacle. In contemporary times, few can rival his profound expertise in this field. He had inherited the entirety of Fu Qingzhu's legacy, so it was impossible for him to be unfamiliar with these four characters. However, he truly did not know who Jingshan Huyin was. Yet, judging by Su Jing's reaction, it seemed that this individual was of considerable stature. Undoubtedly, the Zisha teapot crafted by this person was immensely valuable. Thus, after nodding, he remarked, "There is no doubt this is an authentic piece. The craftsmanship is nothing short of exquisite. Although its exterior appears rather unremarkable and dull, the overall shape possesses a remarkable charm. From the handle to the body, and down to the spout, the lines are flawless. If I were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be elegantly dignified. It is stunning, truly befitting of a master potter of the highest caliber." His words were artfully chosen, filled with genuine praise, yet curiously devoid of any mention of Jingshan Huin's name. This, one might call, the art of conversation, appearing to extol everything while subtly avoiding any specific commendation. Su Jing, entirely oblivious to these nuances, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Of course, Gu Jingzhou is renowned. His teapots are undoubtedly flawless." "Sure, you have struck gold." Lei raised an eyebrow. Gu Jingzhou? He had heard this name before. Even if he had not previously enjoyed collecting or appraising, Gu Jingzhou's fame was well known. He understood that the Zisha teapots crafted by this master were immensely sought after in the market, making him one of the most celebrated potters, with prices that left his contemporaries in the dust. Even masters from the Ming and Qing dynasties could not compete with this esteemed figure. In short, they were exceedingly expensive. Any teapot from him would fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions, at auction. After all, it was merely a teapot. Even if it was a Zisha teapot, it still remained a teapot. The notion of a teapot selling for several million was, upon reflection, quite absurd. Yet such was the state of the market. Anyone fortunate enough to possess an authentic Zisha teapot by Gu Jingzhou could at least escape poverty and attain a modestly comfortable life. With a stroke of luck, they might even achieve financial freedom. Contemplating this, he directly inquired of Su Jing, "How much do you think this pot could sell for?" "I'm not certain, but just based on the name Gu Jingzhou, it should start at a minimum of 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Yes, at least a 7-figure price. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it?" Lei shook his head. A small 7 doesn't hold much significance. A middle 7 is more acceptable, while a large 7 might just suffice. Su Jing rolled her eyes. "You, sure, have become quite lofty, haven't you? Looking down on even small 7s? A property in the city center isn't significant to you? Do you think all antiques are routinely in the tens of millions or billions? Let me put it this way. Over 80% of the antiques circulating in the market are common goods, and those exceeding 7 figures account for less than 5%. Do you believe that?" "I do." Lei certainly believed that, for it was indeed the truth. In every industry, it is evident that the high cost of certain items is fundamentally linked to their rarity. When an item is abundant, its price inevitably remains low, except, of course, in the case of diamonds. This principle holds particularly true in the realm of antiques. If an object is sufficiently rare, even if its condition and quality are mediocre, its price can still soar to considerable heights. Conversely, if an item possesses good quality but is widely available, it becomes nothing more than a common commodity. Take crystal, for instance. In many respects, crystal possesses the qualities necessary to be considered a top-tier gemstone, especially colored crystals, which can outshine many precious stones. Yet, what is the market value of crystal? It is sold by the ton, primarily due to its overwhelming abundance. High-quality crystals are often found in large, impressive chunks, readily available in mines. If the production of crystal were to decrease even slightly, it might not be relegated to the status of a mere stepping stone in the gemstone market. Now consider jade. Is jade more beautiful than crystal? Perhaps it is somewhat more exquisite, but does that justify the substantial price difference? Unfortunately, jade is far scarcer. Acquiring a quality piece often involves painstaking extraction from massive stones, yielding only small fragments. In contrast, a piece of crystal the size of a palm is often discarded, treated as casually as glass, with no one bothering to pick it up if it falls to the ground. These are all natural resources, albeit non-renewable, yet they are still derived from the earth, which suggests the possibility of discovering more in the future, given the vastness of our planet. Antiques, however, are a different matter entirely. They are truly non-renewable resources. The total quantity produced throughout history is fixed, meaning that for every additional item found, another is lost. Hence, rarity holds even greater value in the antique market. Shirley is undoubtedly aware of this principle. Yet, lately, he has encountered so many exceptional finds that he has begun to overlook the value of ordinary treasures priced around $1 million. This sentiment is genuine, not an act of pretension. However, to Su Jing it appears as mere arrogance. She rolls her eyes several times before eagerly inquiring, "Are you planning to collect this pot? Let us keep it for a while. If I tire of it, I'll send it to your auction house." Su Jing beams with delight, hugging Shirley and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "Good stone. All your efforts were worth it." Shirley blinks. "Let us not conflate matters. My endeavors regarding you are unrelated to anything else." "Oh, please. If you didn't need someone like me to facilitate connections, would you even think to reach out to me? Of course, I've always cherished your unique qualities." Truly, he is a cad, still reminiscing about an ex even after their breakup. But one cannot blame him. Su Jing's allure is undeniable. Her physique is genuinely formidable, surpassing many stars and models in beauty. With her height, long legs, and appealing curves, she is flawlessly proportioned. Thus, despite their separation, he cannot help but reminisce. Su Jing lets out a light hum as she picks up a copper bell inscribed with the 8 trigrams pattern. Is this bell also a treasure? Indeed. The materials used during the Ming dynasty were chosen with great care. The refined wind-ground copper, akin to that of the Xuanda furnace, speaks volumes through its tactile sensation and resonant sound, indicating its exceptional quality. Only those of significant stature, whether not quite at the level of a national master sorcerer or the head of a particular sect, could afford such an item, typically bestowed by royal decree. Otherwise, common folk would have no access to such a superior grade of copper. This understanding is undoubtedly clear to Fu Qingzhu, a figure of the Ming era. Wind-ground copper is exceedingly rare. Although it is fundamentally a copper alloy, its precise composition and craftsmanship remain a mystery. This particular batch was presented as tribute and subsequently utilized by Emperor Xuanda to create exquisite copper incense burners, after which it has not been seen again. Chapter 54. The same kind as the Xuanda furnace. Since the inception of the Xuanda furnace, there have always been attempts at imitation, including by nobles and wealthy merchants during the Xuanda period, as well as various administrations in the Qing dynasty. However, no matter how one tries to replicate it, the essence of the authentic Xuanda furnace remains elusive. Why is this so? The copper material has never been successfully duplicated. The creation of alloys is inherently challenging, particularly when it comes to precise formulations. In the context of modern scientific advancements, developing a new alloy is a formidable task, let alone in ancient times. In those days, the creation of alloys relied solely on recipes. Without such formulas, successful imitation is nearly impossible. Thus, the batch of wind-polished copper presented as tribute during the Xuanda era is indeed a limited edition. No matter how others attempt to copy it, a disparity with the original remains. This rarity is a significant factor in the value of the Xuanda furnace. Its exclusivity is unparalleled. Moreover, that particular series of Xuanda furnaces was personally designed and overseen by Emperor Xuanda himself, showcasing an exceptionally high level of artistry. Of the numerous bronze furnaces that have emerged in subsequent generations, approximately 80% are imitations of the Xuanda furnace, with an additional 10% drawing inspiration from it. Shirley does not possess a Xuanda furnace. However, he has acquired a bell made from the same material as the Xuanda furnace. This bell is likely crafted from leftover scraps used in the creation of the Xuanda furnace, possibly designated for royal rituals or bestowed upon esteemed scholars. In any case, this bronze bell is indeed extraordinary. Yet, Su Jing has yet to realize its significance. Is wind-polished copper truly that precious? Is it not merely copper ingots produced by crushing and refining copper or using wind power? Shirley shook his head. It is not that simple. The essence of metal alloys lies not in the crushing process, but in the alloy formula. The tribute from the foreign states consisted of finished copper ingots. However, without the formula and lacking foresight to request it from the artisans, it is likely that even the artisans themselves were unaware of its importance. Hence, once that batch of copper ingots was exhausted, it became genuinely irreplaceable. Really? You cannot be serious, Su Jing replied, skeptical. No, I am not mistaken, Shirley affirmed. While he might err, Fu Qingzhu would not. Fu Qingzhu had also owned a Xuanda furnace in his youth and possessed profound knowledge of it. The tactile quality, weight, luster, and hue of this copper differ subtly from other types. A mere glance, a touch, or a gentle knock would reveal its uniqueness. Furthermore, Fu Qingzhu is an expert in historical research, having specialized in such artifacts. To encapsulate it in a word, he is exceptionally discerning. To put it plainly, no one in the contemporary world has a deeper understanding of Ming Dynasty antiques than Fu Qingzhu, as he is a witness to that era. Yet, Su Jing remained unconvinced. How can you be certain that this bell and the Xuanda furnace are made from the same batch of copper? Instead of responding, Shirley gently shook the bell. A clear, melodious chime resonated throughout the room. It was crisp, pleasant, and lingered in the air with a depth that seemed to penetrate the soul. Even after more than 10 seconds, a faint humming sound could still be heard echoing in the vicinity of their ears. When the sound finally faded, he smiled and asked, "Now, do you understand?" Su Jing swallowed hard. Then, is this bell not very valuable? Shirley pondered for a moment before sighing. Not necessarily, as contemporary appraisers may not recognize its worth. What? She exclaimed. Most experts have scarcely encountered authentic Xuanda furnaces, so in their eyes, this is merely an ordinary copper bell, perhaps delicately crafted, and with the advantage of age, it might fetch 50,000 yuan, which would be quite remarkable. Su Jing struggled to articulate her thoughts, rendered speechless by the truth. It was akin to those who smoke counterfeit cigarettes. Upon stumbling upon a genuine one, they would only leap and proclaim it to be false. Presently, every Xuanda furnace circulating in the market is a replica. Some experts even refer to later reproductions as Xuanda furnaces, provided they bear the Xuanda mark and resemble the authentic ones. Similarly, with Hetian jade, it was once only the jade from the Hetian region that was deemed genuine. Now, any jade with a comparable structure is labeled as such. The same applies to Xuanda furnaces. Previously, only the Xuanda furnaces crafted by Emperor Xuanda's wind-polished copper were recognized as authentic. Yet now, as genuine Xuanda furnaces are exceedingly rare, even replicas are referred to as Xuanda furnaces, albeit only high-quality replicas which are still imitations. Consequently, the market is inundated with fakes. Those in the know are aware of this fact, and Su Jing is no exception, leaving her at a loss for words. After a moment, she dejectedly remarked, "Does this mean I can only keep it for my own amusement?" Shirley nodded. "I reckon this is likely the only bell crafted from the same wind-polished copper as the Xuanda furnaces. Perhaps it was unique even at its inception, so there's no loss. Not merely a lack of loss, but a tremendous gain," he thought, setting aside the almost negligible cost and the unparalleled rarity, not to mention the exquisite craftsmanship. The spiritual essence contained within delighted him beyond measure. The bell emanated an abundance of spiritual energy, even surpassing that within the renowned Gu Jingzhou Zixia teapot, vaguely approaching a B-level rating, ranking second among the antiques he had encountered. He was astonished that this seemingly ordinary copper bell could harbor such profound energy, yet he had no interest in delving deeper into it. He simply knew he had struck gold. He could hardly contain the urge to hasten Su Jing's departure, eager to absorb the energy within. Of course, he refrained from doing so. Such overt eagerness could arouse her suspicion. The item was already in his possession, and the energy was as good as his. There was no need for haste. He could wait until Su Jing fell asleep before indulging, even if it meant staying up late. Given his current physical condition, pulling an all-nighter every now and then would not impede his daytime responsibilities. In an effort to help Su Jing drift off to sleep sooner, Shirley exerted himself for over an hour. The result was that Su Jing, without even bathing, succumbed to slumber, clutching her pillow, drenched in sweat. As Su Jing awoke from her slumber, Shirley quietly withdrew his arm from beneath her dampened body, stealthily leaving the bed. After a brief wash, he commenced the extraction of spiritual energy from the copper bell and the purple clay teapot. However, he underestimated the copper bell's resistance. It was not until 8:30 the following morning that he successfully extracted all the spiritual energy contained within. Glancing at the time, he sighed in regret. After carefully storing away these two treasures, he left a note for Su Jing and discreetly exited the room. He then called Wei Xiaoxiao, cheerfully saying, "Beautiful lady, are you free? Let us go out and have some fun." "It's on me." Wei Xiaoxiao replied softly, "Lei Gu, don't mess around. Is there something important?" "I'm at home." "Indeed, there is something significant," he chuckled. "Hey, I'm coming to propose. Are you ready?" Chapter 55. Wei Yiminga? Just kidding. Shirley swiftly altered his tone and stated earnestly, "I intend to visit Uncle and Aunt for lunch. I wonder if that would be convenient?" "Of course, it's quite convenient. My parents are at home, and if you don't come, they were planning to seek you out." "That's great. I shall arrive by 11 o'clock. All right, I'll be waiting for you. By the way, could you discreetly tell me what hobbies Uncle and Aunt have? I would like to choose some small gifts to please them." "There's no need to be so courteous. That's not acceptable. It's my first time meeting the parents, and one cannot arrive empty-handed." What do you mean by meeting the parents? Don't say such things. Quickly tell me what hobbies Uncle and Aunt have." "Honestly, they don't have many hobbies. My father just enjoys collecting some ancient texts and rare books." "All right then, be a good child and wait for me at home." Shirley certainly would not arrive empty-handed. That would be exceedingly impolite. However, his intention was not merely to foster a relationship. There was hardly any emotional connection to cultivate. After all, he had never met Wei Xiaoxiao's family, and even his mother had likely long forgotten them. There was little sentiment to discuss, considering that Wei Xiaoxiao had mentioned that the two families had only met once. What emotional ties could exist between families that had merely crossed paths once? Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to pay a visit, especially after encountering Wei Xiaoxiao and discussing this matter. It was both a matter of courtesy and obligation. Yet, what occupied his thoughts more was the desire to inherit his father's network of connections. As the pillar of his family, he also needed to navigate the antique business, making it entirely reasonable to establish his father's connections. Not only did he aim to inherit his father's network, but he also aspired to build his own. As an adult, one must adopt the ways of adulthood and cannot afford to be as reckless as before. Shirley drove to Hero Mountain for a leisurely stroll, selecting a copy of De Lu Rin. It was not a rare edition, but the quality was commendable, with clear inscriptions and good preservation. However, the price was steep. That single volume cost him 3,000 yuan. There was no alternative, as this was a clearly marked price, and the shopkeeper was knowledgeable. He then spent half an hour searching for a late Qing dynasty Hetian jade snuff bottle, which he acquired for 350 yuan, a small bargain, as its market price was also in the thousands. The jade quality was average, but the craftsmanship was impressive. The shopkeeper, not being well-versed, had misjudged its worth and displayed it as a cheap item. Following that, he visited a Chanel counter to purchase a set of cosmetics. Near Wei Xiaoxiao's home, he bought some fruits as well. When he knocked on the door, he was laden with bags, resembling someone visiting relatives. The door was opened by Wei Xiaoxiao, who stood alongside two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, both exuding charm and warmth. "Sure too, right? My, how you've grown. I've only seen your photos before. You were handsome as a child, and now you're even more dashing. Come in, come in. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt. Hello, little Xiaoxiao." Shirley greeted them with confidence. "These are just some small gifts I picked up along the way." "Oh dear, you didn't have to bring anything. It's only right, only right. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Tea would be just fine. Ah, this stone, how remarkably handsome it is. Its height must be around 185 centimeters, perhaps just a couple of centimeters shy. Nevertheless, it is quite tall, and the skin, how exquisite it appears. It resembles mutton fat jade. What is the secret to such maintenance? The climate of the island city surely nurtures one well. If Auntie spent some time there, her skin would undoubtedly improve." "Haha, you have a way with words." Wei Xiaoxiao's mother chuckled as she sat across from Shirley. "Stone. Did you hear from Xiao Xiao that your mother is hospitalized? Yes, there was an unexpected incident. Lei replied candidly, recounting the circumstances without embellishing the severity. It seemed to be a matter of urgency that required hospitalization, but she was recovering swiftly and would soon be discharged. He did not shy away from mentioning his father's situation either. Wei Xiaoxiao's mother sighed, "Your father is a good man, but his temperament," shaking her head as she spoke, "truly burdens you, Stone. If there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Auntie will certainly not hold back. Regarding finances, there's no need for formality." Shirley shook his head. "Thank you, Auntie, but everything is quite well at present. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here attending the auction." Speaking of the auction, I heard from Xiao Xiao that you purchased quite a few items? Indeed, a considerable number. Most were bought at a premium, he admitted. Overall, it seems you might incur a loss of 300,000 to 500,000. What is it that you seek? Fame. Shirley smiled. As a newcomer in the industry, I aspire to make a swift emergence. The only way to achieve that is to invest capital. Losing 300,000 to 500,000 for a chance at renown is a worthwhile exchange. Moreover, those losses are merely paper losses. If managed properly, they can be turned into profits at any moment. That makes sense? Wei Xiaoxiao's mother, who is well-versed in business, especially in the catering and hospitality sector, understood Shirley's perspective immediately. Indeed, calculating the value of antiques based on current costs and market conditions might yield a loss of 300,000 to 500,000. However, antiques lack fixed pricing. If even one piece sells for a price exceeding the market value, that nominal loss can be swiftly rectified. But still, I advise caution. Although theoretically sound, one must remain vigilant. Items at auctions tend to be quite expensive, and it is challenging to find bargains. In your antique business, you can discuss more with Xiao Xiao. She has been around the antique trade since childhood, following her grandfather, and possesses considerable skills. Shirley nodded with a smile, engaging in light conversation thereafter, primarily discussing mundane matters. After many years apart, there was much to share. The dialogue continued until Wei Xiaoxiao's grandfather returned. Wei Xiaoxiao's grandfather was quite tall, nearing 70 years old, yet he stood upright at around 180 centimeters. His hair remained dark, and his eyes were bright. Were it not for his slightly sagging skin, one would hardly discern that he was approaching 70. The old gentleman, named Wei Yiming, is the president of the Quanqing Collectors Association and the founder of Jibao Studio. The main base of Jibao Studio is in Quanqing, yet it has branches in the capital and Tianjin, totaling more than 14 establishments. This information was readily available to Shirley. It was no secret, as relevant data could be found online. Wei Yiming regarded Shirley with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are you Shirley?" "Yes, greetings, Grandfather Wei. I have certainly heard of your illustrious reputation." "Really? Who in the entirety of Medeo City is unaware that the Shir family has produced a notorious dandy? A man who knows nothing but the company of women?" At this pronouncement, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. Wei Xiaoxiao's mother also regarded Shirley with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Shirley maintained his composure, responding, "Grandfather Wei, may I assert that such tales are mere fabrications?" "Oh, I had anticipated you would resort to self-deprecating rhetoric." Grandfather Wei questioned which narrative he deemed more credible. "I place greater faith in what is observable," Wei Yiming declared, gesturing towards a calligraphy piece adorning the wall. "Come, take a look at this inscription. If you can elucidate its significance, I shall acquiesce to your union with Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, I advise you to keep your distance from her." Chapter 56. The Betrothal and the Marriage? Shirley found himself perplexed. How did the conversation shift to matters of marriage? Turning to Wei Xiaoxiao, he noted that the young woman wore a similarly bewildered expression. However, her parents exhibited a distinct unease, clearly privy to the situation. This was intriguing. It appeared that he and Wei Xiaoxiao might be bound by a betrothal, yet their demeanor suggested a mutual reluctance to fulfill it. His own parents had never broached the subject. It seemed that a rift had formed. Shirley's mind began to piece it together. This made sense. Otherwise, given the proximity of Quan City and Island City and their shared social circles, how could they have lost contact? It wasn't merely a matter of inconvenient communication. Even on foot, one could maintain correspondence multiple times a year. To put it bluntly, they had likely severed ties and chosen not to reconnect. Nevertheless, his curiosity compelled him to inquire, "What betrothal?" Wei Xiaoxiao's mother was about to speak when Wei Yiming interrupted. "Let us dispense with the obfuscation. Let us lay everything bare. If you're to part ways, it should be done with clarity. Otherwise, you risk entangling yourselves for a lifetime. What happened in the past remains in the past. Now that Mr. Shi is no longer around, these trivial matters should not weigh heavily. If you hadn't come to Quan City, the estrangement would have remained unaddressed. But since you are here, we must clarify this situation. Don't you agree?" Shi Lei blinked in surprise. There was indeed a backstory he had never heard from his parents. Yet, he suspected the reality was far more complex. His father had risen to success relatively early. Though not immensely wealthy, it was unlikely that a mere quarrel over a few thousand yuan could have severed a friendship. His father was renowned for his generosity, always treating relatives and friends with kindness. It was those very relatives who had thrived on his father's goodwill over the years, with expenditures far exceeding a mere few thousand yuan. However, given Wei Yiming's account, he felt compelled to listen. At worst, he could ask his mother for clarification later. Furthermore, regardless of the underlying circumstances, Wei Yiming's attitude was beyond reproach. He could merely regard this as a story. It was absurd to hold a grudge against a family over events that transpired decades earlier. If there were any deep-seated enmities, he would address them immediately. But if this truly was a matter of trivialities, he would simply dismiss it with a smile. Thus, he nodded and remarked, "Grandfather Wei makes a valid point. I would like to add just one thing." "Go ahead," Wei Yiming replied. "The concept of childhood betrothal is one to be spoken of lightly, yet never taken seriously. Should I and the young Miss share a genuine affinity, it would indeed be a delightful tale. However, considering that this is our very first encounter, it would be reckless to rush into such commitments, regardless of whether they are decreed by the Jade Emperor himself, let alone inscribed upon a work of calligraphy. What say you?" Wei Yiming scrutinized Shi Lei from head to toe. "You truly possess the eloquence attributed to you in rumors. While your words hold merit, I must ascertain whether your abilities match the tales that precede you. This old man is rather domineering," Shi Lei mused. Despite his earnest demeanor, he seems unwilling to let him off the hook. With this thought, he glanced at the calligraphy. It was Wang Wei's Peach Blossom Spring, rendered in cursive script. Yet, it was not an ancient piece but a contemporary creation. Although crafted with aged rice paper and ink, and even an antiqued brush, the spirit and structure of the characters diverged significantly from those of the ancients. The calligraphy of modern practitioners starkly contrasts that of their predecessors. Subtle differences abound in every aspect, particularly in technique. The brushwork employed by modern artists is an evolved and refined practice, imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet immediately discernible to a true connoisseur. At this moment, Shi Lei was indeed such a master, on par with Fu Qingzhu. While his own brushwork may not reach the heights of Fu's due to a lack of practice, his discerning eye and understanding were of an unparalleled caliber. Thus, upon seeing the seal bearing the inscription Han Quan Yiming, he instantly recognized it as the work of Wei Yiming himself. The characters alluded to the origin and name of the seal's owner. Han Quan metaphorically referenced the Spring City, while Yiming clearly identified Zhou Yiming. Anyone familiar with Zhou would immediately make the connection. Of course, Shi Lei found the phrase somewhat forced, lacking in artistic depth, yet in the context of contemporary society, it was commendable enough for Wei Yiming to display the piece in his living room. Nevertheless, the quality of the calligraphy left much to be desired. It hinted at a modicum of skill, having crossed the threshold of basic competence, but in Shi Lei's eyes it was truly inadequate. Thus, he remained seated, shaking his head after a mere glance. Wei Yiming, feeling exasperated, inquired, "What do you mean by that? A child's scribble? Nonsense. I mean to say, this is a work I commissioned at great expense from the president of the Calligraphy Association. How could it possibly be mere child's play?" Shi Lei shook his head and turned to Wei Xiaoxiao. "Do you have any ink and paper?" "Yes," she replied, instantly understanding, and dashed into the room to fetch the necessary supplies, quickly grinding ink and looking eagerly at Shi Lei. Without hesitation, he took up the brush, heavily dipped it in the ink, and with the same layout and technique, he composed the very same poem. 16 lines, 224 characters, plus the 3 from Peach Blossom Spring, totaling 227 characters, all executed in one fluid motion without pause. When a true expert takes action, the difference is unmistakable. Upon observing Shirley's poised grip on the brush, Wei Yiming's demeanor transformed drastically. As Shirley began to unleash his artistic prowess, executing strokes with the fluidity of a dragon and the grace of a serpent, Wei Yiming's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a liver, overwhelmed by a blend of embarrassment and shame, wishing fervently to find a crevice to conceal himself. The disparity was stark. While Wei Yiming's calligraphy in isolation was commendable enough to secure him a modest position within a calligraphy association in contemporary society, it paled in comparison to Shirley's work. Even if Shirley could only muster 70 to 80% of Fu Qingzhu's skill, it is essential to recognize that Fu Qingzhu was revered during his lifetime as the foremost calligrapher of the early Qing dynasty. This status signifies immense prestige. Fu Qingzhu was regarded as a thorn in the side of the Qing court, with many of his works lost due to the regime's suppression. Yet, despite such adversity, his reputation in the realm of calligraphy remained unscathed, underscoring the depth of his talent. Therefore, even at 70 to 80% of his potential, Shirley's prowess dwarfed that of Wei Yiming, establishing a clear hierarchy in skill. Chapter 57. Lu Luogua's inkstone. After finishing his writing, Shirley set down his brush and smiled faintly. "Grandfather Wei, I haven't lied, have I?" Wei Yiming's face flushed crimson, yet he nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "No lies, no lies. This character of mine is indeed the scribbling of a mischievous child." As he spoke, he swiftly stepped forward to tear down the calligraphy from the wall, crumpling it and tossing it into the trash bin. Then, with a beaming smile, he added, "Little Shir, ahem, could you possibly gift me this piece? I wish to hang it on my wall as a constant reminder." Shirley chuckled. This old fellow, who initially appeared rather irritable, now exuded a certain unpretentious charm. Setting aside all else, how many elderly individuals could so readily concede their inferiority to a lad in his 20s? This level of candor is a rarity among most. It at least indicates that Wei Yiming is not a man of narrow disposition. Amused by this thought, Shirley replied, "If Grandfather Wei likes it, then keep it. It's merely a piece of calligraphy. If you desire, I shall gladly create 10 or 8 more for you to enjoy daily without repetition." Wei Yiming burst into laughter. "Excellent. Then it's settled. Come, let us converse in the study." He then beckoned to Wei Xiaoxiao's parents, saying, "Hurry and prepare a meal. I intend to engage in earnest study with little Shir. Xiaoxiao, come and grind the ink for us," gesturing invitingly as he led Shirley into the study. The study was expansive, surpassing the size of many living rooms, measuring over 40 square meters. 2 rows of large bookshelves lined the walls, while a supersized Wangwali table, measuring 2 meters by 1 meter, dominated the center, clearly crafted for the purpose of writing and painting. Those who cherish calligraphy and painting often prefer to have a spacious desk at home, facilitating the creation of grand characters and artworks. However, such luxury is a rarity for most households. Just the desk alone, including the wood and labor, would cost upwards of several $100,000, and if purchased as a finished product, it would undoubtedly exceed $1 million. Previously, Shirley's home also boasted a similarly sized study, though it was nearly devoid of content. Even his sister refrained from doing her homework there, rendering it little more than a decorative space. In stark contrast, Wei Yiming's study was evidently vibrant. The desk was adorned with a partially completed landscape painting, with ink stains suggesting it had been crafted within the last hour, likely the result of Wei Yiming's morning endeavors. Moreover, the books lining the shelves were clearly well-thumbed, not mere ornaments. The distinction between decorative books and those frequently perused is an unmistakable state, one that cannot be feigned. This was truly a study imbued with the fragrance of literature. Shirley found himself enamored with the ambience. As he circled the study twice, he took the opportunity to glance at the various calligraphies and artifacts hanging within. All were antiquities, and the calligraphies were predominantly the work of renowned masters. Although their market value might not be exceedingly high, collectively they represented a significant sum in the 6 figures. However, the pièce d'argistance was undoubtedly the inkstone upon the desk, a quintessential Sioux inkstone, sculpted in the shape of a lotus leaf, with a petite frog perched beside the ink pool. The little frog, with a comical demeanor, seemed as though it had just emerged from the water to catch its breath, adding a delightful touch to the scene. Shirley observed carefully, growing increasingly fond of the inkstone, exclaiming, "This inkstone is remarkable. Surely it isn't inexpensive?" Wei Yiming nodded with a look of pride. "It cost over 600,000 when I purchased it. Just look at its provenance." Shirley shook his head. "I am not an expert in everything. I only know that this object boasts a history of around 300 years, with a remarkably intact patina and exquisite form. It is the quintessential scholar's tool, undoubtedly designed by a true literatus. The calligraphy is commendable, yet I cannot discern the identity of its creator. It was only natural that he could not guess the original owner of an inkstone lacking a signature. If he could, that would be akin to possessing divine knowledge." Wei Yiming raised his thumb in admiration. "Indeed, seeing is believing while hearing can be deceiving. Had I only heard of you as an uneducated dandy, I might have believed it. However, if you are unlearned, then what does that make us? Just consider your discerning eye. Without even touching it, you were able to perceive its essence with a mere glance. Even the old fellows in the capital S antique circle could hardly rival such insight. Truly impressive." He continued, "This inkstone was acquired from an old acquaintance of mine, previously used by Lu Luogua. While the inkstone itself bears no signature, the original ink box does." "The original box?" Shirley inquired. "Indeed, the original. I first saw it 20 years ago. That old friend kept it hidden away. It was only recently, due to declining health and the profligacy of his descendants, that he decided to part with it, thinking it best not to squander such treasures. After all, I am in good health and can outlive that old chap by several decades. Ha ha ha." Shirley nodded, acknowledging the inkstone's undeniable quality. He reached out to touch it, raising an eyebrow. "It truly is exceptional. The spirit contained within is quite potent, sea level." This made him somewhat tempted. "Grandfather Wei, how about transferring this inkstone to me?" Wei Yiming immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, no, no. I have only just acquired it and have yet to fully enjoy it. Moreover, such a treasure can serve as a family heirloom. I plan to give it to Xiao Xiao as her dowry, he. He winked, the implication unmistakable. Shirley chuckled, appreciating the old man's playful suggestion of enticing him to marry Wei Xiao Xiao. While it was all in jest, such remarks clearly indicated Wei Yiming's approval of the potential union between Shirley and Wei Xiao Xiao. In essence, Shirley's earlier display of skill had thoroughly impressed the old gentleman. Initially, Wei Yiming had been rather indifferent towards Shirley, but in such a brief time, his demeanor had shifted dramatically. Such a change in attitude was quite gratifying for Shirley. However, marriage to Wei Xiao Xiao was still a notion he wished to avoid, as he had no intentions of marrying anyone. Thus, he replied, "Grandfather Wei, while seeing is believing and hearing can be deceiving holds true, it is equally valid that rumors often stem from some truth. I may not be entirely unlearned, yet the label of a dandy holds some merit. It seems that I am not a suitable match, and thus, I fear that I have no fate with the dowry of the young lady." Wei Yiming's thick eyebrows twitched slightly. "What? You look down upon my Xiao Xiao?" No, no, no. I speak nothing but the truth," replied Shirley, unperturbed. "If you were to casually inquire among the residents of Island City, you would discover that my former girlfriends span various professions across the city. There are no fewer than 30, if not 50. In an instant, Wei Yiming's expression darkened. "How disdainful you must be of my Xiao Xiao, to refuse the past connection so readily. Is it your belief that we are all fools to accept such words?" Chapter 58. Men understanding men. Shirley chuckled. This old man, Wei Yiming, truly resembled a child. He lacked cunning and spoke his mind without reservation. His expressions were entirely governed by his emotions. If he was displeased, there was no attempt to conceal it. However, it is precisely this kind of person who is intriguing. Thus, he remarked, "Grandpa Wei, I speak only the unvarnished truth, and I am unafraid to share with you that my visit to Quan City was alongside my ex-girlfriend. I met Xiao Xiao just yesterday." Wei Yiming turned his gaze towards Wei Xiao Xiao. With a flush on her cheeks, she nodded, "Grandpa, we even had a meal together. That girl is remarkable. Tall, well-built, with a striking presence, and she is a strong woman. You. Wei Yiming found himself at a loss for words, his forehead pulsating in agitation. Wei Xiao Xiao continued, "Moreover, Grandpa, It is quite unfair for me to discuss such matters with Lei Gu during our first meeting. Regardless of what the future holds, I absolutely cannot heed your wishes to marry him. No matter how outstanding he may be, this is not the old society anymore, where marriages were arranged or decided in childhood. Wei Yiming's expression shifted, and after a moment, he sighed, "My dear girl, you will come to regret this. But that is a matter for the future." Wei Xiaoxiao made a face at Shirley and exclaimed, "Grandpa, weren't you supposed to engage in some earnest exchange with Lei Gu? Why are you just standing there?" Wei Yiming slapped his forehead but replied, "What exchange? With my limited skills, I have no right to engage in a discussion. I would be better suited to learn from you." Turning to Shirley with a smile, he added, "Sure, I apologize for my previous demeanor. Please do not take offense." Shirley laughed again. "Grandpa Wei, there is no definitive ranking in literature. While calligraphy can indeed exhibit varying levels of mastery, there is no need to approach it with such intensity, as it is merely a hobby. The joy derived from writing is far more valuable than any competition. It is not an examination for ranking, is it?" "Ah, that is indeed the case. However, as a renowned calligrapher in Quan City, I must seek guidance from a master like you," Wei Yiming exclaimed with childlike excitement as he spread out a sheet of rice paper. "This is a genuine inquiry, not a challenge. Sure, come. Show me your skills once more. I did not catch your previous demonstration clearly." Shirley graciously accepted, lifting his brush to engage in a dialogue with Wei Yiming. In truth, the art of calligraphy has reached a point where innovation seems nearly exhausted. What modern minds can conceive, ancient scholars have long since explored and perfected. Having developed over thousands of years, calligraphy has been an essential skill for scholars, and often, a single exquisite piece of brushwork could elevate a struggling scholar to prominence, a means of establishing one's livelihood. Thus, over the millennia, ancient practitioners have honed this art to its zenith. However, in modern society, calligraphy has devolved into a purely amateur endeavor. Only a select few can sustain themselves through this skill, as the very soil and environment that nurtured this art have transformed, making it increasingly difficult to cultivate master-level calligraphers. Indeed, even true masters are a rare sight. It can indeed be said that, in contemporary society, those who genuinely dedicate themselves to the study of calligraphy are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The majority of so-called calligraphers either seek fame and fortune, remain stagnant in their self-satisfaction, or are solely driven by profit. Few aspire to grow into true masters of the art. Moreover, many modern practitioners of calligraphy are oblivious to the higher realms of this art form, entirely lacking a sense of direction, thus rendering any breakthrough impossible. Therefore, despite the seemingly fierce competition within the calligraphy community, it is, in truth, a chaotic and sordid affair, akin to chickens pecking at each other in a frenzy. Wei Yiming stands out as one of the few clear-headed individuals in the calligraphy circle, refraining from engaging in the disarray that surrounds him, yet he, like others, remains in a state of confusion, finding solace in self-entertainment. However, he is suddenly thrilled to discover a young calligrapher of masterful caliber, exuding an air of antiquity. How could Wei Yiming not be delighted? He earnestly seeks guidance from Shirley, even inquiring about fundamental skills. Shirley, however, does not shy away. He possesses the capability. If his practical calligraphy skills surpass Wei Yiming's by only 3 levels, his theoretical knowledge is at least 10 levels ahead. After all, he has fully inherited the teachings of Fu Qingzhu. Their conversation continued until Wei Xiaoxiao's mother called them for dinner. At the dining table, Wei Yiming still engaged Shirley in discussions about calligraphy, his eagerness for knowledge rivaling that of legendary figures. Following their meal, Wei Xiaoxiao's mother seized the opportunity to speak with Shirley, saying, "Sure too, Xiaoxiao's grandfather has this temperament, so please bear with him." Shirley promptly nodded, replying, "Auntie, you are too kind. It is my honor that Grandfather Wei enjoys conversing with me, and it brings me great joy." "That's good. That's good," Wei Xiaoxiao's mother continued. "Please give me your mother's phone number. I will call her and find a time to visit her in the island city." "All right. Regarding you and Xiaoxiao, you both should handle that yourselves. The situation is what it is. You are impressive in appearance and talent, so I trust you with Xiaoxiao. Auntie, let fate decide. It is uncertain how things will unfold in the future." "That is precisely my sentiment." Not long after Wei Xiaoxiao's mother spoke, Wei Xiaoxiao's father arrived. He pulled Shirley into the study, his expression stern. Shirley, to speak honestly, I have a very unfavorable impression of you. Despite your handsome looks, undeniable talent, and ability to earn money, I still do not like you, especially your frequent interactions with Xiaoxiao. If you have any sense of conscience, keep your distance from her. She is no match for you. I implore you. Huh? What is this situation? Shirley raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Did he see through my true nature as a scoundrel? This dialogue was entirely unexpected. Can only be said that men understand men best. He had underestimated this taciturn university professor. Indeed, those who become professors are anything but ordinary. However, at this juncture, Shirley felt compelled to express himself and promptly nodded. Uncle, rest assured, I will be heading to the capital soon. If there is nothing pressing, I shall not return to Lu province. Who knows when we shall meet again? To the capital? He mused. Indeed, Miao Miao is most likely studying there. Given our circumstances, remaining in Island City holds little significance. Relocating to the capital may well be advantageous. Wei Xiaoxiao's father fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to speak up. As long as you do not harm Xiaoxiao, I am still willing to acknowledge you as my dear nephew. Shirley nodded in agreement, recognizing the customary exchange of pleasantries. As for the matter of harming Wei Xiaoxiao, he wished to convey that it was beyond his control. With numerous former girlfriends, at least a third had pursued him relentlessly. While he could manage his own actions, he could not dictate Wei Xiaoxiao's affections. What if she became resolute in her feelings for him, insisting on being together regardless of the consequences? What then? Chapter 59. Chang Hongjun and Shirley were admonished by Wei Xiaoxiao's parents, only to be subsequently ushered into the study by her grandfather. This time, Wei Yiming did not insist on studying with Shirley. Instead, he showcased a vast collection of calligraphic treasures. It must be said that Wei Yiming's collection is quite extensive, boasting several exquisite pieces, including a couplet attributed to Fu Qingzhu. Regrettably, it is a forgery.
What a predicament.
A counterfeit has overshadowed the genuine article. Shirley pointed to the couplet and remarked, Grandfather Wei, the characters are incorrect. This is a replica, not the authentic work of Fushan. Impossible, Wei Yiming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I acquired this at a Jayad auction for 650,000 4 years ago. Shirley smiled gently. Nonetheless, it remains a replica. I must say it does appear quite genuine. Observe the brushwork, the composition, the vigor. It is as if Fu Qingzhu has come back to life. I previously discussed this with Mr. Chang, who also suggested that this calligraphy should be attributed to Fu Qingzhu. Mr. Chang? Shirley inquired, you mean the esteemed Chang Hongjun? He is renowned as the most celebrated calligrapher in our province and a former president of the National Calligraphy Association, universally acknowledged as one of the finest calligraphers in the country. Remarkably, at 86 years of age, Mr. Chang remains vigorous, sharp of hearing and sight, and continues to create daily, producing several works that have reached market values of 100,000 per piece. Chang Hongjun, that name piqued Shirley's interest. He vaguely recalled such a figure, a local from Quancheng who had spent decades in the island city before moving to the capital. It was clear that he was a person of considerable stature, frequently mentioned even by those as uneducated as himself, attesting to his significant reputation. However, he did not expect Chang Hongjun to be so illustrious. The market price alone was astonishing. One character for 100,000 was far more than many ancient calligraphers commanded, and significantly so. While worth does not encapsulate everything, it can indeed reveal much about an artist's standing. At that moment, Wei Yiming produced a piece of calligraphy. Look, this was gifted to me by Mr. Chang. Ha! Observe the inscription? To my old friend Yiming. Seeing Wei Yiming's proud expression, Shirley couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, the calligraphy was indeed noteworthy. While it may not surpass Fu Qingzhu's prowess, in contemporary society, it certainly ranks among the elite. However, excelling in calligraphy does not equate to proficiency in appraisal. Antique appraisal is a multifaceted discipline requiring extensive knowledge. Taking calligraphy appraisal as an example, one must assess brush techniques, structure, and composition, alongside evaluating paper, ink, patina, and mounting. A mere calligrapher is far from qualifying as a proficient calligraphy appraiser. This is because calligraphy can be imitated. A skilled artist may produce works that, while not on par with the utmost masters, can certainly reach a first-class standard. The couplet by Fu Shan that Wei Yiming presented serves as a prime illustration. The couplet is truly remarkable, far surpassing Wei Yiming's work, displaying an essence akin to that of Fu Shan, possessing around 70 to 80% of his skill. The charm it exudes is so striking that when Shirley first laid eyes upon it, he mistakenly believed it to be a creation of Fu Shan. However, upon closer inspection for several moments, he discerned certain discrepancies. Fu Shan, also known as Fu Qingzhu, invariably left subtle markers in his authentic creations, yet this couplet bore none. Furthermore, although the imitation was commendable, there remained slight differences in the brushwork compared to Fu Shan's style, nuances stemming from the grip of the brush. Outside of Fu Shan himself and Shirley, his inheritor, few would be able to detect these subtleties. Thus, Shirley nodded and remarked, "This esteemed Mr. Chang's level is indisputable, yet mastery of calligraphy does not equate to expertise in authentication. This couplet is undoubtedly not the work of Fu Qingzhu. What grounds do you have for such a claim?" Without engaging in banter, Shirley took up his brush and replicated the couplet, employing the exact same technique. In the midst of Wei Yiming's perplexed gaze, he adjusted his grip slightly and penned another version, still utilizing identical brushwork. The three couplets, displayed side by side, resembled printed replicas, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Wei Yiming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them for an extended period before tentatively asking, "Are you suggesting that the two you wrote?" "Indeed, the first was crafted in accordance with your couplet, while the second emulated Fu Qingzhu's brush technique." "But how do you know Fu Qingzhu's brush technique?" "I have conducted extensive research," Shirley replied with a smile. Fu Qingzhu's renown is not particularly widespread among the general populace, with most knowledge limited to novels and films. However, within the industry, none dare underestimate Fu Qingzhu's calligraphic prowess. I devoted an extensive period to studying his characters, nearly to the point of obsession. For a time, I struggled to comprehend how Fu Qingzhu achieved such structural forms until one day, a calligraphy teacher who taught children discussed the matter of brush grip. That was when I had an epiphany and experimented with nearly every conceivable grip, ultimately determining Fu Qingzhu's method. Consequently, when I attempt to replicate his characters, I can effortlessly create works that are indistinguishable from the authentic. At this point, he paused, his tone slightly jubilant, and added, "If we speak of imitating Fu Qingzhu, I dare say I am the foremost in contemporary times. The author of this couplet falls short." Wei Yiming slapped his forehead in realization. "I understand now the grip of the brush. There exist numerous methods for holding a brush in Chinese calligraphy, yet current introductory teachings predominantly instruct a five-finger grip. Why? Because it is quicker to master. Once one adapts to that grip, they can swiftly produce satisfactory results. However, altering that habit later on can prove somewhat challenging. Yet, historically, many renowned calligraphers exhibited diverse grips. More importantly, the standardization of grip techniques only emerged during the Qing dynasty. Prior to that, there was little stringent expectation regarding brush holds. One could hold the brush as they pleased, as long as it felt appropriate. Thus, even when imitating Fu Qingzhu, characters produced with varying grips will naturally differ. Indeed, the candid remarks of Shirley only hold truth in aspects unrelated to himself. Any content pertaining to his own person and Fu Qingzhu is sheer fabrication. The matter of his inheritance of Fu Qingzhu's legacy is not one he can openly discuss. Wei Yiming, a seasoned calligrapher with years of dedication to his craft, was momentarily taken aback by Shirley's subtle provocation, leading him to reflect deeply. He remarked, I misjudged. This expenditure seems rather unjust, and I never anticipated that even Elder Chong would be mistaken." "Truly." However, Shirley responded, "Initially it appeared quite unjust, but as of now that may not be the case." Wei Yiming was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 60. The heir Shirley gestured towards the imitation couplet that Wei Yiming had acquired at a steep price, remarking, "Although this couplet is a replica, the craftsmanship is remarkably high. The calligrapher's skill is only marginally inferior to that of the esteemed Master Chong. Under normal circumstances, a piece by such a renowned calligrapher would not come cheaply, would it?" Wei Yiming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, A calligrapher of high caliber typically commands a substantial market value. Therefore, how inexpensive could a replica of a couplet by Fu Qingxu truly be? It is akin to Dong Qichang's imitation of Zhao Mingfu's characters. Although a replica, it fetches astronomical prices in the market. However, he noted, the fame of this imitation artist pales in comparison to that of Fu Qingxu. At this juncture, an important question struck Wei Yiming, Little Stone. From which era does this imitation originate? The late Qing and early Republic period, crafted on aged paper with traditional ink.
Shilei replied.
That is somewhat reassuring, though it seems that era lacked prominent calligraphers, Wei Yiming mused. Not that there were none, but the tumultuous times stifled opportunities for calligraphers to thrive and gain recognition, Shilei explained. Indeed, Wei Yiming exhaled in relief. Please, continue. Shilei pointed to the two characters he had just written, suggesting, if you frame these two pieces as well, preferably in an identical manner, and then engage someone in a playful critique game, leveraging this gimmick could significantly enhance their value. Not only the piece you purchased, but my two characters could also become highly coveted, especially if presented as a complete set. Wei Yiming understood instantly, raising his thumb in approval. Little Stone, you truly possess remarkable insight, more astute than this old fox. Indeed, the affluent are quite taken by such schemes. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will manage it well, and you shall receive 2/3 of the profits. No, consider it a modest gift from me to you. Discussing money feels too mundane, Shilei countered. Very well, otherwise it would seem that this old fellow is less perceptive than a young lad like you. Let us refrain from financial discussions and maintain our rapport, Wei Yiming agreed. Absolutely. I look forward to conducting business with you, Shilei replied. Business? Wei Yiming inquired. Shilei nodded. I often acquire a variety of eclectic items. While I could consign them to an auction house, their payment turnaround is rather sluggish. If you have interest, I could bring them to you, or perhaps arrange for consignment at your establishment. This is quite common in the antiques trade. What if one lacks a shop but has merchandise? Wei Yiming questioned. Then one typically sells to familiar shopkeepers or consigns items at their shops. The former is quite standard, merely a transaction based on mutual benefit. The latter, however, demands a high level of trust. If one entrusts their goods to the wrong person, the shopkeeper has ample opportunity to abscond with the merchandise without a word, Shilei elucidated. His words implied a strong trust in Wei Yiming. Understanding the sentiment, Wei Yiming chuckled. Is this truly a matter of concern? Besides, by delivering goods to me, you are assisting me, akin to gifting me money. It has been many years since we engaged in consignment. If you are not wary of my possibly misappropriating your funds, we should certainly discuss it further. Shilei nodded and remarked, It's settled then. However, I currently possess nothing of remarkable value. We shall discuss this further in due course. If you have any matters to address, feel free to approach me directly. No, better yet, consult Xiao Xiao. She will now take over my business operations. Please extend your support to her. Of course, Shilei teased the quietly blushing Wei Xiao Xiao. I had not realized before that you have already become quite the formidable woman. Wei Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed deeper as she stammered. I am hardly a strong woman. I merely oversee the accounts and occasionally conduct appraisals. It's quite simple. In this, she spoke the truth. The antique shop operated on a model where each branch boasted reliable managers, appraisers, accountants, cashiers, and service staff, allowing for efficient and independent operations. A proprietor like Wei Xiao Xiao primarily needed to manage accounts, ensure proper oversight, and await the profits. Naturally, the crux of the antique business lies in dealing with the artifacts themselves. Ideally, the owner should possess their own sources, connections, and appraisal skills to ensure the business remains stable. Otherwise, they risk being overshadowed or even bullied by the skilled personnel at each branch. While these tasks may seem straightforward, they are far from easy to execute proficiently. Wei Xiao Xiao's temperament still required considerable refinement. Without Wei Yiming's steadfast guidance, her work could hardly proceed smoothly. However, given Wei Xiao Xiao's youth and Wei Yiming's robust health, there is ample time for her to cultivate her skills. It is certain that she is the rightful heir of the Wei family, and this is an undeniable truth. Thus, Shilei smiled and said, I shall rely on you, Xiao Xiao, to provide ample support in the future. Wei Xiao Xiao, blushing, let out a soft hum. Wei Yiming then burst into hearty laughter. Come, come. Allow me to share my collection with you. There are many treasures indeed. Additionally, lend me your discerning eye. I have come to realize that, Xiao Shi, not only is your penmanship commendable, but your appraisal skills rival even my own failing sight. Too kind, Shi replied modestly, yet his hands moved swiftly as he examined the treasures in the study. Most of them were indeed remarkable, including several pieces valued in the millions, even tens of millions. Among them was a seal used by the Emperor Daoguang. Though not large, it was exquisitely crafted from top-quality Hetian jade, adorned with a beautiful layer of golden skin, radiating unmatched beauty. Shi was instantly captivated. In comparison, the exquisite bloodstone gifted to him by Zhou Jinshan seemed rather ordinary. More importantly, the seal exuded a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, at least of B-grade caliber. Thus, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he inquired, Wei Grandpa, is this seal for sale? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yiming shook his head. No, it is absolutely not for sale. This is a true family heirloom, a treasure that money cannot buy. However, but what? All these treasures will eventually belong to Xiao Xiao.
Vehonos.
It might even serve as part of her dowry. You understand. Shi was rendered speechless. How fervently did this old man wish to see Wei Xiao Xiao wed. While he certainly possessed charm and talent, one cannot force a match. He still clung to this trinket to entice him. Is he the kind of person who would yield for merely a seal? Nevertheless, that seal is truly exquisite. Even as Shi departed from Wei Xiao Xiao's home, he continued to murmur about it. In all honesty, it possesses hardly any flaws. Whether in terms of material, craftsmanship, appearance, or the aura it exudes, it is of the highest caliber. Moreover, it is an artifact once used by the emperor. Any collector fortunate enough to possess such a treasure would find it invaluable for a lifetime, as long as the market price. Even upon reaching the warehouse of the Jada auction, Shi refrained from offering a rough estimate, for the uncertainties surrounding this item are numerous, and it could command any price at auction. Chapter 61. Plum Blossom Divination. When Shi arrived at the Gade warehouse, Su Jing was already waiting. In front of others, Su Jing always maintained a professional demeanor. Upon seeing Shi, she raised her wrist slightly and remarked, "It's nearly 4 o'clock. We agreed on 3, didn't we?" Shi smiled. "Do you miss me that much? Can't you endure even a few minutes?" Su Jing rolled her eyes, glanced at the nearby Gate employees, and then huffed softly. "Others have been urging for quite some time. Hurry up, the finance department is waiting as well." For the pickup, it was customary to exchange payment for goods simultaneously. Moreover, as Shi intended to issue an IOU, the procedures were somewhat more complex and could only be handled by someone of at least deputy manager rank. Nonetheless, Gate employees were commendable, exhibiting professionalism without mentioning Shi's tardiness, and their attitude remained commendably cordial. The process of picking up goods was quite straightforward. Inspecting the items, signing documents, making payment, and loading the truck. Under Shi's watchful gaze, numerous antiques were loaded into the delivery vehicle, which then set off eastward. Shi and Su Jing followed closely behind, effectively acting as escorts for the transport. This batch of goods consisted of meticulously selected exquisite items valued at 6 to 7 million, imbued with a wealth of spiritual essence. Thus, it was imperative that no mishaps occurred. Consequently, Shi's trip to Quanqing was hurried, and he did not even take the time to visit Wei Xiaoxiao's antique shop, instead opting for a swift departure. Of course, there was another pressing matter urging him to return to Island City. In half a day's time, he would be able to check the college entrance examination results. In that moment, he needed to be with his sister. As a family of 3, they could better share in the joy of this significant event. Although the results were yet to be released, he firmly believed his sister would perform admirably. Why? Because he had calculated it. In truth, it was a form of divination. The legacy of Fu Qingzhu included such a skill, known as plum blossom divination. Shi himself was somewhat skeptical of this practice, being a modern individual. However, Fu Qingzhu's teachings encompassed various similar skills, particularly this plum blossom divination, which had repeatedly extricated Fu Qingzhu from perilous situations throughout his life, earning it the status of a miraculous technique. At first glance, Plum blossom divination appeared merely as a numerical game, akin to calculating probabilities in contemporary terms. However, within Fu Qingzhu's teachings, the crux of plum blossom divination lay not in the processes of calculating the hexagrams, but in the initiation of the divination. What does it mean to initiate the divination? It refers to the moment one decides to cast a hexagram. According to Fu Qingzhu, the hexagram must be cast at the moment of sudden inspiration, akin to a fleeting impulse, perhaps upon witnessing a leaf fall or a bird fly by. It requires swiftness to seize that ephemeral spark of insight. Conversely, if one were to set up a stall and read hexagrams for anyone who approached, the likelihood of it being effective was quite low, unless one could attain the state of being in touch with inspiration at any given moment. Yet, Fu Qingzhu never reached that level of mastery in his lifetime, let alone Shirley. Just days prior, while conversing with his sister about university life, Shirley experienced an unexpected surge of inspiration, casually casting a hexagram, and subsequently congratulated his sister. It was only after the fact that he realized what he had done, leaving him quite astonished. The entire process was accomplished almost unconsciously, as if driven by instinct. Only upon completion did he realize what he had done. However, this was not surprising, for even when Fu Qingzhu performed divinations, he exhibited the same demeanor. In a word, it was miraculous. Of course, interpreting the divination is equally significant. Identical hexagrams may yield entirely different interpretations. This is akin to traditional Chinese medicine, where each individual presents a unique ailment and treatment. Different people, differing hexagrams, varying times and places, and distinct desires can lead to conclusions that are remarkably diverse. The hexagrams themselves are limited, and no matter how intricate the calculations become, they are all derived from a finite set of 8. Yet, the true skill lies in the interpretation. Thanks to the teachings of Fu Qingzhu Shirley, despite having only practiced the plum blossom divination once, possessed commendable skill and experience. Consequently, he found himself in a similar situation again. Around 7 in the evening, Shirley and Su Jing exited the highway with a freight truck, preparing to return home. Su Jing was driving, while Shirley rested his eyes in the passenger seat, anticipating a night of indulgent feasting. However, as they turned a corner, the vehicle grazed a sewer cover, causing a gentle jolt that sent a half-opened packet of cookies tumbling from the center console, scattering across the windshield. Instinctively, Shirley glanced down. 2 intact pieces, for crumbled. On a whim, he initiated a divination, forming the upper and lower hexagrams with a moving hexagram. After a brief calculation, he felt a surge of alarm. Danger loomed. He lifted his gaze towards the large truck ahead and instructed Su Jing, accelerate and overtake. Lead the way. Without question, Su Jing complied, pressing the accelerator. Her driving skills were commendable, and the vehicle's performance was impressive, allowing them to glide past the truck effortlessly. Meanwhile, Shirley took a deep breath, keenly observing his surroundings. Just before entering the urban area, he suddenly commanded, "Stop and let me out." "Ah, what?" Su Jing was puzzled. "Return home. I have matters to attend to." "But," Shirley interrupted her, "guide the truck to your house. I will find you later. Hurry." Su Jing, sensing the seriousness in his expression, instinctively hit the brakes. Once Shirley exited the vehicle, she continued on her way. Shirley stood by the roadside, waiting in silence. In less than a minute, several SUVs approached from behind. Upon recognizing the license plate of the lead vehicle, he waved his hand. The SUVs sped past but quickly turned around, parking close to the roadside. A dozen burly men disembarked. The leader, a tall and lean young man clad in athletic attire, pulled out his phone to compare a photo with Shirley's face. After a moment of scrutiny, he inquired, "Shirley?" Shirley nodded. The young man smiled. "What brings you here?" "Waiting for you." The young man's expression shifted slightly as he barked, "Stop playing tricks. Come with us quietly, or you'll regret it. Understand?" Taking a deep breath, Shirley suddenly raised his middle finger at the young man, exclaiming, "Fool!" After delivering the insult, he turned and darted into the nearby woods. In the island city, there are no grand mountains, predominantly consisting of rocky hills, and the forests are not particularly dense. Nevertheless, they are mountains nonetheless. It would indeed be quite difficult to locate a person if one were to venture deep within. Thus, the athletic man grew anxious and exclaimed, chase. Consequently, Shirley sprinted ahead while the athletic man, accompanied by over a dozen robust individuals, pursued him closely. Their pace was brisk, yet Shirley could not shake off his pursuers, nor could they catch up to him. As they continued their pursuit, they swiftly delved deeper into the mountains, until the road was no longer visible. Suddenly, Shirley halted, turned to face the relentless athletic man who was merely 10 meters behind, smiled, bent down to snap a slender willow branch, and beckoned playfully with his finger. Come here. Chapter 62. Acupoint striking skills. Shirley's actions were akin to pouring fuel on a fire. The athletic man bellowed, "Get him! Eliminate this little brat!" As the words left his mouth, he drew a dagger and charged at Shirley. In response, Shirley inhaled deeply, wielding a willow branch like a sword, positioning himself with feet apart, directing the branch towards the oncoming foe. The athletic man, upon seeing the willow branch in Shirley's grasp, let out a derisive laugh. "Is that all you've got?" Shirley retorted, "How much stamina do you have left?" This momentarily stunned the athletic man. Seizing the opportunity, Shirley lunged forward, thrusting the willow branch towards him with a swift motion. The soft willow branch possessed no lethal force, and in Shirley's hands, it was utterly incomparable to a genuine metal sword. Even if the opponent stood still, it could not pierce through the thin layer of athletic wear, let alone inflict injury or death. Was Shirley foolish? Certainly not. Though he utilized a thrusting technique, the willow branch was aimed at the athletic man's face. As the athletic man instinctively raised his hand to block, a flick of his wrist sent the willow branch whipping past his left eye, producing a sharp crack that echoed like a whip snap. When one cracks a whip, kinetic energy accumulates along its length, and if directed properly, the whip's tip can reach astonishing speeds. Indeed, the explosive release of energy is formidable, yet the energy itself remains constant. The kinetic energy generated by a mere flick of the wrist is limited and its destructive capacity is correspondingly restrained. Nevertheless, when this energy is focused on the most vulnerable of targets, such as the eyes, it can indeed yield sufficient force to injure or even shatter the eyeball. Even if the athletic man instinctively closed his eyes, what protection could his eyelids truly offer? With a resounding crack, the athletic man clutched his face and cried out, "My eye, my eye!" Shirley was uncertain whether medical intervention could salvage his vision, but it was evident that the athletic man had lost all combat capability. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to continue fighting after losing an eye. With the athletic man incapacitated, his followers immediately fell into disarray. Some hesitated, others prepared to flee, while only 2 or 3 remained charging forward. Shirley, undeterred, wielded the slender willow branch, which emitted a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air, aimed at the remaining foes. Even if it didn't strike their eyes, the mere sound was terrifying, evoking the sensation of a whip cracking mere centimeters from them. Moreover, while the willow branch lacked significant lethality, a strike upon the skin would leave a painful mark, drawing blood with ease. Most crucially, Shirley's stamina was far superior. Intentionally leading his adversaries deeper into the mountains, he sought to avoid chaos on the main road while simultaneously exhausting their energy. Unless these individuals had undergone specialized athletic training, their stamina was undoubtedly a weakness. After running several hundred meters in the mountains, they would be panting as if they had just run a marathon. He was different. Although he had not undergone professional training, his physical prowess was already commendable. Upon receiving the inheritance from Fu Qingzhu, he underwent a baptism akin to a rigorous physical conditioning, further enhanced by the absorption of abundant spiritual energy, rendering his physical abilities significantly superior to those of the average person. Thus, when confronted by this motley crew, devoid of any real combat capability, victory came effortlessly. What was this? It was a game of attrition. He would draw his opponents into exhaustion before turning back, easily reaping the rewards. However, he did not strike lethally. Crouching down before a tall individual who was wailing and shielding his face, he gently patted the back of the man's hand. "Enough with the pretense. Tell me where you are from." The tall man continued to weep, lamenting, "Woe is me! I am blinded, my eyes." Shirley was left speechless. Did this perpetrator not know whether he had harmed the man's eyes? It was obviously an act. His inquiry into this individual stemmed from this very reason. Such people merely drift through life, their cries during a scuffle louder than anyone else's. Yet their aggression is feeble, and their performances are laughable, making them ideal subjects for interrogation. Thus, he forcefully tore away the man's hand. I shall ask you once more, where are you from? Hey. In the Black Province, the man stammered. What nonsense are you spouting? Shirley raised an eyebrow, suddenly delivering a precise strike with his phoenix eye fist to the man's chest. Speak properly, or you shall find your tongue silenced, insolent fool. This strike was indeed a genuine application of acupoint manipulation. While not as fantastical as depicted in films and novels, the effects were comparable. When an acupoint is struck, it can incapacitate the target, albeit not in a manner akin to paralysis, but rather through pain, numbness, itchiness, and loss of control over one's body. The strike Shirley executed was a classic example of pain-inducing acupoint manipulation, accurately targeting the Zhuan acupoint with forceful precision, inducing a sensation of tearing pain in the chest. The more the target struggled, the more intense the pain became. Even a gentle breath would exacerbate the discomfort. In such circumstances, a person instinctively seeks silence to mitigate their suffering, much like how one would walk on tiptoes after stepping on a thorn. Of course, releasing the acupoint is simple. Either wait for a while until it naturally recovers or employ gentle massage techniques, or for those with great willpower, perform vigorous stretching exercises. The more intense, the better. The more painful, the more effective. With sufficient force, the tension can be instantly released, alleviating the pain. In Shirley's understanding, acupoint manipulation is akin to the common experience of a back strain. A slight movement could evoke excruciating pain that takes time to recover from. Yet if one grits their teeth and makes a sudden large movement, relief can be immediate. This is merely a straightforward analogy. In reality, acupoint manipulation targets the structure of the human body and its meridians, and the more skilled the practitioner, the more varied and ingenious their attacks. Shirley possessed substantial knowledge in this area, but lacking the finesse of a master, he could only resort to this rudimentary technique, using the phoenix eye fist to deliver a forceful jab to achieve results. If it were Fu Qingzhu, a single thrust would suffice, as his strength would effortlessly penetrate. Moreover, Fu Qingzhu possesses an extensive array of acupoints to target, demonstrating remarkable precision. He can even strike multiple or grouped acupoints to achieve more specific effects, such as rendering a target unable to move a single hand or inducing hemiplegia. Nevertheless, in dealing with an ordinary individual, Shirley's methods are entirely sufficient. After receiving a blow, the tall man remained momentarily dazed before the excruciating pain radiated from his chest, causing him to instinctively clutch it. However, the slightest movement of his arm exacerbated the agony. The tall man found himself ensnared as if under a paralyzing spell, unable to move, though this did not diminish the palpable terror etched upon his face. Help me, I swear, I have spoken. Chapter 63. A remarkable utility. Shirley found himself quite astonished. Despite the towering stature of this individual, who appeared both tall and muscular, he seemed remarkably timid, unable to endure even 5 seconds of pressure. However, upon further reflection, it struck him as rather understandable. One must consider that an ordinary person, when confronted with such a legendary form of assault, would likely be mentally overwhelmed by fear, compounded by intense pain. It would indeed be surprising if they did not collapse. It seemed prudent to explore this phenomenon further, as it might prove to be exceptionally useful at some unforeseen moment. With these thoughts in mind, he refrained from applying any pressure points and, maintaining a stern demeanor, inquired once more, "Where are you from?" From Quan City, the area of Quan City, came the response. "Whose is it in Quan City?" Yi Xiaofei is our boss. Are you certain? Absolutely, I have even met him. A hint of amusement crossed Shirley's face as he smiled. Rising from his seat, he moved behind the towering figure and forcefully twisted both of his arms backward. The large man let out a cry of agony but quickly relaxed, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Shirley patted the man's shoulder and casually extracted a set of car keys from his pocket before turning to leave. Next time you run into me, you may not be so fortunate. With that, he dashed away, covering more than 10 meters in a series of swift strides. Upon reaching the roadside, he used the large man's keys to unlock a vehicle and drove back into the city. After navigating through the urban landscape for a while, He parked the car and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Su Jing's residence. Su Jing owned a modest apartment of over 80 square meters in the city center. Though not expansive, it was tastefully decorated, featuring only one bedroom, which rendered it both spacious and cozy. During the renovation, Shirley was still Su Jing's boyfriend. Not only had he procured furniture and appliances from a friend, but he had also contributed several thousand yuan towards the expenses. Thus, it could be said that a part of this apartment belonged to him. However, at that time, he had not given such a trivial amount much thought, and certainly did not now. Shirley knocked on the door, and Su Jing opened it, scrutinizing him before hastily pulling him inside. Is everything all right? What could possibly be wrong? Is it an enemy come to seek you out? Not at all. A small thug from Quan City has set his sights on this batch of antiques. And where are they now? I've sent them on their way. Did you get into a fight? Shirley pinched Su Jing's delicate face playfully. Consider it a dialogue among men, and your man emerged victorious effortlessly. So, fret not. Nothing untoward has occurred. Even if they remain persistent, they would not dare cause a ruckus in Island City. Let us not forget that my girlfriend's grandfather is quite the influential figure. Su Jing let out a sigh of relief, though her expression soon darkened. Then go seek out your influential girlfriend. Shirley chuckled. That won't do. My belongings are still here with you. Take your belongings and leave. Not in a hurry. I'll leave them here for a couple of days to inventory properly. Anything lacking in collectible value will be sent directly to your company for a secondary auction. So straightforward? You won't even take it home? I no longer wish to trouble myself with that, Shirley shrugged. Jing, I am quite hungry. Could you prepare something to eat? Perhaps order takeout? Takeout cannot compare to your culinary skills, especially your sweet and sour pork. It is the most delectable I have ever tasted, and I have longed for it. I desire it for dinner tonight. What do you say? Humph, just think about it. I can't be bothered, Su Jing huffed, yet she proceeded to the kitchen. Shirley gazed at Su Jing's graceful silhouette, stretching with a sense of pride, before tempering his emotions and entering Su Jing's study. The items he had brought back from Quanqing were all here. To him, these possessions were not merely monetary. They represented a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy. If he could absorb them entirely, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. Contemplating this, he casually picked up a small artifact and began to extract the spiritual energy within. The sensation was exhilarating. However, Shirley felt that his utilization of spiritual energy was rather inefficient. It seemed imperative to prioritize his cultivation. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters at hand, and enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, there were various methods of enhancement. One approach involved refining his combat techniques, swordsmanship, firearms, staff techniques, knife skills, and boxing techniques, all of which required extensive training to develop muscle memory. Although he had absorbed the experiences of Fu Qingzhu, his physique remained that of an ordinary person, necessitating rigorous training to truly realize the combat prowess passed down by Fu Qingzhu. Another method focused on digesting the myriad practical skills inherited from Fu Qingzhu, such as combat experience, acupoint striking techniques, hidden weapons, medicinal knowledge, and even curses. Although these skills might not significantly enhance direct combat ability, they were quite suitable for covert operations. The final approach involved accumulating spiritual energy. The benefits of spiritual energy were evident. By absorbing sufficient amounts, his overall physical qualities would be enhanced, and his combat prowess would naturally improve. Moreover, Fu Qingzhu's cultivation method was holistic, promoting comprehensive growth that enhanced both physical fitness and combat skills. Since Fu boxing was core to this methodology, it integrated training, fighting, and wellness, akin to the two-path cannon hammer of Tai Chi, capable of cultivating strength, engaging in combat, and promoting health. Fu boxing represented a comprehensive martial art. If preserved, the lineage of Fu boxing could rival that of Tai Chi. Unfortunately, Fu Qingzhu lived in secrecy, wary of the Qing court, and after his passing, he faded into obscurity. Not only did his martial arts fail to endure, but his works in medicine and humanities also vanished. However, with Shirley's presence, there might be a chance to revitalize and elevate Fu boxing. Su Jing's culinary skills were truly remarkable. With her stunning beauty and figure, she embodied the essence of a goddess, and her culinary prowess was equally impressive. The sight of her donning an apron and busily working in the kitchen was simply enchanting. For a fleeting moment, Shirley found himself contemplating the notion of spending a lifetime with Su Jing, and it felt rather appealing. Just for that brief moment. After dinner, the two began earnestly assessing their profits in the Spring City, while also discussing the arrangements for the second auction. In order to secure the highest prices for these antiques at the auction house, they needed to employ a strategic approach. Merely dumping everything into the auction house without further thought would not suffice. Although the auction house would certainly strive to maximize their profits, the level of dedication inevitably varied. Fortunately, with Su Jing, a professional well-versed in the intricacies of auction events, they had a valuable ally. Otherwise, Shirley would have found himself quite troubled. Just as Shirley was preparing to enjoy a romantic bath with Su Jing around 10 o'clock, he received an unexpected call from Zhou Yuqing. She urged him to come to the hospital, as his aunt's condition had taken a turn for the worse. Chapter 64. A dual deficiency of qi and blood. Shirley was suddenly taken aback. Just this morning when he made the phone call, everything seemed fine. How could there be a reversal now? Regardless, he dared not be negligent and quickly informed Su Jing before rushing to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, seeing that no doctors or nurses were bustling around his mother's bedside, he let out a sigh of relief. The fact that she was still in a general ward and that there was no medical commotion indicated that her condition was not dire. If there were a serious issue, the healthcare professionals would have been in a flurry, with a multitude of medical equipment deployed. However, noticing his sister half kneeling by the bed, holding their mother's hand, he felt a twinge of concern and hastily inquired, "What's going on?" Zhou Yuqing replied, "The situation is not very serious, but we can't identify the problem." He was puzzled. She suddenly feels weak, and they suggested observation. Furrowing his brows, Shirley approached his mother's bed, accepted the small stool that Zhou Yuqing handed him, and took his mother's wrist, closing his eyes to feel her pulse. Unable to determine the cause of her ailment, a sudden weakness, perhaps he could apply the medical skills he had inherited. It is worth noting that Fu Qingzhu was not only skilled in medicine but also specialized in treating women, having authored works such as Fu Qingzhu's gynecology. This gynecology, however, does not align with the contemporary understanding of obstetrics and gynecology. Instead, it refers to the differentiation of male and female treatments in traditional Chinese medicine. In TCM theory, men are associated with yang and women with yin, and the same ailments can manifest differently based on gender, affecting both acupuncture and medication. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of ancient societal norms, most physicians lacked the opportunity or interest to delve into female-specific medical practices. Fu Qingzhu stands as a pioneering figure in this realm of Chinese medicine, though his works have not been preserved. Fortunately, Shirley serves as a custodian of this legacy. Without hesitation, Shirley proceeded to examine his mother's pulse in front of Zhou Yuqing. After half a minute he exhaled, reassured. The issue was manageable. It was simply a deficiency, a dual deficiency of qi and blood. Moreover, the deficiency was quite severe, considering the previous injuries had been extensive, compounded by numerous major surgeries and a prolonged stay in the ICU. It would be more alarming if she were not deficient. The reason he felt reassured was that he had recognized the issue promptly. Had he lacked this ability and the hospital continued to search for corresponding symptoms without success, his mother's condition could have indeed become perilous. It was imperative to address the symptoms with appropriate medication, supplemented by acupuncture, to meticulously restore his mother's health during the recovery phase, ensuring a complete recovery without lasting repercussions. Otherwise, even if she managed to endure and be discharged, the dual deficiency during her recuperation could lead to enduring consequences, which would worsen with age. Contemplating this, he turned to Zhou Yuqing and said, "The issue is not grave. I will prepare some medicine and perform acupuncture later." Zhou Yuqing, however, raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You understand medicine?" "Somewhat," he replied. "When did you learn?" "Hehehe. I want to tell you." Shi Miao chimed in, "Brother, please don't mess around. Our mother can't withstand any more strain." Shirley gently patted his sister's head. "Rest assured, I have it under control. How can I be at ease?" With a serious expression, Shi Miao said, "What's going on with you? Am I unaware?" "Silly girl, Would I ever harm our mother? I know you wouldn't hurt her. But when did you even learn medicine? Indeed, you are quite the foolish girl. Shirley exhaled, pretending to be troubled as he tugged at his hair and glanced around, lowering his voice to say, "Let me share a secret with you, but you mustn't tell anyone else." Both Shimiao and Zhou Yuqing nodded in unison. Shirley continued, "In fact, I have a master, someone extraordinarily talented in all fields. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, appraisal, collection, carving, medicine, and martial arts. I have been studying under him since childhood, but he is very low-key and prefers no one to know. Every lesson has been clandestine, and he forbids me from showcasing my various skills. Do you understand?" This. Shimiao and Zhou Yuqing could hardly believe it. However, the evidence was undeniable. Shirley was indeed quite formidable, especially in appraisal, as evidenced by his ability to earn tens of millions in cash in just over a month, a feat unattainable by most. Zhou Yuqing was even more aware, knowing that Shirley was not only adept at treasure appraisal but also proficient in martial arts, having mastered lethal techniques and taken at least 3 lives. Thus, despite their skepticism, the two women found themselves compelled to believe in the face of reality. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuqing tentatively inquired, "Can you demonstrate the skills your master taught you now?" Shirley nodded. "Actually, I could have done so long ago. He left Island City 7 years ago and advised me to remain discreet. He said if I could no longer conceal my abilities, then I shouldn't hide them any longer. So, it was only after your uncle's accident that you decided to stop hiding?" "Yes, if I could still remain hidden in such circumstances, then what kind of person would I be?" "That's true. Does your master have a name?" "None that I know of." "Any distinguishing features?" "Quite notable, actually. He appears to be around 60 years old, lean, about 1.65 meters in height, yet dresses very stylishly, preferring vibrant clothing even more than I do. His shoes are always polished to a shine, and his hair is slicked back. He often wears a suit, typically a white one paired with a pink tie. Others might describe him as flamboyant." "Anything else?" "No, apart from that, I don't even know his surname, first name, or where he resides." "What about his accent?" "It's quite mixed. He speaks our local dialect, northeastern tones, Beijing accent, Cantonese, and even Hakka fluently. He must be an unparalleled master of the world." Indeed, an ordinary person could hardly possess such a diverse skill set. Zhou Yuqing sighed with a hint of regret. "What a pity. I lack the fortune to cross paths with such a person. By the way, is sharing this information going to have any repercussions?" Shirley thought to himself, "At least this little girl has some conscience." He casually remarked, "What impact could it possibly have? After all these years, the old man may very well have departed from this world. Moreover, this is not an act of wrongdoing. Even if you two fail to keep your lips sealed and the matter slips out, there is little anyone could do to me, unless, of course, the old man has some formidable enemies. Thus, it would be prudent for you both to maintain discretion." Shimiao and Zhou Yuqing nodded in unison. Shirley chuckled quietly to himself, confident that his sister would keep his secret. As for Zhou Yuqing, she would undoubtedly relay the news to Zhou Zhinshan at the earliest opportunity. However, let the rumors spread as they may. Since this was purely a fabrication of his own, there was no way Zhou Zhinshan could uncover such a character, no matter how thoroughly he searched. Therefore, he remained unconcerned about whether Zhou Yuqing would safeguard his secret. Chapter 65. The first time it was fortunate that Zhou Yuqing could keep his secret. If she were to divulge this matter to Zhou Zhinshan, it would undoubtedly pique his curiosity, leading him to fervently search for such a reclusive master. Let him search at his leisure. After all, it would not be his time or money wasted. Thus, Shirley harbored no fear of Zhou Yuqing leaking the information. If it were truly a secret, he would never have shared it with her, nor would he have confided in his sister. The genuine secret, such as his acquisition of Fu Qingzhu's legacy, was one he intended to take to his grave, a truth that must never be revealed to another soul. However, Zhou Yuqing displayed commendable restraint. She did not rush to flaunt this information to Zhou Zhinshan. Instead, she inquired with a hint of concern, "What do you plan to do about Auntie's condition?" "I'll prepare the medicine, brew it outside, and bring it here for her to drink, avoiding the doctors and nurses." As for acupuncture, I will administer it early in the morning and at night. Alright, meow meow, and I will help you cover. Wait a moment. I'll go get a set of acupuncture needles. Shirley stepped out to purchase a set of specialized acupuncture needles, which were surprisingly affordable and of superior quality compared to the so-called gold and silver needles from Fu Qingzhu's era. After all, the level of metal refinement was not comparable. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, such needles were crafted from gold or silver alloys using hammering techniques, lacking in hardness, toughness, smoothness, and ergonomic design when compared to modern manufacturing. Even if Fu Qingzhu were to return, he would have to concede this point. In contemporary society, there exist skilled acupuncture masters, yet even they utilize modern acupuncture needles which are undeniably effective. Who still uses traditional gold or silver needles? They are either charlatans or pretentious individuals. Having inherited Fu Qingzhu's legacy, Shirley was well-versed in theoretical knowledge. The moment he spotted these needles in the pharmacy, he knew which ones would be most effective, without a hint of hesitation. Upon returning to the hospital room, he locked the door, sanitized his hands, and proceeded with the acupuncture. There was no intention of showing off. He simply focused on steady and precise insertion. Of course, while it appeared straightforward, there was indeed a technique involved. Gentle twisting and slow stroking were fundamental skills. There was also the technique of rapid and forceful insertion, which would instantly penetrate the acupoint for better results, but that required extensive practice, a skill he had yet to master. Moreover, acupuncture itself lacked any dazzling techniques. There were only a few methods. Understanding where and how to insert the needles was the essence of acupuncture. Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Yuqing and his sister, Shirley skillfully placed each needle. In just 3 minutes, he was finished. Zhou Yuqing was taken aback. Is that all it takes? Shirley nodded. My mother's condition is rather unique. Her body is weak in all aspects, so she can only be gradually nurtured back to health. I cannot administer strong medicine or vigorous needles. Isn't that counterproductive? Yes, that's precisely the point. As Shirley conversed with Zhou Yuqing, he simultaneously monitored his mother's condition. He appeared relaxed and confident, yet internally, he felt more anxious than his sister, for this was his first time treating a patient, and it was none other than his mother. The saying, "A doctor cannot heal himself," aptly described his situation. This matter encompasses not only the physician themselves but also their closest relatives. When it pertains to the safety of loved ones, one's mindset inevitably shifts, and such a change in perspective can lead to a lack of precision during the administration of acupuncture or medication. However, this is not an absolute truth. Ultimately, it is a matter of mental attitude. If one can genuinely maintain a composed demeanor, then whether treating oneself or a family member, the impact remains negligible. How is Shirley's mindset? Undoubtedly, it is commendable. Prior to receiving the teachings of Fu Qingzhu, his mindset was already exceptional. After embracing Fu Qingzhu's legacy, his composure further solidified. Nevertheless, regardless of his positive mindset, the first attempt at treatment, particularly when the patient is his biological mother, naturally invokes a degree of tension. Should this acupuncture treatment prove ineffective or, worse, counterproductive, the consequences would be irrevocable. Fortunately, such probabilities are minimal, as the medical arts passed down from Fu Qingzhu are both reliable and sound. Even if immediate results are not evident, it is unlikely to exacerbate his mother's condition. Otherwise, he would not dare to take such a risk. Should Western medicine fail, he could always seek a reputable traditional Chinese physician, investing hundreds of thousands or even millions, as there is a chance of engaging a skilled practitioner. It is entirely normal for confidence and anxiety to coexist. As long as he remains composed while administering the needles, there should be no issues. As the seconds ticked by, half an hour elapsed. Gradually, Shirley began to withdraw the needles. Then, before the eyes of the 3 onlookers, his mother's condition transformed instantaneously, particularly in terms of her respiration. Not only did the strength of her breaths increase, but the frequency also slowed slightly, no longer as frantic as before. Her body relaxed, and even her pallid complexion bore a hint of color. Shirmiao gasped softly, "Wow, it really works." Zhou Yuqing was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Lei Gu, you are incredible. This acupuncture technique is truly miraculous." Shirley discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, yet maintained an air of calm, waving his hand modestly. It's nothing extraordinary. There are even more remarkable techniques. Indeed, the current results are already astonishing. It is not my own prowess that is remarkable, but rather the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. Shirley continued, while traditional Chinese medicine has its limitations, it also possesses distinct advantages, especially when practiced authentically. The potential for extraordinary healing exists in abundance. Can it treat cancer? There are numerous types of cancer, each with varying stages. One cannot generalize. Each individual, each ailment, and each treatment is unique. This is the core philosophy of traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, it is inevitable that certain challenges arise. Aside from minor ailments that can be addressed with universal remedies, more complex conditions necessitate individualized diagnosis and tailored prescriptions based on the patient's specific circumstances. As such, in a densely populated modern society, the model of traditional Chinese medicine is inherently unsuited for widespread application. Conversely, modern medicine is remarkably conducive to large-scale dissemination. Many minor ailments can be treated effectively without requiring patients to possess medical knowledge. Of course, modern medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are not adversaries. Rather, they complement one another. Regrettably, wherever there are conflicts of interest, there will inevitably be factional disputes. Thus, society is rife with ardent supporters and detractors, embroiled in battles fueled by those who have a vested interest, often resulting in nonsensical disputes. Shirley remained entirely unfazed. He was unwell, yet he held the reins of choice regarding his treatment. He could pursue any course of action he deemed fit. Likewise, when others fell ill, the prerogative for their treatment lay with them, allowing them to decide how they wished to heal. Why must one strive to alter another? Why impose one's lifestyle upon others? Such behavior is utterly absurd. Even now, Shirley harbored no interest in engaging in futile debates with critics of traditional Chinese medicine. Such discussions bore no significance. Whether one believes or not is inconsequential, provided it does not impede his path of cultivation. Zhou Yuqing also contemplated the prevailing public sentiment towards traditional Chinese medicine and felt a twinge of indignation. Some individuals were excessively extreme, resorting to slanderous remarks and even fabricating egregious lies to tarnish the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine, which was truly reprehensible. Chapter 66. You are lying. Shirley smiled lightly, choosing not to engage in that line of conversation, and continued to observe his mother's condition, taking her pulse once more. She was indeed much improved. Nevertheless, the primary function of acupuncture is to balance and harmonize the body's yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. To genuinely replenish his mother's deficiencies, medication would be required. Moreover, it must be of exceptional quality. With this thought in mind, he turned to Zhou Yuqing and said, I will write a prescription. Could you kindly assist in procuring some medicinal herbs? They should be of high quality, preferably wild ones. Are they available? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuqing nodded. It's a piece of cake. Indeed, it was quite simple for her. For an ordinary person, acquiring good quality traditional Chinese medicinal herbs is quite challenging. Not merely due to cost, but also owing to accessibility. Even with sufficient funds, a layperson often finds themselves at a loss as to where to purchase such items. Even if they manage to locate a source, there is no guarantee that the seller would be willing to part with their finest products. Take, for instance, a wild ginseng valued at 100,000 yuan. As the owner, would you prefer to sell it to an average person or to Zhou Jinshan? The reasoning is straightforward. Furthermore, high-quality wild medicinal herbs are not merely available at will. If they can be found, one must also ensure they are not being deceived by counterfeit or inferior products, something only individuals like Zhou Jinshan could manage. The scarcity of these items is a crucial factor. Firstly, the source of wild herbs is diminishing. Whether it be due to environmental degradation affecting the availability of wild plants, a declining number of gatherers venturing into the mountains, or protective policies regarding wild herbs, all these factors have drastically reduced the quantity of wild medicinal materials circulating in the market. Secondly, whenever such valuable goods emerge in the marketplace, they are swiftly acquired by those with intent, leaving no opportunity for them to reach the hands of the general populace. Lastly, even if a few quality items do enter the market, they are quickly hoarded by various pharmacies and related enterprises who engage in the practice of price manipulation, waiting for wealthy individuals to pay exorbitant sums. Thus, it indeed requires Zhou Zhinshan to take action. Fortunately, Shirley's prescription contained no particularly rare herbs. Even the minimal amount of wild ginseng required was not difficult to obtain, as there were no stringent demands regarding its age. However, if he truly needed a ginseng that was several decades or even a century old, even Zhou Zhinshan would find it challenging. These are treasures that money alone cannot buy. After Shirley completed the prescription, Zhou Yuqing took it to call Zhou Zhinshan. Meanwhile, Shimiao grasped Shirley's hand tightly and whispered, "Brother, you are lying." You are indeed lying. There is no master. Why do you say that? Who knows you better than your sister? I am well aware of your circumstances. Shimiao's expression was grave. I am fully cognizant of how you were in the past compared to your present self. The difference is stark. A cloud may become so understated that it becomes invisible, yet it will never transform into a mass of mud. Moreover, qualities such as gaze and demeanor cannot be feigned. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool your sister, who has been by your side day in and day out. Shirley raised an eyebrow. This little girl was rather astute. Yet, it was to be expected. The elaborate tale he had fabricated about being a low-profile hermit with a profound legacy was riddled with inconsistencies. The reason for my confidence in not being exposed lies in the very fact that this story is entirely fictitious, yet its legacy remains undeniably tangible. Even if Zhou Zhinshan and his associates harbor doubts, they can find no evidence to substantiate their skepticism, leaving them to question in silence. Furthermore, the essence of this legacy is indeed substantial. Within the collective consciousness, it is presumed that there must exist a master who imparts such skills. Zhou Zhinshan and his ilk would merely speculate that the master who endowed him with these abilities might be among the multitude he has encountered, searching within his social circle for this elusive figure. However, the truth is that his master is Fu Shan, Fu Qingzhu, a grandmaster who lived during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, and the manner of his inheritance is something that Zhou Zhinshan could never fathom. Consequently, Zhou Zhinshan is bound to scrutinize every relationship Stone Lei has fostered throughout his life, and he will likely come to believe in the existence of such a master, yet he would never conceive that this master passed away centuries ago, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Nevertheless, Stone Lei desires precisely this effect, to fabricate a plausible backstory for his inheritance while simultaneously securing an ethereal protector. With such a master in his corner, those with nefarious intentions must ponder the repercussions of inciting the wrath of a formidable figure. This tale serves as a talisman, albeit one that may only serve to intimidate. What he did not anticipate was that his sister possessed such acute insight, piercing through his deception with ease. Naturally, he would never concede. What do you know? I merely concealed it too well. If it weren't for my desire to maintain a low profile, I could have masqueraded for a century. I refuse to believe it. Believe it or not, how else do you suppose I acquired these skills? Did they materialize from thin air? Stone Miao pouted in silence. Stone Lei chuckled, ruffling his sister's hair. Stop overthinking it. Focus on your studies and your life. I'll shoulder the rest. And remember, I am still your brother, unpossessed and irreplaceable. Understand? I am fully aware that you have not been replaced. Goodness, so you have genuinely considered such a possibility? Humph. Who could blame me for your sudden transformation? Ah, you have a point. What else could I think? A good-for-nothing dandy suddenly becomes extraordinarily capable. Wouldn't you find that suspicious? Quite so, Stone Lei nodded. Isn't it time to check the scores? They say it will be available at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, though some might access it tonight. Then why not check now? There's no rush. The scores are already set. Whether I check early or late, it makes no difference. What could a night of waiting possibly change? Stone Lei gave a thumbs up. His sister is indeed extraordinary, surpassing him not only in academics but in her remarkably composed demeanor. Had she been like any other peer, she would have likely checked scores countless times by now, perhaps even losing sleep over it. Zhou Yuqing returned from her phone call, stating, I spoke with my grandfather. There's no issue. He has a good relationship with a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who can procure these herbs. However, if your prescription were to become widely known. Shirley waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. Each person has their own ailment and corresponding remedy. This prescription is intended for my mother. For anyone else, it would be rendered useless. Those knowledgeable in traditional medicine would understand this. Moreover, should it indeed circulate, if an experienced practitioner could derive something beneficial from it, that would be even better. It would serve to benefit humanity. Zhou Yuqing praised, "Brother Lei, you truly possess noble integrity, just as my grandfather described." "Is that so?" Shi Lei responded. "I inquired whether my grandfather wished to conceal the prescription, but he assured me that you would not mind. He even suggested that you might actually welcome its dissemination." "Haha, the old gentleman flatters me," Shi Lei said, waving his hand and exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Yuqing. "It's quite late. You shouldn't return tonight. Just stay here and rest." "And you?" she asked. "I want sleep," Shi Lei replied, gesturing towards the hospital bed. "I'll simply move a stool and sit. I can take over for you in the latter half of the night. Rest assured, I will call for you when I can no longer endure. I want to be polite about it." Chapter 67. Enlightenment. Zhou Yuqing gently guided Shi Miao through their evening routine before bed, while Shi Lei remained vigilantly by his mother's side, attentive to her condition. Once Zhou Yuqing and her sister had extinguished the lights and succumbed to slumber, he discreetly adjusted his posture and began to meditate. Rather than sitting cross-legged, he maintained a formal seated position. In meditation, the posture is of little consequence. The essence lies in the breath and visualization. This was his inaugural experience with meditation. For an ordinary individual, achieving a harmonious breathing rhythm during their first attempt would be considered remarkable. Yet, he transcended this stage within mere minutes, entering the realm of visualization. The concept of visualization may sound intricate, yet it is quite straightforward. It resembles a deeply focused state of contemplation, where the mind is emptied and consciousness is intensely concentrated on a singular point. With diligent practice, ordinary people can enhance their cognitive abilities, attention, and thereby augment their learning and work efficacy. For practitioners, it serves as an indispensable method for elevating their spiritual journey. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the transformations in both body and spirit are profound, almost akin to a qualitative leap. As Fu Qingzhu articulated, for a practitioner who has achieved success, efficiency in any endeavor becomes remarkably high. Many polymaths throughout history were indeed cultivators. Fu Qingzhu himself exemplified this. In any case, the path of cultivation offers a comprehensive elevation of one's being. Nevertheless, to claim it is truly miraculous might be an overstatement. Despite dedicating his entire life to cultivation, Fu Qingzhu never attained immortality and ultimately succumbed to the passage of time. The sole distinction lies in the fact that he lived with great ease, indulging in life's pleasures until his final moments, exhibiting a vitality surpassing that of the average person. However, Shi Lei's journey diverges significantly from that of Fu Qingzhu. He possesses spiritual energy. This ethereal essence eluded Fu Qingzhu throughout his lifetime, leaving him unaware of its existence. Consequently, Shi Lei felt a twinge of apprehension. Upon entering the state of visualization, the spiritual energy nestled within his brow erupted forth like a dam breaking, surging violently through his meridians. Startled, he leapt to his feet, drenched in cold sweat. Could he be experiencing the fabled peril of misguided cultivation? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the energy which had surged forth had, at the moment of his jump, coalesced back into his brow. Were it not for the lingering physiological sensations left by the energy's passage, he might have doubted the reality of his experience. It was no illusion. It was a genuine sensation, and moreover, it was not a malevolent occurrence. With a deep breath, Shi Lei settled back into his meditation, re-entering the state of visualization. In that instant, the spiritual energy surged forth once more. Yet this time, he resisted the pangs of trepidation and endeavored to maintain his focus, allowing the vibrant energy to wash through him. Time seemed to dissolve as the energy within him gradually calmed, its flow slowing and establishing a rhythmic path along his body and meridians. In a moment of serendipity, Shi Lei attempted to control the trajectory and direction of the energy flow, and astonishingly, he succeeded. Elated, he recalled the techniques passed down from Fu Qingzhu, practicing the circulation of energy throughout his body. However, it is worth noting that Fu Qingzhu's cultivation focused on the manipulation of vital energy and blood. He was transporting spiritual energy, and the results were remarkably effective. At the very least, He felt a profound sense of exhilaration and gradually became enamored with the experience. Until the alarm clock in the adjacent hospital room rang. Shirley opened his eyes, sensing that the world around him had transformed. His senses of touch, smell, and hearing had notably intensified. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly, his joints cracking in response, and he could feel a significant increase in his muscular strength. Incredible! If he were to challenge those charlatans, Lu Jinbao and his cohorts, he would need no strategy. Merely a straightforward confrontation would suffice. He felt unafraid. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing also opened her eyes. Lei Gu, you. What happened? You seem a bit different, she exclaimed, sitting up, rubbing her eyes, and jumping out of bed to scrutinize Shirley closely. She even poked at his chest muscles. You really are different from yesterday. Stop joking. You must be groggy from sleep. I'm not made of clay. It's only been one night. How much change could there be? No, it is different. The physical changes may not be drastic, but your aura. What about my aura? Before, I could meet your gaze without hesitation, but now I feel a bit intimidated. Your eyes seem to radiate light. Shirley chuckled. Your eyes also shine, and they are exceedingly alluring. The first time I encountered you, it felt as though my very soul was ensnared by your gaze. So neither of us should say anything further. This is not mere coincidence. It is the stirrings of the heart. Trust me, when you fall in love with someone, they do not merely possess light in their eyes, but they emanate an irresistible brilliance that captivates you entirely. They become your universe. Zhou Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had uttered such sentimental words in her presence. Yet, inexplicably, her cheeks flushed, her heart raced, and she instinctively felt shy. Her lips parted but no words emerged. Seeing this, Shirley found amusement in the situation. Is this all it takes? To think she aspires to be a spy? Pathetically weak. A few charming words left her utterly bewildered, as if she would willingly trade herself for his favor. Nevertheless, this delighted him, for it indicated that Zhou Yuqing was inexperienced in such matters, not a professional. The distinction was substantial. Once Zhou Yuqing regained her composure, she suggested, "Let us find a decent restaurant that delivers to the hospital and order a sumptuous feast to celebrate at noon." Huh? Celebrate what? Xiaomiao has achieved the top score in the provincial science examinations. Is that true? Have the results been released? Not yet. Then how can you? I'm just guessing, but trust me, it's undeniable. This top scorer must be Xiaomiao. He could only claim it was a guess. What else could he say? Calculated? Although that would seem more plausible, it was too extraordinary to believe. The rest was manageable, but possessing the ability to foresee the future in modern society was akin to wielding a divine skill, coveted by all. Thus, even when showcasing his prowess, he needed to do so selectively. Martial arts, medicine, and appraisal skills could be demonstrated, as these were within the realm of human understanding and could be practiced by others as well. The art of plum blossom divination, a form of esoteric knowledge, appears to be quite discordant in contemporary society. While it may be harmless when practiced privately, its dissemination can lead to misfortune rather than benefit. The crux of the matter is that plum blossom divination is not a conventional skill, cannot be performed at will, but rather requires a moment of inspiration to yield results. Therefore, while personal use poses no issue, offering readings to others often results in failure, akin to tarnishing one's reputation. In such circumstances, it is prudent to find ways to conceal this ability. Although one can keep the skill hidden, the outcomes may be flaunted prematurely. As long as the individual remains silent, no one would suspect that they truly possess the legendary plum blossom divination, instead believing that they acquired the results through other means. Indeed, Zhou Yuqing furrowed her brow. Has someone leaked information to you? Upon this realization, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, I understand now. It must be your ex-girlfriend from the education sector, whose surname is An, if I recall correctly. Chapter 68. The female top scholar Shirley was taken aback. The duo of Zhou Jinshan and his grandson had truly gone to great lengths, even investigating his former girlfriend with such precision. Particularly Zhou Yuqing, who had all her details noted down, enabling them to recite her workplace and surname without needing to consult any materials. Quite the feat indeed. It is worth noting that his former girlfriends were not limited to just a handful, but rather a multitude. However, the more effort Zhou Yuqing put in, the greater the ulterior motive behind it. Of course, Lei remained unperturbed. He had never feared Zhou Zhinshan and his grandson before, and his confidence had only grown since then. After all, his own strength was on the rise. Even if it came down to an all-out confrontation, he was not necessarily destined to lose. Thus, he merely smiled, choosing not to disclose how he had come by this information. After all, he had his own means. Lei Gu, is there anything we cannot discuss? Zhou Yuqing purred. Goodness, she was becoming increasingly adept at charming. Lei appreciated this but kept his wits about him, replying with a smile, when you marry me, then there will be nothing left unsaid. Really? Indeed. So, Lei Gu, when do you plan to marry me? Damn, this was unexpected. This little woman was quite bold to voice such a thing. Had he known, he would have steered clear of such a topic. What a mess to be discussing marriage so casually. Lei felt vexed, yet he sweetened his words, coaxing Zhou Yuqing until she was finally appeased. At 11 in the morning, in the hospital room, Lei, alongside his mother, uncle, and Zhou Yuqing, eagerly awaited his sister's exam results. Mathematics, 144. Chinese, 126. English, 142. Physics, 95. Chemistry, 97. Biology, 97. Total score, 701. Ranking first in the province. With each score announced, the family gasped in astonishment, particularly Lei's mother and uncle, who were almost overwhelmed by the news. Lei's uncle was moved to tears, wiping his eyes while murmuring, "May the heavens bless us, may the heavens bless us. Good people truly receive good fortune." Zhou Yuqing was equally astonished. While Lei had already anticipated such results, yet he was even more intrigued by the extent of Lei's connections. How could a mere son of an ordinary businessman be privy to such confidential information? Was there truly a master with extraordinary abilities behind him? Contemplating this, her gaze towards Lei grew even more enigmatic. Meanwhile, Lei was too caught up in his own excitement to notice Zhou Yuqing's curiosity. His elation was hardly inferior to that of his mother and uncle. This was his sister, his own flesh and blood, who had achieved the remarkable feat of being the top scholar in the province. How could he not be thrilled? Although the title of top scholar had diminished in prestige in this era, with only a modest monetary reward, it could not be compared to the honors of ancient scholars. Nonetheless, she had achieved the title of provincial top scholar, standing out among hundreds of thousands of examinees. A feat that was no less challenging than that of ancient times, and this accomplishment was undeniably legitimate, devoid of any embellishment. Thus, even though he had foreseen this moment, he could not contain the excitement and exhilaration within him. He embraced his sister and tossed her into the air several times before gently setting her down, then affectionately patted her head, exclaiming, "Well done, Meow Meow, you truly excelled." Meow's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as she responded, "Brother, you must not forget your promise." He reassured her, "Rest assured, I will fulfill it by the time you start school." Zhao Zhongmei, wiping her tears, inquired, "What are you two whispering about?" "Oh, just a friendly wager, Mom. Are you happy?" "Of course, I am delighted. That's wonderful. It would be even better if you recover quickly. That way, we can all go to the capital together when Meow Meow starts school." "To the capital?" "Yes, to accompany Meow Meow to school, as there's nothing left for me to do in Island City." "But Mom, this matter is settled. Today is a day of great joy. Let's not dwell on anything else. We must celebrate properly. Yuqing has arranged a feast, and I will buy some fruits and candies to share with the doctors, nurses, and the patients next door so everyone can partake in this joy." Yes, we must have that. I almost forgot. Do not worry about this, Mother. Your only task is to change into something nice and adorn yourself festively. Meow Meow, I entrust this task to you." Zhao Zhongmei nodded eagerly, feeling her spirits lift significantly. Lei observed this transformation with great clarity. His mother's mental state had instantaneously elevated, as if she had received a surge of adrenaline. This was akin to applying a strong stimulus to the body to achieve a state of heightened excitement, albeit in a psychological context rather than a physical one. The ancient notion of invigorating joy indeed holds some truth. However, it is essential to recognize that such temporary excitement could lead to more severe consequences if not followed by proper treatment. Should his mother not receive adequate care, once this exhilaration subsided, it might culminate in grave issues. But with him around, there was no cause for concern. He even had strategies to harness this inner vitality emanating from his mother to facilitate her complete recovery. Yet that was a matter for the future. Shirley and Zhou Yuqing ventured out to procure an abundance of delectable treats, fruits, chocolates, candies, and beverages. Upon entering the hospital ward, they began distributing them. A familiar nurse chuckled and teased, "Is this your celebratory candy? When are you two tying the knot?" Shirley replied with a smile, "Yes, it is celebratory candy, but not for us. It's for my sister. Meow meow." Indeed, her college entrance examination results are out, and she is the top scorer in the province for science. Wow, meow meow is incredible. Congratulations to you. Lei Gu. Thank you. In an instant, the news of the provincial science top scorer spread throughout the hospital ward, which had previously been quiet and tinged with sorrow, now blossomed with a long-dormant vitality, becoming lively. Shirley and Zhou Yuqing chatted joyfully with the doctors, nurses, and other family members and patients who gathered to witness the occasion. Before long, even Dr. Yang and Director Wang arrived. First, congratulations. Following that, a brief examination was conducted for Zhao Zhongmei. Congratulations, Auntie, your condition has stabilized. As long as there are no relapses in the future, you should be able to be discharged soon. Thank you, Director Wang. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. Such a joyous occasion deserves a proper celebration. As he spoke, he took out a red envelope and handed it to Shi Miao. Meow meow. Keep up the good work. This. Shirley chuckled and said, quickly thank Uncle Wang. Ah, thank you, Uncle Wang. Aha, no need to thank me. I too wish to bask in the glory of our female champion. I hope my little girl can achieve good results next year. Absolutely. Definitely. Well, you all carry on. I shall not intrude on your celebration. Shirley, we shall chat later. Once Director Wang departed, Dr. Yang also prepared a red envelope. Dr. Yang San, the attending physician, visited the ward twice a day and was more familiar with Shirley's family. He smiled and inquired, Meow meow, which school do you wish to apply to? Chapter 69. A tender affection without a moment's hesitation. Shi Miao replied, Peking University. And your major? That has yet to be determined. I am torn between clinical medicine and business administration. Both are commendable fields, though medical students endure considerable hardships. Nonetheless, I support it. The medical faculty at Peking University is quite prestigious. What about business administration? With your grades, you should aim for Guanghua. It is the pinnacle of finance and management education in the country. Is it feasible? Absolutely. You're the provincial top scorer, the science laureate of Shandong. You have the freedom to choose any university and major nationwide, and even abroad, you're sought after by renowned institutions. By the way, do you have plans to study abroad? Shi Miao shook his head. No. Yang San responded thoughtfully, completing your undergraduate studies domestically is sufficient. Besides, the current situation abroad is quite chaotic and unfriendly towards us. Most importantly, the educational environment here isn't as poor as it's portrayed. Staying or going doesn't make much difference. I have a few classmates pursuing their masters at Peking University. If you need assistance with anything at the school, I can connect you with them. Shirley, I will share their contact information with you shortly. Shirley nodded vigorously. Thank you, Brother Senator. If I encounter anything unclear, I will seek your guidance. Unfortunately, as an older brother, I lack accomplishments. Having never attended university, I am quite lost. You are much more capable than those of us who have attended university, Yang San chuckled. All right then, I won't delay your celebration any further, but do take care. Your mother's health cannot endure too much excitement. Yang San departed, followed closely by the familiar nurses. The nurses, having received numerous favors from Shirley, be it daily snacks or red envelopes, felt inclined to reciprocate with small gifts. After all, who wouldn't he wish to befriend a family with such wealth and promise? The festivities continued until twilight, when the ward finally fell into silence. After a simple dinner, Zhou Yuqing softly said, Brother Lei, I want to stay here with Auntie tonight. I will come back tomorrow. Shirley grasped Zhou Yuqing's delicate hand. Yuqing, you have worked hard these past few days. We shouldn't indulge in pleasantries, but I must express my gratitude. Truly, thank you. Zhou Yuqing smiled sweetly. Brother Lei, if you genuinely wish to thank me, then teach me earnestly. Certainly, I will make it a priority to teach you once I am through this busy period. Zhou Yuqing pouted slightly, looking somewhat disheartened. That sounds insincere. How could that be? Shirley protested. You plan to move to the capital. Who knows when we might meet again? How can you speak of teaching me? It's a trivial matter. What does it matter? It's just a flight of an hour or so, and even by high-speed train it's only 2 to 3 hours. Commuting daily would be effortless. Even easier than for those who live in Yanjiao and work in the capital. Are you returning to Island City? Yes. I can't have you traveling to the capital every day. Can I? Shirley nodded but added, if it truly becomes overwhelming, you could accompany me to the capital. After all, you have little to attend to in Island City. Who says I have nothing to do? What do you have on your plate? Caring for the family business has become my responsibility as my grandfather ages and my parents lack the aptitude for entrepreneurship. With such a substantial enterprise to manage, it inevitably falls upon my shoulders. Nevertheless, I am willing to endure the hardship and return to Island City to be with you. It is settled then. Shirley nodded, pulling Zhou Yuqing closer into his embrace. In that moment, they were intimately close, resembling a couple deeply in love, radiating sweetness. After sharing a tender moment, he leaned in to kiss her. No, please. Zhou Yuqing offered a slight resistance, but Shirley was unwilling to let this precious opportunity slip away. Following a gentle sequence of actions, Zhou Yuqing, a complete novice in matters of romance, succumbed entirely. Even a kiss of the most innocent nature was beyond her capacity to resist. When Shirley finally released her, Zhou Yuqing, breathless and flustered, covered her face and fled, her alabaster complexion now flushed with a vibrant hue, as if she could cook an egg with her heat. Once Xianjie departed, Shirley smirked and savored the sweetness of the moment. After a month of courting this enchanting woman, he had finally reaped some rewards. Yes, a little interest collected. As for the principal, it would depend on her future behavior. Throughout their interactions, he had developed a general understanding of Zhou Zhinshan and his granddaughter's intentions, which appeared to be benign, allowing for a budding relationship. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted his mother and sister to Zhou Yuqing's care. Of course, what lay ahead remained uncertain, as life is as unpredictable as a game of chess. Returning to the hospital room, he waited for his mother to fall asleep before administering acupuncture. That evening, he sat by her bedside, channeling his energy. The results were remarkable. Despite 2 sleepless nights, he felt invigorated. While he had not reached the level of needing no rest, enduring a few days without sleep was manageable. After all, ordinary individuals can stay awake for 50 to 60 hours, let alone a practitioner like him who had surpassed normal limitations. The following day, before Zhou Yuqing's arrival, reporters from the Island City television station and the evening news, along with Shimiao's principal, homeroom teacher, substitute instructor, and several classmates, arrived. They had only learned of the family's situation the previous day and came bearing gifts. They were respectful and subdued. 2 of Shimiao's classmates were even moved to tears. This was indeed a touching event in the eyes of outsiders, an immense crisis in the family, with the brother bearing the burden alone, all for his sister to focus on her college entrance examinations. In turn, she had fulfilled the family's hopes by achieving the provincial science top score. It was a topic rife with emotional resonance. Although the reporters did not laugh aloud, their eagerness to interview spoke volumes. This, however, slightly irked Shirley. Yet, there was a silver lining. The school awarded a cash prize of 200,000 yuan. Although they required photographs, he did not object. There was no need to feign selflessness or generosity. This was a reward for his sister's hard work and dedication, and he accepted it with pride and openness. Certainly, the rewards are far from limited to this. What the school provides is merely the beginning. In addition to the school, the education department, county government, municipal authorities, and even the local townships and villages will also show their appreciation, ensuring that the total received will certainly not be less than 500,000. However, the substantial contributions will come from local entrepreneurs, which are impossible to quantify. ranging from a modest 300 to 500,000 to potentially over 1 million. The possibilities are endless. Considering the unique circumstances of the family, it is likely that the well-meaning entrepreneurs will be plentiful. After much effort, Shirley found his words nearly exhausted. Just as he managed to see off those individuals, his relatives arrived at the door. However, before Shirley could react, Zhou Yuqing caught sight of the newcomers through the window and discreetly signaled to Sister Xian. Consequently, as soon as those relatives reached the entrance of the hospital ward, they were swiftly ejected by Sister Xian like a whirlwind. Chapter 70. Minor objectives. Shirley exhaled deeply and said to Zhou Yuqing, "Do you see? If I were to remain in Island City, these people would inevitably drive me to madness. They are akin to those repugnant toads, offensive and utterly nauseating. If it weren't for my reluctance to provoke trouble, I would have dealt with them decisively by now." Zhou Yuqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite revolting. I find it bothersome as well. However, avoiding them is not a viable solution. It must be resolved sooner or later. Shall I assist you?" She jested, making a gesture as if to cut her throat. Of course, it was all in jest. One must not act recklessly with ordinary people, for the authorities would certainly intervene. This has become an unspoken rule of sorts. The stance of the authorities is that those adept in martial arts or operating in the gray areas may engage in their disputes as they please. They can batter each other senseless without consequence, provided it does not disrupt the lives of ordinary citizens or undermine societal stability and prosperity. In other words, as long as one steers clear of the general populace and keeps them oblivious, anything else is permissible. In such an environment, figures like Zhou Zhinshan, a local strongman, find their survival niche. However, this is not absolute, nor is it codified. It exists as a comprehensive mutual understanding, a tacit agreement. Otherwise, even if Shirley had 100 lives, he would not dare to eliminate 3 old swindlers in one fell swoop. The dilemma lies here. One may eliminate 100 frauds but not a single ordinary person. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Shirley shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with them. If they truly push me to my limits, I shall impart upon them a lesson they will never forget." Shirley's relatives were once again cast aside by Sister Xian and did not return. However, various media outlets, officials, and individuals from all walks of life in Island City and even across Shandong Province surged in waves, including a multitude of independent media personnel. The small hospital room seemed to have become the focal point of the city, with discussions echoing throughout. Even Shirley, the brother of the female top scorer, found himself becoming a sensation online due to his striking good looks. Soon after, representatives from several prestigious universities arrived, with the first being from Peking University, followed closely by Tsinghua University next door. Fudan and Shanghai Jiaotong University from Shanghai were not willing to miss the opportunity either. Even institutions from Hong Kong reached out, offering enticing packages. This time, Shirley refrained from meddling and allowed his sister to engage with these representatives herself. However, he discreetly conversed with a faculty member from Peking University's admissions office for half an hour, advocating for his sister's interests. In truth, there was little to negotiate. Domestic universities generally offer similar packages: tuition waivers, living stipends, scholarships, housing, residency permits, and direct admission to graduate programs. As the top female scorer in the sciences from a major examination province, she was deserving of the highest treatment that domestic universities could offer. The difficulty of the college entrance examination in Shandong ranks among the highest in the nation, second only to Zhejiang and Hunan provinces, affirming the substantial value of the science top scorer. After a couple more days of deliberation, they confirmed her application to Peking University's Guanghua School of Management for a combined Bachelor S and Master S program, with full tuition exemption and residency in the capital. In the end, they settled on these terms, relinquishing the living stipend and scholarship but making slight adjustments regarding the residency in the capital. Upon entering university, a typical student faces the complexities of household registration, often residing in a collective household at the school. After graduation, their registration must either revert to their place of origin or transfer to their employer, which can be quite cumbersome. However, through the diligent efforts of Shirley, the institution consented to grant Shimiao a legitimate household registration in the capital, a permanent resident status, contingent upon Shimiao owning property in the city. As for the property, it was a trivial matter. Shirley assured the admissions office that everything would be resolved before the semester commenced. Nevertheless, beneath his confident exterior lay a sense of urgency, for he was devoid of funds. Indeed, he was truly short on cash. Despite having dealt in numerous antiques, each possessing considerable value, the process of liquidating these treasures would take time. They needed to be auctioned, and auctioning is the slowest method of converting antiques into cash, taking anywhere from 6 months to a couple of years. Consequently, Shirley found himself with merely 300,000 in cash, a sum bolstered by the 5 million provided by Zhou Jinshan. However, that 5 million had been entirely invested in auction houses in Quan City. He needed to generate profit, substantial profit, at least 10 million within a month. Shirley set this modest goal for himself. The exorbitant real estate prices in the capital left him with little choice. Near Peking University, the price per square meter reached 100,000, meaning a 100 square meter apartment would cost around 10 million, excluding renovations. Villas? Those would range from 30 to 50 million, and even then that was for standard row houses. Prices for detached homes were beyond reckoning. What about a Sihiyuan? Such aspirations were audacious. In the vicinity of Peking University, Sihiyuans were exceedingly valuable, particularly those within the second ring road. Securing a Sihiyuan in the third or fourth ring would mean being overshadowed by towering buildings, where one could hardly glimpse the sun, let alone maintain any semblance of privacy, as residents from the surrounding high-rises could easily overlook their courtyard with a mere telescope. However, Sihiyuans within the second ring road were not only costly but also scarce, as the demand far surpassed supply amidst a sea of wealthy individuals. Thus, acquiring a Sihiyuan in this coveted area required not only financial resources but also a stroke of luck. After all, this was not 20 years ago, a time when one could stumble upon both antiques and Sihiyuans at a bargain. Alas, he was not born in an opportune era. As Shi Miao filled out her application, the admissions officer departed. Shirley busied himself with providing acupuncture and herbal remedies for his mother, carefully avoiding the attention of doctors and nurses. The results were promising. His mother's spirits improved day by day. Director Wang had remarked several times on the serendipity of Shi Miao excelling in her studies, suggesting that the family was fortunate. Otherwise, Shirley nodded in agreement, wishing to keep his medical skills and clandestine treatments for his mother a secret from Director Wang and others. Once he was confident that his mother's health was stable, he left the hospital and headed straight to Su Jing's residence. He had left a trove of antiques at Su Jing's home, trusting her implicitly, yet the considerable value of these items made him wary. A misstep could result in significant loss. Money could be regained, but the essence of the antiques was irreplaceable. Thankfully, all remained well. Upon entering, I immediately embraced Su Jing warmly, exclaiming, "I've missed you dearly." "Really?" she replied. "I find that hard to believe. With such a stunningly beautiful girlfriend by your side, how could you possibly miss your ex?" "It's different," she insisted. "How so?" I inquired. "Your legs are longer," Shirley interjected, reaching out to touch her. "Oh, you're insufferable," Su Jing playfully scolded, yet she leaped into Shirley's arms, wrapping her long legs around his waist. "I've missed you too." This simple confession ignited an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, like a thunderclap stirring the earth's fire. After the storm, Su Jing nestled quietly against Shirley's embrace, whispering, "I've had someone evaluate those exquisite pieces of yours. If you're willing, I can arrange for them to be included in the 62nd issue of Jada Seasons." "When does it begin?" I asked. "Mid-September." "All right, you can manage the arrangements. Do you trust me that much?" Chapter 71. Acquainted Shirley casually remarked, "What is there to discuss regarding trust between us? We are already well acquainted." Su Jing, blushing with embarrassment, retorted, "What do you mean by well acquainted? I know your depths and you know my lengths. Isn't that what being well acquainted is?" Disgusted, she added, "Remove your hand." Clearing his throat, Shirley wiped his fingers and quietly said, "I was contemplating purchasing a house before Miao Miao starts school. It's a bit of a stretch financially. Do you have any connections? What kind of connections do you seek?"
Su Jing inquired.
"The kind that uncovers great opportunities." Shirley replied, "If I had such connections, would I need to toil away working for others? You simply lack the discernment," Su Jing scoffed. "Humph. Come on, help me out." Su Jing pondered for a moment. I 1T work for free. I'll require a 5% commission. All right, so straightforward? Of course, after all, what do we have to divide between us? You sound like a seasoned rogue. Your words are sweeter than honey, but trying to extract some coins from you would be more painful than prying out your heart. Are you not my heart? Ugh, how nauseating. Upon reaching Shijiawa village, Shirley and Su Jing alighted from the vehicle, surveying the quaint farmhouse before them. Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Shirley questioned. Su Jing let out a light huff, striding confidently to push the door open. Auntie, are you tending to the garden? Where's my uncle? Jing is here. Come in quickly. Your uncle is upstairs sorting through his old junk. All right, Auntie, you continue with your tasks. I'll head upstairs. Shirley followed closely behind Su Jing, nodding at the elderly woman watering the garden as they walked. The courtyard was quite charming. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, akin to any typical farmhouse, perhaps even slightly dilapidated. Yet upon entering, one could appreciate its elegance. Not only was it immaculate, but it also boasted a plethora of vibrant flowers and a flourishing vegetable garden, from which he could even catch the refreshing scent of cucumbers. Furthermore, the garden was evidently thoughtfully designed. Whether it was the vegetable patch, the grape trellis, or the array of flora, each element was strategically placed, as if destined to be there. Despite the abundance of scenery, the space felt open and inviting, evoking a sense of serene seclusion. As they ascended to the second floor, the view transformed, revealing yet another captivating sight. Indeed, one could find extraordinary talent in every corner of the world. Su Jing knocked on the door. Moments later, an elderly man opened it. You're back to plunder this old man's scant resources again. And is this your boyfriend? With a sweet smile, Su Jing replied, business partner. Oh, a dealer in antiques. Didn't I tell you not to bring such individuals here? Oh, Uncle Lu, I didn't wish to. But he is affluent and influential. I had no choice. What sort of affluent and influential person is this? Come here, young man. Are you bullying Jing? Ah, Lu uncle, please, just let him choose a few fine items and send him on his way. After all, you possess an abundance of treasures. Indeed, I knew you would be an unreliable one. Come in, but only 3 pieces. No more. Thank you, Lu uncle. Shirley maintained a smile throughout, observing Su Jing and the old man negotiate until they entered the room. He was taken aback. Within this unassuming little building, the collection was astonishingly rich. At first glance, most items had an allure, encompassing a wide variety: calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, Buddhist statues, bamboo and wood carvings, even jade artifacts, among which were numerous exquisite pieces. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that such a trove of antiques could be concealed within this ordinary farmhouse courtyard. The estimated value was certainly in the 7 figures, potentially even reaching 8. This was merely what he had observed. Surely, finer treasures lay hidden away. Contemplating this, Shirley inhaled deeply, sizing up Lu uncle. How to describe him? He bore an uncanny resemblance to the character Fire Cloud Evil God from Kung Fu, clad in a white vest, oversized shorts, and blue slippers. Yet, instead of a tattered fan, he held a delicate paper folding fan. Moreover, Lu uncle's physique suggested he was a practitioner of martial arts, indeed a master. Shirley took a deep breath and clasped his hands in greeting. Lu uncle, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Shirley. Lu uncle, however, waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. Choose quickly and be on your way. Ah, a seasoned veteran, this would be a challenging negotiation. Su Jing interjected, Shirley. Lu uncle prefers not to deal with disorganized individuals. Hurry up and make your selection. Don't dawdle. Shirley replied playfully. Come on now, I'm not an outsider. What's the harm in getting to know Lu uncle? Lu uncle shot him a fierce look. If you linger any longer, I'll toss you out. Shirley raised an eyebrow. Lu uncle, it's uncertain who would be throwing whom out. Shirley met Lu uncle's gaze, resolute. Moments later, Lu uncle chuckled, snapping the fan shut. You, young man, possess a certain charm. I must admit I misjudged you. Ha ha ha. Where is your master from? Jin province. Quite intriguing. I fail to discern it at all. Lu Uncle circled around Shirley twice, then playfully tapped his shoulder with the fan. Your physique is commendable, yet you hardly appear to embody the essence of martial arts. Surely you have not reached the stage of returning to simplicity? Quite interesting, Shirley smiled. He understood Lu Uncle's implication. True martial artists exhibit distinctive traits. Not only do their vitality and demeanor differ, but their gait, posture, and even a single breath or glance reveal the unique characteristics of their training. Experienced masters can discern the nuances of various martial styles with a mere glance. That was how he saw through Lu Uncle. Yet Lu Uncle could not see through him, for he had never undergone traditional martial arts training. Despite possessing a wealth of practical experience, his physique remained that of an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of rigorous, long-term training. Thus, Uncle Lu expressed himself with a touch of intrigue. As for the notion of returning to simplicity, it is merely a fanciful notion. There is no such concept in traditional martial arts. The idea that one reaches a profound stage of mastery and becomes indistinguishable from an ordinary individual is a fallacy. The more one practices martial arts, the more pronounced the characteristics of such discipline become. If one merely trains in forms, it may be manageable, but once one engages with equipment or implements, those traits become indelible and increasingly evident. There is no rationale for the calluses on one's hands to vanish through practice, unless one has an extraordinary experience akin to that of Shirley, which is highly improbable. Take, for instance, the esteemed Master Fu Qing. Despite his considerable achievements in cultivation, the calluses on his hands remained remarkably thick until his final moments. Indeed, throughout history, Shirley appears to be a singular anomaly. Uncle Lu, however, was more intrigued. Young lad, care to accompany me for a stroll? Chapter 72. Reverse bargaining. Su Jing was bewildered. What kind of cryptic conversation are you two having? Shirley chuckled. Lu Uncle and I share a special connection. What do you mean? Su Jing pressed. It's quite literal. We hit it off at first sight. No, you two are certainly discussing something I cannot comprehend, she insisted, glaring at them from between. Unless you clarify, no one is leaving this room. Shirley smiled at Lu Uncle. All right, let us examine the goods. Lu Uncle nodded in agreement. Yes, let us first take a look. Su Jing remained skeptical. Yet, Shirley proceeded to inspect the items. The room indeed housed a plethora of treasures, most of which were authentic, with only a few high-quality replicas. This indicated Lu Uncle's discerning eye in the field of antique appraisal. However, the overall quality was not particularly high, with most items priced around several thousand yuan. Only a handful were valued in the 6 or even 7-figure range. He wondered if there might be hidden treasures. With that thought, he asked Lu Uncle, Uncle, do you have anything better? Indeed, but I fear you may not be able to afford it. Such a bold statement seemed rather audacious, and one must first see the goods before concluding their worth. Wait a moment, Lu Uncle replied, stepping into a small room. Moments later, he emerged with a large box. All the good stuff is in here, take your time to choose. We will discuss the price once you are done. As the box opened, Shirley instinctively held his breath. The items within were indeed extraordinary. The first thing to catch his eye was a yellow-glazed, subtly incised dragon-patterned tianqiu vase. The shape, the glaze, it was undeniably exquisite, of exceptionally high caliber. Upon closer inspection of the motifs, they flowed like a gentle stream. Moreover, the patina suggested it bore a history of at least 300 years, dating back to the mid-Qing period. Shirley was overjoyed. This old man truly possessed remarkable treasures. Carefully lifting the vase, he examined the base. The moment he saw the clay quality, he confidently affirmed its authenticity. It was undoubtedly a mid-Qing piece. The clay type was unmistakable. Although the inscription read made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, it was merely a nostalgic mark, easily discernible. After observing it for a moment, he inquired, Lu Uncle, what is the price for this vase? What can you offer? Shirley fell silent. What could he possibly offer? Under normal circumstances, he would aim to pay as little as possible, perhaps 300 to 500 yuan at a street market, then haggle to settle at a few hundred or 1,000. However, with Lu Uncle, such an approach was clearly inappropriate. Lu Uncle was evidently a seasoned expert, and offering such a low price would be an affront. Yet, this did not daunt him. He smiled. Lu Uncle, as the seller, it is customary for you to set the initial price. If I were to suggest, I would undoubtedly push for an unreasonably low figure. 3 to 500, or even 2,000 would be beyond my comfort. Haha, whatever you offer is what it is, Lu uncle replied with a grin, fanning himself. We have a rapport, so I'll let you in on a secret. So whatever you say is the price? Indeed. I will offer 1 yuan, would you agree? Indeed, you say a piece and it is a piece. There is no room for regret. Your Uncle Lu is renowned in this circle for his unwavering word, never retracting what he has stated. Shirley is distressed, profoundly so. Ordinarily, this scenario would be immensely favored by nearly all sellers. One could casually propose a price, any figure would suffice, even a solitary yuan. So why not simply offer 1 yuan? After all, Uncle Lu has proclaimed that whatever he states is the final word. Yet, he finds himself unable to act in such a manner. This bottle is from the Qing dynasty's official kiln, of exceptionally high caliber, and in the marketplace, could command at least 2 to 3 million. Offering merely 1 yuan, what would that signify? Uncle Lu, in his benevolence, ought to exhibit even more generosity. However, the crux of the matter lies in his intent to seize a bargain. If he merely desired a few exquisite items, he could easily visit an antique shop or a relic store. Why venture so far? Thus, the discomfort lingers. Observing Uncle Lu, who remains perpetually cheerful, exuding an aura of nonchalance, Shirley's unease only deepens. Well, it seems this is akin to perusing an antique shop. Nevertheless, one must not concede to market pricing. He ought to earn something, for even the most benevolent cannot engage in a losing transaction. Contemplating this, he turns to Uncle Lu and proposes. 1 million, how does that sound? The previously carefree Uncle Lu suddenly freezes. How much? 1 million. Shirley is taken aback by the old man's reaction. Is he dissatisfied with the offer? Should he perhaps raise it a bit later? Yet, Uncle Lu bursts into a smile. Very well, 1 million it is, and no turning back. What is this reaction? In an instant, Shirley realizes he may have overstepped. Not only has he offered too much, but he has far exceeded Uncle Lu's expectations. Otherwise, such a response would not have ensued. However, something feels amiss. Uncle Lu, whose collection is primarily genuine artifacts, possesses a discerning eye. Why, then, has he made such a blunder in valuation? Could it be that he is knowledgeable in antique appraisal yet oblivious to the market dynamics? Indeed, such individuals do exist, those with the ability to authenticate antiques, yet who do not rely on the trade for their livelihood, thus lacking a comprehensive understanding of market trends. Consequently, it is quite common for them to undervalue expensive items or overestimate the worth of cheaper ones. Uncle Lu clearly fits this description. Shirley taps his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Uncle, can we retract? What do you think? I believe not. Ha! That's precisely correct. Uncle Lu chuckles with satisfaction. I did not foresee that you would possess a sense of integrity. I had assumed you might shamelessly offer 1 or 10 yuan. Shirley responds with a wry smile. In the marketplace, should you make such a statement, I would have no qualms about offering a mere dime. But here. Thus, you are indeed a person of conscience, Uncle Lu laughs. Very well, since you possess integrity, I cannot be unkind. Let us settle on 300,000. For that sum, the bottle is yours. No, 1 million is 1 million. 300,000, it is I who am the seller and I dictate the price. 1 million, you stated it. I shall offer what I have declared. 300,000, not a penny more. 1 million, not a penny less. The elderly gentleman and the young man instantly entered a state of negotiation, their bargaining resembling a fierce altercation. However, this duo was engaging in a reverse haggling. The buyer was prepared to offer 1 million, while the seller insisted on a mere 300,000. This spectacle left Su Jing utterly bewildered. What on earth are you two doing? Shirley cleared his throat, halting the reverse negotiation. Lu uncle, how about we each make a concession? Very well, 50,000. You are at a considerable disadvantage. This bottle has a market value of at least 2 million. How much? 2 million. Lu uncle was taken aback. Is it truly worth that much? Indeed, Shirley affirmed with a nod. Thus, you still have the opportunity to reconsider. Shirley's words were imbued with sincerity. Initially, he felt slightly awkward, but now he genuinely wished not to take advantage of Lu uncle. As the latter was a man of great integrity, albeit uncertain if Lu uncle would indeed reconsider. Chapter 73. Benevolence for benevolence. Shirley initially believed that by revealing the market value of the vase, Uncle Lu would hesitate. To his surprise, Uncle Lu flatly refused without a moment's thought. Meeting halfway at 500,000 is my utmost limit. Whether it's 2 million or 20 million, I wouldn't regret it. Really? Indeed, Uncle Lu nodded. However, what? It seems you're quite knowledgeable. Help me appraise this. Uncle Lu gestured to the room filled with antiques. I know these are valuable items, but I am unaware of their market trends and have never researched them thoroughly. When others come to buy, they usually toss out arbitrary prices and then gauge my reaction to negotiate. Although I rarely incur significant losses, I am always left uncertain, as not everyone shares your sense of loyalty. Shirley understood. No wonder this old fellow had previously appeared so eager and allowed him to name any price. It turned out he was genuinely unfamiliar with the market, and letting buyers set their own prices was merely a tactic to assess the general value through observation. A clever old fox indeed. Yet his benevolence was genuine. He was of the same ilk. If you are cunning, so am I. If you are calculating, so am I. But if you exhibit kindness, I shall surpass you in that regard. What does this mean? It means that I shall treat you in the same manner you treat me. A mirror reflection. Realizing this, Shirley relaxed and chuckled. Uncle Lu, you almost had me fooled. Fortunately, I am not one to take advantage of others. Come now, you're accusing me unjustly. A 2 million item and you offer me 1 million. That's quite steep, though perhaps not entirely ruthless. Not at all, Uncle Lu. The market price is the market price and the wholesale price is the wholesale price. A 2 million item is merely the market price. Unless you sell directly to consumers, you can only sell it for the wholesale price. That 1 million is the wholesale price, whether you sell to antique dealers, shops, or pawn shops. It remains the same, at most 60%. Is it really that harsh? One could hardly call it harsh, Shirley sighed. Antiques are not necessities. They are luxury items for the affluent. Moreover, they are not typically listed at fixed prices. The so-called market price is merely an estimated value based on market conditions. The actual selling price depends on whether anyone is willing to buy. If no one shows interest, it becomes worthless. Additionally, these items do not liquidate quickly. It is common for them to remain unsold for a year or even several years. Unsold items tie up significant liquidity, which is a grave concern for business people. Thus, unless one opts for auction or directly approaches a collector who appreciates such items, the selling price will invariably remain the same. Uncle Lu enlightened. I see. It's like cucumbers in a supermarket priced at $3.90 a pound. Yet those who come to my garden only offer 90 cents. It's the same principle. Exactly, the middleman will always seek to profit from the price difference. Haha, so you consider yourself a conscientious middleman. Of course, I, Shirley, am known for my sense of honor. Uncle Lu chuckled as he unfolded his fan, proclaiming, very well, I appreciate individuals of righteousness. Please provide me with an appraisal. Once completed, feel free to select 3 items to take with you complimentary, including this exquisite vase. Shirley was overjoyed. Could there be such a fortunate turn of events? This time he felt no embarrassment, for this was the reward for his labor, rightfully deserved. With this thought in mind, he refrained from any pretense and nodded with a grin. Uncle Lu, I shall not hold back. Indeed, we, as people of our ilk, need not be overly courteous. Excessive politeness breeds constraints, and with constraints, one cannot achieve greatness. Shirley understood instantly. This referred to the mindset of martial practitioners. One's mentality must be transparent. If one's mindset is not sufficiently clear, doubts will inevitably cloud the mind during actual combat, leading to hesitance in executing techniques. For instance, Shirley's swift defeat of those 3 con artists. From the moment he alighted from the vehicle, he felt no ties holding him back, his thoughts remarkably pure. It was a matter of either vanquishing those 3 deceivers or being vanquished by them. When the moment for action arrived, his mind was extraordinarily clear, focused solely on the adversary before him. This exemplifies a sound mindset. Should one's mindset falter, and during combat one contemplates whether to strike lethally or the consequences thereof, then disaster looms. Consequently, martial artists tend to possess straightforward personalities, particularly regarding their mental state. If they choose to engage, they do so with unwavering determination. Promising to eliminate you means you are as good as finished. Regret? That comes only after the deed is done. There is no room for regret in the heat of battle. However, Shirley did not share these reflections with Uncle Lu, as Su Jing was present. Su Jing was no practitioner of martial arts and had no reason to be involved, for it would serve no beneficial purpose. After reaching an agreement with Uncle Lu, Shirley proceeded to appraise the items. He assessed the value while observing carefully. The prices he quoted were largely aligned with market rates. Occasionally, when uncertain, he would consult Su Jing for clarification. While Su Jing was not an expert in authentication, she possessed a profound understanding of market trends. Their collaboration was indeed complementary, allowing them to leverage each other's strengths. Thus, in less than 2 hours, they completed the entire task. After jotting down the final price, Shirley stood and stretched. Uncle Lu, you certainly possess a remarkable collection. Where did it all come from? These treasures were acquired many years ago. The last time I sold any was around 16 or 17 years ago. Shirley then grasped the situation. This old gentleman had procured these items before the antiques market surged, during which time one could acquire a plethora of trinkets for merely a few yuan. Subsequently, as antiques gained value, the old man, lacking market knowledge, became hesitant to make hasty purchases for fear of losses. Nevertheless, even these items were sufficient for a comfortable retirement. Not only sufficient, but they also promised a pleasant life for the elderly couple in their later years. Shirley gave a thumbs up to the old man. Your discernment is commendable. With over 200 items, only a 10% rate of fakes, fewer than 30 fakes. Have you studied this? No, back then, who would study such things? I simply relied on my intuition, perceiving a certain allure that compelled me to collect these items. After all, during that era, such treasures held little monetary value. Do you have any idea how much I spent on that painting by Bada Shan-ren? 5 yuan. Nonsense. It cost merely half a jean of food coupons. In an instant, Shirley found himself at a loss for words. A mere half a jean of food coupons exchanged for a painting by Bada Shan-ren. Such days of fortune are now but a distant memory. Of course, in those times, half a jean of food coupons could indeed save a life, while a painting could only serve as kindling. Thus, its value is truly difficult to assess. As he had just mentioned, the worth of antiques is entirely contingent upon the buyer's willingness to pay. Without a pressing need, their value becomes elusive. For some, a willing buyer might deem it invaluable, while for others, it may be regarded as nothing more than refuse. Yet, the envy remains. Trading half a jean of food coupons for a painting by Bada Shan-ren was a sacrifice I would gladly make, even on an empty stomach. Chapter 74. The 8 Great Masters. Who is the 8 Great Masters? Zhu De, a legitimate descendant of the royal lineage, being the 9th generation descendant of Zhu Quan, the 17th son of Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon reaching adulthood, the Ming dynasty collapsed, leading him to renounce worldly ties and become a monk, later turning to the Taoist path. He devoted his life to the arts of calligraphy and painting, appearing as a free spirit. However, his unique style exudes profound dissatisfaction and resentment towards the Qing dynasty, marking him as an undisputed master of his era. Zhu De is particularly renowned for his paintings, especially of flowers and birds, characterized by an unparalleled style that stands singularly in the annals of Chinese art history. His depictions of birds, eagles, and other creatures, all possessing exaggerated white eyes, convey an extraordinary human-like essence, taking the technique of personification to its zenith. His works, akin to the celebrated Bee-Eater style, epitomize the pinnacle of allegorical artistry. Shirley, who had not previously known of Zhu De, had only heard the term 8 Great Masters, mistakenly believing it referred to a group of 8 individuals. It was only through his initiation into the teachings of Fu Qingzhu that he realized the 8 Great Masters were, in fact, a singular figure. Interestingly, Zhu De and Fu Qingzhu shared a few encounters. Fu Qingzhu once traveled to Jiangdong to invite Zhu De to lead the resistance against the Qing and restore the Ming. However, Zhu De lacked the ambition to engage in such endeavors, recognizing the impracticality of overthrowing the Qing dynasty under the prevailing circumstances, thus declining the offer. Despite their differences, both were masters of their craft, enjoying delightful conversations during their brief meetings. Fu Qingzhu, being 20 years Zhu De's senior, primarily took on the role of mentor, and in a way, could be considered a half-master to Zhu de Juda also entertained this notion. But Fu Qingzhu, disapproving of Juda's reluctance to resist, refrained from formally accepting him as a disciple, opting for discreet visits that ultimately left their brief mentor-student relationship unrecognized by history. In this moment, Lei felt a deep sense of affection as he gazed upon Juda's work, disregarding its monetary value and proclaiming, "I shall take this painting." Lu Shu raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" "Indeed. This piece may not be the most valuable, but it resonates with me." "Very well." One of Juda's floral and avian paintings, a yellow-glazed, dark-carved dragon-patterned celestial vase, and one more item. Lei pointed to a small box on the table, "That piece of jade." Lu Shu stroked his beard. "Young man, you are overly gracious. Your selections are not the most precious. They are all to my liking. All right. You truly possess an intriguing character. Join me for lunch and let us engage in a meaningful exchange. By the way, I still do not know your name." "Lei. Lu Dagan." Though Lu Dagan's name seemed rather rustic, he was quite an engaging individual. Consequently, Lei accepted Lu Dagan's invitation and remained for the meal, while Su Jing, feeling slightly embarrassed, proactively assisted Lu Auntie with the cooking. As Su Jing headed to the kitchen, Lu Dagan tapped his pipe and inquired, "What style of martial arts do you practice? I cannot discern it at all." Lei shook his head, replying, "I am not a bona fide practitioner. I have merely observed a great deal. In a real confrontation, I wouldn't be able to withstand even a single finger of yours." Lu Dagan remained non-committal, rising and gesturing. "Follow me." Lei trailed Lu Dagan out of the living room, only to discover an expansive training ground hidden behind the house. The ground, compacted with lime, was solid and perfectly suited for practicing martial arts. Along the wall stood a rack of weaponry, boasting an array of blades, spears, staffs, hammers, and swords, everything one could desire. Additionally, there was a collection of modern fitness equipment, eclectic yet comprehensive. This truly was a garden befitting a genuine martial artist, where tradition and modernity coexisted, each benefiting from the other, rather than dismissing one another like roosters in a fight. Upon entering the backyard, Lu Dagan closed the gate. He set aside his pipe and cleared his throat. "Now let us try our hands." "Try our hands?" Lei mused. "Yes. Let us find our rhythm. It has been a while since I practiced with someone." Nodding, he loosened his body and assumed a stance. "Come at me." Lu Dagan furrowed his brow, observing for a moment before dashing towards Lei with remarkable speed, raising his hand to strike Lei's face. It was a textbook move from the Wang Baquan. However, Lei was taken aback. This old fellow was astonishingly swift, and despite being over 50, his limbs were remarkably agile. Moreover, the force behind the slap was fierce. Akin to a whip cracking through the air, the rush of wind preceded the strike, nearly leaving Lei breathless. Yet he was no ordinary person. Bolstered by decades of practical experience from Fu Qingzhu, he perceived Lu Dagan's attack trajectory the moment he initiated his movement, focusing on his footwork and waist. Regardless of whether it was traditional martial arts or modern boxing, Sanda, mixed martial arts, or Muay Thai, footwork was paramount. It served as the foundation of all combat skills. By discerning an opponent's footwork, one could essentially anticipate their subsequent attack. When employing legs, the footwork would inevitably be short and nimble, as there were only two legs, one for offense and the other for support. A larger step would indicate a punch attack. For the arms are not as long as the legs. In order to strike the opponent, one must compensate with footwork. Of course, this is fundamental knowledge, and adept practitioners can leverage this to confound their adversaries. However, among all the fighting masters in the world, how many could deceive Fu Qingzhu with footwork? Although Fu Qingzhu had not engaged with modern combat, his wealth of practical experience far surpasses what contemporary practitioners can offer. Not only was Fu Qingzhu a master, but he also possessed unparalleled combat experience, having undergone countless brutal life and death struggles. One-on-one, one against many, many against many, unarmed confrontations, armed versus unarmed, and armed versus armed. What scenes had he not witnessed? What levels of skill had he not encountered? His experience was profound. Thus, Lei focused intently on Lu Dagan's footwork. The moment Lu Dagan moved his feet and Lei glimpsed his waist, He instantly comprehended the nature of Lu Dagon's impending attack. He retreated a mere half-step, remaining motionless as Lu Dagon's palm swept past him. The gust of his strike was as sharp as a blade. Yet he emerged unscathed. With a single step back, he unraveled a multitude of attacks. As long as he calculated the distance to his opponent accurately and retained the space to retreat, he remained invincible. Lu Dagon, undeterred by this setback, twisted his waist and launched his other arm with swiftness, striking at Shirley with even greater force. Indeed, it was a crude form of fighting, devoid of technique. He swung his arm in a wide arc, aiming for his opponent's face, employing his feet to propel his waist, which twisted like a rattled drum. His arms, akin to the ropes attached to the drum, lashed out with wild abandon, propelled by the movement of his waist. Once he gained the upper hand, he showed no mercy. A single hit could render his target incapacitated. Chapter 75. The Turtle Fist. Indeed, traditional martial arts in practical combat resemble the turtle fist. Yet, their potency remains undiminished. A single strike upon the visage, and even the most resilient of opponents will succumb, regardless of their fortitude or skill. The essence of martial prowess cannot penetrate the cerebral confines. No individual can train their abilities to a degree that transcends the human condition. Thus, one must not underestimate the turtle fist. Many practitioners of traditional martial arts favor the turtle fist primarily due to its simplicity and directness, making it exceptionally effective against adversaries of slightly lesser strength. By overwhelming their opponents with sheer force, they deliver powerful slaps that most cannot endure. This is particularly evident with styles like that of Lu Dagon, who specializes in long-range strikes. Indeed, Lu Dagon's mastery lies in the art of the Tongbei fist, which emphasizes the extremities of arm reach. At its pinnacle, one's arms can wield devastating strikes akin to a whip, capable of bending a robust wrench with a mere flick. By mastering the distance of attack, they can strike you while remaining beyond your reach, rendering them formidable opponents. Lu Dagon, a proficient practitioner of the Tongbei fist, unleashed a flurry of strikes directed at Shirley's head, his arms dancing with vigor. However, Shirley felt no pressure. In confronting a style that demands precise distance, retreating suffices. A mere half-step backward can neutralize the onslaught. As long as he kept his eyes on Lu Dagon's footwork, retreating in tandem with his advance, he could evade the attacks without faltering. Hesitation would invite punishment. Given Shirley's current combat experience, he had no reason to fear the strikes, especially with ample space available. Lu Dagon, on the other hand, grew increasingly frustrated. Initially, he had merely sought to gauge his opponent, but witnessing Shirley's effortless evasion compelled him to exert greater effort. Yet, no matter the variation in his approach, he failed to graze even the hem of Shirley's garment, a source of vexation. Lu Dagon found himself at an impasse. Shirley's evasive tactics, though somewhat unscrupulous, adhered to the rules as there were no prohibitions against retreating. However, enduring this stalemate was untenable. His stamina was waning. After several exchanges, he feared he might collapse from exhaustion. Thus, Lu Dagon ceased his assault, expressing his discontent. "Sure, this is becoming tedious. If you merely evade, what is the point of sparring?" Shirley, with a chuckle and a bow, replied, "I truly cannot match your prowess. Evasion is my only recourse. If I do not retreat, I would be unable to withstand even a single blow from you. Just look at your arms. They resemble whips, thick ones at that. A single strike could fracture my bones. Perhaps I should go easy on you. Even lightly would still hurt. You practice the Tongbei fist daily, striking sandbags and breaking bricks. How many dare confront you directly?" Lu Dagon, invigorated, exclaimed, "You are indeed a master. You recognize my lineage at a glance." Shirley shook his head. "I merely have observed much and learned accordingly. I have never truly practiced, let alone claim mastery." "Really? Just look at my arms and legs. Do they appear as if they have been trained? How about this? I shall refrain from using my full strength, and we can exchange a few blows." Shirley's eyes brightened at the prospect. "Now that sounds agreeable. His physical condition is quite impressive now, and he possesses ample practical experience. However, he has never sparred with a skilled opponent, particularly in the realm of unarmed combat. He is genuinely eager to ascertain how much of his fighting prowess remains when facing a master like Lu Dagon without the aid of weapons. Thus, he adopts a stance once more. Come on. Lu Dagon chuckles and charges at Shirley again, employing the same turtle-style fist. Yet this time, the force is noticeably diminished. Shirley does not retreat but instead meets him head-on. However, upon making contact, he feels as if his wrist has been struck by a venomous snake or lashed by a whip, an immediate and searing pain causing him to leap back with a cry. The pain is unbearable, truly intolerable. Lu Dagon, amused, remarks at first, I thought you were being modest, but it turns out you genuinely Haven T trained. I didn't even exert 1/10 of my strength. I merely brushed you with my fingers. Anyone who has undergone practical training should be able to withstand that. Shirley hops about, vigorously rubbing his wrist. Yet a distinct bruise begins to appear at an alarming rate, the intensity of the pain penetrating deep into his bones. The reputation of Tong Bei Quan is well-deserved. However, this moment ignites Shirley's fighting spirit. Come on, let us go again. Let us test techniques. Alright, this time, Shirley finally manages to keep pace with Lu Dagon's rhythm. It is purely a test of techniques, focusing on footwork, adaptability, and tactics. In this regard, he does not lag behind at all. On the contrary, thanks to his commendable physical condition and youth, he holds a slight advantage. Minutes later, Lu Dagon steps back, conceding, Alright, I admit defeat. You are indeed superior in terms of technique. However, it's truly peculiar. Despite your lack of internal strength, your techniques are remarkably proficient. They possess an intriguing quality, reminiscent of Tai Chi, with a hint of intent and a flavor of Hong Quan, quite eclectic yet highly practical. I wonder who taught you. Shirley chuckles, choosing not to engage further in this line of inquiry. Lu Dagon is subtly probing into his origins as a martial artist. But how could he respond? Fu Quan. In contemporary times, Fu Quan resembles more of a historical cultural artifact, rarely practiced, existing merely as a cultural specimen in a museum. If he were to reveal this, challengers would undoubtedly come forth. It is better to maintain an air of mystery and say nothing. Noticing Shirley's reticence, Lu Dagon does not press further but instead inquires, Do you have a master now? Shirley ponders for a moment and shakes his head. Is it appropriate to practice under me? What could be inappropriate? Certainly, I am not taking you as a disciple. Your situation is too complex. What I can teach you is merely some fundamental skills, particularly in external techniques. In other aspects, you are on par with me. To be more direct, once your resistance to blows improves, your combat effectiveness will naturally rise. Really? Indeed, your awareness in combat is quite strong, your physical attributes commendable, and your experience not lacking. However, your ability to withstand strikes is woefully inadequate. You cannot even endure the most basic confrontations. If someone casually executes a low kick, you wouldn't dare to withstand it. How can you fight like that, right? Shirley is acutely aware of his shortcomings. However, this skill cannot be cultivated overnight. It requires, at a minimum, 2 to 3 years of diligent practice, and at most 7 to 8 years, to develop a resilience that can match one's current practical experience and awareness in combat. What is meant by resilience? It refers to the ability to endure daily blows, to strike sandbags, and to kick wooden posts, all of which forge an unwavering capacity to withstand pain. This process hones both the body and spirit, sharpening the nerves and willpower. When one can endure pain without it affecting their mindset or technical execution, their resilience can be deemed satisfactory. However, such training should not be undertaken haphazardly. It is best to have a master to guide you. In the absence of a master, one must seek a seasoned sparring partner. Lu Dagon's intentions are quite clear. He wishes to assume the role of this sparring partner. Yet, one must ponder what is Lu Dagon truly seeking by doing this. Chapter 76. Nini Shirley was reluctant to judge others with a petty mindset. Yet, in this world, how could there exist love or hatred without reason? He had merely met Lu Dagon for the first time, and the latter's fervent enthusiasm raised suspicions. It was hard to believe that he harbored no ulterior motives. Perhaps some might believe it, but certainly not him. Fu Qingzhu had traversed a multitude of intrigues throughout his life, encountering a myriad of individuals and gaining profound insights into human nature and the human heart. After inheriting Fu Qingzhu's legacy, He had become a reincarnation of that master. How could he so easily place his trust in others? Of course, he was aware that the societal environment today was far removed from that of 400 or 500 years ago. He was not engaged in any grand endeavors to restore the Ming dynasty, and his circumstances were undoubtedly less perilous than those of Fu Qingzhu. However, a lack of danger did not equate to an absence of schemes. In fact, often the covert machinations were far more perilous than overt weapons. Thus, while he outwardly accepted Lu Dagan's kindness, he inwardly remained vigilant. As Shirley caught the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the courtyard, he stepped back with a smile. "Uncle, let us pause here for today. I shall ponder over what you have taught me, and if I have any questions, I will return for your guidance." Lu Dagan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. These are merely the basics. Come, wash your face and let us eat." Shirley nodded, just beginning to rise when he abruptly turned his gaze towards a head peeking over the outer wall. It was a little girl. The moment she met Shirley's eyes, she startled and quickly retreated, vanishing from sight. Only then did Lu Dagan notice Shirley's reaction and chuckled. "That's my little granddaughter. Quite lively, I must say. It's all my doing." "Oh?" Shirley inquired, intrigued. "She practiced a bit of the basics with me when she was younger. Later, her father thought that starting so young was detrimental to her health, claiming it would hinder her growth, so I ceased her training. I figured I could teach her again when she turned 17 or 18, but she was determined to train. Every day after school, she would climb the wall to watch me practice. When I wasn't around, she would sneak in to practice on her own." There was a certain validity to this perspective. Practicing traditional martial arts could indeed impede growth. If one merely practiced forms, it would not be an issue. It could even aid in shaping one's physique, enhancing temperament, and promoting health. However, engaging in serious training could have significant repercussions, particularly with Lu Dagan's external martial arts, which were most grueling and exhausting in the foundational stages. No amount of supplementation could compensate for the energy expended during training, inevitably affecting growth and development. One merely had to observe those who began martial arts training at a young age. Most were of shorter stature. While they often possessed a robust and fierce demeanor, in modern society, being short was a considerable disadvantage. Thus, Lu Dagan's son's approach was quite reasonable. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. There were indeed individuals who had diligently practiced martial arts from a young age yet grew tall and robust. But who would wish to gamble with their own children on such probabilities? As the conversation unfolded, Lu Dagan couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, candidly expressing that the decline of traditional martial arts was not surprising, given the current societal landscape lacks the fertile ground for its survival. Shirley remained non-committal about this assertion, as he believed that such dilemmas could be resolved on his end. However, being unfamiliar with Lu Dagan's domestic situation during their first meeting, he refrained from commenting further, merely chuckling, "It is indeed a pity for such a young lady to pursue this discipline under your guidance." "Alas, it is true," Lu Dagan lamented. "These external martial practices are not particularly accommodating for young girls. Thus, I often find myself practicing in her absence, yet her fondness for it is undeniable. I am contemplating finding her a distinguished master." Shirley understood immediately. It became evident that the elderly gentleman had set his sights on him, or, more accurately, on his master. This was quite reasonable, considering Shirley's physical attributes and the prowess he had displayed, which perfectly aligned with Lu Dagan's criteria. Establishing a solid foundation without hindering her growth, and refining her skills once she reached maturity. What a splendid plan. Realizing this, Shirley felt a wave of relief wash over him. This matter was neither overly complicated nor exceedingly simple. Yet, before Lu Dagan explicitly broached the topic, Shirley would feign ignorance. Returning to the front yard, the aroma of the meal intensified. The young girl who had been peeking over the wall was now dutifully serving dishes. The dining table was nestled beneath the grape trellis in the courtyard. Although the sun was blazing, the shade of the trellis provided a refreshing respite. Upon seeing Shirley, the girl greeted him with a sweet smile. "Hello, uncle." Shirley scrutinized her form. She was not particularly tall, standing at about 1.50 meters, slightly sturdy, with a hint of a robust demeanor. It must be said, her physique bore a resemblance to that of a boy. However, her face was quite delicate, with charming and refined features that naturally endeared her to others. No wonder Lu Dagon's son hesitated to let his daughter train under Lu Dagon's tutelage. Were he in Shirley's position, he too would hesitate to transform a girl with such picturesque features into a female warrior. Fortunately, she was still young, with ample opportunity for correction. Engaging in yoga or dance could nurture her into a graceful beauty. After washing his face, he took a seat beside Lu Dagon and began to eat. While dining, they conversed casually about daily matters and collections, deliberately avoiding any mention of martial arts, which fostered a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, they brewed some tea. Seizing the moment when no one else was around, Lu Dagon leaned in and whispered, "Shirtu, what do you think of Nini?" Just as anticipated, Shirley suppressed a smile but feigned ignorance. She is quite lovely, polite, attractive and diligent. A good girl. I mean, her talent. What talent? The talent for martial arts. Well, Shirtu, please don't be coy. I know you have a distinguished master guiding you. Although you have yet to practice, your theoretical knowledge is undoubtedly solid. Once you supplement her foundational skills, she will become a master in her own right. Thus, I wish for Nini to become your disciple and learn the methods that allow one to embody martial prowess without extensive foundational training. So this was the elderly gentleman's intention. After contemplating for a moment, Shirley realized that his situation was indeed quite similar to what Lu Dagon had described. He had not practiced the fundamentals for an entire day, yet he possessed tangible skills that were applicable in real combat. This training approach could effectively alleviate many of Lu Dagon's son's concerns, as it would neither impede Nini's development nor hinder her progress in martial arts. Unfortunately, such a training method does not exist in this world. The remarkable prowess he had acquired was far too extraordinary to be replicated or inherited. Of course, he could teach effectively if given the chance. However, the question remained, why should he? He was still quite young himself and lacked the inclination to mentor others. At that moment, Lu Dagon spoke up. "Shirtu, I certainly would not have you toil in vain. If you're willing to guide this child, I will allow you to select 3 antique pieces from the upstairs collection. If you choose to accept her as your disciple, you may take them all." Chapter 77. The immortal Chi tree, white and colorless. Shirley felt a stirring in his heart. Accepting a disciple could yield ancient artifacts worth millions, even tens of millions. Even if this disciple were as dull as a pig, it would still be a worthwhile investment. Moreover, in contemporary society, taking on a disciple carries minimal risk. Even if trouble arises, it would merely entail skirmishes among peers, a far cry from the monumental upheaval of rebellion. It is worth noting that Fu Qingzhu was a legendary figure who had spent his life leading revolts. As Fu Qingzhu's heir, would he truly be apprehensive about such trivial risks? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Lu Dagon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into joy, exclaiming, "Nini, come forth and pay your respects to your master." The young girl dashed out like the wind, dropping to her knees in front of Shirley, exclaiming brightly, "Greetings, master." Shirley smiled warmly and inquired, "What is your full name?" "Lu Ziki," she replied. "For what need is there to be buried in one's hometown? Where in life is there not a green mountain?" The Z in my name signifies the white and colorless Chi tree, while the Chi represents the less fragrant peach blossoms of the Queen Mother. Shirley raised an eyebrow. This young girl was quite intriguing. To elucidate her full name using classical poetry was a feat that would likely escape the understanding of those lacking in cultural knowledge. The explanation for the Z character was more straightforward, as the poem was widely known. However, her interpretation of Chi was particularly clever. Of course, for Shirley, this was not extraordinary. In ancient times, educated individuals often engaged in such wordplay, sometimes using even more obscure characters to explain their names, showcasing their cultural depth while gauging the intellect of their interlocutors. Fu Qingzhu had long since outgrown such childish games. Yet, in this era, a girl of 7 or 8 possessing such awareness was praiseworthy. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction, absent-mindedly stroking his chin before discreetly withdrawing his hand, mimicking Fu Qingzhu's habitual gesture, even though he had yet to grow much facial hair. He then inquired, "What is your birth date?" "On the morning of the day of the Earth Dragon in the month of the Ding Mao of the year of the horse," she replied. Shirley mused, calculating silently. She was born on the morning of February 10th, 2014. This is my first time accepting a disciple, and I lack experience. I have no established rules here except for one. The knowledge I impart to you must not be shared with anyone without my permission. Do you understand? I do. Can you abide by this? I can. Good, rise. At that moment, Lu Dagon appropriately presented Nini with a cup of tea. She accepted it and held it out before Shirley, saying, "Master, please have some tea." "Very well," he replied. The legendary tea of apprenticeship, akin to the tea exchanged during a bride's entrance into her new home. Traditionally, the act of taking on a disciple in ancient times was a significant ceremony, comparable to weddings and funerals, and should be conducted with great care to ensure respect for both parties. However, in modern society, such formalities have largely diminished. Only a few individuals relish the spectacle, like the comedian Guopongzi, who, in his quest for attention, would eagerly transport the apprenticeship ceremony to the national stage for profit. Shirley felt no such need and thus refrained from unnecessary fuss. He accepted the teacup, took a sip, and returned it to Nini's hands. Nini placed the tea bowl aside on the stone table, then stood up and earnestly exclaimed, "Master." Though the gesture was modest, it was delivered with sincerity. The attention to detail indicated that Lu Dagon had imparted his teachings with great care. After all, how would a 7- or 8-year-old elementary student grasp such nuances? This suggests that Lu Dagon had long contemplated finding a worthy teacher for Nini, rather than acting on a whim. Their meeting must have been a fortuitous convergence, aligning perfectly with Lu Dagon's aspirations. This exemplifies the principle of being prepared even when not required, rather than being unprepared when the need arises. Shirley inhaled deeply, removed a jade pendant from around his neck, adjusted the cord's length, and then placed it around Nini's neck, saying, "This is a token of our meeting. It may not hold great monetary value, but it offers numerous advantages. Wear it well and refrain from removing it unnecessarily." Nini obediently offered a bow, replying, "Thank you, master." However, Lu Dagon appeared somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "Shirley, this is unnecessary. It is too precious." "I purchased it at a market for less than 300 yuan, Shirley replied. "It was quite a steal. I believe it dates back to before the Han Dynasty, possibly even the pre-Qin period, and its quality is exceptional, with exquisite craftsmanship." "Indeed, it is an artifact from the pre-Qin era," Lu Dagon affirmed, "though it is not Hetian jade, but rather Dushan jade. The artistry was considered refined for its time, yet pales in comparison to modern standards." "Such remarks are unwarranted." Lu Dagon shook his head, eager to articulate further thoughts. However, Shirley interjected, "All right, let us not frighten Nini." With that, he pulled Nini close for a moment, assessing her stature, then squeezed her shoulders and arms. "You are a promising student. Practice the skills you have learned, and allow me to observe your fundamentals." "Yes, master," Nini responded, and without hesitation, she began to practice in her school uniform. Remarkably, she exhibited considerable prowess, demonstrating a nascent level of skill. In a real confrontation, she could easily outmatch several boys her age. She possessed significant strength and had begun to grasp the techniques of Tong Bei Quan. With a single strike, she could break a brick laid flat on the ground, not the typical theatrical display of breaking bricks with a raised hand. Of course, practical combat and breaking bricks are not the same. An opponent would not remain as still as a brick waiting for a strike. Nonetheless, breaking bricks can indeed serve as a measure of one's martial prowess, as such tests cannot be conducted on a person but rather on bricks, wooden posts, or stones. Yet, it raises a concern. For a girl as young as Nini to practice such techniques seems somewhat inappropriate. People from Shandong typically possess robust physiques, and training rigorously during their developmental years would only lead to greater strength, which explains why Nini's father opposes her continued practice of Tong Bei Quan. With this in mind, he advised her, "What your grandfather has taught you can be set aside for now. I will teach you a set of boxing techniques that you may practice in your spare time. They will prove beneficial, but I must travel to the capital soon and cannot offer you guidance frequently. You will need to rely on your own diligence. Do you understand?" "Yes, master. I will practice diligently," Nini assured him. "Follow me," Shirley said, proceeding without delay to the backyard, where he closed the door and began teaching her the art of fist boxing. This martial art is extraordinary, a genuine transmission of knowledge that not only solidifies the foundation but also elevates one's limits. Mastering this set of techniques to a competent level yields remarkable results when practicing other martial arts, allowing for exponential progress. It also serves as an aid in one's cultivation. In any case, it is indeed a valuable asset. What? Too generous? Lei does not share that sentiment. Even Fu Qingzhu would not concur. If Fu Qingzhu himself were confronted with such a situation, it would not be just an eye, but even Lu Dagan could learn it. He would be eager for everyone in the world to master this art. Unfortunately, he is not Fu Qingzhu, nor does he possess such a grand vision. He is reluctant to turn this treasure into a common commodity, at least for now. However, teaching it to his first disciple poses no issue. After all, the student shows considerable talent and cleverness. He cannot simply offer subpar materials to his apprentice, especially after receiving such a precious initiation gift. Chapter 78. Substance. Lei instructed for merely an hour and a half, as Nini had to attend school. However, the young girl displayed considerable talent, mastering the fundamentals of boxing to a significant extent in such a short period. With just a few more days of practice, she would likely attain full proficiency. At that juncture, she could delve into deeper aspects, such as breathing techniques, vital energy, and visualization, elements that constitute the essence of internal martial arts. It is worth noting that internal martial arts is essentially a confluence of combat techniques and elements from traditional Chinese medicine, as well as Buddhist and Taoist philosophies. The term internal martial arts did not exist before the Qing dynasty, although the practice itself had long been established. It was only during the mid-Qing period that various styles and classifications of martial arts emerged, leading to a flourishing of the martial arts community, with an increasing number of rules governing the underworld, which became ever more convoluted. By the time of the Republic, it had reached its zenith, only to plummet after the liberation. Presently, however, there seems to be a resurgence. Undoubtedly, wherever there are people, there exists a community of sorts. This adage holds true. Whenever interests are at stake, conflict is inevitable. Even in the most civilized societies, there lurk primal instincts. When pushed to the brink, individuals may instinctively resort to the most rudimentary forms of combat to eliminate their foes. No one is exempt. The essence of cultivation transcends mere physical enhancement. It also involves confronting one's own primal instincts and striving for true self-transcendence, rather than becoming ensnared in the brutality of combat. Yet, few attain such heights. Even esteemed masters like Fu Qingzhu only reach this understanding in their later years. Lei, of course, did not possess such lofty aspirations or enlightenment. He was but an ordinary man, content with strengthening his body and enhancing himself. The same applied to his teaching. Thus, he refrained from imparting convoluted philosophies to Nini, opting instead to present her with tangible knowledge. There was no need for superfluous dialogue. The focus was solely on substance. Everyone's intentions were clear, and there was no reason to squander words. As for the wisdom of life, that cannot be taught directly. Rather, it requires subtle influence through everyday experiences. Once Nini had left for school, Lu Dagan made his appearance. How is Nini's talent? He inquired. No doubt about it, old Lu. Your teachings have laid a solid foundation for her. Otherwise, I would indeed have been troubled. Indeed, it is a pity she is a girl. Had she been a boy, Nini could have sparred with you more effectively now. I concede that you are a good teacher, adept at imparting knowledge. Why not take on a disciple? Lu Dagan chuckled wryly. In this day and age, how many parents are willing to subject their children to such hardships? There are not many students in martial schools. After all, those who attend are often either unruly children sent for reform or aspiring stars seeking fame. The truly dedicated practitioners are few and far between. This is hardly surprising, for practicing martial arts does not provide a livelihood. In ancient times, particularly during the Qing and Republican eras, mastering martial arts not only garnered fame but also conferred a certain status within the community, allowing one to live quite comfortably. Even running errands, serving as a bodyguard, or enlisting in the military can be a pathway, especially for one with exceptional skills, making it easier to rise above the rest. But what about now? Opening a martial arts school? Competing in tournaments? The martial arts schools and competitions of today are nothing like those of ancient times. They have become mere businesses. It's not enough to be skilled. One must also possess the acumen to navigate the competitive landscape. It may sound convoluted, But those who understand know that being skilled and being adept are two distinct matters. To be skilled refers to the hierarchy of one's physical prowess, while being adept involves the social nuances required to earn a living. The disparity is palpable. Moreover, in today's societal milieu, only a select few can even compete, and the number of those who achieve prominence through competition is exceedingly rare. Most have shifted careers, often burdened with a plethora of injuries. As for opening a martial arts school, the prerequisites of the past, true expertise, are no longer essential. Nowadays, having money suffices. In truth, there are very few who genuinely teach martial arts. Most merely cater to children and urban professionals seeking relaxation or a chance to show off. Even among those who teach combat, they often impart techniques of commercial combat, which are stripped of their traditional essence. A prime example is their approach to defense. They typically focus only on safeguarding the face and chest, neglecting vital areas such as the groin, throat, back of the head, and ribs, which are critical in real combat scenarios. In competitions, these vital areas may remain untouched, yet in actual confrontations, who does not aim for these critical points? Great masters like Fu Qingzhu, when engaging in real combat, instinctively target these areas without consideration of what is deemed fair play. Even against weaker opponents, they do not hold back. There are those who do show restraint in real combat, but they often meet dire fates. If we tally the renowned martial arts masters throughout history who survived to achieve greatness, we find that they were all formidable and ruthless individuals. Li Shuwen, Sun Lutong, Dong Haichuan, Gui Yunshin, and others. They never held back, either refraining from striking or decisively overcoming their opponents. Consequently, the environment for traditional martial arts to thrive in modern society has become exceedingly constrained, relegated almost entirely to self-amusement. Lu Dagan's reluctance to take on disciples becomes understandable, as does Shi Lei's similar sentiment. Were it not for Lu Dagan's genuine willingness, he would not have accepted Ni as a disciple. To put it plainly, the allure lies in Lu Dagan's collection of antiques, valued at millions, imbued with a certain aura. The benefits are indeed considerable. In ancient times, one could study under dozens of esteemed masters, even inviting the world's most formidable grandmasters to serve as teachers. In modern times, with ample wealth, securing an admission slot at a prestigious university is hardly a challenge. The opportunity to learn martial arts is more than sufficient. Only an eccentric like Lu Dagan, who does not regard money with the same seriousness, would act in such a manner. After a lengthy conversation, Shi Lei eventually took his leave, taking only a handful of exquisite items, promising to return with a larger vehicle for the remainder. On the way, Su Jing remained silent, scrutinizing Shi Lei without so much as a blink. Amused, Shi Lei queried, "Don't you recognize me?" Su Jing nodded. "I can't shake the suspicion that you've been swapped out. The Shi Lei I know is completely different." "In what way am I different?" "Everywhere is different. In the past, you possessed nothing but a face and a mouth, devoid of understanding and knowledge, with your mind occupied solely by thoughts of women. And now, aside from women, you are well versed in many matters. Your physique has improved beyond measure, and your eloquence has flourished." Upon hearing this, Shi Lei erupted into hearty laughter. Ever since rekindling his romance with Su Jing, this woman has remarked several times on his remarkable transformation. While it is undoubtedly due to the legacy of Fu Qingzhu, he still takes great delight in it. The feeling of being astonishingly transformed, even revered by others, is truly gratifying. What meaning is there in returning home in glory if it goes unappreciated? It is a similar notion. With such a profound change, how dull life would be without the admiration of others. Shi Lei longs for the entire world to recognize the metamorphosis he has undergone. Chapter 79. A good dog. Shi Lei returned from Lu Dagan's home with a total of 18 antiques. The first 3 were his payment for appraising Lu Dagan's collection, while the remaining 15 were a generous gift for accepting Ni as his disciple. It is worth noting the lavish nature of this gift. One wonders how Lu Dagan could place such trust in Shi Lei's ability to teach Ni well, fearing not the prospect of a fruitless endeavor. Perhaps it is the instinct of a martial artist? Upon returning to Su Jing's residence, Shi Lei meticulously catalogued the antiques. That evening, he refrained from going anywhere and, after ensuring Su Jing was asleep, began to extract the spiritual energy contained within the artifacts. The following day, As Su Jing departed for work, he continued his extraction. For 7 consecutive days, he remained indoors, apart from brief video calls with his sister, mother, and Zhou Yuqing, dedicating all his time to the collection of antiques. After a restful slumber of over 20 hours, he awoke to find Su Jing gazing at him with concern. Unable to resist, he embraced her and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. "I'm fine," he assured her. "Really?" she inquired. "I'm just tired. Would you like to sleep a bit longer?" "No, I shall rise now. You wash up first. I will prepare some food." By the time Shirley finished his morning routine, Su Jing had prepared a dish accompanied by soup and a generous bowl of beef noodles. The aroma was delightful. Shirley wasted no time and began to eat heartily, while Su Jing sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand, watching him devour his meal. 20 minutes later, Shirley raised the large bowl and drained the broth in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. "What a delight! Jing Jing, let us discuss these treasures." Su Jing blinked. "What is there to discuss? I will send everything for auction." "No, those from the Spring City should be handled by you, but the ones from Lu Dagan need to go through different channels." "What channels?" "Private channels, ideally transformed into cash before the 15th of August. That's quite pressing. Let us strive for it, who knows?" Shirley said, pulling Su Jing into an embrace and kissing her again. "I know you have connections." Su Jing hesitated but soon succumbed to Shirley's charm. As the head of the Giant auction house in Island City, Su Jing indeed possessed ample connections and resources. However, these methods somewhat contradicted the company's regulations. Most companies prohibit employees from completing transactions through private channels, as this practice undermines the organization. If one has a source and chooses not to channel it through the company, but rather sells directly to individuals using personal networks, the company would certainly not tolerate it. Yet, such behavior cannot be entirely eradicated. When a friend seeks your assistance in making a connection, how can one refuse? Thus, as long as it does not induce the original consignors to sell directly to private customers, there should be no issue. Shirley planned to auction off a portion of his goods while privately trading the rest. For the auction house, this would not be regarded as a loss, as he had no intention of auctioning that part anyway. Whether through Su Jing's channels or others, those antiques would find their way to market, even if it meant resorting to a pawn shop due to his urgent need for cash. Consequently, Su Jing, after a brief resistance, acquiesced to the arrangement. In terms of connections, there is absolutely no need for concern. Su Jing's position inherently relies on networking. Without connections, one cannot maintain stability. Indeed, the first phone call assured that. However, delivery to the door is required. Half an hour later, Shirley and Su Jing arrived at the foot of Laoshan, driving into a village and ascending the mountain for a few minutes before halting in front of a villa. The villa appeared unremarkable, yet it was quite spacious. It was evident that it had been constructed by affluent individuals under the guise of a rural residence. Such villas are abundant around Laoshan. Not only there, but also in other scenic areas, as long as the local committee and villagers have no objections and ecological integrity is preserved. There are no issues, unlike those villa complexes that disrupt the landscape within scenic spots. To put it plainly, it was a lavishly built farmhouse. Not much different from Lu Dagan's yard, except that the owner was a wealthy city dweller. Nonetheless, even so, constructing such a large villa here requires a considerable sum of money. The gate was ajar, and Shirley and Su Jing entered directly. A robust German shepherd charged out, glaring at the two, until a middle-aged woman inside called out, prompting the dog to retreat to the shade in silence. "Good dog," Shirley praised inwardly, sincerely admiring the creature. A dog of such intelligence could have exchanged for a residence in the imperial city during the Ming dynasty. Fu Qingzhu had several fine dogs in his youth, all well-trained. Yet in terms of physique, appearance, and intellect, they were evidently inferior to this German shepherd, which was already considered exceptional at the time and greatly cherished by Fu Qingzhu. This left Shirley somewhat tempted. Once settled, he must have a dog like that. Meanwhile, Su Jing had begun conversing with the middle-aged woman. After entering and sitting down, a man in pajamas descended from the stairs. "Ah, Xiao Su, you've come." His gaze shifting to Shirley. "You must be Shirley?" Shirley nodded slightly. "You are?" "I've heard of you." The middle-aged man, slightly balding and with a prosperous visage, yet appearing somewhat frail, said, I had a brief acquaintance with your father, but that was several years ago. Please have a seat. Did you bring the items? Yes. Shirley placed the 8 paintings of flowers and birds by Bada Shan Ren on the coffee table, opened them directly, and gestured invitingly. The middle-aged man examined them with a magnifying glass for a short while. Genuine. What's your asking price? 3 million. 2,800,000. Shirley opened his mouth, ultimately uttering 2 words. Deal. This transaction proved to be his most effortless one yet. His asking price was already quite generous, exceeding the market rate and nearing auction prices. He had mentally prepared for negotiation. He could have reluctantly accepted as low as 1,800,000. However, the other party was so straightforward, only symbolically countering by 20,000. It was uncertain whether the individual was simply naive with money or genuinely generous. In just 3 exchanges, a transaction of 2,800,000 was completed. Observing the relaxed expression of the individual during the transaction, Shirley could only feel a pang of envy. This is the essence of affluence. In comparison to them, what was he before? Indeed, in the current societal milieu, wealth reigns supreme. After the transfer of 2,800,000, Shirley and Su Jing rose to take their leave, and the middle-aged man made no effort to retain them, merely languidly remarking that if there were any works by the 8 eccentrics or of a similar caliber, they could be sent over. Shirley and Su Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Once outside, they inquired about the man's background. Su Jing shook her head, admitting her limited knowledge, stating only that he had an immense passion for various ancient paintings and hardly haggled over prices, indicating substantial wealth. What is his name? Su Chen, with the surname Su from Shuchong and the given name Chen. Is he a businessman? Presumably, though I once overheard our boss mention that he is a dangerous character and advised me to limit my interactions with him. Chapter 80. A dangerous individual. A dangerous individual? Indeed, our employer did not elaborate on the nature of this danger. They merely advised us to limit our interactions with this person. Shirley furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet he found no clarity. Ordinarily, if someone were truly dangerous, his keen perception would surely have uncovered some subtle hints. However, he sensed no anomalies earlier. Su Chan appeared to be an unremarkable, frail, middle-aged man. Nevertheless, Su Jing's superior must have had valid reasons for such a warning. Someone of that stature would hardly speak without basis. Thus, it was imperative to heed the caution. Resolutely, he nodded. Very well. I shall refrain from further contact with this individual. Shirley was not one to indulge in curiosity. If Su Jing deemed Su Chen a dangerous person, then it was prudent to keep distance, albeit lamenting the lost opportunity of a generous client. Yet, there were plenty of affluent collectors in the world, and one could easily find others to engage with. After lunch, Su Jing reached out to another prominent client, residing in the same region of Laoshan, yet within the city limits. This individual was a distinguished collector, well known in the island city, a name Shirley had heard before but never encountered due to the disparity in their social standings. The realm of collecting was rife with stratification. The pinnacle of this hierarchy was occupied by the elite collectors, perched atop the social ladder, possessing wealth sufficient to acquire the finest treasures. Beneath them lay the professionals from various auction houses and top-tier appraisers and collectors, whose expertise commanded significant authority within the industry. Should 2 or 3 such individuals concur on the authenticity of a piece, doubt would rarely arise, for their word was deemed law. Even the most equally esteemed dissenters would find themselves embroiled in a protracted debate. Further down the hierarchy were the local practitioners, the influential figures within the regional collecting circles, wielding substantial financial resources, insight, and connections, capable of commanding respect and influence in their domains. In contrast, Shirley's father, a modest antique shop owner with a net worth in the tens of millions, belonged to the lower middle tier of the collecting world, sufficient to sustain a comfortable living but lacking any substantial influence, akin to ordinary smallholders amidst the peasantry and landowners. At the very bottom were those engaged in menial trades, such as street vendors and laborers, whose ascent through the social ranks proved arduous. The buyer he was to meet was a local heavyweight in the island city's collecting community. Known as Yang, senator sharing a name with Shirley's mother's attending physician, Yang was over 60 years of age, with assets exceeding 1 billion, serving as the president of the Island City Collectors Association and holding various other prestigious titles across commerce. sports, and entertainment. He was a formidable figure, comparable to Zhou Jinshan, though their paths seldom crossed, each existing in seemingly separate realms of influence. To Shirley's surprise, Yang Sen's villa was not particularly large. Though exquisitely decorated, it exuded a sense of compactness. Although there are certainly other properties. What surprised him even more was that Yang San was already waiting at the door, and upon seeing him and Su Jing, he quickly took a few steps forward, beaming and waving. "Xiao Su, it's been a while since we last met. The last time was during your spring auction, wasn't it?" Su Jing hastened to support Yang Sen, saying, "Mr. Yang, you are too kind. We are hardly worthy of your personal welcome. It is quite overwhelming." Shirley also took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Mr.
Yang.
My name is Shirley. Shirley, I know you. I've heard of your name and am aware of your father's situation." "My condolences," Yang Sen replied. Shirley was even more astonished. It seemed that wherever he went, people would utter such sentiments. Although the collecting circle is not large and news travels swiftly, it felt somewhat excessive for everyone to express such condolences. One might think that Shirley was a person of great significance. Despite having a modicum of renown, it mostly stemmed from negative connotations, being labeled as a frivolous playboy and wastrel. Did he truly warrant the attention of a figure as esteemed as Yang Sen? Once inside and settled, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Shirley presented several antiques he had brought, laying them out on the table for Yang San to examine. Yang San leisurely donned his glasses and scrutinized each piece. The room fell into a hushed silence. The 6 antiques Shirley had brought were the most exquisite and valuable items he had managed to procure from Lu Dagan, with each piece valued at 7 figures in the market. These included a yellow-glazed, dark-carved, dragon-patterned celestial vase, a mid-Ming jade dragon-patterned plaque, a Qianlong blue and white water basin featuring sea wave patterns, a mid-Qing lotus-shaped Changni inkstone, a Daoguang copper body-painted powder-color lady figure snuff bottle, and a Jiaqing powder-color plate adorned with a 100 children motif. There was no room for compromise. This was Yang San, the most prestigious buyer Shirley could currently engage with, and it was imperative to showcase only the finest. Missing this opportunity would make it challenging to find such a distinguished collector again, especially one as versatile as Yang San, who was not picky and collected antiques from all categories, in stark contrast to Su Chun, who exclusively focused on old paintings. After a full half hour, Yang San finally set down the magnifying glass and removed his reading glasses, praising, "These are all excellent pieces, truly remarkable." Shirley smiled, "When presenting goods to you, I must certainly showcase the best." This statement, however, felt somewhat insincere. Why hadn't he brought the floral deity cup previously? Yang Sen chuckled, "Just a jest. In the past, I knew you while you did not know me. In the future, feel free to show me any fine items. However, the floral deity cup is indeed exquisite. I specifically sought it out to inspect the actual piece, and it is a genuine treasure, stunningly beautiful. If I encounter another floral deity cup, I will certainly deliver it to your door." Ha ha ha, indeed, young people possess such vigor and ambition. Yet, it must be said, it is truly the younger generation that has such fortune. We older folks are too weary to even stir, and when good items appear, they seldom come our way. Hehehe. I too am jesting. I am nearly complete with the set of floral deity cups. There are only about 3 or 4 scattered out there, and who knows if they have long since shattered. It would take immense luck to find a second one. That is certainly not a given. The nature of luck is elusive, and one can never predict when it may grace them. Moreover, your fortune has always been quite favorable, has it not? Indeed, I have inquired about your circumstances, and the achievements you enjoy today are not solely the result of your diligence but also the benevolence of fate. Would you not agree? Shirley raised an eyebrow. What does this old fellow mean? Is he genuinely suggesting that he is fortunate? Or is there a deeper implication? Meeting Yang Sen's gaze with courage, he scrutinized it closely. It appeared to reveal nothing and yet everything at once. That look was intricate, embodying the qualities expected of a successful individual in his 60s. Wisdom, composure, and a remarkable depth of insight. Chapter 81. Heaven helps those who help themselves. When Shirley met Yang Sen's gaze, he experienced a fleeting moment of heart palpitations, as if his very soul had been laid bare. This sensation was peculiar. He had felt something akin to this when he first encountered Zhou Yuqing, though familiarity with her had alleviated it somewhat. Could it be that? A bold thought emerged in his mind. Yet, he revealed none of this on his face, merely responding with a smile. Mr. Yang is indeed correct. Luck is an enigma that eludes comprehension and control. One cannot anchor their hopes on the whimsical nature of fortune. Ultimately, it is one's own efforts that matter. Therefore, I firmly believe in the adage, heaven helps those who help themselves. Ah, what a splendid phrase. Yang Sun chuckled heartily. I find myself increasingly admiring you. Do visit me more often. Certainly. Now, let us discuss business. What is your price? For a package of 15 million. For each individual piece, 3 million. Is that so? Yang Sen raised an eyebrow. Such a price. Shirley remained composed. It's not exorbitant, is it? I had anticipated you might demand a premium. When conducting business with someone in the same field, there is no need for petty tricks. That would only squander time and sour relationships. I prefer to state the market price directly. If you accept it, wonderful. If not, you may seek another buyer. This has always been my approach. Quite commendable. Then let us proceed with the package, Yang Sen nodded. However, I am still quite curious. 2 of the items have a tangible value far exceeding 2 or 3 million. Are you truly willing to part with them so easily? Which 2? Shirley instinctively pondered, inquiring further. Yet, he refrained, instead saying, in business, one cannot solely profit. It is essential to allow the next party to benefit as well. This is how enduring business relationships are forged. Is it merely business? What else could it be? Yang Sen laughed. I find this young man increasingly inscrutable. You must visit me when you have the time. I am certain we will discover common ground. Absolutely. I shall make a point to visit once my current obligations are fulfilled, Shirley assured him, though the weight of suspicion grew heavier in his heart. He was acutely aware of his own status. Wealth? He was a pauper. Identity? Just 2 months ago, he had been a frivolous spendthrift without a care. Once, he had a father of some repute, but that was no longer the case. Although he had encountered serendipity, it remained a secret. Those in the know might only be aware of his recent streak of fortuitous finds. Given his circumstances, it was perplexing that someone like Yang San would attach such importance to him. Yet, he could not decipher Yang Sen's intentions, so he continued to feign agreement, knowing he would soon depart from the island city, confident that if someone were to attempt to abduct him in the capital, they would be met with failure. The 15 million was swiftly transferred. For the affluent, a private transaction of such magnitude was trivial. Transactions amounting to hundreds of millions were commonplace, and daily transfer limits far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The world of the wealthy was undeniably distinct. Previously, Shirley had barely been regarded as wealthy in the eyes of the average person, but compared to someone like Yang San, he was nothing. And even Yang San, when juxtaposed with those possessing greater wealth, was similarly insignificant. In this world, there will always be individuals wealthier than oneself, even if the ostensible richest person holds less disposable cash than certain invisible tycoons, such as those engaged in resource management or finance. On the surface, they may appear unremarkable, yet the true extent of their wealth remains an enigma. However, no matter how affluent others may be, their wealth belongs to them alone. For Shirley, the 15 million he currently possesses is one of the most substantial fortunes he has ever owned. Previously, he had received 20 million, but that was swiftly taken from him. This time, no one would be able to snatch even a single cent from his grasp. After patiently exchanging pleasantries with Yang San, Shirley politely took his leave. Upon exiting, he embraced Su Jing and kissed her. It was a while before he released her, saying, Jing, thank you. Su Jing shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, if you truly wish to thank me, promptly pay me the commission. Haha, no problem. The commission was previously agreed upon, 3%. Even brothers must keep accounts clear, let alone an ex-girlfriend. Shirley found himself perplexed by Su Jing's current status in his life. Whether she was an ex-girlfriend or a present one, the situation was too convoluted for him to decipher, but he understood that financial matters must be meticulously accounted for. Otherwise, conflicts could arise even among the closest of relationships. In these times, clarity regarding money is paramount. While small amounts may be inconsequential, large sums must be handled with precision. Thus, Shirley promptly transferred 500,000 to Su Jing. Su Jing raised an eyebrow. That's 5,000 more. Shirley wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her again. That S for the previous deal. Oh, right, I almost forgot, Su Jing exclaimed with excitement. Let us go to the next place. Hey Shirley, what if I quit my job and just connect you with opportunities? I earn significantly more than at work. Absolutely, I wholeheartedly support that. Yet Su Jing sighed. Forget it. I fear that being near you may shorten my lifespan. Your new girlfriend is no pushover. Shirley held Su Jing close, stating, no matter how formidable she may be, I will ensure she cannot harm a hair on your head. TSK. You really know how to charm. 2 years ago, I fell for your sweet talk and ended up with you. Now, I am no longer swayed by such tactics. I only recognize money now, Mr. Sure. Let us prepare for the next venture. To be honest, I have changed significantly from who I once was. Indeed, while I have evolved, the essence of that scoundrel remains, albeit with more refined methods. Were it not for my steadfast resolve, I might have succumbed once more. Is that so? Let me check. No, please don't. It became evident that Su Jing indeed showed signs of vulnerability, as she was utterly defenseless against Shirley's advances, with her only remaining bastion being her stubbornness. Subsequently, Shirley and Su Jing visited 4 or 5 more establishments, yielding modest results, only a total of 2 million earned. While that was not an insignificant sum, given the lack of initial capital, turning a profit of 2 million through mere transactions would elate many. Yet, Shirley found it difficult to share in that joy, because there remains a considerable distance from his promise to purchase a spacious estate for his sister in the capital. Even if he cannot acquire a mansion starting at 9 figures, he ought to secure a 200 square meter flat. After all, he once resided in a grand villa. Now, adapting to a modest 70 to 80 square meter dwelling feels quite disconcerting. Yet, in the capital, a flat of that size demands at least 20 million yuan. And accounting for various additional expenses, one would need around 25 million yuan in savings. A loan? It is not appropriate to take out a loan to present a graduation gift to his sister. To put it bluntly, Shirley has become somewhat complacent. With a bit of wealth, he has begun to indulge in fanciful notions. If he truly lacked funds, let alone purchasing a mansion or a spacious flat, he would be content merely to rent a decent 2-bedroom apartment. Just as he grappled with the dilemma of sourcing money, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Yang Sen, not the doctor, but the local power broker, Yang Sr. Chapter 82. An unfortunate situation. Shirley instinctively sensed that this was not a favorable situation. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he answered the call. Mr. Yang, this is Shirley. Ah, Shirley, I heard you are in urgent need of funds? Yes, I have a task for you. Will you take it? If successful, I will grant you a 10% commission. 10%? Indeed, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 million. A guaranteed 1 million? What is the task? Make a trip to Ijo, assist me in retrieving some goods. Of course, you must authenticate them. If they are genuine, bring them back to Island City. If they are counterfeits, return directly. How will the payment be calculated? If they are genuine, I will pay you 1 million as a minimum, plus the commission based on market value. If they are counterfeits, you will still receive 1 million upon your return. Shirley furrowed his brow. Authenticate. Retrieve the goods. This was not an entirely novel proposition. Many affluent businessmen, lacking expertise in authentication, resorted to this method, contacting sellers and having a knowledgeable person accompany them with funds for both authentication and retrieval. Generally, at least 2 or 3 individuals would accompany them, and sometimes the owner would also participate. The job of the expert is quite straightforward, to ascertain authenticity. Typically, collectors of significant means have their own designated experts, one or several, and do not randomly select someone for the task. However, it is rare for an expert to command such a substantial fee. Even serving the wealthiest individuals, the compensation is not so lavish. To travel 300 to 500 kilometers for an authentication and receive a starting fee of 1 million. Such opportunities are virtually unheard of. 1 million could easily secure the presence of the director of the capital's renowned museum. Thus, Shirley's intuition urged him to decline. Yet, reason suggested that successfully completing this task could yield considerable profit. If Yang San was willing to spend at least 1 million to hire him for this trip, how much might Yang San himself earn? certainly several million at the very least. Consequently, the potential earnings for Shirley could far exceed 1 million. Moreover, he sensed that this world differed subtly from his previous perceptions. Perhaps this task held the key to discovering new horizons. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Mr. Yang, please elaborate. Come to my home alone," Yang Sen instructed. "Do not disclose this matter to anyone else." Understood. Shirley ended the call and turned to Su Jing, saying, "I need to be away for a few days. Please keep an eye on the house." Su Jing raised an eyebrow. "What is it about?" "That is confidential for now. You mentioned Mr. Yang. Is it he who needs you?" "Yes." "You cannot go." "Why not?" "I don't know why, but I feel that these matters concerning high-profile individuals are best left untouched by us lesser beings." Su Jing pleaded, "Shirley, please listen to me, all right?" Shirley cupped Su Jing's face and kissed her gently, whispering, "If this were earlier, I would certainly heed your words, but now, I find myself compelled." "Compelled?" "Yes, that is about the essence of it. But rest assured, there is no danger. I will return unscathed. Can you guarantee that?"
"Yes, sur you."
"I will return in one piece. Is it lawful?" "Certainly, it is undoubtedly not against the law. Although I may be a scoundrel, I would never engage in any unlawful activities. Let us keep in touch." With that, Shirley leaned in and kissed Su Jing deeply once more, tidied himself up, and drove straight to Yang Sen's residence. Yang Sen was waiting at the door to greet him, his expression still warm and cordial. "Xiaoshi, I truly apologize. I did not intend to trouble you, but with so many matters at hand and lacking suitable candidates, I thought long and hard, and you are indeed the most fitting choice. Please do not take offense." Shirley, however, cut to the chase and inquired, "Mr. Yang, is there a danger? If I were to say no, you would undoubtedly disbelieve me. But to claim there is danger would be somewhat alarmist. It merely concerns a few petty thieves who have set their sights on my goods." "What goods?" "A painting by Xia Chong." Shirley furrowed his brow. "Xia Chong? That individual is indeed remarkable, a powerful official, but even more renowned for his bamboo paintings. Xia Chang's bamboo art stands among the finest in the annals of art history, and it could easily vie for the pinnacle of excellence. While he was still alive, his bamboo paintings were highly sought after, with dignitaries and nobles willing to spend lavishly to acquire a piece, as possessing a Xia Chang bamboo painting was a mark of prestige. Even to this day, Xia Chang's bamboo works do not come cheaply, with many transactions exceeding 10 million, most of which are bamboo paintings. However, even the finest of Xia Chang's creations typically fetch only several tens of millions, at most 100 million. Is it truly worth such an uproar? Authentication? With Yang Sen's connections, what sort of appraiser could he not procure? There is no need to expend such vast sums. Security is even simpler. Hiring a security company for such a short assignment could be accomplished for a mere 100,000. If one seeks additional assurance, employing double the personnel would cost 200,000. Surely that poses no issue? Why resort to sending Shirley, a mere youth he has met only once, on this errand? Therefore, it is evident that the danger is indeed present, and it is not of a trivial nature, certainly not that of common thieves. Yet he still queried, "Mr. Yang, if you are being targeted by thieves, should you not engage a security company or even report to the authorities?" Yang Sen gently shook his head. "Xiaoshi, to be candid, I have investigated your background and conversed with old Zhou. I am aware you are no ordinary individual, if you catch my drift." "What do you mean?" "You are a person of the underworld, and you possess formidable skills and keen insight. Entrusting this task to you gives me greater peace of mind." "Ah!" Shirley was taken aback. "Do not be surprised. Your previous endeavors are known to those of some standing in the island city, which is why I feel confident in assigning this matter to you." Now it made sense. Shirley nodded silently, realizing he had been overestimated by these individuals. His combat abilities were indeed competent, yet his shortcomings were quite apparent. Well, at present, those shortcomings were not as pronounced, considering he had absorbed spiritual energy for an entire week. Under the nurturing of this energy, his physical condition had improved significantly, far surpassing his state from a week ago. Thus, even without traditional martial arts training, his formidable physical prowess and extensive combat experience could elevate him to the ranks of second-tier experts. How high is the standard for a second-tier expert? slightly surpassing Lu Dagan yet marginally inferior to Zhou Yuqing's personal bodyguard, Sister Jie. His combat prowess is undoubtedly assured. In fact, he is likely far stronger than estimations made by individuals such as Yang San and Zhou Jinshan. Within this brief span of merely a week, his capabilities have ascended several tiers. When confronting swindlers like Lu Jinbao, he can secure victory with ease, even in a 1-against-3 scenario. Thus, he nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall accept this task." Yang San, visibly pleased, inquired, "Shall I arrange for my vehicle? Do you require any equipment?" "A staff of equal length, a long sword, along with provisions and water," he replied. "Very well, please wait 10 minutes. Once Yang San had made the necessary arrangements via phone, he continued, "Will there be any other companions accompanying you?" Chapter 83. Kidnapper? "No, it is just you. Having more people would only complicate matters. Is someone there to assist?" "I have already communicated with the seller. You will go directly to him, and no one will trouble you before you receive the goods." "When shall we set off?" "Tomorrow morning is most suitable. Departing around 5 or 6 o'clock will allow us to arrive by 7 or 8, in time to return for lunch." "Who is the seller?" "He is a local collector." "No further information?" "A friend referred him." Shirley sighed, stating that "This is why I am troubling you, a young expert. Should anything go awry, to put it bluntly, you would escape faster than us old-timers." Upon hearing this, Shirley felt a twinge of regret. He should not have taken this job. Although the rewards are substantial, it does not seem particularly reliable. Regardless of his strength, he would be in unfamiliar territory, on someone else's ground. However, Yang San had a point. His youth allows him to flee more swiftly than others, and with his wealth of experience in the underworld, coupled with the esoteric art of plum blossom numerology to aid him, he should be fine. As evening descended, Shirley declined Yang Sen's invitation to dinner, departing in the luxurious car Yang Sen had arranged for him. Yet, he did not return to the hospital or visit Su Jing. Instead, he headed out of the city, making his way directly to Yizhou. Yizhou is merely over 200 kilometers from Daoqing, a drive of no more than 3 hours. If he maintained a swift pace, 2 hours would suffice. By 9 o'clock in the evening, he had already settled in Yizhou, dining, freshening up, and resting as usual. At midnight, he quietly arose, stealthily climbing out of the hotel's rear window, hailing a taxi, and heading straight to the address provided by Yang San's seller. It was in the suburbs, not far, less than 20 minutes away. Upon disembarking, Shirley lit a cigarette, holding it in one hand while casually glancing at his phone as he strolled toward his destination. His attention appeared to be absorbed in his device, resembling a bored young man in no rush to return home. Yet, in reality, he meticulously observed his surroundings, vigilant for any potential ambushes. Recognizing the possibility of danger, he regarded this place as a den of peril. Tonight's primary objective was reconnaissance. Should anything go awry, he would not find himself ensnared by unfamiliar terrain during a hasty retreat. As he wandered, he encountered no anomalies. It was merely an ordinary suburban village in southeastern Shandong, with rows of red brick houses closely packed together, not particularly conducive to combat. This realization eased his mind. There should be no issues with the seller, for if there were indeed a problem, the seller would never disclose the transaction's location here. There were too many ordinary people around, and with neighbors separated only by a thin wall, any disturbance would not escape their notice. The seller's residence resembled the others, a 2-story red brick building, with a yard enclosed by walls over 2 meters high, featuring drainage outlets and a dog door at the base. A heavy black iron gate bore a plaque with gold lettering proclaiming home and prosperity, while shards of glass adorned the top of the wall, and 2 cars were parked at the entrance, one being a BMW X5 with a local license plate from Luqiu. Another vehicle was an old Toyota Land Cruiser, bearing the license plate of Lubi. Shirley furrowed his brow slightly. This was the license plate of the island city. Instinctively, he glanced at the last 3 digits of the BMW's license plate and immediately began to analyze the situation. Moments later, he stealthily retreated into the shadows. The owner of the BMW was in peril, and that danger was likely emanating from the old Toyota. At that moment, a gust of night wind swept by, carrying a metallic scent of blood. Should he venture in to investigate? Shirley hesitated. In such a scenario, whether to feign ignorance and withdraw or to inform Yang San and then distance himself were both prudent choices, allowing him to entirely evade potential risks. Only entering the courtyard to investigate posed the greatest danger. Should he proceed or refrain? Just as he grappled with his indecision, he heard disordered but faint footsteps from the courtyard, followed by the creaking of the heavy iron gate as 3 figures emerged. To be precise, there were 4 individuals. 3 men were hoisting another person. The one being carried was evidently a young girl, her hands and feet bound, her mouth gagged, and as she struggled violently, her long ponytail swayed back and forth. Was this a kidnapping? He watched as the girl was about to be shoved into the trunk. Shirley inhaled deeply, then sprinted forward in a flash, covering the 5 to 6 meters between them with remarkable agility. His fist struck the back of the burly man's head with precision. He then deftly set the girl down on the ground. At that moment, the 2 other burly men, who were preparing to open the car door, finally sensed the impending danger. However, he granted them no respite. Bending low, he swiftly maneuvered around the vehicle and pounced on the man behind the wheel like a tiger lunging for its prey, applying pressure to the back of his head. With a soft thud, the man crumpled to the ground. The remaining burly man, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, leaned over to peer towards the trunk, inquiring, "What is going on, third?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he fell into oblivion. In a flash, 3 men lay lifeless. Shirley's heart remained unperturbed. After all, having endured countless similar encounters, including a remarkable feat of infiltrating a Qing army camp and returning unscathed, dispatching 3 unprepared kidnappers seemed trivial by comparison. With 1 in each hand, he dragged the 3 assailants into the courtyard and discarded them in a corner, covering them with a large oilcloth. Only then did he scoop the bound young girl into his arms and carry her inside. He did not untie her bonds immediately, instead conducting a thorough search of the premises inside and out. Nothing was found. The rooms upstairs appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. Only the downstairs living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 1 bedroom seemed to be regularly used. Furthermore, judging by the shoes and clothing, only female items were present. Contemplating this, he looked up at the girl with the long ponytail he had set on the sofa. Could it be that she was the sole occupant of this place? Although this place lacks nothing, it is evidently not a household devoted to collecting. The oldest item in the home is a modest single-tub washing machine by Little Swan. Could it be that he has knocked on the wrong door? Or perhaps Yang San has provided the wrong address? The thought of the 3 corpses in the corner added to his headache. Approaching the little girl, he crouched down and gently said, "I will untie you. Please do not scream, all right? I am a good person. Trust me, I will not harm you." Pausing for a moment, he smiled and continued, "You seem to be about the same age as my sister. She just completed her college entrance examination and will be starting university in 2 months. What about you? Are you in your 2nd year of high school?" Upon her shaking her head, he inquired, "Oh, not that? Are you in your final year? Just finished your exams as well? Aha, how did you do? Which school did you apply to?" As he spoke, Shirley cut the fabric bindings from the girl's hands and feet. He then took a couple of steps back to signify that he meant her no harm. The little girl, removing the tape from her mouth and wiping her tears, pleaded, "I truly do not know Wang Bin, nor have I heard of Xia Chong. Please, I beg you, let me go." Chapter 84. Trust. Upon hearing the girl's words, Shirley furrowed his brow slightly. The implications within her statement were profoundly revealing, at least threefold. Firstly, Wang Bin, the name of the seller, had been disclosed to Shirley by Yang Sen. However, the address did not align, suggesting that the girl was unfamiliar with anyone named Wang Bin. Perhaps she genuinely did not know him, or perhaps the name itself was a fabrication. Secondly, it was evident that this young girl had been harassed by numerous individuals, as her usage of the term "you" indicated that she was not alone in her plight. Thirdly, it appeared that those who harassed her were primarily targeting Xia Chong, or more precisely, the artwork of Xia Chong. Yet herein lies the conundrum. No matter how invaluable Xia Chang's paintings may be, it seemed implausible that they would incite such chaos, culminating in a kidnapping incident. Across the globe, there exists a plethora of collectibles valued in the tens of millions, and the majority of their owners are ordinary individuals, seldom subjected to robbery or even kidnapping, particularly within the domestic sphere. Thus, where does the true issue reside? Is it that this particular painting by Xiaochong is excessively precious? Or is it, in fact, a trap? Shirley sensed a palpable aura of crisis. However, he could not simply withdraw. With a sigh, he gestured for the girl to take a seat on the sofa before pouring 2 cups of hot water, handing one to her with earnestness. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shirley, a native of Island City. I am here on behalf of someone to purchase a painting from a seller named Wang Bin, who provided this address for the transaction. Yet, it is manifestly apparent that this information is erroneous. Noticing that the girl's demeanor had calmed somewhat, he continued, many have been misled by this false information. I am neither the first nor the last. Therefore, your situation is precarious. If you are willing to trust me, we must leave this place together. I. The girl clutched the cup, seemingly at a loss, still in a state of shock. Shirley shook his head. At this juncture, fear serves no purpose. None can predict whether others may target you again. Some individuals may pose no threat, while others are devoid of humanity. What is your name? She asked timidly. Li Chanqian. Chanqian, which school do you attend? Beijing Normal University. Your academic performance is commendable, he remarked. Yes, you should consider heading to the capital soon. In the capital, few dare to misbehave. Once school commences, have your acceptance letter held by a teacher or classmate until you return to collect it, or request that they mail it to you. Li Chanqian remained silent, gripping the cup tightly and fidgeting. What is it? Do you have reservations? Shirley resolved to unveil a significant revelation. I will also be going to the capital shortly, along with my mother and younger sister. By the way, did I not mention that my sister is also taking the college entrance examination this year, and she has performed remarkably well? You may have heard of her, Shi Miao, our province's science top scorer. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, opened his album, and presented it to her. Here are some photos. Take a look. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Li Chanqian suddenly lifted her gaze. Shi Miao? Indeed. I am Shi Miao's elder brother, and within this collection lies a trove of photographs capturing moments from our lives, some of which date back several years. It would be rather implausible for me to have orchestrated an elaborate deception stretching back that far, especially involving your esteemed female scholar. The costs would be exorbitant. Li Chanqian delicately perused the album, her expression gradually softening, clearly convinced. The persuasive power of the female scholar is indeed formidable. Observing this, Shirley let out a sigh of relief. Once Li Chanqian departed, he felt a sense of liberation. Whether she chose to leave or stay, he would remain unencumbered. Yet, he found it difficult to abandon Li Chanqian to the uncertainties of this place. What if a new wave of ruthless kidnappers were to arrive? Should anything befall her, he would never forgive himself. Neither he nor Fu Qingzhu would stand idly by in the face of such calamity, despite not being paragons of virtue themselves. Moments later, Li Chanqian, her cheeks aflame, tossed her phone aside as if she had touched a searing iron. Shirley, taken aback, picked up the device and chuckled. It appeared she had stumbled upon some rather provocative photographs he had taken, images of him and Su Jing engaging in rather tumultuous escapades. Even he found it hard to maintain composure upon viewing them, let alone a young lady. Fortunately, Li Chanqian was of age. Clearing his throat, Shirley inquired, "Do you now believe me?" Li Chanqian hesitated for a moment before nodding. But suddenly, Shirley sprang to her side, covering her mouth and whispering urgently, "Someone is coming. You must hide in the restroom." Li Chanqian's complexion drained of color as she hurried to the restroom and locked the door behind her. Shirley settled onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of their guests. Within moments, the sound of tires crunching over gravel echoed, followed by the distinct thud of footsteps disembarking and the clang of a car door shutting. The creaking of the iron gate being pushed open resonated, accompanied by footsteps entering the courtyard. Shirley listened intently. There were 4 individuals in total, halting at the door. 2 stood to either side, weapons drawn. "Is anyone there?" came a voice. Shirley replied in a low tone, "Please, come in." The door swung open, and a short, stocky figure peered inside. Upon seeing only Shirley, he paused momentarily. "Are you Wang Bin?" "No." "Who are you to Wang Bin?" I do not know Wang Bin. Is that so? Are you the owner of this place? Not at all. I am merely a guest. A guest? The short, stocky figure laughed derisively. Well, it seems you are merely a passerby. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Hand over your belongings. Shirley raised an eyebrow. What belongings? Playing coy, are we? If you're ready to be beaten, then continue your charade, the stocky man retorted, brandishing a short sword that resembled a Roman gladius, its tip sharp and its blade slightly curved, adorned with intricate patterns. A quintessential Damascus steel weapon. The short, dark, and stout man waved his hand dismissively, beckoning, brothers, come forth. It is merely a pretty boy, no threat at all. Only then did three individuals who had been lurking outside the door reveal themselves, following closely behind the stout man as they entered. Upon crossing the threshold, the stout man gestured vigorously, commanding, search thoroughly. Spare no corner. Shirley cleared his throat softly, murmuring, if you wish to avoid death, stand still and comply. The stout man scoffed, striding boldly to the coffee table, brandishing a short sword and plunging it forcefully into the surface. Do you recognize what this is? Do you know how to write the word for death? Pretty boy, I hope you're not illiterate, despite your fine appearance. As the stout man spoke, his three subordinates began rifling through drawers and cabinets. Shirley sighed deeply. In that instant, he swiftly stretched and reached out, lightning fast, seizing the short sword embedded in the coffee table. With a deft motion, he withdrew it and, in a single fluid movement, aimed the blade directly at the stout man's wrist. The stout man was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he hastily sidestepped, gritting his teeth in frustration. I misjudged, you are indeed skilled. What a pity you serve as Wang Bin's lackey. How disgraceful. Chapter 85. Is it worth it? The lackey of Wang Bin? With a cold smirk, Shirley refrained from uttering a word, instead hastening his pursuit of the stout, dark-skinned man. The short sword in his grip resembled the fangs of a venomous serpent, poised at the man's throat. The stout man, both startled and enraged, retreated continuously in the living room while bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Attack! Eliminate this wretch!" Only then did his three subordinates react, each brandishing their weapons as they lunged at Shirley. Shirley's brow furrowed slightly. The stout man and his three accomplices were no ordinary fighters. They possessed commendable skills and a solid foundation, backed by practical combat experience. Confronting any one of them individually would pose little challenge, but facing all four simultaneously would prove arduous. Especially since the three subordinates wielded long weapons, 2 Yenling knives and a short red-tasseled spear of about 1 meter in length, providing them a distinct advantage over his short sword. The longer the weapon, the stronger its reach. This advantage was particularly pronounced in the hands of seasoned fighters. Instantly aware of his disadvantage, Shirley made a swift decision, dashing towards the courtyard. In the very moment he exited, he executed a roll, concealing himself within the blind spots of the stout man and his companions. The stout man growled, "Do not pursue. Be cautious of his ambush at the entrance." "What should we do then?" "Dainyu, Binzi, you two charge outside and secure the terrain. Don't let him catch you off guard." "I'll count to 3." Shirley crouched just outside the door, gripping his sharp short sword firmly, waiting for someone to emerge. The living room door was slightly over 1 meter wide. Whoever stepped through could not escape his ambush. One by one, he intended to weaken the enemy's overall strength, adhering to the valuable tactic of defeating foes individually, an insight gleaned from years of practical experience. Thus, he began counting. 2. Just as the stout man reached his second count, 2 armed men charged out. Cunning. Shirley cursed inwardly, caught slightly off guard. Yet he reacted swiftly, leaping forward the moment he sensed the rush of air. His short sword thrust upward silently, aimed directly at the target's lower abdomen. With a swift motion, the sword pierced and retracted. Shirley utilized the momentum to roll to the other side, deftly gliding just above the heel of his target. By the time he stood up, only 3 adversaries remained capable of fighting. The outcome had been determined in the blink of an eye. Seeing 2 of his subordinates clutching their stomachs and ankles, the stout man's expression darkened. He clasped his hands together and declared, "I concede. I shall withdraw from this matter entirely. I ask for your mercy." Such decisiveness? Shirley remained silent for 2 seconds before gesturing towards the 3 captives in the corner. The stout man approached cautiously, removing the oilcloth and recoiling in shock. Shirley calmly stated, "Take them along, as well as that Toyota." "Understood." The stout man's demeanor shifted to one of greater respect as he and his remaining 2 subordinates begrudgingly dragged the 3 captives and the injured away, leaving in a state of humiliation. The entire encounter from their entrance to departure had taken no more than 5 minutes, marked by their earlier arrogance. As he departed, he appeared quite disheveled. Once the stout, dark figure had left, Shirley exhaled quietly, brandishing his short sword as he returned to the room. He knocked on the bathroom door and called out, "Come out, they have gone." There was no response. With a sigh, Shirley added, "If you do not come out soon, I shall enter. This door cannot withstand me." Moments later, Li Qianqian timidly opened the bathroom door, only to see the bloodied short sword in Shirley's hand. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door again, letting out a terrified scream. "Don't kill me." Shirley swiftly placed his hand against the bathroom door, pushed it open, and squeezed inside, disregarding the trembling Li Qianqian. He rinsed the blood from his sword under the faucet and washed his face in the basin before stating, "Let us leave promptly. I have no idea when the next wave will arrive." Li Qianqian, wiping her tears, rushed out and frantically packed her belongings. In no time, she had filled a suitcase, eyes shut tight, clutching Shirley's sleeve as they cautiously traversed the blood-stained battlefield and walked out of the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, the taxi Shirley had called arrived. Back in the city, Shirley rented another room, utilizing Li Qianqian's identification. Inside the room, Shirley scrutinized Li Qianqian from head to toe. The young girl possessed a certain beauty. Her figure, while not exceptional, was proportionate and slender, though she showed no signs of maturity, clad instead in an oversized school uniform that concealed much. Her face, however, radiated purity, with delicate features, single eyelids, large expressive eyes, a straight nose, and a refined mouth, all framed by an oval face. She was undoubtedly of the caliber to be the belle of the school, likely the epitome of every high school boy's ideal. Yet, fate had not been kind to her. Although the specifics of her plight were unclear, the fact that she lived alone was undeniable, and after such a fright, had he not extended a helping hand, she might have already fallen victim to kidnappers. Contemplating this, he set down the short sword and addressed Li Qianqian, "You shall stay here for the night. We will purchase a ticket for the morning train to the capital. I have a friend there who can assist you in finding accommodation. Does that suit you?" Li Qianqian, gazing downward and twisting her slender fingers, replied hesitantly, I have no money." "None at all? Just over 500? How will you manage university?" "I have student loans." "Oh, regarding that," Shirley pondered for a moment, "you need not worry about loans. The hassle of running around is unnecessary, and the longer you remain here, the more perilous your situation becomes. I will cover your tuition and expenses, but this is not a gift. It is a loan without interest, to be repaid after your graduation. How does that sound?" Thank you. Then let us buy the ticket. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot afford delays." "Okay." Shirley procured a high-speed train ticket for Li Qianqian to the capital and transferred 12,000 to her. "This should cover your tuition and living expenses for the first quarter. It should suffice. I will take care of the accommodation costs before school begins. You need not worry about that. Now add my friend as a contact." After ensuring Li Qianqian was settled, he waved his hand. "Rest now." With that, he reclined on the sofa and drifted into slumber. Li Qianqian stared vacantly at Shirley, her gaze drifting over the short sword resting on the table before finally retreating silently to her bedroom. It was 6:30. After escorting Li Qianqian to the waiting hall, Shirley swiftly departed. He returned to the inn where he had previously stayed, quietly slipping in through the back window. After freshening up and packing his belongings, he stepped out with his bag, checked out, and drove directly to Li Qianqian's home. A performance must be executed in its entirety. Upon his arrival, the gate of Li Qianqian's house stood firmly closed, as if nothing had transpired, indistinguishable from the moment he had left the night before. The locally registered BMW remained parked there. He boldly pushed the door open, revealing the yard still marked with chaotic footprints and disarrayed traces, along with coagulated bloodstains. The living room door lay utterly shattered, and the interior was a scene of utter devastation, with even the sofa completely slashed. It was evident that after he and Li Chanqian had departed the previous night, others had intruded. Yet, the question remained. It was merely a painting by Xia Chong, not a legendary tome or a rare treasure. Was it truly worth it? Chapter 86. The goatee and high heels Shirley was truly perplexed. Was the world inherently chaotic? Or was this particular incident an anomaly? What should have been an affair confined to the realm of collectors had instead attracted an assortment of unsavory characters. What were their intentions? Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Yang Sun possessed knowledge of this matter that extended far beyond the surface. He might very well be an insider. After all, he wouldn't have expended such a considerable sum to enlist the services of a young expert like Shirley otherwise. Yet, Shirley remained bewildered as to the role Yang San was playing in this scenario. Was he merely a buyer, or did he, like Wang Bin, have a more profound involvement? Moreover, Shirley still harbored doubts about the authenticity of the name Wang Bin, and he was equally uncertain whether this seller would appear at today's transaction. Glancing at his watch, Shirley noted that there was still an hour and a half until the appointed hour of 10. He fetched a chair and confidently positioned himself by the door, waiting in silence for the time of exchange to arrive. Within 10 minutes, another vehicle approached, from which emerged 4 men, led by an elderly figure with a goatee. The goateed elder, flanked by his 3 subordinates, entered and, upon spotting Shirley, performed a slight bow. "Young man, may I inquire?" Shirley responded with a frigid silence. The goateed elder appeared courteous, yet his demeanor suggested he was no stranger to danger, particularly given that he concealed not one, but 2 short swords within his sleeves. Shirley held little regard for these ruthless individuals of the underworld. Although his own hands bore the weight of several lives, all were in self-defense. He bore no guilt. However, the rogues he encountered that evening were distinctly different, each one a scoundrel in their own right. Yet it was daytime, the villagers had risen, and the thoroughfare outside was frequented by passers-by. Thus, Shirley felt no trepidation regarding an imminent confrontation. The goateed elder, sensing the atmosphere, did not press further or attempt to force his way in. He merely stood quietly on the opposite side of the courtyard. Minutes later, another vehicle arrived, and a woman disembarked. She was strikingly beautiful. Although not particularly tall, just over 1.60 meters, her presence was commanding. Dressed in a tailored gray suit paired with black high heels, her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her expression was icy, exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable workplace enforcer, radiating an unmistakable air of aloofness. With 2 imposing men, each standing at around 1.80 meters, flanking her, the intimidating atmosphere was enough to make ordinary individuals recoil. Upon spotting Shirley, the woman hesitated for a moment before casting a glance at the goateed elder and silently positioning herself on the opposite side. Around 9:30, several more groups arrived, none of whom appeared to be benign, yet each was accompanied by an individual who seemed to be a knowledgeable guide, likely the genuine buyers. However, due to the presence of Shirley, the goateed elder, and the woman in high heels occupying the left, center, and right of the courtyard respectively, and their collective silence, the newcomers were at a loss regarding the situation and dared not speak. As a result, the growing number of people only served to amplify the stillness in the courtyard. Finally, at 10 o'clock, a later arrival, a bald, portly man, wiped his brow and exclaimed loudly, "Where's Wang Bin? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Are we being toyed with? Under the blazing sun, is it truly enjoyable?" As someone spoke up, the previously frozen atmosphere of the yard instantly thawed. What's going on? A man named Wang stepped forward. "I am Wang. What's the matter?" "Damn. I wasn't talking to you. Don't you dare provoke me." Another retorted, "Who do you think you are, asking for trouble?" There were also those attempting to mediate. "Stop arguing. Let us see what Wang Bin is up to. Why not just call him? I've already tried, but the line's dead." "Same here, I can't get through either. I don't know if his phone is off or what. I sense something is amiss." At that moment, Shirley's phone rang, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He glanced at the screen, raising an eyebrow. It was a number labeled as Wang Bin S, the very one Yang San had given him, which he had previously attempted to call without success. It remained unclear whether Wang Bin was returning a missed call or had known Shirley's number in advance. Such trivial details could convey vastly different implications. Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. Shirley lifted his phone for all to see, switched to loudspeaker mode, and answered. A warm voice emanated from the device. Is everyone here? Come on over. There's a note in the BMW parked at the entrance. It contains the real address for our transaction. It's best if you arrive before noon. I've prepared lunch for you so we can discuss the deal afterwards. I'll be waiting for you. With that, the call abruptly ended. Shirley attempted to call back, but the line was once again unreachable. Meanwhile, the others rushed out of the yard, eager to find the address in the BMW and quickly departed in their vehicles. Shirley, however, remained unhurried, gesturing politely to the individuals in goat beards and high heels. These two groups were equally composed, exchanging nods before departing in succession. As the last to leave, Shirley locked the iron gate behind him and drove in pursuit of the high-heeled shoes in her Mercedes G63. Unbeknownst to him, he had not seen the note in the BMW and was unaware of the exact location, but he understood that following the car ahead was sufficient. For over an hour, they sped northwest, venturing deeper into the mountains. Although he had never been there, he recognized it as the renowned Yiming mountain area. However, the Yiming region, while remote, was not devoid of life. On the contrary, he often encountered tour buses and private vehicles heading to this destination, along with gas stations, hotels, and farms engaged in agriculture and aquaculture along the way. Upon reaching a scenic spot, all halted. Progressing further by car was no longer feasible. Should we abandon the vehicles and walk? Some hesitated, concerned about potential damage to their cars. Yet, others boldly trekked up the mountain. In this day and age, as long as one remained connected to the outside world and possessed wealth, there was little fear of being stranded. Moreover, descending led directly to the tourist area. Even if the vehicles were damaged, finding a way to leave would not be a concern. Others contemplated leaving someone behind in the parking lot to guard the cars. The high-heeled woman approached Shirley, her demeanor icy, and said, "You stay here and watch the cars for us." With a subtle smile, Shirley abruptly raised his hand to gesture a lengthy middle finger, letting out a hearty laugh before swiftly pursuing the goatbeard that had already dashed into the mountains. Alone he stood, unafraid of any consequence. After all, the vehicle was not his possession. Moreover, given his current physical prowess, traversing on foot posed no significant challenge. Additionally, he possessed a wealth of survival skills honed through experience in the wilderness, a gift bestowed by Fu Qingzhu. Throughout his tumultuous struggle against the Qing dynasty, Fu Qingzhu had been relentlessly chased into desolate mountains and valleys, yet he managed to evade capture time and again. After enduring such trials repeatedly, even the most inept would learn the art of survival in the wild. The present conditions were infinitely more favorable than those of centuries past. At the very least, the mountains offered mobile signal, navigational maps, compasses, and an array of survival rations and potable water available for purchase within the scenic area. Chapter 87. Infiltration. Shirley procured a modest array of essential wilderness survival gear, including a compass, a rain poncho, a substantial roll of aluminum foil, a box of chocolates, 5 bottles of mineral water, a telescope, and a compact outdoor backpack. The total weight of his equipment did not exceed 5 kilograms. Consequently, he traversed the mountainous terrain with remarkable speed, swiftly overtaking the group ahead of him and making a beeline for his destination. However, once he was beyond the line of sight of the others, he deftly altered his course, striving to remain concealed while tracing an arc to reach his goal. He was wary of potential ambushes and surveillance. Taking a longer route through the mountains was, without a doubt, a cunning strategy. With his excellent physical condition, light load, and swift pace, he was unperturbed by the prospect of detours. Timeliness was of little concern. As long as he arrived before those in high heels and goat beards, he would consider it a success. The seller would not hastily release the goods until all buyers were present, and such elaborate preparations warranted a significant price. Shirley proceeded along the path, pausing occasionally to recuperate his stamina, ensuring that he remained in peak condition. In the event of an unforeseen encounter, he wanted to be prepared to respond with his utmost capability. Exhausting himself along the way would leave him vulnerable to capture should he meet an adversary. Nevertheless, he managed to reach his destination by 11:30. Upon his arrival, he found only a few groups, including those with goat beards, had arrived ahead of him. He did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he stealthily approached and surveyed the vicinity for any lurking sentries, employing techniques reminiscent of Fu Qingzhu infiltrating the Qing army's camp. However, he found no signs of surveillance. Is this all? Shirley mused with a silent scoff as he ascended a large elm tree, extracting his telescope to scrutinize the scene below. There was a barbecue grill, charcoal, a burning campfire, large barrels of mineral water, and neatly arranged skewers of meat and vegetables. 6 imposing men clad in camouflage, armed with machetes and electric batons, stood nearby. Wait a moment. Shirley's gaze shifted to the young girl flanked by the 6 hulking figures, and he froze in astonishment. Li Qianqian, what was she doing here? Hadn't she been sent to the capital? How had she managed to escape? Had she been forcibly taken from the high-speed train station prior to departure? It seemed plausible. An ordinary girl could easily be intimidated into silence by a single adult man, unless she possessed the courage to scream for help at the station, risking injury or worse. Unfortunately, most individuals in such coercive situations lacked that fortitude. Shirley felt a surge of anger, but he quickly regained his composure. In this moment, anger would serve no purpose. It would only hinder his judgment. Thus, he resumed his observation. Li Qianqian's hair was disheveled. A red mark marred her neck. Her complexion was pale, and her expression was one of panic. She clutched a rectangular box tightly, her body trembling involuntarily, while a laptop and a mobile phone lay in front of her. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with no one speaking or moving, resembling wooden figures. Yet, Shirley could discern the subtle movements of everyone present. However, to ensure his safety, he patiently observed the movements of everyone present, akin to a lion lurking in the grass, fixating on its prey. 10 minutes later, a group of women in high heels arrived, closely followed by a bald, portly man. By around 11:15, all the buyers had gathered, though most were panting heavily, particularly those who had arrived last, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Should an unexpected attack occur, this group would resemble lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of the strength to flee. Shirley, maintaining his composure, waited a few more minutes until 12:05, when a burly man clad in camouflage received a phone call. It was then that he stowed away his binoculars, concealed the Damascus steel short sword he had seized the previous night within his sleeve, and sauntered forth. As he walked, he greeted the crowd with a smile, exclaiming, "You all arrived so swiftly." The bald man furrowed his brow, questioning, "You came early? I got lost." "Just arrived," Shirley replied with a smile, bringing his middle finger to his lips for a playful kiss and then gesturing towards the bewildered women in high heels. "Ladies, shall we have a picnic later? Look how considerate they are, even preparing a barbecue grill for us." The woman in high heels remained silent, as did the others present. Even Li Qianqian struggled to suppress her excitement, remaining motionless and feigning ignorance of Shirley. With a sigh, Shirley approached directly. "Qianqian, what is wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Li Qianqian opened her mouth, unable to contain herself any longer, bursting into tears. "Brother Lei, I was bound when I was about to get in the car. They had guns." "Guns?" The moment those words were uttered, everyone was taken aback. With only the groups of the goateed man and the women in high heels maintaining their composure, Shirley included. For he did not believe it. If this buyer, Wang Bin, truly possessed a firearm, there would be no need for such convoluted tactics. With a gun in hand, one could easily dominate the underworld, no matter how skilled an opponent. They would be nothing more than a target in the face of modern firearms. Should a master wield a gun, the destructive potential would be even more terrifying. Moreover, given the situation in the country, anyone with a sound mind would strive to avoid any association with firearms. In cases of vendettas, cold weapons could lead to fatalities without drawing official attention. However, once firearms were involved, the authorities would uproot entire families. Thus, while the underworld engaged in its affairs, they would avoid crossing the official line. To maintain this delicate balance, even those in the underworld would unite against individuals who resorted to firearms. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat or using concealed weapons was an unspoken norm, accepted by all. Yet, should someone employ a gun, they would instantly face the wrath of every member of the underworld. Hence, it was clear that Li Qianqian had been genuinely frightened. After all, she was an ordinary person, unaware of the intricacies at play. Initially, the crowd gasped, but then they relaxed. A man in camouflage, standing behind Li Qianqian, pulled out a pitch-black handgun from his pocket and slammed it onto a nearby rock, causing it to shatter into pieces, revealing it to be a plastic toy gun, far less realistic than even a toy, merely a finely crafted plastic trinket with a non-functional trigger. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of relief, for the demeanor of the camouflaged figure was relatively amicable. However, Shirley strode directly towards Li Qianqian. The camouflaged figure was taken aback and seized Li Qianqian by the neck, exclaiming, "Stop! One more step forward, and I will kill her." Shirley replied with a cold smile, "Dare you? You wouldn't, for she is merely an ordinary person, or rather, not just an ordinary person. She is an exceptional student admitted to Beijing Normal University, ranking second in this year's class at Ezhou No. 3 Middle School, officially recognized by both the school and the education department. If anything were to happen to her, do you truly believe you would escape unscathed?" Chapter 88. The ambusher paused momentarily before continuing. "You have brought her here merely to leverage a bargaining chip, ensuring we, the buyers, refrain from taking reckless actions. Now that her mission has been accomplished, I request her release. We shall proceed with our customary exchanges, indulge in our meals, and finalize our transactions. Within half an hour, we can all return to our respective abodes. What say you?" His final inquiry was directed towards the goat beard, high heels, and the bald head among the buyers. The crowd nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, we simply wish to behold the painting at the earliest." Their focus was solely on the merchandise. Other matters held no interest for them. "We have brought the money. This delay is insufferable. Negotiating with someone surnamed Wang is more arduous than a visit to the White House. What do you take us for? If we were truly inclined to be forceful, we would not have endured this charade for so long. We did not come here merely for your barbecue." Naturally, the buyers could not tolerate the seller's antics any longer and began to voice their discontent. The figure in camouflage shifted uneasily, and the individual standing behind Li Qianqian hastily retrieved a phone and dialed. The call connected, and the speaker was placed on loudspeaker. A familiar voice resonated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. My actions are driven by necessity. I have received intel that this transaction is under scrutiny. In other words, one among you is an undercover officer. Do you grasp my meaning? However, I am unaware of their identity, which leaves me with no choice but to resort to these measures. I ask for your understanding. After the transaction, all will be well, and I shall ensure the individual is returned home without any lingering threats." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, exchanging wary glances. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon Shirley. His dramatic entrance and attempts to rescue Li Qianqian painted him as a figure of overwhelming righteousness. Shirley smiled. "I am affiliated with Yang Senator. Any doubts regarding my credibility can be clarified by contacting him. Do not feign ignorance about who Yang San is." Though Yang San was merely a local strongman, he held a certain renown within the collecting community, especially throughout the peninsula and the entire Lu province. Even those who might not personally know him would certainly have heard his name. Some nodded in acknowledgement, yet others remained unconvinced, retorting, "How can we be certain Yang San has not been compromised or colluded with unsavory parties? After all, he is not present here, so your claims are mere words." Shirley chuckled. "Oh, might you be the practitioner of iron sand palm? What do you imply?" Iron sand palm was indeed characterized by a hand that appeared excessively coarse and thick, resembling a charred loaf of bread at first glance. Not only the practitioner but also his two subordinates bore a similar intimidating demeanor. It was evident they were adept in external martial arts. Though their appearance was fearsome, their power was genuine. In a conventional unarmed combat scenario, a punch from you would cause him discomfort, yet a punch from him could spell your demise. Thus, one must not underestimate the practitioners of iron sand palm. These individuals are truly formidable. In contrast, Lu Dagan, who practiced Tongbei Fist, had a hard hand, but its strength lay primarily in power rather than in the hand's intrinsic toughness. However, Those who have mastered the iron sand palm have cultivated an extraordinary level of hand hardness, rivaling the ruggedness of ancient tree bark, if not surpassing it. With the incorporation of force application techniques and combat skills, it becomes akin to wielding a weapon in unarmed combat, which is indeed formidable. Should one perfect such a powerful paw, the lethality would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Before encountering an insurmountable force, one could easily find themselves in peril, for a mere touch from such an individual could cost half a life. Hence, those in the martial world typically refrain from provoking practitioners of the iron sand palm. Yet, Shirley remains unperturbed, casting a cold gaze at the iron sand palm master, a robust man of around 40, whose stocky stature belies his iron-like physique, exuding an undeniable aura of strength that even his clothing fails to conceal. The iron sand palm master obstructs two young apprentices, asserting, "I harbor no ill intentions, but I have but one request. Do not create disturbances. Simply await the completion of the transaction. Rest assured, they will not harm the girl. Once the deal is concluded, you may escort her wherever you please without interference. However, any provocation prior to the transaction's conclusion will necessitate consulting us." In essence, these individuals are solely focused on the transaction at hand, showing no regard for anyone else, including the notion of any undercover agents. They are mere buyers, and as long as they do not breach the official boundaries, they remain unscathed. Thus, even when Wang Bin suggests the presence of an infiltrator, they remain indifferent, eager only to finalize the deal. As for the target of the supposed infiltrator, Wang Bin has made it clear. It is himself, using Li Qianqian as a hostage to intimidate the infiltrator into submission. Who is the infiltrator? The buyers present are indifferent, provided their transaction proceeds smoothly. However, should anyone attempt to disrupt or obstruct the deal, they would find themselves not only an enemy to the infiltrator but to all present. As the iron sand palm master's words echoed, the others nodded in agreement. "I will not permit anyone to jeopardize this transaction. Anyone who dares to create chaos becomes the enemy of us all." One of the onlookers interjected, "Young man, refrain from impulsive actions. The girl is unharmed." Yet, the one in high heels merely snorted, remaining silent. Shirley surveyed the gathering with a faint smile and addressed Wang Bin on the phone. "Wang Bin, you are indeed cunning. Very well, let us pause here. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" Wang Bin inquired. "Some matters are unsuitable for others' ears. Have your subordinate bring the phone over." Li Zi handed him the phone. The young man in camouflage crossed over Li Qianqian to pass the phone to Shirley. With a smile, Shirley responded, "Thank you." In a swift motion, he revealed an exquisitely adorned short sword, which he thrust forward, penetrating Li Zi's heart with chilling precision. With a swift kick, he sent Li Zi's 100-plus-pound body hurtling back to its original position. The remaining 5 in camouflage were left in shock, rushing to assist Li Zi or drawing their weapons in haste. With a swift stride, Shirley surged forward, his sharp short sword striking with lethal precision, dispatching foes in mere breaths. Although the men in camouflage were robust and somewhat experienced, they were not true martial artists. Merely ordinary individuals with a bit of strength, they were no more formidable than wooden posts before Shirley. This was compounded by his need to protect Li Qianqian. Had he been unrestrained in his assault, these 5 would have faltered within seconds. In combat, 3 elements reign supreme: speed, accuracy, and ferocity, each requiring mastery to avoid fatal consequences. Indeed, as Shirley sheathed his short sword to shield Li Qianqian, the buyers had only just begun to draw their weapons. One, wielding an iron palm technique, brandished a dagger and shouted in anger, "You little brat! What do you intend to do?" Chapter 89. The highest bidder wins kill, Shirley uttered coldly, his gaze sharper than the short sword in his hand. Even the formidable Tai Sha felt a subconscious urge to avert his eyes. Unfazed, Shirley swiftly severed the ropes binding Li Qianqian, gently wiped away the tears from her face, and cradled her in his arms, softly patting her twice. "It's all right now, truly. It's all over." Li Qianqian broke into loud sobs. In that moment, the surroundings fell silent, save for her weeping. This silence was abruptly shattered by the furious roar of Wang Bin emanating from the phone. "You, sure, have stolen my goods. You are finished. I mean it. Even Yang Sen cannot save you." Shirley raised his eyebrows. The fact that Wang Bin knew his surname was revealing. It indicated that the relationship between Wang Bin and Yang San was not merely transactional. They had likely communicated previously. This confirmed Shirley's earlier suspicions. When Wang Bin had called him directly that morning at Li Qianqian's residence, it had raised his concerns. Initially, he suspected Wang Bin might have randomly dialed from missed calls, but now it seemed he had obtained his phone number from Yang Sr. The connection between Yang San and Wang Bin was undoubtedly more intricate than that of a mere buyer and seller. However, Shirley chose not to expose this, instead responding with a grin. Mr. Wang Bin, do not be hasty. I have no interest in your goods, or rather, I am interested, but I will abide by the rules of the game and pay for them. So, do not be angry. Let us continue with the transaction. You dictate the game, and we shall play along. Wang Bin instantly regained his composure. What do you mean? Literally, Shirley replied. I am not an undercover agent. Yang Sen hired me to procure the painting. However, you should not have kidnapped Li Qianqian, and certainly not allowed me to encounter her. Some matters I can overlook, but others I cannot abide. Wang Bin fell silent for an extended period. The painting is that very piece. You may all take a look and bid accordingly. The highest bidder wins. After the transaction, the money is transferred to my account, and the painting is taken by the highest bidder. This procedure was indeed straightforward, albeit simplistic and brutal, yet it harbored numerous risks. Perhaps this was Wang Bin's intention, to orchestrate a competitive environment among these mercenaries, where the highest bidder prevails. Once he received the money, the ensuing chaos would be of no concern to him. Yet, the highest bidder might not necessarily leave with the painting. They could very well meet their demise on the spot. What advantage would it confer upon Wang Bin to pit a group of sellers against one another? It would divert the buyer's attention, shifting the conflict among them rather than allowing their ire to be directed at Wang Bin, the seller. Of course, they were not fools and might not resort to violence over a mere painting. Nevertheless, there would inevitably be those who would take risks, especially considering the painting's apparent immense value, which had led to such a grand spectacle. However, this was of no concern to Shirley. His focus remained on appraising, bidding, and subsequently transporting the goods back to Island City. Anyone who dared to challenge him would face his unyielding wrath. The 6 individuals in camouflage sprawled on the ground had already made his stance abundantly clear. Admittedly, he had slain these 6 because they had kidnapped Li Qianqian. He is not a judge, and thus does not weigh the law with precision. He merely discerns right from wrong, and his actions are governed solely by the dichotomy of life and death. In his realm, certain matters are deemed taboo, and should one transgress, they must accept the consequences of his retribution. Therefore, when he directed his attention towards the 6 individuals clad in camouflage, he did so without a moment's hesitation. However, in the face of Wang Bin's evident machinations, he remained unfazed. Thus, while murder is murder, transactions must still be conducted. At this juncture, Wang Bin established the terms of the deal, and he naturally had no objections. Placing his phone upon a large stone, he retrieved the long box discarded by Li Qianqian, opened it, and raised an eyebrow at the assembled crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take a look first. Please form a queue. With this pronouncement, disregarding the reactions of others, he directly unfurled the scroll. Indeed, it was a depiction of bamboo by Xiaochong. Exquisite. Shirley silently praised. For even through the discerning eyes of Fu Qingzhu, this piece could be deemed the king of bamboo paintings. Truly, he was the most adept at portraying bamboo, especially in his use of ink, so free and unrestrained. He vividly captured the resilient spirit of the bamboo. Remarkable, Shirley internally lauded, maintaining a neutral expression as he placed his hand upon the artwork, subtly attuning to its essence. Then he was astounded. The aura was extraordinarily potent, more concentrated than all the spiritual energy he had absorbed thus far. A grade? No S-grade. It must be acquired. It must. Securing this painting and siphoning its energy would elevate his prowess to an entirely new echelon. Suppressing his inner tumult, Shirley continued to scrutinize the artwork, now solely eager to ascertain the source of its abundant spiritual essence. Time could not be the primary factor, for he had encountered even older pieces with only B-grade energy. Including porcelain or other forms of antiquities, the spiritual energy content is not directly proportional to age. Rather, it correlates with artistic merit. the higher the artistic value, the greater the spiritual energy, though this is not an absolute rule, as he had also seen artifacts of mediocre quality with substantial spiritual content. Yet, this was evidently not an opportune setting. In less than 5 minutes, the bald man rushed over. "All right, it's my turn." Shirley rose, stepped back, and vacated the scroll, making a gesture of invitation. He then guided Li Qianqian to a distance of 5 meters, softly reassuring the shaken girl. She was thoroughly frightened. The events of this day and night were experiences that most ordinary individuals could never fathom in their lifetimes. Any single incident would be immensely stimulating for an average person. Yet, Li Qianqian had encountered them all within a mere 24 hours. Consequently, she clung to Shirley as a source of support, tightly grasping his arm as if unwilling to let go, too afraid to look up, for to do so would reveal the 6 blood-soaked corpses. Nevertheless, Shirley still allocated a portion of his attention to the unfolding scene. He wished to hear the evaluations of these individuals regarding the painting. For in his view, although the artwork was of exceptional quality and harbored an abundance of spiritual energy, it still did not warrant the life and death struggles of these martial artists, who remained oblivious to the presence of such energy. Regrettably, these individuals resembled gourds with their mouths sawed off, silently observing and yielding to the next in line, exhibiting a surprising politeness. The group in high heels was the most captivating. After their turn, one of them declared in a clear voice, "Mr. Wang, I bid 10 million. How audacious to offer such a sum. 15 million, 16 million, 17 million. Once the bidding commenced, the momentum was unstoppable. Each participant eagerly raised their bids, and the increments were substantial. There was no regard for rules. The only principle was that the highest bidder triumphs. While Shirley had yet to make a bid, the amount had already soared past 30 million. He dialed Yang San's number, offering no explanation. He merely wanted Yang San to gauge the commotion himself. However, Yang San could hardly contain himself. Is the painting genuine? Chapter 90. A fixed price indeed. This piece stands as a paragon among all of Xiaochang's works, a truly exceptional painting of considerable size and in excellent condition. What about the others? What others? I mean, does it evoke any particular sentiment? Absolutely. The painting is imbued with a profound artistic spirit, emanating an indomitable force through its brushwork and paper. If it were to be auctioned, the final price would exceed 50 million. What Shirley mentioned aligns with the standard market value. However, it is evident that the actual transaction price of this painting would undoubtedly surpass 50 million. Given the current circumstances, it possesses an inexplicable allure for these martial artists, each of whom appears to be of considerable wealth. If a bidding war ensues, the final price would assuredly not be less than 100 million. Naturally, for him, the higher the final price, the better, as it requires no monetary investment on his part. Conversely, he stands to gain. With a final price of 50 million, he would earn 5 million. With a final price of 100 million, his earnings would amount to 10 million. Thus, he fervently hopes that Yang San will be willing to spend 1 or even 200 million to secure this painting, as that would guarantee him at least 100 million in commission. Well, none of them are fools. Even with a premium, the price cannot escalate indefinitely. It is quite possible that these seasoned veterans of the art world might tacitly conspire to suppress the price. After all, in such transactions, deception is paramount, and it is not uncommon for deals to be struck at any price point. Yang San contemplated for a moment and quietly instructed, "Bid aggressively, offer 80 million outright." Very well, 80 million. As long as the deal is done, he would secure at least 8 million as a guarantee. This old Yang San is indeed quite generous. Shirley rose, observing the crowd incrementally raising their bids by 1 million, and shouted, 80 million. Upon his declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the room. From a mere 30 million to 80 million, a staggering increase of 50 million. Is this even reasonable? The market price hovers around 50 million, and this group had initially hoped to seize a bargain at market value. Now, they find themselves confronted with an offer that obliterates any chance of a fortunate acquisition. Moreover, this price is nearly at the ceiling. Even the wealthy cannot disregard the value of their money. 80 million is no trifling sum. One could purchase a car, a house, stocks, mutual funds, or even an array of jewelry with such an amount. Thus, the room remained quiet for quite some time. Shirley, witnessing the scene, inwardly marveled. This old Yong-san is indeed a cunning fox, his experience unparalleled. With a single move, he subdued the fervor of the bidders. This offer struck directly at the hearts of the other potential buyers, rendering the once formidable contenders speechless. Truly impressive, yet it remains uncertain whether there are any competitors of greater means. Surely there must be. Would a group of individuals fight fiercely over this item only to be daunted by a mere 80 million bid? However, from that moment onward, no one dared to raise their bid. Silence reigned until Wang Bin, on the phone, finally spoke. Congratulations, Brother Yang. Please proceed with the transfer. Once the funds are received, the young man named Shi will be able to take the painting. Yang Sen responded on the phone, no problem, keep an eye out for it, and then addressed Shirley. Xiao Shi, hurry back with the painting. Once you return, I will pay you. Let's not complicate matters. With that, he abruptly hung up. A minute later, Wang Bin also ended his call, saying the transaction is complete. This painting now belongs to Boss Yang. Senator, congratulations. This deal has come to a successful conclusion. Everyone, await my next good news. Farewell, and may you all have a smooth journey. As Wang Bin hung up, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. No one spoke, yet no one chose to leave either. Expressions varied as they either scrutinized Shirley or assessed one another, with some casting furtive glances at the rolled painting resting on the large stone. Clearly, there was a reluctance to concede. Mutual caution prevailed, with each person hesitant to act first, fearing they might become the prey in a game where they all wished to be the hunter. However, the most significant pressure rested on Shirley, the owner of the painting, which had drawn the undivided attention of all present. What did this signify? To Shirley, everyone in the vicinity was an adversary. He counted a total of 7 small groups, each comprising 3 to 4 individuals, with at least 2 combatants in each. Among them were formidable figures, such as the goateed man, the bald, stout fellow, and the iron sand palm expert, all of whom were conservatively estimated to possess greater practical skills than Lu Dagan. Moreover, these individuals were wary of Shirley, rendering stealthy attacks ineffective. He could either confront them head-on or relinquish the painting. Yet the dilemma was that Yang-sen had already made the payment, and as the courier, Shirley was obliged to deliver the goods. Otherwise, how could he account to Yang-sen? Surely he could not eliminate Yang